The Affirmative Action Empire. Nations and Nationalism in the Soviet Union, 1923 to 1939. Terry Martin. To Sally and Eli. 1. The Soviet Affirmative Action Empire. The logic of the Affirmative Action Empire. The content of the Affirmative Action Empire. An Affirmative Action Empire. The Party and the Affirmative Action Empire. The geography of the Affirmative Action Empire. The chronology of the Affirmative Action Empire. Part 1. Implementing the Affirmative Action Empire. 2. Borders and ethnic conflict. The emergence of National Soviets in Ukraine. National Soviets in Belarus and the RSFSR. National Soviets and ethnic conflict in the Soviet East. Conclusion. 3. Linguistic Ukrainization, 1923 to 1932. The background to Ukrainization, 1919 to 1923. Ukrainization, 1923 to 1925. Kaganovicia's Ukrainization, April 1925 to June 1926. The failure of comprehensive Ukrainization, 1926 to 1932. Conclusion. 4. Affirmative action in the Soviet East, 1923 to 1932. East and West. The Cultural Fund. Mechanical Korenizatsiya, 1923 to 1926. Functional Korenizatsiya, 1926 to 1928. Affirmative action and ethnic conflict in the industrial workplace. Cultural Revolution and Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. Conclusion, Korenizatsiya in East and West. 5. The Latinization campaign and the symbolic politics of national identity. The Latinization campaign. Latinization as de-Russification. Language and terror in the Soviet West. Part 2. The political crisis of the Affirmative Action Empire. 6. The politics of national communism, 1923 to 1930. The Shumskaya affair. Nationality and the left opposition. The socialist offensive and cultural revolution. The Cultural Revolutionary Show trial in Ukraine. Terror as a system of signaling. Terror and policy reversal in Belarus. Conclusion. 7. The national interpretation of the 1933 famine. The Piedmont Principle and Soviet border disputes. The Ukrainian question in the RSFSR. The Cuban affair. The national interpretation of the grain requisitions crisis. Conclusion, the aftermath of the December 1932 Politburo decrees. Part 3. Revising the Affirmative Action Empire. 8. Ethnic cleansing and enemy nations. The border regions. The politics of immigration. Collectivization and emigration. The Ukrainian crisis. Ethnic cleansing. Enemy nations. Conclusion. 9. The revised Soviet nationalities policy, 1933 to 1939. The SKRYPNYK affair. The greatest danger principle. Ukrainization after the SKRYPNYK affair. Silent Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. Conclusion. 10. The re-emergence of the Russians. The awkward republic, the RSFSR. The internationalization of the RSFSR. The Russification of the RSFSR. Script Russification and the symbolic politics of the Great Retreat. Language and the Great Terror. Conclusion. 11. The friendship of the peoples. The brotherhood of the peoples. The friendship of the peoples. Stalinist primordialism. The first among equals. Conclusion. Glossary. Bibliography. Acknowledgements. My maternal grandmother, Margaret Horst, spent a summer with me a decade ago recalling her experiences as a young Mennonite girl growing up in pre-evolutionary Dagestan with Kumyk Tatars as neighbors. She later experienced the ferocious assault of Makhno's peasant bands on the wealthy South Ukrainian Mennonite community during the Revolution and Civil War, before finally leaving the Soviet Union in 1924 to join the Russian Mennonite diaspora in Canada. Her stories first forced me to grapple with the fascinating problem of ethnicity. I've never been able to provide an adequate answer to a simple question that I'm always asked when I visit Russia or Ukraine: what's your nationality? Mennonite or Canadian? The only answers with any meaning to me never satisfy anyone. One is a religion and the other is just citizenship, I am told. One might say that this book is an extended explanation as to why I, only 2 generations removed from Russia and Ukraine, can no longer provide a satisfactory answer to this seemingly straightforward Soviet question. This book began as a dissertation at the University of Chicago, where I have never felt more intellectually at home. My dissertation committee was a true dream team: Richard Helly, who provided basic training in Russian history after I dropped my planned dissertation on 17th century English religious poetry; Ron Suney, who shared his encyclopedic knowledge of the nationalities question as well as his good cheer and personal kindness; and David Leotin, whose crystal-clear intellect and commitment to comparative and interdisciplinary work broadened my horizons immensely. My greatest debt is to my advisor, Sheila Fitzpatrick, who taught me the craft of history, offered a model of integrity and discipline, and provided moral support when needed, but always gave me complete intellectual freedom. Thanks also to my friends at Chicago: Matt Payne, James Harris, Josh Sanborn, Golfo Alexopoulos, John Bone, and John McCannon, who made the writing ordeal endurable and occasionally even fun. Special thanks to Julie Hessler, not only for the weekly bridge games and cheap Chianti, but also for reading the entire manuscript and providing the crucial advice that allowed me finally to find the right structure for the book, and to Matt Lino, whose ideas had a fundamental influence on my conception of Soviet history. In addition to those already mentioned, I received helpful comments from Jurg Baborowski, Peter Blitzstein, David Brandenberger, John Bushnell, Andrea Graziosi, Peter Holquist, Hiroaki Kuromaya, Douglas Northrup, Gabor Rittersporn, Yuri Slezkine, Roman Sporluk, James Urey, Lynn Viola, and Mark von Hagen. In Moscow, I am indebted to Alexander Livshin, Oleg Klevniuk, Lydia Koshaliva, Alexander Kvashenkin, Dina Nakhatavish, and Larissa Rogovaya. In Kiev, I am particularly indebted to Ruslan Pyra for his enlightened policy of archival openness, and to my good friend Iry Shapoval, for sharing freely his inexhaustible knowledge of Ukrainian history and archives. Finally, I would like to thank William Exley, Robert Hushka, Michael Murrin, Malcolm Gladwell, Bruce Headlam, and the entire Martin clan, and above all my parents, Lloyd and Delphine Martin. The research for this book was supported by the International Research and Exchanges Board, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, the MacArthur Foundation's CASPIC program, and the C. Boyden Gray Fund for Junior Faculty Research in Harvard's History Department. Parts of Chapter 2 were published as Borders and Ethnic Conflict, the Soviet Experiment in Ethno-Territorial Proliferation, Yarbucher Vergeschichte Osteuropas 47, 538-555. An earlier version of Chapter 8 was published as The Origins of Soviet Ethnic Cleansing, Journal of Modern History 70, 813-61. Parts of Chapter 10 were published as The Russification of the RSFSR, Kayaz du Monde Russe 39, NOS 1, 99-118. The author thanks the publishers for permission to reprint this material. This book is dedicated to Sally, without whose love and extraordinary tolerance it could never have been written, and to Eli, who appeared in the middle of the project and made it all much more fun. T.M. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Footnote abbreviations. The following footnote format, with one exception, is used throughout the book: archive font/ap/dello, listi. For protocols of Communist Party meetings, the following format is used: archive font/ap/dello, protocol/punct. For the Harvard Interview Project, the citation HIP 826, 43 means Harvard Interview Project, A interview series, respondent number 26, page 43. Fork. British Foreign Office, Russia correspondence. CGM. Capture German materials. Garf. Gosudrstvenii Archiv Rossiyskoi Federacji. Garf. Gosudrstvenii Archiv Rossiyskoi Federacji. HIP. Harvard Interview Project. PSS. Pano Sobrani Sakinania. RGAE. Rossiyski Gosudrstvenii Archiv Ekonomiki. RGVA. Rossiyski Gosudrstvenii Voenyi Archiv. RTSKHIDNI. Rossiyski Centrokrania I Izakinia Dokumentov Noviache Istorii. Su. Sobrani Ozakonii I Rasporiajhinii. SZ. Sobrani Zakonovi Rasporiajhinii. TSDAVOU. Centralny Державny Archiv Hromadske YKHOB Ednan Ukraini. TSDAVOU. Centralny Державny Archiv Vykonik Orhanів Ukraini. TSKHSD. Centrokrania Sovremenoi Dokumentatii. A note on style. I used the Library of Congress transliteration system for Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian, suppressing soft signs in proper names and with the usual exceptions for well-known names such as Trotsky. The cast of characters and places in this book covers dozens of languages, and it would be impossible to accurately name all non-Russians in their native languages. Therefore, I have used Russian names throughout for individuals and place names, with the sole exception of several well-known Ukrainians. I have also used the contemporary place names rather than the emerging new ones, such as Kyrgyzia not Kyrgyzstan. 1. The Soviet Affirmative Action Empire. The Soviet Union was the world's first affirmative action empire. Russia's new revolutionary government was the first of the old European multi-ethnic states to confront the rising tide of nationalism and respond by systematically promoting the national consciousness of its ethnic minorities and establishing for them many of the characteristic institutional forms of the nation-state. 1. The Bolshevik strategy was to assume leadership over what now appeared to be the inevitable process of decolonization and carry it out in a manner that would preserve the territorial integrity of the old Russian Empire. To that end, the Soviet state created not just a dozen large national republics, but tens of thousands of national territories scattered across the entire expanse of the Soviet Union. New national elites were trained and promoted to leadership positions in the government, schools, and industrial enterprises of these newly formed territories. In each territory, the national language was declared the official language of government. In dozens of cases, this necessitated the creation of a written language where one did not yet exist. The Soviet state financed the mass production of books, journals, newspapers, movies, operas, museums, folk music ensembles, and other cultural output in the non-Russian languages. Nothing comparable to it had been attempted before, and, with the possible exception of India, no multi-ethnic state has subsequently matched the scope of Soviet affirmative action. This book is devoted to an analysis of this novel and fascinating experiment in governing a multi-ethnic state. The logic of the affirmative action empire. Why did the Bolsheviks adopt this radical strategy? When they seized power in October 1917, they did not yet possess a coherent nationalities policy. They had a powerful slogan, which they shared with Woodrow Wilson, of the right of nations to self-determination. This slogan, however, was designed to recruit ethnic support for the revolution, not to provide a model for the governing of a multi-ethnic state. Although Lenin always took the nationalities question seriously, the unexpected strength of nationalism as a mobilizing force during the revolution and civil war nevertheless greatly surprised and disturbed him. The Bolsheviks expected nationalism in Poland and Finland, but the numerous nationalist movements that sprang up across most of the former Russian Empire were not expected. The strong nationalist movement in Ukraine was particularly unnerving. This direct confrontation with nationalism compelled the Bolsheviks to formulate a new nationalities policy. 2. This did not occur without contestation. On the one side were the nation builders, led by Lenin and Stalin. On the other side were the internationalists, led by Georgy Pyatakov and Nikolai Bukharin. At the Eighth Party Congress in March 1919, the two sides clashed over the question of the right of national self-determination. 3 Pyatakov argued that during a sufficiently large and torturous experience in the borderlands, the slogan of the right of nations to self-determination has shown itself in practice, during the social revolution, as a slogan uniting all counter-revolutionary forces. For once the proletariat had seized power, Pyatakov maintained, national self-determination became irrelevant. It's just a diplomatic game, or worse than a game if we take it seriously. 5 Pyatakov was supported by Bukharin, who argued that the right to self-determination could only be invested in the proletariat, not in some fictitious so-called national will. 6. Lenin had clashed with Pyatakov and others on this issue before and during the revolution. 7 He now answered this renewed challenge with characteristic vigor. Nationalism had united all counter-revolutionary forces, Lenin readily agreed, but it had also attracted the Bolsheviks' class allies. The Finnish bourgeoisie had successfully deceived the working masses that the Muscovites, chauvinists, Great Russians want to oppress the Finns. Arguments such as Pyatakov served to increase that fear and therefore strengthen national resistance. It was only thanks to our acknowledgement of right to self-determination, that the process of differentiation was eased there. Nationalism was fueled by historic distrust. The working masses of other nations are full of distrust towards Great Russia, as a kulak and oppressor nation. Only the right to self-determination could overcome that distrust, Lenin argued, but Pyatakov's policy would instead make the party the heir to Tsarist chauvinism. Scratch any communist and you find a Great Russian chauvinist. He sits in many of us and we must fight him. 8. The Congress supported Lenin and retained a qualified right of national self-determination. 9 Of course, the majority of the former Russian Empire's nationalities were forced to exercise that right within the confines of the Soviet Union. The period from 1919 to 1923, therefore, was devoted to working out what exactly non-Russian national self-determination could mean in the context of a unitary Soviet state. The final result was the affirmative action empire, a strategy aimed at disarming nationalism by granting what were called the forms of nationhood. This policy was based on a diagnosis of nationalism worked out largely by Lenin and Stalin. Lenin had addressed the national question repeatedly from 1912 to 1916, when he formulated and defended the slogan of self-determination, and again from 1919 to 1922, after the alarming success of nationalist movements during the Civil War. 10 Stalin was the Bolsheviks' acknowledged master of the nationalities question. 11, author of the standard pre-revolutionary text Marxism and the Nationalities Question, Commissar of Nationalities from 1917 to 1924, and official spokesman on the national question at party congresses. 12 Lenin and Stalin were in fundamental agreement on both the logical rationale and the essential aspects of this new policy, although they came into conflict in 1922 over important issues of implementation. Their diagnosis of the nationalities problem rested on the following three premises. The Marxist premise. First, the point on which Pyatakov and Lenin agreed, nationalism was a uniquely dangerous mobilizing ideology because it had the potential to forge an above-class alliance in pursuit of national goals. Lenin called nationalism a bourgeois trick 13 but recognized that, like the hedgehogs, it was a good one. It worked because it presented legitimate social grievances in a national form. At the 12th Party Congress in 1923, Bukharin, by then a fervid defender of the party's nationalities policy, noted that when we tax their discontent takes on a national form, is given a national interpretation, which is then exploited by our opponents. 14 Ernest Gellner has parroted this argument as the wrong address theory of nationalism, just as extreme Shiite Muslims hold that Archangel Gabriel made a mistake, delivering the message to Mohammed when it was intended for Ali. So, Marxists basically like to think that the spirit of history or human consciousness made a terrible boob. The Awakening message was intended for classes, but by some terrible postal error was delivered to nations. 15. The Bolsheviks viewed nationalism, then, as a masking ideology. Masking metaphors recur again and again in their discourse about nationality. Stalin was particularly fond of them. The national flag is sewn on only to deceive the masses, as a popular flag, a convenience for covering up the counter-revolutionary plans of the national bourgeoisie. If bourgeois circles attempt to give a national tint to conflicts, then only because it is convenient to hide their battle for power behind a national costume. 16. This interpretation of nationalism as a masking ideology helps explain why the Bolsheviks remained highly suspicious of national self-expression, even after they adopted a policy explicitly designed to encourage it. For example, in justifying a wave of national repression carried out in 1933, Stalin characteristically invoked a masking metaphor. The remnants of capitalism in the people's consciousness are much more dynamic in the sphere of nationality than in any other area. This is because they can mask themselves so well in a national costume. 17. This understanding of nationalism led Pyatakov to support the only apparently logical response: attack nationalism as a counter-revolutionary ideology and nationality itself as a reactionary remnant of the capitalist era. Lenin and Stalin, however, drew the exact opposite conclusion. They reasoned as follows. By granting the forms of nationhood, the Soviet state could split the above-class National Alliance for statehood. Class divisions, then, would naturally emerge, which would allow the Soviet government to recruit proletarian and peasant support for their socialist agenda. Lenin argued that Finnish independence had intensified, not reduced, class conflict. 18. National self-determination would have the same consequences within the Soviet Union. Likewise, Stalin insisted it was necessary to take autonomy away from, having first cleansed it of its bourgeois filth and transformed it from bourgeois into Soviet autonomy. 19. A belief gradually emerged, then, that the above-class appeal of nationalism could be disarmed by granting the forms of nationhood. This was the Marxist premise. The modernization premise. This conclusion was buttressed by a second premise: national consciousness was an unavoidable historic phase that all peoples must pass through on the way to internationalism. In their pre-revolutionary writings, Lenin and Stalin argued that nationality emerged only with the onset of capitalism and was itself a consequence of capitalist production. 20. It was not an essential or permanent attribute of mankind. Pyatakov understandably interpreted this as meaning that nationality would be irrelevant under socialism and therefore should be granted no special status. Both Lenin and Stalin insisted, however, that nationality would persist for a long time even under socialism. 21. In fact, national self-awareness would initially increase. Already in 1916, Lenin stated that mankind can proceed towards the inevitable fusion of nations only through a transitional period of the complete freedom of all oppressed nations. 22. Stalin later explicated this paradox as follows: we are undertaking the maximum development of national culture, so that it will exhaust itself completely and thereby create the base for the organization of international socialist culture. 23. Two factors appear to have combined to create the sense of the inevitability of a national stage of development. First, the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the surprisingly strong nationalist movements within the former Russian Empire greatly increased the Bolsheviks' respect for the power and ubiquity of nationalism. Stalin was particularly impressed by the process of national succession in the formerly German cities of Austro-Hungary. At the 1921 Party Congress, he pointed out that just 50 years earlier all cities in Hungary were predominantly German, but had now become Hungarian. Likewise, he maintained, all Russian cities in Ukraine and Belorussia would inevitably be nationalized. Opposing this was futile. It is impossible to go against history. 24. Elsewhere Stalin called this pattern a general law of national development in the entire world. 25. National consolidation, then, was unavoidable even under socialism. Moreover, this national stage of development took on a more positive connotation as it became associated not only with capitalism but also with modernization in general. In his rebuttal of Pyatakov and Bukharin, citing the example of the Bashkirs, Lenin had stated that one must weight the development of a given nation, the differentiation of proletariat from bourgeois elements, which is unavoidable. The path from the medieval to bourgeois democracy, or from bourgeois to proletarian democracy. This is an absolutely unavoidable path. 26 As Lenin focused Bolshevik attention on the Soviet Union's eastern backward nationalities, the consolidation of nationhood became associated with historical developmental progress. This trend reached its climax during the Cultural Revolution, when Soviet propaganda would boast that in the far north, the thousand-year process of national formation had been telescoped into a mere decade. 27 The formation of nations, then, came to be seen as both an unavoidable and positive stage in the modernization of the Soviet Union. This was the modernization premise, the colonial premise, and the greatest danger principle. A third and final premise asserted that non-Russian nationalism was primarily a response to Tsarist oppression and was motivated by a historically justifiable distrust of the Great Russians. This argument was pressed most forcefully by Lenin, who already in 1914 had attacked Rosa Luxemburg's denial of the right of self-determination as objectively aiding the Black Hundred Great Russians. Absorbed by the fight with nationalism in Poland, Rosa Luxemburg forgot about the nationalism of the Great Russians, though it is exactly this nationalism that is the most dangerous of all. The nationalism of the oppressed, Lenin maintained, had a democratic content that must be supported, whereas the nationalism of the oppressor had no redeeming value. He ended with the slogan "Fight against all nationalisms" and, first of all, against Great Russian nationalism. 28. Bolshevik conduct between 1917 and 1919 convinced Lenin that the All-Russian Communist Party had inherited the psychology of great power chauvinism from the Tsarist regime. In non-Russian regions, the Bolshevik Party, relying almost exclusively on the minority Russian proletariat and agricultural colonists, had frequently adopted an overtly chauvinist attitude toward the local population. 29 This attitude alarmed Lenin, and his harsh attack on Pyatakov was partly motivated by the latter's anti-Ukrainian policy in Kiev. In December 1919, Lenin again launched a fierce denunciation of Bolshevik chauvinism in Ukraine. 30 His anger climaxed during the notorious Georgian affair of 1922, when he denounced Dzerzhinsky, Stalin, and Orджonikidze as great Russian chauvinists. 31 Such Bolshevik chauvinism inspired Lenin to coin the term Russoteyobstvo, which then entered the Bolshevik lexicon and became an invaluable weapon in the rhetorical arsenals of the national republics. 32. Lenin's concern over Great Russian chauvinism led to the establishment of a crucial principle of the Soviet nationalities policy. In December 1922, he reiterated his 1914 attack on Great Russian chauvinism with the added admonition that one must distinguish between the nationalism of oppressor nations and the nationalism of oppressed nations, the nationalism of large nations and the nationalism of small nations. In relation to the second nationalism, in almost all historical practice, we nationals of the large nations are guilty, because of an infinite amount of violence. 33 This concept entered formulaic Bolshevik rhetoric as the distinction between offensive great power nationalism and defensive local nationalism, the latter being viewed as a justifiable response to the former. This belief in turn led to the establishment of the important greatest danger principle, namely, that great power chauvinism was a greater danger than local nationalism. 34 This was the colonial premise. Lenin's extreme formulation of this principle led to one of his two differences of opinion with Stalin over nationalities policy in late 1922. Stalin had supported the greatest danger principle before 1922 to 1923, reiterated his support in 1923, and from April 1923 to December 1932 supervised a nationalities policy based on that principle. Nevertheless, Stalin was uncomfortable with the insistence that all local nationalism could be explained as a response to great power chauvinism. Based on his experience in Georgia, Stalin insisted that Georgian nationalism was also characterized by great power exploitation of their Ossetin and Abkhaz minorities. Stalin therefore always paired his attacks on Great Russian chauvinism with a complementary attack on the lesser danger of local nationalism. 36 This difference in emphasis led Stalin, in September 1922, to accuse Lenin jocularly of national liberalism. 37 This difference of emphasis was also evident in Lenin's and Stalin's terminologies. Lenin typically referred to Russian nationalism as great power chauvinism, which distinguished it from other nationalisms, whereas Stalin preferred the term Great Russian chauvinism. Despite these differences in emphasis, Stalin consistently supported the greatest danger principle. The Marxist, modernization, and colonial premises, then, combined to form the theoretical rationale for the nationalities policy that Lenin and Stalin successfully imposed on a reluctant Bolshevik party through a series of resolutions at the 1919, 1921, and 1923 party congresses. 38 Their reasoning can be summarized as follows. Nationalism is a masking ideology that leads legitimate class interests to be expressed, not in an appropriate class-based socialist movement, but rather in the form of an above-class national movement. National identity is not a primordial quality, but rather an unavoidable byproduct of the modern capitalist and early socialist world, which must be passed through before a mature international socialist world can come into being. Since national identity is a real phenomenon in the modern world, the nationalism of the oppressed non-Russian peoples expresses not only masked class protest, but also legitimate national grievances against the oppressive great power chauvinism of the dominant Russian nationality. Therefore, neither nationalism nor national identity can be unequivocally condemned as reactionary. Some national claims, those confined to the realm of national form, are in fact legitimate and must be granted to split the above-class national alliance. Such a policy will speed the emergence of class cleavages and so allow the party to recruit non-Russian proletarian and peasant support for its socialist agenda. Nationalism will be disarmed by granting the forms of nationhood. The Piedmont Principle. The intersection between nationalities and foreign policy was a fourth factor influencing the formation of the affirmative action empire. Already in November 1917, Lenin and Stalin issued an appeal to all Muslim toilers of Russia and the East, which promised to end imperial exploitation within the former Russian Empire and called on Muslims outside Russia to overthrow their colonial masters. 39 This linkage between domestic nationalities policy and foreign policy goals in the East was quite common during the Civil War period. After the 1921 Treaty of Riga included millions of Ukrainians and Belarusians within the borders of Poland, Soviet attention shifted westward. The Soviet Union's western border now cut through the ethnographic territory of Finns, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Romanians. It was hoped that an ostentatiously generous treatment of those nationalities within the Soviet Union would attract their ethnic brethren in Poland, Finland, and Romania. The attraction and eventual annexation of Poland's large Ukrainian population was the most important object of this strategy. In April 1924, Soviet Ukraine's major newspaper gave expression to this desire. 40. There was a time when Galicia served as the Piedmont for Ukrainian culture. Now, when Ukrainian culture is suffocating in cultured, European Poland, its center has naturally shifted to the Ukrainian SSR. In Ukrainian political discourse of the 1920s, Soviet Ukraine was seen as a 20th-century Piedmont that would serve as the center to unite, first culturally and then politically, the divided Ukrainian populations of Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Romania. 41 Therefore, I refer to the Soviet attempt to exploit cross-border ethnic ties to project political influence into neighboring states as the Piedmont Principle. It should be emphasized, however, that this foreign policy goal was never the primary motivation of the Soviet nationalities policy. It was seen as an exploitable benefit of a domestically driven policy that affected the intensity of implementation in sensitive regions, but not the content of the policy itself. The Piedmont Principle would, however, play a crucial role in the revision of that policy in late 1932. The content of the affirmative action empire. An authoritative account of the content of the Soviet nationalities policy was finally delineated in resolutions passed at the 12th Party Congress in April 1923 and at a special Central Committee Conference on Nationalities Policy in June 1923. These two resolutions, along with Stalin's speeches in their defense, became the standard Bolshevik-proof texts for nationalities policy and remained so throughout the Stalinist era. 42 Before April 1923, nationalities policy had been debated repeatedly at important party meetings. After June 1923, this public debate ceased. 43 The 1923 resolutions affirmed that the Soviet state would maximally support those forms of nationhood that did not conflict with a unitary central state. This meant a commitment to support the following four national forms: national territories, national languages, national elites, and national cultures. National territories. By June 1923, national territories had in fact already been formed for most of the large Soviet nationalities. 44 The 1923 resolutions merely reaffirmed their existence and denounced all plans to abolish them. There still remained, however, the problem of territorially dispersed national minorities. Soviet policy opposed their assimilation. It also opposed the Austro-Marxist solution of extraterritorial national, cultural autonomy. 45 Both were considered likely to increase nationalism and exacerbate ethnic conflict. The solution hit on by the Bolsheviks in the mid-1920s was characteristically radical. Their national, territorial system would be extended downward into smaller and smaller national territories until the system merged seamlessly with the personal nationality of each Soviet citizen. The result was a grandiose pyramid of national Soviets consisting of thousands of national territories. National languages and elites. The primary focus of the 1923 resolutions were the twin policies of promoting national languages and national elites. In each national territory, the language of the titular nationality was to be established as the official state language. National elites were to be trained and promoted into positions of leadership in the party, government, industry, and schools of each national territory. While these policies had been articulated as early as 1920, and officially sanctioned at the 1921 Party Congress, virtually nothing had been done yet to implement them. 46 The two 1923 decrees condemned this inactivity and demanded immediate action. These two policies were soon referred to as Korenizatsiya and became the centerpiece of the Soviet nationalities policy. Korenizatsiya is best translated as indigenization. It is not derived directly from the stem koren dash, but from its adjectival form korenoi, as used in the phrase korenoi narod. The coining of the word Korenizatsiya was part of the Bolsheviks' decolonizing rhetoric, which systematically favored the claims of indigenous peoples over newly arrived elements. In 1923, however, Korenizatsiya was not yet in use. Instead, the term nationalizatsiya was preferred, which emphasized the project of nation-building. 47 This emphasis was echoed in the national republics where the policy was simply named after the titular nationality: Ukrainizatsiya, Uzbekizatsiya, Waradizatsiya. The term Korenizatsiya emerged later from the Central Nationalities Policy bureaucracy, which primarily serviced extraterritorial national minorities and so preferred a term that referred to all indigenous peoples, not just titular nationalities. Korenizatsiya gradually emerged as the preferred term to describe this policy, but it should be noted that Stalin always used nationalizatsiya. 48. The 1923 resolutions established Korenizatsiya as the most urgent item on the Soviet nationalities policy agenda. In keeping with Lenin's and Stalin's highly psychological interpretation of nationalism, the subjective effects of Korenizatsiya were emphasized. It would make Soviet power seem native, intimate, popular, comprehensible. It would address the positive psychological needs of nationalism. The masses would see that Soviet power and her organs are the affair of their own efforts, the embodiment of their desires. It would likewise disarm the negative psychological anxiety associated with the perception of foreign rule, Soviet power, which up to the present time has remained Russian power, not only Russian but international, and become native for the peasantry of the formerly oppressed nationalities. Native languages would make Soviet power comprehensible. Native cadres, who understood the way of life, customs, and habits of the local population, would make Soviet power seem indigenous rather than an external Russian imperial imposition. 49. National culture. Finally, the resolutions also reiterated the party's recognition of distinct national cultures and pledged central state support for their maximum development. 50 Stalin famously defined Soviet national cultures as being national in form, socialist in content, but did not elaborate on what exactly this meant. 51 The ambiguity was intentional, since Bolshevik plans for the social transformation of the country did not allow for any fundamentally distinctive religious, legal, ideological, or customary features. 52 The translation that best captures the meaning of Stalin's Nationalnaya kultura is not national culture, but national identity or symbolic ethnicity. 53. Soviet policy did systematically promote the distinctive national identity and national self-consciousness of its non-Russian populations. It did this not only through the formation of national territories staffed by national elites using their own national languages, but also through the aggressive promotion of symbolic markers of national identity, national folklore, museums, dress, food, costumes, opera, poets, progressive historical events, and classic literary works. The long-term goal was that distinctive national identities would coexist peacefully with an emerging all-Union socialist culture that would supersede the pre-existing national cultures. National identity would be depoliticized through an ostentatious show of respect for the national identities of the non-Russians. Federation. The major positive features of the Soviet nationalities policy, then, were the promotion of national territories, languages, elites, and identities. It is also important to understand what that policy did not involve. Above all, it did not involve federation, if this term means anything more than the mere formation of administrative territories along national lines. At the April and June 1923 gatherings, the Ukrainian delegation, led by Christian Rakovsky, pressed very aggressively for the devolution of meaningful federal powers to the national republics. Stalin rebuffed Rakovsky's proposals scornfully and mendaciously labeled his goal as confederation. 54 Although the 1922–1923 constitutional settlement was called a federation, it in fact concentrated all decision-making power in the center. National republics were granted no more powers than Russian provinces. 55 Prior to June 1917, both Lenin and Stalin denounced federation and advocated a unitary state with oblast autonomy for national regions. This meant the formation of national administrative units and the selective use of national languages in government and education. 56 In June 1917, Lenin abruptly rehabilitated the term federation, but he used it to describe what amounted to a much more ambitious version of oblast autonomy. As Stalin noted coyly in 1924, federation turned out to be not so nearly in contradiction with the goal of economic unification as it might have seemed earlier. 57 Soviet federation did not mean devolution of political or economic power. Economic equalization. Economic equalization occupied a much more ambiguous place in the Soviet nationalities policy. The 1923 nationalities policy decrees called for measures to overcome the real economic and cultural inequality of the Soviet Union's nationalities. One economic measure proposed was transferring factories from the Russian heartland to eastern national regions. 58 This policy was in fact adopted but then almost immediately discontinued. This proved typical of economic equalization programs. In contrast to the commitment to cultural and national equalization, through affirmative action in education and hiring, the Soviet commitment to economic equalization was never institutionalized. Attempts by the culturally backward republics to obtain an annual budget for a program designed to combat their backwardness failed. The economic commissariats were consistently hostile to the Soviet nationalities policy. On the other hand, national republics could and often did use the 1923 resolutions and their backward national status to lobby all Union agencies for privileged economic investment. 59 However, they could make no absolute claim to investment based on their national status. Gerhard Simon concludes, only a little too strongly, that Soviet economic policy has never made overcoming the rift between economically underdeveloped national territories a high priority issue. Wherever economic equalization occurred, it was only a side effect of other planning priorities, such as development of new resources, increasing regional economic specialization and primarily military strategic conceptions. 60. Migration. One issue that was not prominently discussed during the 1923 Nationalities Posse debates was control over migration into the non-Russian republics. The Soviet Nationalities Posse called for the formation of national territories. Did it also sanction measures to preserve national majorities in those republics? Initially the answer appeared to be yes. In Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia, central authorities even sanctioned the expulsion of illegal Slavic agricultural settlers as a decolonization measure. In the early 1920s, the Soviet Union's eastern national territories were closed to agricultural colonization. However, by 1927 all Union economic interests had again prevailed over local national concerns and all restrictions on migration were removed. An affirmative action empire. The Soviet Union was not a federation and certainly not a nation-state. Its distinctive feature was the systematic support of national forms, territory, culture, language, and elites. Of course, these were hardly novel choices. They are the primary domestic concerns of most newly formed nation-states. In Georgia and Armenia, for instance, the Soviet government did not repudiate the nation-building efforts of the Menshevik and Dashnak-Syudiyun governments that it deposed in 1920 to 1921, but rather boasted that Soviet power had deepened the national work begun by them. 61 Soviet policy was original in that it supported the national forms of minorities rather than majorities. It decisively rejected the model of the nation-state and replaced it with a plurality of nation-like republics. The Bolsheviks attempted to fuse the nationalists' demand for national territory, culture, language, and elites with the socialists' demand for an economically and politically unitary state. In this sense, we might call the Bolsheviks internationalist nationalists or, better yet, affirmative action nationalists. To develop this idea, I will compare Soviet practice with Miroslav Hrika's famous three-phase model for the development of nationalism among the small stateless peoples of Eastern Europe. First, elite non-political interest in folklore and popular culture. Second, the consolidation of a nationalist elite committed to the formation of a nation-state. Third, the emergence of a nationalist movement with mass popular support. 62 Hrika largely ignored the existing multi-ethnic state, reflexively, assuming it would oppose these developments. The Soviet state instead literally seized leadership over all three phases: the articulation of a national culture, the formation of national elites, and the propagation of mass national consciousness. It went still further and initiated even Phase D measures typical of newly formed nation-states, establishing a new language of state and a new governing elite. To use more familiar Bolshevik terminology, the party became the vanguard of non-Russian nationalism. Just as party leadership was needed to lead the proletariat beyond trade union consciousness to revolution, the party could also guide national movements beyond bourgeois primordial nationalism to Soviet international nationalism. This policy represented a dramatic shift from 1913, when Lenin had argued that the party should condemn all national discrimination but warned that the proletariat cannot go further in the support of nationalism, for going further means the positive affirmative action of the bourgeoisie which aims at strengthening nationalism. 63 In the same spirit, Zinoviev told a Ukrainian audience in 1920 that languages should develop freely. In the end, after a period of years, the language with the greater roots, greater fief, and greater culture will triumph. 64 Dmitry Ilobed, secretary of the Ukrainian Task, called this theory the battle of two cultures, in which, given a party policy of neutrality, the victory of the Russian language will be guaranteed due to its historic role in the epoch of capitalism. 65. By the 1923 Party Congress, neutrality had become anathema. Zinoviev himself now stated, "We should first of all reject the theory of neutralism. We cannot adopt the point of view of neutralism. We should help create their own schools, should help them create their own administration in their native languages. Communists stand to the side and think up the clever phrase neutrality. Neutrality," Zinoviev insisted, was simply a cover for Great Russian chauvinism. 66 The 1923 resolution supported this position. Not only was Pyatakhov's call for a positive fight against nationalism denounced as great power chauvinism, but so was Lenin's pre-revolutionary policy of neutrality. Lebed's Battle of Two Cultures was condemned in 1923, as was a similar leftist position in Tatarstan and Crimea. 67. The Communist Party had now embraced the positive affirmative action of the bourgeoisie that Lenin had criticized in 1913. However, as the HRIC comparison illustrates, Soviet affirmative action supported national minorities, not majorities. The Bolsheviks now scorned bourgeois governments for supporting only formal legal equality instead of taking positive action to achieve actual equality. 68 This extreme suspicion of neutrality explains one of the most striking features of the Soviet nationalities policy, its resolute hostility to even voluntary assimilation. In this new model, neutrality would inevitably lead to voluntary assimilation due to the historic strength of Russian national culture. Positive action, therefore, was needed to defend non-Russian national culture against this unjust fate. No one denounced neutrality and assimilation more categorically than Stalin. 69. We are undertaking a policy of the maximum development of national culture. It would be an error if anyone thought that in relation to the development of the national cultures of the backward nationalities, Central Workers should maintain a policy of neutrality. O.K. Fine, national culture is developing, let it develop, that's not our business. Such a point of view would be incorrect. We stand for an affirmative policy in relation to the development of the national cultures of the backward nationalities. I emphasize this so that be understood that we are not indifferent, but actively supporting the development of national culture. Of course, positive action on behalf of one nationality implies negative action toward others. In the Soviet case, where all non-Russians were to be favored, Russians alone bore the brunt of positive discrimination. Bukharin stated this fact bluntly: as the former great power nation, we should indulge the nationalist aspirations and place ourselves in an unequal position, in the sense of making still greater concessions to the national current. Only by such a policy, when we place ourselves artificially in a position lower in comparisons with others, only by such a price can we purchase for ourselves the trust of the formerly oppressed nations. 70 Stalin, who was more sensitive to Russian feelings, rebuked Bukharin for the crudeness of his statement but did not and could not dispute its content. 71 Soviet policy did indeed call for Russian sacrifice in the realm of nationalities policy. Majority Russian territory was assigned to non-Russian republics. Russians had to accept ambitious affirmative action programs for non-Russians, they were asked to learn non-Russian languages, and traditional Russian culture was stigmatized as a culture of oppression. 72. New phenomena merit new terminology. As a national entity, the Soviet Union can best be described as an affirmative action empire. I am, of course, borrowing the contemporary American term for policies that give preference to members of ethnic groups that have suffered from past discrimination. Such policies are common internationally and go by various names: compensatory discrimination, preferential policies, positive action, affirmative discrimination. 73 They often accompany decolonization. I prefer the term affirmative action because, as the above paragraphs have shown, it describes precisely the Soviet policy choice, affirmative action instead of neutrality. The Soviet Union was the first country in world history to establish affirmative action programs for national minorities, and no country has yet approached the vast scale of Soviet affirmative action. 74 The Soviet Union also adopted even more extensive class-based affirmative action programs and considerably less assertive gender-based programs. 75 As a result, the vast majority of Soviet citizens were eligible for some sort of preferential treatment. Affirmative action permeated the early Soviet Union and was one of its defining features. However, the existence of such programs alone does not justify calling the Soviet Union an affirmative action empire, since I am proposing this term as an ideal type to distinguish the Soviet Union as a national entity from alternative ideal types: nation-state, city-state, federation, confederation, empire. Affirmative action refers here not only to programs on behalf of members of a given ethnic group, but primarily to Soviet state support for the national territories, languages, elites, and identities of those ethnic groups. As noted in the THIRD comparison, above, the Communist Party assumed leadership over the usual process of national formation and took positive action to construct Soviet international nations that would accept the formation of a unitary, centralized Soviet state. Positive support of the forms of nationhood was the essence of Soviet nationalities policy. The formation of the Soviet Union in 1922 to 1923 established the territorial form of nationhood rather than a federation of autonomous national territories. I will therefore refer to the affirmative action empire as the national constitution of the Soviet Union. I am using the word constitution here in the British sense of a set of fundamental rules that structure the political life of a state. I add the adjective national, as I am concerned exclusively with how the Soviet Union was structured as a national or nation-like entity, that is, with regard to the problem of nationality. It was not the Soviet Union's formal written constitution of December 1922 that constituted the Soviet Union as a national entity, but rather the nationalities policy articulated in 1923. It was affirmative action, in the broad sense that I have defined it, that structured the Soviet Union as a multi-ethnic state. The term affirmative action empire represents an attempt to capture the paradoxical nature of the multi-ethnic Soviet state, an extraordinarily invasive, centralized, and violent state formally structured as a federation of sovereign nations, the successor state to the collapsed Russian Empire that successfully reconquered most of its former national borderlands but then set out to systematically build and strengthen its non-Russian nations, even where they barely existed. In 1967, Aleknov and J. A. Nuth puzzled over a state that seemed to privilege its eastern periphery while simultaneously holding it in subjugation. Therefore, if we do not call the present relationship colonialism, we ought to invent a new name to describe something which represents subordination and yet is genuinely different from the imperialism of the past 76. The affirmative action empire was not a traditional empire. I am not aligning myself with those who now argue that the Soviet Union, as a result of its shared characteristics with other empires, can be classified in objective social science terms as an empire 77. On the contrary, I am emphasizing its novelty. Mark Singer has pointed out that prior to the collapse of the Soviet Union, by and large only hostile observers called it an empire. 78 supporters and neutral scholars called it a state. Singer likewise has noted the circularity of the currently popular argument that the Soviet Union collapsed, like the Habsburg and Ottoman empires before it, because it was an empire. In the modern world, empires collapse along national lines. The Soviet Union collapsed along national lines, therefore, the Soviet Union was an empire. Therefore, as an empire, the Soviet Union was bound to collapse along national lines. 79 However, Singer goes on to argue that because of the widespread assumption that in the modern world empires are doomed, empire is a very important subjective category. To the extent that citizens perceive their state as an empire, its long-term viability is gravely compromised. Lenin and Stalin understood very well the danger of being labeled an empire in the age of nationalism. In fact, here lies the real connection between the Soviet Union's national constitution and the collapse of the Habsburg and Ottoman empires. The nationalities crisis and final collapse of the Habsburg Empire made an enormous impression on Lenin and Stalin, who viewed it as an object lesson in the danger of being perceived by their population as an empire. As a result, the Soviet Union became the first multi-ethnic state in world history to define itself as an anti-imperial state. They were not indifferent to the word empire. They rejected it explicitly. Indeed, the affirmative action empire was a strategy designed to avoid the perception of empire. The greatest danger principle was based on the belief that non-Russian nationalism was a defensive response to the experience of Russian great power or imperial chauvinism. Because the Bolsheviks intended to rule dictatorially and to promote major social transformation, their actions were likely to be perceived as Russian imperialism. To avoid this perception, the central state would not be identified as Russian. Russian national self-expression would be downplayed. Ironically, this preserved the national structure of the old empire. The Soviet Union explicitly renounced the idea of a state-bearing people. Despite this fact, in an important sense the Russians did remain the Soviet Union's state-bearing people. Only the Russians were not granted their own territory and their own communist party. Instead, the party asked the Russians to accept a formally unequal national status to further the cohesion of the multinational state. The hierarchical distinction between state-bearing and colonial peoples was thus reproduced, but reversed, as the new distinction between the formerly oppressed nationalities and the former great power nation. As the state-bearing people, Russians were now literally asked to bear the burden of empire by suppressing their national interests and identifying with a non-national affirmative action empire. Had Lenin lived to write a theoretical account of his creation, he might have called it the Soviet Union, as the highest stage of imperialism. 80. The Party and the Affirmative Action Empire. The Affirmative Action Empire was never an independent Bolshevik goal. It was instead a strategy to prevent the emergence of a potentially dangerous obstacle, non-Russian nationalism, to the accomplishment of other core Bolshevik goals: industrialization, nationalization of the means of production, abolition of the market, collectivization of agriculture, and the creation of socialism and its export abroad. For most rank-and-file Bolsheviks, promoting internationalism rather than separate national identities was the core Bolshevik task. Therefore, almost all observers agreed that the majority of party members received the Soviet nationalities policy with incomprehension. In 1919, Stanislav Pestkovsky, Stalin's deputy at the Commissariat of Nationalities, bluntly stated, "Among the majority of old Bolsheviks the conviction reigns that revolutionary Marxists should not support the spreading of national culture. We internationalists," they say, "are aware that division into nationalities prevents the proletariat of all countries from uniting." 81. In 1923, Zinoviev insisted that many party members still expressed the same sentiment: "Isn't it written somewhere in the Communist Manifesto that the proletariat has no fatherland, workers of the world unite, etc." 82. The new nationalities policy was widely seen as a temporary, if necessary, evil. It was assimilated as one of the many unpleasant short-term concessions associated with the new economic policy. This view was so prevalent that the Tatar communists at Galiev requested and received a formal refutation from Lenin, who stated that national republics would continue to exist for a long time. 83. The party leadership was well aware that a majority of Russian party members disliked the new nationalities policy and viewed it as no more than a temporary concession. This unpopularity had an important impact on policy implementation as it led to ongoing active and passive resistance. Nor did the sentiment disappear after 1923. On the contrary, in 1929 Stalin publicly remarked that he frequently received letters that hint that the existence of national governments and national republics with national governments is not our goal, but rather a tactic, if you will, a kind of limited short-term concession. 84. Stalin felt this opinion was still sufficiently widespread in 1929 to warrant refuting it on 3 separate occasions. 85. The hard and the soft line. The party leadership did not place their nationalities policy into a Bolshevik/non-Bolshevik framework, but rather one of hard-line and soft-line policies. Hard-line policies were the core Bolshevik tasks, whereas soft-line policies were designed to make those policies palatable to the larger population. Korenizatsiya was a quintessential soft-line policy, although, as we shall see, local efforts were occasionally made to upgrade its status. 86. This did not mean that the policy was insincere or purely decorative, but simply that it was a secondary consideration and would be implemented only to the extent it did not conflict with hard-line policy goals. The Soviet bureaucracy was likewise divided into soft-line and hard-line institutions. 87. A given policy sphere was typically dealt with by both institutions. Soft-fine institutions dealt openly with the Soviet public, and their job was to present Soviet policy in as attractive a fight as possible. Typical soft fine tasks were receiving petitions and petitioners, correcting excesses, restoring rights, bestowing awards, and providing a forum for mass participation in elections and Soviets. Hardline institutions, on the other hand, specialized in maintaining Bolshevik vigilance and ensuring the implementation and preservation of core Bolshevik policies and values. Typical hardline activities were unmasking enemies, promoting vigilance, receiving denunciations, and arresting and deporting enemies. The Bolshevik leadership assigned primary responsibility for the implementation of Korenizatsiya to its soft-line bureaucracies, the Central Executive Committee, and its Soviet of Nationalities, the Russian Federated Republic's Central Executive Committee, and its Nationalities Department, and the Commissariat of Education and its Nationalities Committee. Supervision of their work, as well as the repression of nationalist deviations, was assigned to hardline bureaucracies, the Soviet Political Police, the Central Control Committee, and the party's Central Committee, including its Nationalities Subdepartment, Kadrs Department, Orgbureau, and Politburo. An exclusive emphasis on the activities of either the soft-line or hard-line institutions can easily lead to historical misinterpretations. In nationalities policy, the job of soft-line institutions was almost exclusively positive, to service, increase, and celebrate the number of national territories, schools, newspapers, theaters, written languages, museums, folk music ensembles, and so forth. The job of hardline institutions was much more negative, to engage in surveillance over the implementation of nationalities policy and, when necessary, to take measures to prevent the intended development of national self-consciousness from evolving into an undesired growth of separatist nationalism. Although there were oscillations between the hardline and soft-line institutions over time, the more striking fact is that the two policy lines coexisted. Indeed, this division of bureaucratic responsibility was often so stark that the records of soft-line institutions do not even mention actions being simultaneously undertaken by hard-line institutions. 88. For instance, from 1935 to 1937, the Hardline Party and NKVD were supervising the ethnic cleansing and mass arrest of the Soviet Union's diaspora nationalities. 89. At the exact same time, the Soviet of Nationalities was making the continued improvement of the national institutions of these same nationalities a major priority. Moreover, in the internal records of the Soviet of Nationalities, there are absolutely no references to the deportations and arrests, although its leadership clearly knew of them. This was not bureaucratic conflict. The weak Soviet of Nationalities was never rebuked by the Politburo. If it had received a signal of displeasure, it would have backed off immediately. It did not, and so it continued its job of promoting the Soviet nationalities policy maximally. This was an admittedly extreme example of the common bureaucratic division of labor. The official sanctioning of coexisting and contradictory policy lines meant that the true policy line emerged from a dialogue between them. The historian, like the local party official, has to learn to read the center's signals. Terror as a system of signaling. The most important central signaling device was the terror campaign. Local officials were constantly being asked to fulfill an unrealistic number of often contradictory assignments. They therefore had to read central signals to determine which policies were high priority and must be implemented and which could be deferred or ignored with impunity. Terror was the most important signal marking a policy as hardline and mandatory. For instance, in Ukraine from 1928 to 1930, the official policy line called for an intensification of Ukrainization in keeping with the new increased tempos of socialist construction. At the same time, a terror campaign was launched against Ukrainian bourgeois nationalists. The terror campaign undermined the stated policy as officials decided that implementing the policy was more dangerous than ignoring it. The evolution of the Soviet nationalities policy cannot be properly understood without integrating the effects of Soviet terror campaigns. In three successive major waves, terror was employed asymmetrically against bourgeois nationalists rather than great power chauvinists in violation of the greatest danger principle. This pattern frustrated national communists, such as Ukraine's Mykola Skrypynyk, who understood that it was undermining Korenizatsiya. What explained this odd pattern? Terror campaigns accompanied a turn toward the hard line and the pursuit of core Bolshevik policies. In nationalities policy, the hard line emphasized the threat of separatist bourgeois nationalism, in particular the threat of counter-revolutionary penetration through cross-border ethnic ties. As a result, bourgeois nationalists were targeted, which in turn had the effect of undermining the Soviet nationalities policy. The geography of the affirmative action empire. East and West. The affirmative action empire and the policy of Korenizatsiya were highly theorized and coherent. They applied to all non-Russians. Nevertheless, the Soviet government did divide its population into two broad and traditional categories, Eastern and Western nationalities. The dichotomy was not so much geographic as developmental. The affirmative action empire provided two justifications for preferential treatment. One was indigenousness, which was available to all non-Russians. The second was cultural backwardness, which was available only to those considered developmentally backward. After considerable debate, the vast majority of Soviet nationalities were judged culturally backward. Of the Soviet Union's large titular nationalities, only the Russians, Ukrainians, Georgians, Armenians, Jews, and Germans were deemed advanced and were grouped together as Western nationalities. The same policies applied in both the Soviet East and West, but there were important differences in implementation. In the East, the major problem was a lack of literate, educated titular nationals, and so the policy emphasis was on affirmative action in education and hiring to create national elites. Only after their creation would linguistic Korenizatsiya be possible. The training of cadres required money, and so the Eastern republics were more dependent on central financial aid. Such aid was more forthcoming during the first 5-year plan, which was accompanied by a strong developmentalist ideology. As a result, the greatest progress in Korenizatsiya was achieved during this time period. In the Soviet West, literate and educated titular nationals were plentiful and could be promoted with little difficulty. Therefore, the main policy emphasis was on linguistic Korenizatsiya, that is, on establishing the national language as the official state language. Progress was more rapid during NEP because the terror campaigns and increased centralization of the first 5-year plan undermined linguistic Korenizatsiya. The Ukrainian question. Ukraine occupied the central role in the evolution of the Soviet nationalities policy throughout the Stalinist period. The Ukrainian question took over the role played by the Polish question in pre-revolutionary Russia. This was partly a matter of sheer size. Ukrainians made up 21.3% of the Soviet population in 1926, the next largest nationality being the Belarusians at 3.2%. 90 Ukrainians, in fact, composed just under half of the entire Soviet non-Russian population. The Ukrainians were not only the largest titular nationality, they were also twice as large as any other national minority in the RSFSR. Ukraine also had an extremely strong cadre of experienced national communists. It was located along the crucial Soviet-Polish border. Its cross-border ethnic ties to Poland's large Ukrainian population were considered an important foreign policy benefit in the 1920s and a threat in the 1930s. Ukraine was both a crucial agricultural and industrial region. For all these reasons, Ukraine played a large role in determining the course of the Soviet nationalities policy, a role that is reflected in the attention devoted to Ukraine in this book. The Russian question. Still more important, however, was the Russian question. The Russians were also a Soviet nationality, although the Soviet state initially downplayed this inconvenient fact. The Russian question, that is, the role and status of the Russian people, language, and culture within the Soviet Union, lies at the heart of my book, just as it lay at the heart of Lenin's and Stalin's thought on the nationalities question. The Russian question cannot be understood separate from the non-Russian question. Policy toward the non-Russians determined policy toward the Russians. To take only the most obvious example, affirmative action for all non-Russians necessarily implied reverse discrimination against Russians. The most important single change in the Soviet nationalities policy would be the rehabilitation of the Russians after 1933. Soviet history cannot be divided into Russian and non-Russian history. The two are inextricably intertwined. Soviet history can be fully understood only as the history of a multi-ethnic state and a multi-ethnic society. The chronology of the affirmative action empire. A major concern of this book is to analyze the evolution of the affirmative action empire from its inauguration with the 1923 nationalities policy decrees through to the completion of a fundamental policy revision at the height of the Great Terror in 1938. The periodization of nationalities policy developments follows the conventional Soviet periodization: new economic policy, socialist offensive/cultural revolution, the Great Retreat. The distinctive feature of nationalities policy was the important policy impact of the Great Terror. New economic policy, 1923 to 1928. The period from 1923 to 1928 witnessed an initial working out of the consequences of the 1923 nationalities policy decrees. Two controversial questions: whether national republics would be able to control migration into their territories and whether titular nationals could be granted preferential access to agricultural land, were both answered in the negative. The problem of extraterritorial national minorities was addressed through the formation of thousands of small national territories, which formed a pyramid of national Soviets extending down from the large Union republics to small national districts and finally merging seamlessly with the individual's personal nationality. The introduction of these territories inadvertently increased ethnic conflict and national consciousness as ethnic groups mobilized to avoid becoming a national minority in another group's national territory. In both the Soviet East and West, the Russian question emerged. In Ukraine, there was a debate, ultimately answered in the positive, over whether Russians, as the former great power nationality, could be recognized as a national minority. In the Soviet East, the issue was the attempt to drive recent Russian settlers out of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzia, and other high ethnic conflict areas. In the Soviet West, linguistic Korenizatsiya made considerable progress, while in the East Korenizatsiya stalled due primarily to financial problems. The Socialist Offensive Cultural Revolution, 1928 to 1932. In 1928, Stalin launched his socialist offensive, which involved forced industrialization, collectivization, the abolition of the market, increased centralization, and terror against bourgeois population categories. Initially, the combination of this violence against former people and the utopian cultural revolutionary mood that accompanied the socialist offensive led militant Bolsheviks to assume that the affirmative action empire would be abolished, national differences declared irrelevant, and a unified Soviet nationality created. Stalin rejected this interpretation of cultural revolution and instead turned these utopian energies in a developmentalist direction with his declaration that cultural revolution would mean the flowering of nations. This developmentalism led to rapid progress on Korenizatsiya in the eastern national regions, though the problem of training technical cadres remained unsolved. Educated titular nationals were directed into leadership positions or the cultural sphere, above all primary school education. In the Soviet West, the socialist offensive had the opposite effect. The violence against the non-Russian intelligentsia, who were closely associated with Korenizatsiya, signaled a retreat from that policy. The centralization that accompanied the new changes strengthened the resistance of all union economic trusts and commissariats to linguistic Korenizatsiya. As a result, the attempt to create a hegemonic linguistic environment in Belorussia and Ukraine failed and a bilingual public sphere emerged. More importantly, an anti-Korenizatsiya hardline stance emerged as central authorities grew increasingly concerned that Korenizatsiya was abetting rather than disarming nationalism. These suspicions were nurtured by the putative defection of national communists, such as Ukraine's Oleksandra Shumskaya and Mykola Kvilovaya, to nationalism under the cross-border influence of West Ukrainian nationalists. The December 1932 Politburo decrees. A number of factors converged in December 1932 to lead the Politburo to issue two decrees criticizing Ukrainization, decrees that would usher in a fundamental revision of the affirmative action empire. First, collectivization had been resisted more violently in the non-Russian periphery, and many diaspora nationalities had responded to the new campaign by disloyally seeking to emigrate to their home nations. Second, Ukrainian efforts to annex majority Ukrainian territory from the RSFSR and to act as patrons for the large RSFSR Ukrainian community strengthened the growing anti-Korenizatsiya hardline stance. Finally, the grain requisitions crisis of the fall of 1932 was partially attributed to the failings of Ukrainization. This led to the Politburo decrees and a subsequent terror wave in Ukraine and Belorussia against bourgeois nationalists. The Great Retreat, 1933 to 1938. The Politburo decrees and the terror campaign initiated a far-reaching revision of the affirmative action empire, a revision that would proceed gradually and culminate with a series of decisive central decrees at the height of the Great Terror in 1937 to 1938. The Piedmont Principle was abandoned and a defensive foreign policy stance adopted. This led eventually to ethnic cleansing and mass arrests and executions among the Soviet Union's diaspora nationalities who were now assumed to be disloyal because of their national identity alone. Korenizatsiya was scaled back, although not abandoned, and implemented silently so as not to offend Russian sensibilities. Most dramatically, the Russian nationality and Russian national culture were rehabilitated. The Russians and Russian culture were now made the unifying force in a newly imagined friendship of the peoples. Part 1. Implementing the affirmative action empire. 2. Borders and ethnic conflict. The Soviet nationalities policy began with the formation of national territories. Already in March 1918, the intention to form a Tatar Bashkir Republic was announced. 2 months later, a similar promise was made for the Turkestan region. Because of the exigencies of civil war, the first national republic was not actually formed until March 1919, but it was swiftly followed by a flood of autonomous republics, autonomous oblasts, and workers' communes. The 1922 Soviet Constitution added the formerly independent republics of Ukraine, Belorussia, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. With the national delimitation of Central Asia in 1924, the formation of the large Soviet national republics was completed, and the Soviet Union consisted of 2 federal republics, 8 union republics, 17 autonomous republics, and 13 autonomous oblasts. 138 new national majorities had been formed, and the 1923 nationalities decrees had articulated policies to indigenize these new national territories too. It seemed that the territorialization of ethnicity had been accomplished. However, national majorities imply national minorities, and a complex network of 40 national territories implied an equally complex national minorities problem. There were 2 contemporary models available for dealing with territorially dispersed national minorities, both of which were rejected by the Bolsheviks. The first was assimilation, the solution associated with the nation-state. In this model, non-titular national minorities would be expected, in the long run, to assimilate with the majority population. They would therefore be provided with no special national institutions or rights. One of the most striking aspects of the Soviet nationalities policy in the 1920s was its uncompromising hostility to assimilation, even if such assimilation was completely voluntary. The affirmative action empire was premised on the belief that Tsarist colonialism had systematically advanced Russian culture and repressed non-Russian culture, and that a position of state neutrality of allowing voluntary assimilation was both unjust and dangerous. Unjust because the deck had been stacked in favor of the Russians, and dangerous because such assimilation would provoke a fearful, defensive nationalism among the remaining unassimilated group members. Instead, the affirmative action empire strategy called for the strengthening of national identity and even measures of de-Russification. Given this hostility to assimilation and support for national identity, the Bolsheviks might have embraced a second contemporary model for defusing nationalism, the strategy of extraterritorial national cultural autonomy. This strategy was formulated by the Austrian Marxists, above all Otto Bauer and Karl Renner, as a potential solution to the Austro-Hungarian Empire's extraordinarily complex national minorities problem. In brief, this policy called for non-national administrative territories and for special representative bodies, elected by all members of a given nationality throughout the empire, that would be granted exclusive jurisdiction over cultural policy toward their own nationality. 3 The Treaty of Versailles provided a half-hearted and ultimately inadequate version of this policy in its system of extraterritorial protection for national minorities in the new nation-states of Central and Eastern Europe. 4 This policy had been adopted by the Bund in 1901, which led it to claim the right to be the sole representative of the Jewish proletariat within the Russian Social Democratic movement. This challenge eventually prompted Lenin to commission Stalin's famous 1913 pamphlet, Marxism and the Nationalities Question, which argued for a strictly territorial definition of nationality and so rejected extraterritorial autonomy. 5 The rejection of both assimilation and extraterritorial nationality left the Bolsheviks with a gaping hole in their strategy for governing their multinational state. The formation of republics and autonomous oblasts did not solve the problem of national minorities. It only submerged it. The national majorities of those territorial units still implied national minorities. To phrase this problem in a different form, the tension between a territorial and personal definition of nationality was one of the central dilemmas of the Soviet nationalities policy. 6 An Uzbek living in the Uzbek SSR both had the right to express his personal nationality and was provided with an environment within which he could express it. An Uzbek living outside Uzbekistan, however, lacked this environment, and Soviet policy opposed the establishment of extraterritorial organizations to provide that environment. 7 Yet, this Uzbek was neither expected nor encouraged to assimilate. The problem, then, was how to find an adequate supportive environment for territorially dispersed national minorities. This chapter analyzes the Soviet Union's historically unique response to that problem, the strategy of ethno-territorial proliferation. The Soviet solution was to extend their system of national territorial units downward into smaller and smaller territories, the smallest being the size of a single village. The great era of the territorialization of ethnicity did not end in 1924, but began in that year. The Soviet government hoped that these small national Soviets would resolve their national minorities problem. Territorially dispersed nationalities would no longer be threatened with assimilation, and therefore, according to Soviet theory, the potential for defensive nationalism and the resulting ethnic conflict would be defused. As one nationalities policy specialist put it, the organization of national Soviets is, above all, the precondition for overcoming national hostility, alienation, and prejudice. That was the theory. In practice, the opposite occurred. Drawing tens of thousands of national borders forced every village and every individual to declare a national loyalty. It mobilized ethnic groups to forestall the possibility of becoming a national minority after those borders had been drawn. For these and other reasons, National Soviets in fact called forth an enormous increase in ethnic mobilization, as well as a considerable growth in ethnic conflict. In this chapter, I first trace the emergence of the strategy of ethno-territorial proliferation in Ukraine and its subsequent spread across the entire Soviet Union, and then analyze the social consequences of this unprecedented policy. The emergence of National Soviets in Ukraine. National Soviets developed as an unintended consequence of the regionalization movement. Rayonirovany began as a purely economic endeavor, an effort to create larger economic units that would better reflect the economic realities of the Soviet Union and better suit the needs of central economic planners. The first proposal was presented to the 8th Congress of Soviets in December 1920 and published by the State Planning Committee in 1921. This proposal enraged the non-Russian republics because it subordinated all small autonomous oblasts and republics to the new large economic oblasts without granting them any special national status. It also divided Ukraine and Kazakhstan into several smaller economic oblasts, thereby compromising the territorial integrity of those republics. Gosplan's 1921 publication led to a variety of national counter-proposals. Tatarstan proposed uniting the national territories of the Middle Volga into their own oblast. Komi leaders insisted on forming a separate economic oblast. 10 The response of the national republics to economic Rayonirovany plans led TSIK Secretary Avel Inukic to call the conjunction of economic and national Rayonirovany the most difficult nationalities problem facing TSIK. 11 In this case, the economic organs quickly backed down and the ultimate Rayonirovany plans respected national differences. However, as we shall see, the central economic bureaucracies would periodically propose grand Rayonirovany plans, invariably hostile to nationalities' interests, and the nationalities would then lobby intensively to blunt the impact of those proposals or to manipulate them to their own advantage. National Soviets emerged out of a creative manipulation of Rayonirovany. Rayonirovany consisted of two processes: macro-Rayonirovany, the formation of large economic oblasts, and micro-Rayonirovany, the simplification of the existing four-step administrative system into a three-step system. 12 Macro-Rayonirovany was centrally administered, whereas micro-Rayonirovany was assigned to local organs, who carried out the first stage of the process between 1923 and 1926. 13 Micro-Rayonirovany initially had no nationalities content, but it ended up producing a major innovation in the Soviet nationalities policy: National Soviets. The first region to establish a complete system of functioning National Soviets was Ukraine. 14 The Ukrainian system of national Rayonirovany called for the creation of the maximum possible number of National Soviets, which would include in each Soviet the maximum possible percentage of each national minority. To this end, National Soviets could be formed with a smaller minimum population than ordinary Soviets. This practice meant not simply taking into account national interests alongside economic ones, but in giving them an absolute priority. Within the National Soviets themselves, the entire array of Soviet nationality policies was to be implemented: use of the national language, formation of national cadres, promotion of the national culture. In short, Korenizatsiya was extended downward to the village level. Ukraine offered this system as a model to the rest of the Soviet Union. 15 In this, they were ultimately successful. There were a number of reasons why Ukraine played this pioneering role. First, Ukraine had unusually demanding national minorities. As Ukraine's first party secretary, Lazar Kaganovich, noted in May 1926, our national minorities are not like those in some province in Russia. We have solid, compactly settled national minorities, who are presenting their demands to us. It is enough to quote the GPU's data to draw a clear enough picture in that regard. 16 Kaganovich was referring to the peoples that Soviet terminology categorized as Western national minorities: Poles, Germans, Bulgarians, Greeks. 17 These national minorities were typically more prosperous and more educated than the Ukrainian majority. They frequently lived in territorially compact settlements, and they had well-developed pre-evolutionary traditions of local self-government. Both their greater prosperity and their greater religiosity made the Soviet authorities particularly suspicious of them. 18 The distrust was often mutual. The most dramatic instance of national minority discontent was the mass emigration movement among the Mennonites, a prosperous German Protestant confession, that caused the Ukrainian government considerable concern throughout the 1920s. 19 In addition to Germans and Poles, the other significant non-Russian national minority in Ukraine were Jews. Although Jews benefited from the abolition of previous political restrictions and so were often initially pro-Soviet, the Soviet government's economic policies led to the devastation of the Jewish shtetls. The Ukrainian government felt that this economic distress was the main reason for the popularity of Zionism and the large numbers of extremely active Zionist groups in Ukraine in the early 1920s. The Ukrainian government took the Zionist threat very seriously. 20 Foreign policy goals also added to general Soviet concerns over the discontent of their German, Polish, and Jewish minorities. Soviet foreign policy attached great importance to the goal of turning Poland's large Ukrainian and Belarusian populations against the Polish government. The transfer of large stretches of territory from the RSFSR to Belarus in 1924, for instance, was explicitly linked to this foreign policy goal. The establishment of a Moldavian ASSR was likewise designed to advance the Soviet claim to Romanian-occupied Bessarabia. 21 The Treaty of Versailles had already established national minority policy as an international concern. In order to join the League of Nations, 16 East European and Middle Eastern states, most newly formed, were required to sign treaties in which they guaranteed to protect the legal and cultural rights of their national minorities. 22 The Soviet Union wanted its national minority policy to appear more generous than these treaty requirements. National territorial units, which Poland resolutely refused to grant its minorities, were one means to that end. However, the Bolsheviks were at least as concerned about the reverse process, the influence of Poland and Germany on Soviet Poles and Germans. They were aware of the support given by Ukrainian Germans to the German occupation army in 1918, and by Ukrainian Poles during the brief Polish occupation of Right Bank Ukraine in 1920. Moreover, Ukrainian GPU reports in the mid-1920s emphasized the strong influence of the German and Polish governments, through their consuls and through religious leaders, on their respective minorities. 24 This was not just Soviet paranoia. In the post-Versailles era of politicized ethnicity, both Germany and Poland did maintain a lively interest in the condition of their respective nationalities. 25 The granting of national Soviets was seen as a step toward reducing national discontent and thereby reducing the potential influence of Germany and Poland. Finally, the most important reason the status of Ukraine's national minorities became controversial was the policy of Ukrainization, which involved the promotion of the Ukrainian language and culture, as well as the creation of a Ukrainian governing elite. This policy was very unpopular among many Bolsheviks in Ukraine and Russia, but since it enjoyed consistent support from the Politburo and Stalin himself, attacks on Ukrainization tended to be indirect and to focus on the mistreatment of national minorities. From 1925 to 1927, for example, Yuri Ilerin launched a series of provocative attacks on Ukraine's treatment of their national minorities. 26 The Ukrainian government responded by developing the most systematic policy promoting national minorities' rights in the Soviet Union and then aggressively advocating this policy as a model for others. 27 Ukraine's national minorities problem emerged in early 1924, just as the first serious Ukrainization efforts were being undertaken. Ukraine had, in fact, undertaken one of the Soviet Union's first micro-Ryanurovany projects in 1923, a project that had ignored the national principle entirely. 28 In May 1924, at the 8th Ukrainian Party Congress, Ukraine's first party secretary, Emanuel Kvyring, condemned this policy. The chief error, comrades, was that in all our gubernii where national minorities live compactly, an incorrect policy was carried out during Ryanurovany. Instead of uniting those regions where national minorities live compactly into one compact district, they attempted to disunite them. Individual national villages were attached to the nearest Russian or Ukrainian district. Kvyring noted that these decisions did follow the correct class line. This policy was based largely on the fact that these compact groups of national minorities make up richer groups than the surrounding peasantry. 29 However, in this instance, Kvyring maintained that the national principle should have been given precedence over the class principle. 30 Therefore, although these comrades wanted to maintain the correct Soviet policy in these villages, in fact they only deepened the anti-Soviet mood, and pushed these groups away from us. And when Tisk looked at this question, it declared this line incorrect and ordered our Central Administrative Commission and our Gubernia Commissions to review all these incorrect divisions and to try to unite these national minorities into national districts, so that they will be given the possibility to develop their national culture. Despite Kvyring's comments, Ukraine was still singled out for criticism at the 13th Party Congress in Moscow the following week. In the official Central Committee report, Zinoviev criticized the treatment of national minorities and in particular singled out Ukraine's treatment of their Poles and Germans. 31 No Ukrainians spoke in the ensuing discussion, but evidently they complained to Zinoviev privately, since in his concluding remarks he again addressed this issue. 32 Evidently I spoke too politely. Well then, I'll say it more frankly. The fact is that, for instance in Ukraine, where the question of Ukrainization is moving forward rapidly, they need to guarantee properly the rights of Germans, Poles, Moldavians, Jews, and so forth. The remarks of Kviring and Zinoviev led to immediate action. On July 7, the first two German districts, Pryshiv and Molokhansk, were formed. 33 On August 29, the Ukrainian Sovnarkom passed a decree reducing the mandatory number of residents needed to form a national district from 25,000 to 10,000, and from 1,000 to 500 for a national village Soviet. 34 This decree led to the gradual development of an extensive network of national Soviets. Special ethnographic expeditions were undertaken to determine the exact ethnic composition of each potential Soviet, so that the network could be maximally expanded. There was a striking emphasis on maximum ethnic segregation. Already in 1927, Ukrainian authorities boasted that 92.1% of Bulgarians, 85.8% of Greeks, 67.8% of Germans, and 100% of Swedes lived in their own national Soviets. 35. Before its national minority system could be completed, the Ukrainians had to confront an exceptionally important and fundamental question: were the Russians a national minority in Ukraine? Most Russians and non-Russians, Bolsheviks and non-Bolsheviks, considered this notion absurd. How could the great power nationality be a national minority? In the early 1920s, non-Russians and national minority were essentially synonyms. Prior to 1926, no criticism of Ukraine's nationalities policy mentioned Russians, nor did the Ukrainians treat Russians as a national minority. Yuri Ilarin broke the silence on this issue at an April 1926 session of TSIK, when he provocatively addressed that part of the nationalities question, which one must name the Russian question in Ukraine, for regrettably such a question does exist. 36 Larin attacked several policies designed to promote the Ukrainian language, forced subscriptions to Ukrainian newspapers, mandatory Ukrainian language signs, requiring Russified Ukrainians to attend Ukrainian language schools. He noted that Russians were not treated as a national minority and so were denied national Soviets. The stenogram recorded prolonged applause after Larin's speech. 37. Larin had violated the great taboo of the affirmative action empire. He had addressed the Russian question. His speech provoked some discord in the usually united Ukrainian delegation. Grigory I. Petrovsky called Larin's speech dangerous, especially as it received a certain sympathy from the audience. Volodymyr Zaytonsky stated the conventional view that, given the strength of Russian culture, it is impossible to behave towards the Russians in Ukraine as a national minority. Yuri Hrenko seconded the sentiment. Mykola Skrypnyk, Ukraine's most influential nationalities policy specialist, defended Ukraine's treatment of Russians but surprised his delegation by agreeing that Russians should be treated as a national minority. 38. Larin received support from only one, but important, speaker, the secretary of TSIK Abel Inukij, who argued that Ukrainization was being hurried and the role of Russian culture slighted. The study of the Russian language and culture is necessary in the building of our culture, and we will succeed in nothing without the mastering of the Russian language and culture. 39 Inukij repeated those concerns in a subsequent article. 40 Larin also reworked his criticisms into an influential article in the party's theoretical journal, Bolshevik. 41 The Russian question had been launched. These attacks forced the Ukrainians to rethink the status of Russians. As seen in the TSIK debate, there were two schools of thought. One position, represented by Zaytonsky, argued that as the former ruling nationality, Russians had too strong a cultural position to warrant additional protection as a national minority. 42 A second position, represented by Skrypnyk, argued that with the growing success of Ukrainization, Russians had become a national minority. 43 In both cases, Ukrainians were granted the status of national majority, but Skrypnyk's position had the advantage of granting Russians a formal standing and thereby addressing Larin's criticism. SKRYPNYK's position, therefore, was adopted with one exception. Everyone agreed that urban Russians could not be granted the right to form national Soviets. Otherwise important Ukrainian cities like Kharkov and Odessa would become official Russian cities with Russian City Soviets. 44 Beginning in late 1926, the formation of Russian National Soviets began. Zaytonsky remained skeptical but gradually warmed to the thesis of the gradual emergence of a Russian national minority. A Russian national minority does not yet exist. But exactly because we have now gone rather far along the path of Ukrainization, it is time to introduce special national minority workers. 45 With the status of Russians clarified, the Ukrainian national minorities network grew rapidly. Table 1. National Soviets in Ukraine, 1924 to 1929. MV, Idaginazovago Ryanirovania Ukraini, Sovetskostroitelstvo, number 12, 61, OTSSDKSSDU, Materially Kayachatu Providalstva NAVSS Sovtov SSSR, 120. The 69 Russian village Soviets in 1925 represent a retrospective inclusion of village Soviets that were not granted official national Soviet status until 1926. What was the social impact of Ukraine's national minorities system? The official goal of this policy was to preempt the emergence of an above-class national movement in pursuit of common national goals and thereby to reduce the level of ethnic conflict. As one Belarusian authority put it, National Soviets create the possibility to politically strengthen and organize the national minority poor peasants in their battle with the kulaks, which will bring forth significant fissures in the existing national unity. Class conflict would replace ethnic conflict. The organization of national Soviets is above all the basis for the overcoming of national antagonism and alienation. 46 This was the theory. In practice, the opposite occurred. An April 1926 report from Sazonov, the head of the Ukrainian Central Committee's Information Department, revealed that the formation of national Soviets had actually intensified ethnic conflict. Sazonov noted that this electoral campaign coincided with the mass formation of independent national village Soviets, and that although the electoral instructions called for pre-electoral meetings to discuss various economic and class issues. 47. Despite the uncontested importance of these questions, they did not make up the chief content of the campaigns. The core question which throughout the whole campaign drew the attention of the national minority population was the question of forming independent national village Soviets. The formation of national Soviets actually spurred ethnic conflict. National minorities with stubbornness and resolution insisted on the formation of national Soviets. Moreover, this effort underlay the observable antagonism between the national minority population and the remaining population, which clearly revealed itself in the process of forming national village Soviets. Almost everywhere, national minorities voted for independent national village Soviets, and Ukrainians against. Communities divided along ethnic lines. In one German village, the Russians proposed a list with one Russian candidate, and that list was of course refused. In another case, Poles disrupted an election meeting with a demonstrative departure after a Pole was not elected to the village Soviet. 48. Sazonov was particularly disturbed by a tendency to understand national Soviets extraterritorially. For instance, in one okrug, Jews living in villages were attached to the town Soviet, and Ukrainians living in town were attached to the village Soviet. In another case, the assistant director of a local factory was excluded from the electoral lists as a Ukrainian. Most strikingly, the secretary of a local party committee told Sazonov, "I won't go and vote in the elections of the town Soviet, when I don't understand the Jews and they don't understand me. It's better if I go and vote in the nearest village." 49. These anecdotes illustrate the difference between the official government conception of national Soviets and the popular understanding. Despite the tendency toward ethnic segregation inherent in the formation of minute national territories, the official government line stressed that national Soviets should not be ethnically homogeneous units. Ukrainians in a German village Soviet did not forfeit their national rights. National Soviets existed to help national minorities preserve their culture and to use their native language in daily life. The popular conception saw National Soviets as their territory. As one Jewish Bolshevik argued, in Jewish National Soviets, the Jewish masses feel manifest their full capacities, and in other Soviets they often feel like foreigners. 50 Once even the small number of villages composing a village Soviet were granted a formal ethnic status, minorities were almost inevitably viewed as a foreign presence. This could and did lead to demands for expulsion. The Ukrainian GPU reported that during the 1926 census in Zhytomyr, in connection with rumors that Ukrainians were to be expelled from Polish village Soviets, there were cases when Ukrainians hid their true national identity and told the census taker that they were Poles. 51 In the eastern national regions, as we shall see, such popular ethnic expulsions became surprisingly common. The formation of National Soviets, then, established a crucial connection between ethnic identity and administrative control of territory. Unsurprisingly, these two elements became further entwined with a third category, land ownership. As Kviring noted, prior to 1924 a class-based approach to rayonирование had prevailed, in which more prosperous peasants were combined administratively with less prosperous peasants to facilitate economic leveling. In practice, this meant combining German and Polish villages with Ukrainian and Russian ones. When this policy was suddenly reversed in 1924 and the national principle elevated above the class principle in forming local Soviets, this naturally led to anger among the Russian and Ukrainian peasantry. As Sazonov reported, especially energetic resistance was encountered from the Ukrainian population in Polish and German villages. In these villages, because the party's nationalities policy was unclear to the villagers, the formation of national village Soviets was identified with the restoration of that economic strength and those privileges, which the German and Polish colonists enjoyed in the pre-revolutionary era. 52 The reference to pre-revolutionary privileges adds the fourth category that I see as combining to create the conditions for serious ethnic conflict, namely, differences in pre-revolutionary estate status. In this case, Russians and Ukrainians had belonged to the peasant estate, whereas Germans had belonged to a higher colonist estate, and Poles were popularly stereotyped as belonging to the nobility. Moreover, the local peasantry was not inventing this linkage between land ownership, ethnicity, and administrative territory. In November 1925, a Ukrainian Tisk decree, noting widespread German discontent over previous land confiscations, authorized a 20% increase in land holdings for all German colonists with fewer than 32 desyutina. 53 It was estimated that this would require 50,000 desyutina. To satisfy these needs, it was decreed that colonial land funds located in existing or projected German districts and village Soviets should be reserved in first order for German colonist settlers. 54 In other words, wherever Germans were settled compactly they would form national territories, and any free land located within those territories would be reserved not only for local Germans, but also for any Ukrainian Germans who wanted to settle there. This connection between ethnicity, territory, and land ownership was particularly evident in Soviet Jewish policy. The Jewish question represented an unusual dilemma for the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks firmly opposed anti-Semitism, both as one of their favored symbols of Tsarist depravity and because the large numbers of Jews in the Soviet government made anti-Semitism a proxy for anti-Bolshevism. The Bolsheviks' economic and class policies, however, with their hostility both to trade and to former traders, led to the economic annihilation of the Jewish shtetls and the stigmatizing of a majority of their inhabitants as Lishentsy. 55 The situation greatly embarrassed the Bolsheviks. 56 It was also considered to be dangerous, for it provided a social base for Zionism, which was the Ukrainian government's largest national minority concern. 57 This problem was addressed through a massive program for the compact settlement of Jews in agricultural communities. This program aimed not only to rehabilitate former Jewish small traders through honest agricultural labor, but also to establish a base for the creation of Jewish national territorial units. 58 At a 1926 Jewish conference, Kalinin highlighted these national goals. 59. I should say that if we ideologically approach this question from the national point of view, then I would allow that hidden behind the motive is a national one. It seems to me that this phenomenon represents an attempt at national self-preservation. In opposition to assimilation and the elimination of the national character, which threatens every small people deprived of national development, in the Jewish masses developed a feeling of self-preservation, a battle for nationality. Kalinin's remarkable comment illustrated the extent to which Soviet nationalities' policy opposed assimilation and supported the preservation of nationality, and how Soviet policy linked that preservation to the establishment of national Soviets. Jewish agricultural settlement initially focused on South Ukraine and Crimea, where by 1931 4 national districts and 127 national village Soviets had been formed. 60 The formation of Jewish national Soviets provoked even greater ethnic hostility than the creation of German and Polish Soviets. Kalinin received so many letters of complaint that he felt compelled to publish one such letter in Izvestia and respond to it. 61 The head of the Ukrainian GPU, V.A. Balitsky, reported that such peasant discontent was widespread. 62 In an April 1926 letter to the Politburo, A. Smirnov warned of peasant resentment. 63 Innumerable attempts to create exceptionally favorable conditions for Jewish agricultural settlement, to the detriment of the interests of the broad mass of Soviet agriculturalists, has called forth from the latter a sharply heightened anti-Jewish mood. The conflict over Jewish settlement illustrates perhaps the most important single aspect of the formation of national Soviets. The combination of ethnicity, control of territory, and land ownership led to a politicization of ethnicity. Competing national leaders, in this case prominent communists, publicly mobilized ethnic support for and against the formation of national Soviets. The Jewish example also illustrates the connection between the formation of national Soviets and the transfer of national populations. This policy was not confined to Jews. An organization was also formed to settle Roma, resulting in the formation of one Roma National Village Soviet and 23 Roma collective farms. Similarly, the small territorially dispersed Assyrian population was settled compactly to form a single Assyrian village Soviet. 64 In 1933, the North Caucasus administration transferred 300 extraterritorial Kalmyks into the North Caucasus Lone Kalmyk National District, so that they could be properly serviced as nationalities. 65 Ukraine reserved land in German and Polish districts for ethnic Germans and Poles as well. 66 Moreover, there was an all-union policy that in the process of agricultural resettlement, national groups should be settled compactly. 67 This policy deepened the feeling among national minorities that they did not belong and so should move to a territory where they formed the national majority. Most importantly, it reinforced the belief of national majorities that minorities did not belong and should be expelled. This sentiment would prove of particular importance in the Soviet Union's eastern national regions, where ethnic relations were much more strained. I have now outlined the emergence of the Ukrainian national minorities system and some of its most important consequences. The larger significance of this system can be highlighted by contrasting the positions of its major opponent and proponent, Abel Inukij and Mykola Skrypynyk. Inukij criticized the Ukrainians publicly at the April 1926 TSIK session and in a subsequent article. However, he expressed his most severe criticism in response to a report on the Ukrainian national minorities policy during a closed session of the Presidium of the Soviet of Nationalities on June 24, 1927. At that meeting, Inukij took aim at the core principle of the Ukrainian system, its hostility to assimilation. He criticized the Ukrainian policy of conducting all correspondence with each national Soviet in the national language of that Soviet. Our task is to unite around some general culture the whole population of the Ukrainian Republic, including all national minorities, by a policy of enclosing each nationality within the confines of their own language, conducting all correspondence with them in their own language. We differentiate the whole Ukrainian Republic into separate nationalities. Is that necessary? It isn't necessary. Inukij was then interrupted with astonishment. Is our goal assimilation? Inukij answered. Where we can assimilate, we should assimilate. One must comprehend that not every group of the population is a nation. We call compact masses nations, and we form these masses into autonomous republics or oblasts, and small groups of the population, which for instance in the RSFSR are territorially dispersed, we assimilate with Russian culture. Inukij maintained contemptuously that the Ukrainian policy led to the creation of a series of little islands 68. Inukij's tone was generally mocking, but it could take on a threatening edge. In response to complaints of mistreatment from a Jewish spokesperson, Inukij snapped 69. You are exhibiting separatist pretensions, and these should not exist. I fear that the Ukrainian policy towards small nationalities reflects that very psychology. Soon every Armenian and Greek will be making demands on us. Our task is, in an ascending line, to lead national minorities towards the basic culture of their republic. That is for Union republics. With relation to the USSR as a whole, our task is different. Russian culture and Russian language is the main axis, around which we should raise up all nationalities settling the USSR. Inukij finished his attack with a warning. We are creating closed nationalities, not at all tied to one another, disassociated and enclosed in the circle of their own culture, their own language, and this in a state which is building, and must build, socialism. Inukij's comments embodied the traditional view of the nation-state, in which the goal is the eventual triumph of a single culture within a single state. In Inukij's view, the Soviet nationalities policy was a transitional strategy toward that goal. Each national minority should, in an ascending line, assimilate with the national majority in their own republic, and then each of those majorities should eventually assimilate with Russian culture. This model eliminated the need for national Soviets. Inukij described them either contemptuously or sinisterly as the potential embodiment of separatist pretensions. With the latter comment, Inukij showed an appreciation of National Soviets' potential for spurring, rather than defusing, ethnic mobilization and thereby exacerbating ethnic conflict. Inukij was articulating the unspoken sentiments of the majority of party members, but it was unusual to air such sentiments in an official forum. As soon as Inukij finished, Skrypnyk rose and expressed his pleasure that Inukij had spoken his mind in the presence of a stenographer. It is always useful to have such a line established. We feel it. It is represented in scattered speeches, but until now we lacked a theoretical grounding for this line. Skrypnyk correctly noted that Inukij's speech reflected the opinion of many communists, but no one would state it openly since, as Skrypnyk also correctly noted and went on to demonstrate, it is not the party's line. Inukij was asked to retract his comments. 70 He declined, but he also never said anything remotely similar at a public forum. Mykola Skrypnyk worked out most comprehensively the ideology of the Ukrainian national minorities system. In a 1931 speech, Skrypnyk made the following statement: our task is to arrange our work so that the laboring masses of every nationality can develop as widely as possible their national consciousness. 71 As an illustration, Skrypnyk recounted a recent controversy in which several Polish spokesmen in Moscow had proposed the theory that Soviet Poles could not develop proletarian Polish culture by themselves because the Soviet Union lacked a Polish proletariat. Skrypnyk countered that Polish National Soviets are not only organs of self-government, they are not some organ of national personal autonomy, but organs of proletarian power. 72 This example linked the two principal components of Skrypnyk's national minorities policy, the promotion of ethnic self-consciousness and the formation of national Soviets. National Soviets existed to preserve and develop national culture. Skrypnyk developed the Soviet definition of the term national minority to its logical conclusion. At a 1930 meeting of the Presidium of the Soviet of Nationalities, he addressed the prevailing terminological confusion. 73. I think that we have developed a bad habit when speaking about national minorities. Each of the nationalities inhabiting our union is a national minority: Ukrainians, Russians, Jews, Belarusians, and so forth. At this point, Seaman de Manstein, a longtime nationalities specialist, interrupted, Russians are not, Russians are 57%, to which SKRYPNYK answered. No, that's not right, now the situation has changed. In every Union Republic there are substantial national minorities, but the Natsmen of one republic are the national majority of a national district. In a Polish district, the Poles are the national majority, and in Ukraine, Ukrainians are the national majority, but in a Polish district they are the national minority. Therefore, when we speak about national minorities, it is not clear which minority we are speaking about, the national minority of a republic or a district. SKRYPNYK made the terms national majority and national minority entirely relative. Everyone could be national majority or national minority, depending entirely on their place of residence. SKRYPNYK felt he had solved the contradiction between the Soviet Union's profession of both a territorial and personal nationality. The solution was to extend national territorial units down to the lowest level until they merged seamlessly with the individual's personal nationality. Thus, in 1930, SKRYPNYK protested against the creation of international collective farms and called for the application of the nationality principle to this level as well. 74 The following pyramid of national territorial Soviets resulted: Soviet Union, Federal Republic, Union Republic, Autonomous Republic, Autonomous Oblast, Autonomous Okrug, National District, National Village Soviet, National Kolkhoz, Personal Nationality. Inukij saw this as a ladder of assimilation, in which the 7th through 9th rungs were unnecessary, and all but the first would eventually be discarded as well. SKRYPNYK saw it as a permanent pyramid, in which each individual's nationality would be fixed and preserved. This was the model he and the Ukrainians proposed for the rest of the Soviet Union. National Soviets in Belorussia and the RSFSR. The Ukrainian model rapidly gained support among the Soviet Union's central nationalities specialists. Ukraine's presentation of its policy to the Presidium of the Soviet of Nationalities in 1927 drew lavish praise. Katskevich, the secretary of Belorussia's TSIK, called Ukraine's work colossal. Bashkiria's representative, Kashayev, maintained that Ukraine's work served as a model for the rest of the Union and Autonomous Republics. 75 Seaman Dimanchein, who as head of TISK's nationalities subdepartment, tended to have a rival-rouse relationship with the Ukrainians, praised Ukraine's national minorities program on numerous occasions. 76 Most striking were the remarks of A.I. Dosov, head of VTSIK's nationalities department. I have the impression that Ukraine's national minorities live better than our nationalities with autonomous territories. 77. Belorussia was the first republic to follow Ukraine's example. This was no surprise because their situations were quite similar. Belorussia also had prosperous and demanding Western national minorities, Poles and Latvians. 78 They had a large and influential Jewish population. Their Russian population was smaller, but after the 1926 annexation of Gomel Gubernia, Belorussia also faced an unhappy Russian minority. 79 The same foreign policy pressures applied in Belorussia as in Ukraine. Finally, the surprisingly rapid progress of Belorussization also made the protection of the rights of national minorities a politically sensitive topic. As in Ukraine, Belorussia first completed a micro-Ryanovani that ignored nationality and then, in late 1924, began a program of forming national Soviets. The right to form national Soviets was even included in their constitution. Belorussia likewise initially denied Russians national minority status but changed their stance after Ukraine had shifted its policy on this question. 80 Table 2 illustrates the growth of Belorussia's national minorities network. Unlike in Ukraine, foreign colonists had not been settled compactly in Belorussia, so it was possible to form only a single Polish national district. 81. The RSFSR moved more slowly in establishing national Soviets. Through 1925, with a few exceptions, The RSFSR served its national minorities primarily through native language schools. Pressure to create national Soviets, ironically, emerged out of a Ukrainian Jewish polemic, the author of which was once again Yuri Lerin. In early 1925, Lerin presented to the Politburo materials he had collected on violations of the rights of national minorities in Ukraine. In April 1925, the Politburo formed a commission, which included Lerin and Kalinin, to investigate these charges and formulate a coherent all-Union national minorities policy. 82 The Commission's recommendations reflected the dual agenda of Lerin and Kalinin, who both supported Jewish colonization and therefore Jewish national Soviets, but also disapproved of measures to prevent the assimilation of urban Jews. In particular, they opposed the major effort undertaken by Ukrainians to send urban Jews to Yiddish schools when their parents were vehemently opposed. 83 The Commission also condemned as national minority violations some measures found in the Ukrainization program, such as forced subscription to Ukrainian newspapers. The Ukrainians defended themselves by submitting to the Commission a rival proposal, which, adopting their usual strategy, offered still greater national minority protection. 84 Lerin's proposal had established a minimum national minority population in a local region before minorities gained full language rights. Ukraine's proposal had no minimum. The Ukrainians provided much more detail on the scope of national minority language rights. Lerin and the Ukrainian delegation sparred over these issues at the Third Congress of Soviets in May 1925. The Congress's general resolution favored the Ukrainians. It called for 85. The introduction of national minority representatives into all elected Soviet organs. When national minorities form the majority of the local population, separate Soviets should be formed that use the language of those minorities, that schools and courts in the native language should also be formed, and so on. This resolution made the Ukrainian system of territorial national Soviets obligatory for the entire Soviet Union, without even indirectly criticizing any Ukrainization measures. Thus, a Ukrainian Jewish polemic led to an all-Union decree calling for the formation of national Soviets. The Politburo endorsed this decree and dissolved the Lerin Commission. 86 With official Politburo sanction, the Center's nationalities specialists, who were concentrated in the soft-line Soviet organs of TSIK and its Soviet of Nationalities, as well as VTSIK and its Nationalities Department, set out with great resolve to transfer the Ukrainian system of national Soviets to the rest of the Soviet Union. 87 In October 1925, the Soviet of Nationalities issued a circular demanding information from local authorities on their implementation of the Third Congress's decree on national minorities. 88 The next month, VTSIK established a network of plenipotentiaries on national minority affairs in all oblasts and gubernii, whose duty was to supervise the formation of national Soviets. 89 At a special National Minorities Congress in 1926, a member of Vitsix Presidium, Sds Fendiarov, asserted that the formation of national Soviets was now our most serious concern. 90. Due to the size and diversity of the RSFSR, the process of forming national Soviets proceeded unevenly. In regions such as Leningrad, whose prosperous Western national minorities resembled those of Ukraine and Belorussia, it occurred quite quickly. 91 In 1925, Leningrad Oblast already had a Finnish district, in which all 20 Finnish village Soviets conducted government business in Finnish. 92 As Table 3 shows, Leningrad eventually developed a national Soviet network comparable to Ukraine and Belorussia. Few RSFSR oblasts, even those with much larger national minority populations, developed a network comparable to that of Leningrad. The great complexity of the RSFSR's national territorial structure complicated and politicized the formation of national Soviets. National Soviets were often seen as a threat to Russian gubernii. For instance, if a Russian gubernia formed a Tatar district adjacent to the Tatar ASSR, it would often serve as an invitation to annexation. On the other hand, refusal to form national Soviets could be interpreted as national repression and likewise have serious repercussions. The Mordvinian question nicely illustrates this dilemma. The Mordvinians were the RSFSR's third most populous indigenous national minority. While the 13 other most populous nationalities were all granted national territories prior to 1923, a Mordvinian autonomous oblast was not formed until 1929. The official reason was that the Mordvinians were too territorially dispersed to form a majority Mordvinian autonomous oblast. Mordvinian leaders noted that there were other minority autonomous republics, but these all owed their existence to foreign policy or civil war, era tactical concerns. The Mordvinians were strategically insignificant, and their population was in fact so assimilated that it vigorously resisted native language education. 93. Despite this extremely low level of national consciousness, in 1925 Mordvinian leaders succeeded in mobilizing street demonstrations in support of autonomy in several Mordvinian villages. 94 They did so by mobilizing economic arguments, correctly noting that financial support for culturally backward regions, representatives to the Soviet of nationalities, reserved places in higher education for backward peoples, and other Soviet affirmative action benefits were all primarily dispersed to territorially organized nationalities. 95 The Mordvinian movement for autonomy is one of the best examples of how the Soviet national territorial system encouraged ethnic mobilization and greatly enhanced ethnic awareness. Central authorities attempted to placate the Mordvinian movement with national Soviets. A special June 1925 VTSIK decree demanded the maximum formation of Mordvinian national Soviets. Several Russian gubernii obeyed, and a few dozen Mordvinian districts and several hundred village Soviets were formed. Others resisted, fearing this as the first step to a larger Mordvinian territory. 96 They proved prescient, because the formation of a Mordvinian autonomous oblast in 1929 was accompanied by the abolition of several Russian gubernii and the formation of a large multinational Middle Volga oblast. If the Mordvinian question demonstrated the threat national Soviets could pose to the Russian regions of the RSFSR, the politics surrounding the expansion of the Chuvash ASSR in 1925 illustrated how national Soviets could serve as a spur to separatism. The Chuvash expansion was made possible by the general principle, again linked to the central logic of the affirmative action empire, that the size of autonomous republics could be expanded beyond their ethnographic borders to strengthen them economically. This meant the annexation of majority Russian regions. 97 An expansion on these grounds in 1923 made Bashkiria a minority Bashkir republic. 98 An awareness of this principle led the Chuvash ASSR to claim all of Ulyanovskaya gubernia, even though this would have reduced the Chuvash population within their own ASSR from 82% to 10%. 99 The larger claim failed, as the Chuvash surely knew it would, but as a consolation prize 3 districts with a sizable Chuvash minority were transferred to the Chuvash ASSR, which thereby reduced its Chuvash majority to 74%. 100. These 3 districts contained sizable Russian, Mordvinian, and Tatar populations, all of whom resented the transfer because they suspected their rights would be subordinated to the Chuvash. OGPU reports noted ongoing difficulties in the new territories, massive dissatisfaction over joining Alatyrsky district to the Chuvash ASSR. This dissatisfaction has grown into dissatisfaction with the very existence of the Chuvash ASSR. 101 Russians complained that after the territorial transfer, the Chuvash fired all Russian workers, including even the chairman of the district. Mordvinians likewise maintained that the Chuvash live much better than Mordvinians, because the government supports them and they themselves sit in positions of power. One Tatar complained evocatively, "We Tatars earlier were dependent on Ivan the Terrible, and now are dependent on the Chuvash and 5 under their yoke." 102 The OGPU still noted ongoing separatist sentiment in the new Chuvash territories 2 years after the transfer. Such separatist movements were the major source of ethnic mobilization in the 1920s. In December 1926, the OGPU reported that Greeks in the Karachay Autonomous Oblast had petitioned either to be granted their own autonomous territory or to be attached to an adjacent Russian region. 103 Such separatist agitation was often quite strategic. Another OGPU report noted the odd agitation of one German village in Kabardinia to join Ingushetia. The head of the German village was arguing that in Ingushetia they have much lower taxes, and in general the Ingush would give them greater privileges. 104 These examples show how the establishment of a complex national territorial system and an openness to nationality-based claims for border revisions prove the recipe for ethnic mobilization. Despite these difficulties, when VTSIK convened its second National Minorities Congress in 1928, it could report a much more extensive National Soviet network than at its first Congress in 1926. Perhaps more important was the rhetorical shift. At the 1926 Congress, Inukij could still maintain, "We cannot tell every village, for instance those settled by Mordvinians, Shavash, and so forth, that they should shift the bookkeeping in their village Soviets to their native language, for they are sufficiently assimilated and know the Russian language." 105 In 1928, Kalinin, Inukij's immediate superior, read a keynote address that sounded like Mykola Skrypnyk. Like Skrypnyk, Kalinin emphasized the relativity of the term national minority. There is not one ethnic group, which does not form a minority in some republic, not excluding the Russian nationality. 106 He even repeated the Ukrainian argument that with the growing success of Ukrainization, Russians were in the process of becoming a national minority in Ukraine. Finally, he gave a striking endorsement of the value of national self-consciousness. 107. The first stage in true cultural development is the discovery of one's own nationality. That is the first step in cultural development and the first step in political self-determination. Therefore, I say that we will strive to protect nationalities, to create the prototype of a government, of the future communist government. Inukij had seen the future communist government as leading to the assimilation of nations. Kalinin, along with Skrypnyk, presented it as the proliferation of nations. In a report on the work of Vitsik's Nationalities Department, its head Dosov noted considerable success in the construction of Kalinin's multinational prototype. He told the Congress that an incomplete count gave an RSFSR-wide network of 29-30 national village Soviets, 110 national velocity, and 33 national districts. 108 Nevertheless, Dosov still complained that the network was incomplete. The Congress agreed and declared the end of 1930 the deadline for completing the RSFSR's network of national Soviets. Table 4 illustrates the substantial progress made in those 2 years. 109. A complete network meant not only a maximum number of national Soviets, but also a minimum number of mixed Soviets. As in Ukraine, ethnic segregation was doggedly pursued and with considerable success. By 1931, in the RSFSR's nationally heterogeneous 11 autonomous republics and 15 autonomous oblasts, only 146 of 497 national districts were nationally mixed. More strikingly, only 851 of 12,766 national Soviets were nationally mixed. 110 These statistics illustrate the extent to which the Ukrainian national minorities system was firmly adopted in the RSFSR as well as in Belorussia. P. Zaitsev, Statiki Ukreplenia Apparatnats v Svyazi Likvidatsiyi Okrugov, Revolutsiya I Nationalnosti, NOS 8-9, 48. The RSFSR had a much higher percentage of national minorities than Ukraine or Belorussia, which explains its high totals. The ZSFSR had a high percentage of national minorities but a weaker network of national Soviets. These statistics do not include Russian national districts and village Soviets in the RSFSR's autonomous republics and oblasts. These statistics also illustrate that national Soviets were not confined to the Russian regions of the RSFSR. As VTSIK Secretary A.S. Kiselev told the 1928 Congress, however, national minorities policy faced unusual difficulties in the RSFSR's autonomous republics. In particular, Kiselev singled out Kazakhstan. 111. They do not even consider Ukrainians and Russians national minorities, because in the Tsarist period, these were the peoples, to whom the autocracy assigned the role of colonizers. Thus, quoting a whole series of reasons, shows every kind of resistance to the formation of administrative territorial units and refuses to realize party directives on this question. For the past 2 years Kiselev had led a series of commissions to regulate the position of the Russian population in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia. He knew that the major national minority issue in the Eastern republics was the status of Russians and that it was much more difficult for the Eastern nationalities, many of whom had recently been subject to mass Russian colonization, to legitimate the presence of the former great power nationality. National Soviets and ethnic conflict in the Soviet East. As we shall see in the following 2 chapters, the Soviet nationalities policy made a sharp distinction between Eastern and Western nationalities. The distinction was not geographic. Crimean Tatars were Eastern and Armenians Western. Rather, Eastern nationalities were those labeled culturally backward. These represented the vast majority of Soviet nationalities. An official 1932 list established 97 culturally backward nationalities as eligible for preferential treatment in university admissions. 112 In general, only the Western national minorities and Jews, Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Georgians, and Armenians were not categorized as culturally backward. When I refer to the Soviet East without quotations, I am following this Soviet terminology. Ethnic conflict was generally more severe in the Soviet East. This is not surprising. Donald Horowitz's magisterial survey of ethnic conflict found that ethnic groups that had been popularly stereotyped as backward were much more likely to initiate violent ethnic conflict. 113 Leaving aside the issue of popular stereotyping, Tedger's massive minorities at risk database found that violent ethnic conflict was much more common in poor countries. 114 This same pattern can be found in the Soviet Union of the 1920s, not only between Western and Eastern national regions but within the Soviet East. In republics such as Tatarstan, Crimea, and Chuvashia, ethnic conflict was typically nonviolent and focused on access to white-collar jobs and linguistic politics. In republics such as Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, conflict was more often violent and focused on control of agricultural land and administrative territory. However, one needs to consider factors other than relative poverty to understand the pattern of ethnic conflict in the Soviet East. Thus far, my model for explaining ethnic conflict has included 3 main factors. First, the drawing of tens of thousands of borders to form tens of thousands of minute national territories led to an increase in ethnic conflict, as ethnic groups mobilized to avoid becoming a national minority in the newly formed national territories. Soviet policy politicized ethnicity by linking it to the control of administrative territory. Second, such ethnic contention tended to become more severe when this connection between ethnicity and administrative territory was further linked to control over agricultural land and when ethnic divisions coincided with former estate divisions. When invidious estate categories, such as inorodцы or peasant, were identified in a given region with a single ethnic group, they served the function of Horowitz's negative stereotyping. Soviet policy often exacerbated this second factor by explicitly linking the formation of national Soviets to control over agricultural land and by perpetuating some aspects of estate stereotyping through the formal category of culturally backward nationalities. Third, ethnic conflict was more likely to become violent in poorer regions. To complete my model, a crucial fourth factor needs to be added. Ethnic conflict was much more likely to become violent in regions where large-scale agricultural colonization had taken place in the recent past. Using these 4 factors, we can construct a typology of ethnic conflict in the Soviet East that consists of 3 variants, which I will name after the largest representative of each type, the Tatar variant, the Kazakh variant, and the Uzbek variant. These are, of course, ideal types, and each national example has its own specifics and some regions either do not fit the typology well or are mixed types. The following summarizes the main features of the 3 variants. 1. The Tatar variant. In this situation, there is a large, but long-established, Russian colonial presence. The region is relatively well developed and has, in comparison to other Soviet Eastern regions, a well-developed national intelligentsia. Given the binational population, complete national control over the republic is impossible, and so the national intelligentsia focuses on furthering the Soviet policy of Korenizatsiya. In particular, they emphasize control over white-collar jobs and promotion of the national language. The national intelligentsia supports the formation of national Soviets to divide the republic into Russian and national regions, so that the national language can at least be dominant at the sub-republican level. In this situation, elite ethnic contention is strong. However, given minimal conflict over land possession and no invidious historic estate divisions, popular ethnic conflict is weak and violent ethnic conflict entirely absent. Examples: Tatarstan, Crimea, Chuvashia, the Volga German Republic. 2. The Kazakh variant. In this situation, there has been a relatively recent and large-scale agricultural colonization that was predominantly Slavic. The region is poor and the national movement is comparatively weak. National elites are less concerned about issues of Korenizatsiya, although they of course support the policy, than about decolonization, the return of agricultural land to the native population and, ideally, the expulsion of Russian settlers. This agenda has strong popular support given the region's poverty, ethnic conflict over land possession, and deeply felt invidious estate divisions. In this situation, popular ethnic violence is widespread. Examples: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzia, Bashkiria, Buryat Mongolia, most North Caucasus mountaineer regions. 3. The Uzbek variant. In this situation, there is a low level of colonial settlement and a low level of development. The national movements are relatively weak and so issues of Korenizatsiya are not particularly salient. There are, however, large non-Russian national minority populations, and conflicts over land ownership are widespread. As a result, the drawing of borders tends to lead to levels of popular ethnic conflict higher than in the Tatar variant but considerably lower than in the Kazakh variant. Ethnic conflict occurs between non-Russians, not between natives and Russians. Examples: Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzia. Case studies of Tatarstan, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia illustrate the different patterns of rural ethnic conflict in the Soviet East. The Tatar variant. The Tatar national movement was among the strongest in the Soviet Union, and certainly the strongest in the Soviet East. The Tatar nationalist elite lobbied aggressively for and vigorously supported the Soviet policy of Korenizatsiya, the formation of a Tatar republic, the promotion of Tatars into leadership positions, the use of the Tatar language in government and education, and support for Tatar national culture. However, this movement also faced formidable resistance. Tatars formed a narrow plurality in their own republic. 115 Kazan had been an important regional capital, an old university town and a center for Orthodox missionary activity, so there was a strongly entrenched Russian bureaucracy and intelligentsia. This situation led to perpetual political conflict along ethnic lines. In its first 5 years, Tatarstan went through 6 obkom secretaries. Tatarstan became famous in Moscow for its incessant internecine political strife. In this divided environment, it was impossible for Tatar national communists to follow the Ukrainian model and advocate Tatar cultural and linguistic hegemony within all of Tatarstan. The solution found was to open up a space for Tatar linguistic hegemony at the regional, sub-republican level. Unlike Kazakh national communists, who vigorously resisted the formation of national Soviets that they felt would legitimize an unwanted Russian presence in their republics, Tatarstan undertook a national Rayonirovany already in 1924, just after the first Ukrainian efforts. 116 The primary goal was not the formation of national minority Soviets as in Ukraine, but rather the administrative separation of the republic's 2 national majorities, Russians and Tatars. The explicit aim was to create nationally homogeneous Tatar districts, in which Tatar could be made the language of government. It is necessary to undertake a general reorganization of the velocity of the Tatar Republic on linguistic fines in order to create unilingual velocity, in which it will be easier to promote the Tatar language. 117 National Rayonirovany did produce an impressive increase in ethnic separation, 74 Tatar and 52 Russian districts, in which 45% of the districts were almost purely unilingual. Only 8% of the Tatar rural population was now located in Russian districts. 118 The Tatar model was followed by the more developed autonomous republics and oblasts, such as Crimea, Chuvashia, and the Volga German Republic, that wanted to pursue linguistic Korenizatsiya aggressively but had a large and politically powerful Russian population. 119. As in Ukraine and the RSFSR, the formation of national Soviets in Tatarstan led to a mobilization of ethnic groups to avoid becoming national minorities. In response to Chuvash agitation, 2 Chuvash national districts were formed later in 1924. These districts immediately responded by petitioning to separate and join Samoraguvernia due to bad service from the Tatar Republic. 120 This was a typical strategic response to national Ryanirovani, playing off one potential majority host against one's existing national majority. Given their stormy Korenizatsiya battles with the Russians, the Tatar leadership could not afford another enemy. In 1926, and again in 1930, they passed extremely generous national minority legislation explicitly designed to satisfy the Chuvash. 121. Relations with the Russian peasantry were also momentarily strained when Tatar national communists, as a mild decolonization measure, succeeded in passing legislation giving Tatar peasants preferential access to desirable agricultural land along the railways and in the river valleys. Local Tatar authorities also started to tax Russian villages more highly on purely ethnic grounds. 122 Unsurprisingly, Russian peasants reacted with hostility to such measures. Attempts in 1923 to 1924 to remove Russian peasants from quality land along rivers and railways almost went so far as to provoke an uprising. In the summer of 1925, petitions to separate from the Tatar Republic, even in non-border villages, took on a mass character. These complaints often referred to a sense of second-class status. This isn't our republic, it's your republic. 123 In the face of these aggressive protests and threats, the Tatar government backed down and abolished these preferential policies for Tatar peasants. It was no coincidence that the two republics with the fiercest Korenizatsiya wars, Tatarstan and Ukraine, produced the two most systematic examples of national minority legislation. The Kazakh variant. Since decolonization measures in Tatarstan were half-hearted and brief, ethnic contention was largely confined to the elite political sphere. The opposite was the case in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia. In these areas, Russian colonial settlement was recent and massive. 124 Both the 1916 Kazakh uprising and the Civil War pitted Russian Cossacks and Slavic agricultural settlers against the local Kazakh and Kyrgyz population. 125 With the possible exception of the North Caucasus, the demand for drastic decolonization measures was stronger in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia than anywhere else in the Soviet Union. In these republics, the central conflict was not over the rights of Russian settlers, but over their very presence. In September 1920, the 9th Turkestan Congress of Soviets issued a decree, with the support of central authorities in Moscow, that called for the removal of illegal settlers, the equalization of native and European land holdings, and the prohibition of future settlement from without Turkestan. 126 This decree reversed the Turkestan government's civil war affiliation with the local Russian population. Instead, it sought native support by promising to reverse the massive Russian land seizures of 1916 to 1920, which had taken place primarily in what would become, after 1924, Southeast Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia. 127. The actual land reform took place from January 1921 to December 1922 and led to the mass expulsion of Slavic settlers and Cossacks. 128 From 1920 to 1922, Kazakhstan's Russian population dropped from approximately 2.7 to 2.2 million and its sown area of crops from 3.3 to 1.6 million desiatina. The OGPU reported that this work was carried out by special punitive expeditionary missions. According to one report, in a single day, the entire settlement of, with 500 to 600 households, was driven out into the frost. The center quickly concluded that the process took place with excessive cruelty, and took on the character of revenge. The Kazakh government, however, as late as 1927, called it the October Revolution in Kazakhstan and the foundation of Kazakh autonomy. The Kazakh people interpret autonomy above all as the right to independently decide questions of land. 129. An analogous process took place in the North Caucasus. During Tsarist rule, the indigenous mountain peoples had been progressively driven out of the more fertile Caucasian foothills and deeper into the mountains. Their land was granted first to Cossacks and then to Slavic settlers. As in Kazakhstan, the resulting ethnic tension led to brutal national conflict during the Civil War. The first act of the newly formed Mountaineer ASSR in 1921, again with central authorization, was to redress this historical grievance, for the satisfaction of the desperate needs of landless mountaineers, immediately begin the planned expulsion of Cossack settlements beyond the borders of the Mountaineer ASSR 130. In fact, on central orders the liquidation of 9 Terek Cossack settlements and the deportation of approximately 15,000 Cossacks had already begun in 1920 and would be completed in 1921.131. Their land was given to landless mountaineers. These deportations punished the Cossacks for their role in the anti-Bolshevik white movement. 132. However, they were also a form of anti-colonial reparation directly linked to the formation of a new mountaineer national territory. While the expulsions in Kazakhstan and the North Caucasus were both legally sanctioned actions, the center nevertheless viewed both of them as exceptional one-time measures and strongly condemned the punitive way in which the Kazakh expulsions were carried out. The Kazakh government, however, stubbornly attempted to preserve in law 2 cardinal principles from the 1921 to 1922 land reform. First, their right to continue expelling those settlers who had arrived without legal permission after the failed 1916 uprising, and second, the principle of Okerdnost, which meant that Kazakhs were granted unconditional priority in the acquisition of all available agricultural land. Kazakhstan's agricultural commissar, Jandosov, summarized this position well. Our current agricultural policy is based on the principle that, first of all, the interests of the Kazakh population should be satisfied, that they should receive land first of all. 133. While the Soviet nationalities policy supported a variety of privileges for titular nationalities, such a categorical priority in economic matters was not recognized. As the Central Committee Secretary A. Andreev put it, as soon as you speak of Okerdnost, of advantages for the Kazakh population, you unavoidably slip away from a class position. 134. As a result, in August 1922, Moscow ended all expulsions and insisted on equal rights for all remaining Slavic settlers. 135. The Kazakh government, on the other hand, continued to insist on a policy of decolonization. 136. The position of the Kazakh government created an environment that encouraged a variety of illegal measures against Russian settlers. From 1924 to 1927, Central OGPU reports regularly cited the following actions against Russians in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia: punitive taxation, false arrest, cattle theft, armed seizures of land, the trampling of crops, and armed attacks with the goal of driving the attacked from their homes. 137. Kazakhs and Kyrgyz appointed to govern Russian regions regularly refused to punish native wrongdoers. In August 1925, armed Kazakhs seized a Russian pasture. When the Russians threatened to seek redress, the Kazakhs yelled, "We don't fear anyone," and above all local authorities. 138. A Russian petition lamented that there is nowhere to go to complain: go to the militia Kyrgyz, go to the GPU Kyrgyz, go to the local Soviet Kyrgyz. 139. In 1926, Yakov Peters, former head of the OGPU's Eastern Department, called the Russians of Kazakhstan eternally persecuted. 140. The OGPU closely monitored the mood of Russians in Kazakhstan. One Russian response to their situation was to petition for land anywhere in Russia. In 1923, there was even a mass petition from Russian settlers to the Turkestan Tsik asking permission to move to western China. 141. There was an almost universal call for the establishment of Russian national Soviets, preferably subordinated to the RSFSR, not Kazakhstan. 142 This internal separatism was matched by external separatism among the Russians in North Kazakhstan, who petitioned to have their territories transferred to the RSFSR. 143 In general, Russians keenly felt their loss of status. A loss they viewed as especially unjust given their Civil War service. One communist was reported to have said, "How can it be, we fought, and all we got is that under Soviet power, you can't beat the hell out of the Kyrgyz." This feeling led to predictions of revenge. The OGPU reported Russians threatening to cut the throats of all the Kyrgyz when a better day arrives, or threatening just wait, there will come a time, and it'll be all over for you Kyrgyz. Such sentiments led the head of the OGPU in Central Asia to take seriously the possibility of a Russian uprising in Kazakhstan. 144. Faced with this potential threat, the center undertook a series of direct interventions beginning in late 1924. In November 1924, Vicepresidium formed a commission on the question of regulating the position of Russians in the autonomous republics and oblasts under the chairmanship of Inukij. 145 In April 1925, a TISK plenum discussed the status of Cossacks and passed a resolution improving their status. 146 In October 1924, VTSIK also formed a special commission headed by Serafimov and devoted exclusively to regulating land reform in South Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia. 147 Finally, in 1925 TISK sent Kazakhstan a new Kraykom secretary, F.I. Galashchikin. The previous Kraykom secretary, Kojanov, had unambiguously supported the Kazakh nationalist position. Galashchikin played a mediating role between central demands and Kazakh goals, thereby weakening the previous Kazakh solidarity. The formation of the Inukij Committee represented the first official acknowledgement of a Russian national minority question. It is striking that a Russian question arose first in the RSFSR, 2 years before Lenin's incendiary speech at the April 1926 TSIK session. The Inukij Committee studied the Russian question in the three regions where relations between Russians and natives were considered worst: Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia, Eastern Bashkiria, and Buryat Mongolia. In each case, the conflict was between Russian settlers and native nomads. The Agricultural Commissariat strongly argued for the protection of cultured Russian agriculture from backward nomadic practices. They noted that in the fertile Jetsuiskaya Oblast of Kazakhstan the sown grain crop had declined from 740,000 desyutina in 1913 to 284,000 in 1924. 148 Their proposal was the now familiar one of ethnic segregation into separate national Soviets. The Inukij Commission endorsed this recommendation in its final February 1926 resolution. 149. The Cossack question was first raised in Tashkent in October 1924 Politburo meeting, the same time VTSIK began to deal with the Russian question. 150 The reasons were similar. A TISK informational report on the Cossack mood reported that one cannot exclude the threat that the Cossack nests could be transformed into a Russian Vendee. 151 The two Cossack regions that most worried TISK were those where the Cossack question and the Russian question combined, the North Caucasus and Kazakhstan/Kyrgyzia. In his report on the Cossack question at the April 1925 TASK plenum, Surtsov emphasized this connection. While warning against illusions of Cossack autonomy, Surtsov suggested that the formation of separate Cossack districts would soften Cossack anger at the Soviet nationalities policy. 152 A year later, Russian National Soviets were in fact formed for the Cossack communities of North Ossetia and Chechnya. 153 The formation of Cossack Soviets in the North Caucasus intensified an already strong movement for Cossack autonomy in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia. There were identifiable leaders of this movement, known as Avtonomisti, who according to OGPU reports had even established contacts with the North Caucasus. 154 The two commissions working on the Cossack and Russian questions, then, converged on the same solution: National Soviets. Vitsik Serafimov Commission was assigned the job of supervising the formation of National Soviets for Russians and Cossacks in Kazakhstan. 155 Serafimov proposed forming 4 Russian okrugi within this region, which would embrace 289,000 Russians and Ukrainians. These 4 okrugi, which were not contiguous, would be combined to form the Kalinin Autonomous Oblast, directly subordinate to VTSIK in political matters and to the RSFSR Agricultural Commissariat in agricultural matters. They would also form a base for future Russian agricultural settlement. 156 This plan was not realized, but it represented the type of thinking that stiffened the Kazakh leadership's resistance. Serafimov's plan linking Russian nationality, the possession of land, the regulation of immigration, and the political control of territory naturally threatened the Kazakh leadership's own principles, which linked the formation of a Kazakh republic with control over the land and control over immigration. The Serafimov proposal amounted to a right of secession for even territorially dispersed Russians. The Kazakh leadership viewed such separatism as a threat to the very existence of their republic. The head of the Kazakh Sovnarkom, N.N. Nurmakov, articulated this fear at a Kazakh party congress in 192-5157. We cannot allow the separation of different regions of the Kazakh Republic. One cannot do this, for that would mean dividing up the Kazakh Republic. It would be equivalent to the collapse of the Kazakh Republic. On this question the conference should firmly tell those comrades who are inclined to separate from us, as well as those comrades from the center who, under the impression that the Kazakh population supposedly oppresses national minorities, aim at separating our border regions from the Kazakh Republic. Under no circumstance can we allow this, for, I repeat, allowing further separation would be the source of the collapse, the destruction of the Kazakh Republic and all our accomplishments. Therefore, the Kazakh leadership refused to cooperate with the VTSIK Commission even after a special intervention by Kalinin. 158. This stalemate created an environment of uncertainty that encouraged ethnic mobilization and ethnic conflict. The appearance of the Serafimov Commission in Kazakhstan in 1925 alerted the local Russian population to the weakness of the Kazakh government, which prompted an increase in separatist agitation. Serafimov claimed to have received 1,500 separate complaints from local Russians. 159 Local Kazakh and Kyrgyz leaders, however, insisted that Serafimov had encouraged those complaints. The Kyrgyz Obkom secretary wrote to Stalin that Serafimov had engaged in the purposeful collection and encouragement of complaints on local Soviet organs and the local population. 160 Zelensky, head of the Central Asian Bureau, agreed. 161 Asfendiarov, Kazakhstan's lone ally in VTSIK, presented VTSIK Secretary Kiselev with a special collection of OGPU materials demonstrating the fabrication of complaints literally flooding Kalinin's office. 162 Such charges did finally lead to the abolition of the Serafimov Commission in April 1926. However, for an entire year both sides had attempted to enlist ethnic support, leading, in Zelensky's words, to a maximum nationalist outburst. 163. It would be false, however, to claim that ethnic conflict was only a result of elite manipulation. On the contrary, popular conceptions of territorial exclusivity were at least as strong as elite ones. For instance, during the violent seizure of land from local Russians, a group of Kazakhs declared, "Russian immigrants have been our guests for 35 years, and now let them get the hell out of here to Russia and leave our land and pasture." 164 The sentiment could be put in still blunter terms: now power is in our Kyrgyz hands, therefore we do what we please. 165 The popular conception, then, maintained that assigning a territory to one nationality meant granting that nationality total control. Allied to this conception was the belief that non-natives were guests and could be asked or forced to leave. OGPU reports, in the midst of conflicts, frequently noted taunts such as "It's time for all you Russians to get out of the Kyrgyz Republic." Nor did the Russian settlers find this concept alien. A Russian miller commented that in the Kyrgyz Republic we won't be able to five, it'd be better if the government resettled us into our own republic. Russians keenly resented their role reversal. Now the Kyrgyz are the masters, they just lie around, drink kumis, and Russians do half their field work for them. 166 These comments illustrated why so much conflict centered around the formation of national Soviets. Each group strove to assert its status as national majority and so avoid becoming a national minority. Popular and elite resistance to Russian National Soviets prevented their formation through 1926 in all of the regions where the Kazakh variant prevailed. Only toward the end of 1926, due to considerable central pressure, did Kyrgyzia, Bashkiria, and the North Caucasus autonomous regions finally agree to form Russian Soviets and therefore accept the permanence of the Russian presence. 167. Kazakhstan continued to hold out because they feared that legitimizing the existing Russian colonial presence would leave them vulnerable to a massive influx of settlers, which could tilt the ethnic balance against them. The key issue in Kazakhstan remained the question as to whether the Soviet nationalities policy allowed the local republic to control internal migration and therefore control the ethnic demography of their republic. In Tatarstan, local Russian pressure and central disapproval led to a rather swift abandonment of their decolonization policies. In Kazakhstan, a much greater degree of central pressure was required. In 1927, VTSIK formed yet another commission, headed now by its secretary Kiselev and with the unambiguous backing of Task Point 168. Its goal was to force the Kazakh government to give way on the principle of okrednost and control of immigration. Russian National Soviets were now a secondary goal. This central pressure finally split the native Kazakh leadership in 1927, allowing Galashchikin to form a shaky majority in favor of concessions. Kazakhstan began forming Russian National Soviets in late 1927.169. By April 1928, Kazakhstan had unambiguously agreed to repeal okrednost and to open Kazakhstan to immigration. 170. This marked an important moment in the history of the Soviet nationalities policy, as it determined that the policy of Korenizatsiya did not mean that national majorities would be granted the right to preserve their demographic majority status. This policy reversal in 1927 to 1928 did not lead to a cessation of ethnic conflict. It did, however, change the hierarchy of domination. The OGPU had long reported Russian threats to wreak vengeance on Kazakhs when the proper time came. I'm waiting for the time when we will get to thrash the Kazakhs. 171. In the spring of 1928, the Russians of Semipalatinsk apparently felt their time had arrived. The implementation of a decree to seize the possessions of a few hundred wealthy by households turned into a mass repression of Kazakhs. A Politburo decree removed Semipalatinsk's party secretary, Becker, and yet again sent a commission headed by Kiselev to investigate. Kiselev reported that over 17,000 Kazakh households had been repressed and that there had been a mass flight into China. 172. A similar urban episode took place in May 1928 in Semipalatinsk. Unemployed workers who had arrived in Semipalatinsk to seek work on the Turksib railway construction project rioted. Among their targets was the city's small Kazakh population. A more substantial pogrom took place later in 1928 in the Cossack town of Sergopol. Already in July 1926, the OGPU had noted among the Cossacks of North Kazakhstan declarations about the need to unleash a Kyrgyz pogrom. 173. In Sergopol, this Cossack hostility to Kazakhs combined with working-class hostility. The OGPU reported an instance of this hostility from a Semipalatinsk Russian employee after an official meeting with local Kazakhs. What is the use of such meetings with the Kyrgyz? I'd prefer not to meet them like this. I'd put up a machine gun and meet them so that now they'd be carried away to a fraternal grave, and there I'd place a memorial with the inscription, "In memory from the Ritter Enterprise." On December 31, 1928, this hostility broke out into a pogrom in which over 400 Russian workers engaged in a mass beating of Kazakhs. 174. The Uzbek variant. I now conclude with a discussion of the Uzbek variant, prevalent throughout the rest of Central Asia, where the Russian population and Russian colonialism were minor factors in rural Fife and where substantial non-Russian national minorities led to ethnic conflict over territorial borders, both the borders between republics and National Soviet borders within the republics. The Republican-level borders of Central Asia were only established in 1924 in a national delimitation, which divided the Turkestan ASSR into an Uzbek SSR, Turkmen SSR, Kyrgyz AO, and Tajik ASSR. 175. The rationale put forward was the usual one, as officially expressed by the head of the Central Asian Bureau, Jan Rudzutak, it was necessary to eliminate the moment of national hostility between the different peoples, and in doing so open up the possibility to lay bare class contradictions within each nationality. 176 Again, the opposite occurred. Almost all internal reports noted a massive increase in ethnic conflict. 177 In particular, the OGPU reported incessant border disputes, in which one nationality agitated for the union of their district, which almost always has a mixed population, to one or other of the neighboring republics. 178 The formation of national republics not only increased ethnic conflict, but also turned local disputes, often with a clan or regional aspect, into national ones. It is characteristic that groups which were in conflict within a given nationality before national division have now been united by general national interests. 179 This was an extremely important development, as it meant that any ethnic conflict immediately drew the interest of that ethnic group's home republic. The national delimitation also left some ethnic groups isolated in the center of another republic. Already during the delimitation, this led to demands for Kazakh and Uzbek national Soviets. 180. The fact that most Central Asian national minorities had a home republic made it difficult to distinguish border disputes from demands for national Soviets. Often a border district demanded either to be joined to an adjacent republic or to form a national Soviet. 181 However, border disputes best illustrate the role played by government actors at the local, republican, and all-union levels in exacerbating ethnic conflict. There was a general agreement that local officials manipulated ethnic conflicts strategically. A Central Asian Bureau report asserted, local party and Soviet officials not only do not want to solve one or another national question objectively from the point of view of the overall government interest, but usually they themselves take active part, often even the leading role in inflaming national antagonism. 182 Some officials solicited privileges from competing sides, others looked after their own economic interests. Most frequently, ethnic agitation was used in battles to take or maintain control in local Soviets. 183 In one instance, this resulted in the competing ethnic elites attempting to arrest one another. 184. Such strategic use of ethnic conflict by local officials was common elsewhere, although it would seem to have been most widespread in Central Asia. What was unique to Central Asia was the extent of the involvement of the Republican-level leadership in exploiting ethnic conflict. These conflicts then drew in the all-union authorities as referees. Thus, throughout the 1920s, TSIK formed a series of commissions to regulate border disputes in Central Asia. An astute chairman of one such commission, Mirzagaliev, concluded that, in the majority of cases, the border conflicts were initiated by the respective governments, sometimes through their agents at the local level, sometimes through the appropriate economic or administrative organs. He noted a tendency of each side to make as many claims as possible on the other side in the hope that some would stick. These counterclaims, however, immediately became known to the local population who, naturally, began to harass the Republican government with further requests to be joined to their kindred republic. 185 Thus, there was a reinforcing relationship between local and Republican level manipulation. Mirzagaliev was sufficiently self-aware to also note the negative role played by the center in these disputes. 186. Taking into consideration from where these declarations of the desire of one or another district to be united with a given national republic, and that these declarations arouse the local population to an extraordinary degree, and intensify national conflict, it would be best to forbid the organs of power from petitioning the center, in particular the Presidium of TSIK and VTSIK, with border disputes. Despite this lucid analysis, the central government did not cease reviewing border complaints regularly until around 1929, when Stalin himself rejected a Ukrainian proposal to annex neighboring RSFSR regions with the explanation, "We change our borders too often. We must be especially careful, since such changes provoke enormous resistance from some Russians." 187. Granted the ubiquity of these border disputes, one might have expected a conciliatory policy toward national minorities to forestall separatist agitation. Mirzaghaliyev noted that each republic was extremely eager to expand its territory, but considering this fact, it is astounding how little interest they show to the national minority regions they already have. 188 Nevertheless, central pressure and ongoing agitation by national minorities for national Soviets did lead the Central Asian republics all to undertake a national Ryanurovani between 1926 and 1928. Table 5 reports the results. Most observers noted that these national Soviets had less status than national Soviets in the Western republics. 189. In fact, the formation of national Soviets in Central Asia was often viewed with trepidation by the nationality for whom the Soviet was being formed. 190 The seemingly odd reaction is explained by the violent resistance to national Soviets on the part of national majorities. As in Kazakhstan, conflicts frequently led to the demand for minorities to return to their home republics. The OGPU reported Uzbeks screaming at Turkmen, "Get out of Uzbekistan, go to your own Turkmenistan." Tajiks seized Kyrgyz land based on the argument that the Kyrgyz have their own republic, where they should go to get land. National minorities accepted this logic. Kyrgyz in Uzbekistan argued that the decrees of Uzbek authorities are not binding on us. 191 These sentiments did lead national minorities, under pressure of discrimination and often violence as well, to flee to their home republics. 192 In 1927, TSIK received a report that 200 Uzbek families were preparing to flee Kyrgyzia and another 16,000 Uzbek might follow. 193. If expulsion was one way to assert the majority's exclusive rights, assimilation was another. If flight was one national minority response to persecution, another was the masking of identity. The 1926 census provoked this behavior. Kurds in Turkmenistan declared themselves Turkmen out of fear they might lose their land. Kazakhs and Uzbeks did likewise out of a fear of repression. In Uzbekistan, Tajiks either masked their identity or were declared Uzbeks by the census takers to such an extent that a control commission report declared the results meaningless. 194 In Samarkand, 1925 city data registered 76,000 Tajiks, whereas the 1926 census counted only 10,000. 195 Uzbekistan, in fact, actively forced the assimilation of Tajiks. A 1929 Central Asian Bureau report described the Uzbek position: "The Tajiks are a disappearing ethnicity and there is nothing wrong with the fact that Tajiks are Uzbekifying, because the culture of the Uzbeks is higher." 196 In a 1929 report to the Org Bureau, Uzbek First Party Secretary Ikramov admitted this policy: "Even party members were afraid and hid their national origin and declared themselves Uzbeks." 197 As usual, the center opposed this process and instead favored ethnic separation. The formation of a Tajik Union Republic in 1929. The Uzbek variant, then, was characterized by both an enormous increase in national self-consciousness and high levels of ethnic conflict. The hegemonic national identities established in the 1924 National Division of Central Asia were adopted by the population with surprising vigor. The reason for this strong response was not simply the one-time division into 4 union republics, but the constant contestation over the borders of these republics, and over the formation of national minority Soviets within them. This process led local and Republican leaders to mobilize ethnic support for their positions. The center's willingness to consider border revisions again and again validated those mobilizing efforts. By bringing national borders down to the village level, the population's natural feelings of ethnic exclusiveness, previously expressed as often in kinship or clan terms, were recast in national terms. Outsiders now had a home republic to which they could be expected to return. Thus, the National Division of Central Asia fulfilled its designer's goal to spur national self-consciousness, but frustrated their hopes at an increase in ethnic harmony. Conclusion: the Soviet nationalities policy dilemma emerged from a simultaneous embrace of both an extraterritorial personal definition of nationality and a territorial one. The authorities were unwilling to accept extraterritorial organizations whose membership belonged exclusively to a single nationality, but they were equally unwilling to accept the principle of assimilation implied by a territorial definition of nationality. The Soviets believed they had solved this dilemma by establishing a pyramid of national territorial units, beginning at the top with the Soviet Union and extending downward to smaller and smaller national territorial units until these units merged seamlessly with the individual. In this way, a maximum number of individuals would live in their own national territory, which would allow them to preserve their nationality. Kalinin called this system the prototype for a future world communist government. This system was based on the assumption that, to use Stalin's famous formulation, national territorial forms could be empty of national content, that if national territories were granted, national solidarity would crumble and class differentiation would become apparent. In practice, this ideal Bolshevik concept of national Soviets conflicted with the popular notion of national sovereignty, that the National Soviet was their own. Language was a secondary concern, often not a concern at all. Theories of ethnic conflict emphasize the importance of borders. The larger the territory, and the more multinational its composition, the less intensely any one given ethnic group will feel its minority status. As the scale of territory is reduced and the number of ethnic groups drops to only 2, the minority group becomes acutely aware of its minority status. 198 Drawing any national border creates ethnic conflict. The Soviet Union literally drew tens of thousands of national borders. As a result, every village, indeed every individual, had to declare an ethnic allegiance and fight to remain a national majority rather than a minority. It is difficult to conceive of any measure more likely to increase ethnic mobilization and ethnic conflict. Moreover, in places such as Central Asia, where identities tended to be pre-national, the drawing of borders involved the consolidation of disparate local identities into a larger national identity. This had the effect of turning local ethnic conflicts into national conflicts on a local level. Thus, the Soviet system both increased local ethnic conflict and raised the level of its significance. This led national republican governments to manipulate local conflicts. I have noted this tendency in Central Asia, as well as in the concern of the Central RSFSR government, especially VTSIK, over the fate of Russians in eastern national territories. In Chapter 7, we will see the Ukrainian government show a similar interest in extraterritorial Ukrainians. This tendency was exacerbated by the central government's willingness to repeatedly reconsider national borders at all levels. Therefore, thousands of national borders were not only drawn once, but repeatedly reconsidered and redrawn. Moreover, the central government itself did not honor its commitment to contentless national territories. Instead, it repeatedly linked national Soviets to the possession of land, the single most sensitive political issue of the 1920s. In the early 1920s, the central government authorized the expulsion of Russians from the new national territories in the North Caucasus and Kazakhstan to free up land for the native populations. Land was reserved in large compact masses for the Jewish population to allow them to form national Soviets. Germans in Ukraine were given preferential access to free land within their national Soviets. In Tatarstan and Kazakhstan, the native population was given land first. Later, separate Russian national Soviets were formed in Kazakhstan, which served as bases for Russian agricultural settlement. Thus, nationality, possession of land, and the political control of a territory became intertwined. The entire system pointed toward increased ethnic segregation. This reinforced the popular conception of a national territory as their own, and the tendency to view national minorities, especially at the local level, as foreign and often unwelcome guests. This led to frequent taunts and threats directed at minorities that they should return to their national territory. When this ethnic exclusivity combined with issues of land possession, though not only then, it resulted in a form of popular ethnic cleansing. The relations between Kazakhs and Russians were the most striking such instance. Overall, the pyramid of national Soviets led not to the diminution of ethnic conflict but rather to its considerable intensification. 3. Linguistic Ukrainization, 1923 to 1932. On October 10, 1920, Stalin published an article in Pravda that for the first time authoritatively announced the Soviet policy of Korenizatsiya. It is necessary that all Soviet organs in the borderlands, the courts, the administration, the economic organs of local power, be composed to the greatest possible degree of people who know the customs, habits, and language of the local population. 1. Korenizatsiya, as definitively formulated at party congresses in March 1921 and April 1923, consisted of two major tasks: the creation of national elites and the promotion of local national languages to a dominant position in the non-Russian territories. Linguistic Korenizatsiya would prove much more difficult to achieve. Between April 1923 and December 1932, Central Party and Soviet organs issued dozens of resolutions urging the immediate implementation of linguistic Korenizatsiya. Local Republican and Oblast authorities issued hundreds, if not thousands, of similar decrees. Nevertheless, linguistic Korenizatsiya failed almost everywhere. Why? I initially assumed that central authorities must have been sending mixed signals, publicly trumpeting the need for immediate Korenizatsiya while privately letting it be known that this public rhetoric was largely for show. I was wrong. Not only did the soft-line Soviet bureaucracies in charge of nationalities policy, such as THIRD Soviet of Nationalities and Vitsix Nationalities Department, vigilantly monitor the implementation of Korenizatsiya, hardline organs attached to the party's Central Committee were equally vigilant. The Orgburo and TISK's influential cadres department frequently rebuked local party organizations for failing to implement Korenizatsiya. In 1926 to 1927, the Orgburo formed a special commission on Korenizatsiya, chaired by the future Politburo member A. Andreev, which likewise categorically demanded that this policy be implemented. Finally, in 1929 to 1930, when lower party activists began to attack the policy of Korenizatsiya and to call for its elimination, Stalin publicly and privately defended Korenizatsiya and silenced its critics. Despite this sustained central support, linguistic Korenizatsiya failed. Why? Central officials were initially also baffled by this question. They viewed Korenizatsiya as a popular policy designed to satisfy heartfelt national desires, not as a threatening policy like collectivization. As a result, early Korenizatsiya resolutions allowed for absurdly short periods of time to implement the policy. Korenizatsiya was generally popular with non-Russians, but it encountered unexpectedly fierce resistance from a variety of influential groups: urban workers, Russians, and Russified titular nationals in the party and state bureaucracies, industrial specialists, and the filials of all union enterprises. These were all groups that the party leaders relied on and, if possible, preferred not to offend. Still, such resistance alone cannot explain the failure of linguistic Korenizatsiya. Fierce resistance did not prevent the Soviet state from deporting several million peasants, expelling over 100,000 party members, terrorizing tens of thousands of valued specialists, and abolishing all trade union autonomy in pursuit of its twin goals of industrialization and collectivization. In comparison with collectivization, the opposition to Korenizatsiya was trivial, bureaucratic non-cooperation rather than violent and desperate resistance. Yet, Bolshevik values made it difficult for the state to justify the use of terror to force the implementation of Korenizatsiya. As we have seen, popular party opinion never accepted Korenizatsiya as a core Bolshevik project, like industrialization or collectivization, but rather as a kind of concession. In Bolshevik vocabulary, it was a soft line rather than a hard line policy. Although the Soviet leadership did consistently and sincerely support Korenizatsiya, it nevertheless also viewed its implementation as a secondary task, an auxiliary rather than a core Bolshevik project, and therefore its support was soft. Failure to implement Korenizatsiya was censured, but unlike failure to meet grain requisition quotas or industrialization targets, it rarely led to demotion and never resulted in arrest or execution. Interestingly, this meant that local conditions proved decisive. If a republic's leadership aggressively supported Korenizatsiya and could overcome local resistance without soliciting punitive measures from the center, linguistic Korenizatsiya could be and was achieved. If not, it would fail. The center would not tolerate an open and demonstrative repudiation of Korenizatsiya, but it would likewise not intervene decisively to correct a lackluster performance. In terms of linguistic Korenizatsiya, the Soviet Union's non-Russian territories can be divided into three categories. For the vast majority, most of the regions that the Soviets called their culturally backward Eastern National Territories, complete linguistic Korenizatsiya was never seriously attempted. The national languages were promoted vigorously in the press and general education but made little progress in government, industry, and higher education. There were simply too few educated titular nationals. As a result, all efforts were devoted to the affirmative action component of Korenizatsiya, the training and promotion of natives into positions of authority. I analyze these policies and their consequences in Chapter 4. The opposing category, where local conditions were so favorable that linguistic Korenizatsiya was achieved rapidly and with little difficulty, consisted of only two republics, Georgia and Armenia. The Georgian Menshevik and Armenian Naxiotiun governments had already established their respective languages as state languages prior to the Soviet conquest. 2 More important, both republics had experienced Bolshevik cadres, who immediately assumed leadership positions in their respective republics. Soviet Armenia and Georgia were unique in having influential native speakers, such as Sergo Orgenikij, who occupied the top party positions. Moreover, both republics had large native intelligentsias and insignificant Russian populations. As a result, the Georgian and Armenian languages quickly assumed a hegemonic position, and linguistic Korenizatsiya simply was not a salient issue in the 1920s. 3. Most interesting was the third category, those republics where the local forces backing and opposing linguistic Korenizatsiya were in near equilibrium. This was most true of Ukraine, Belorussia, and Tatarstan. In Ukraine, there was both exceptionally strong support for and resistance to linguistic Ukrainization. Moreover, both support and resistance came from within the party. Nowhere else did the higher party leadership more consistently or more aggressively attempt to implement linguistic Korenizatsiya. On the other hand, nowhere else did it face such entrenched opposition. In Belorussia, support for Korenizatsiya was considerably weaker, although in contrast to contemporary stereotypes, it was not at all non-existent. However, resistance to Korenizatsiya in Belorussia was likewise weaker since there was no entrenched urban Russian and Russified proletariat as in Ukraine, nor such a strong Russified old Bolshevik cadre. Tatarstan resembled Ukraine, with a very strong national movement encountering an even stronger and more entrenched Russian presence. The large and politically influential Russian population ultimately confined linguistic Tatarization to majority Tatar regions, where it was nevertheless pursued with great vigor. In this chapter, I undertake a detailed case study of linguistic Korenizatsiya in Ukraine in order to understand why, despite aggressive backing from Ukraine's higher leadership, linguistic Ukrainization nevertheless ultimately failed. The background to Ukrainization, 1919 to 1923. Throughout the 1920s, both the Ukrainian and Central Party leaderships remained under the influence of what Grigory I. Petrovsky called the cruel lesson of 1919. For Petrovsky was referring to the mass peasant uprisings led by Pettyura that combined with Denikin's White Army in 1919 to drive the Bolsheviks out of Ukraine for a second time. The lesson, reiterated by Ukrainian Bolsheviks again and again, with uncharacteristic candor, was that their own chauvinist behavior had provoked this mass peasant nationalist uprising. Volodymyr Zaytonsky, a prominent Ukrainian nationalities specialist, recalled how Bolshevik soldiers almost shot me because of a Ukrainian newspaper they found in my pocket, though it was in fact a Bolshevik publication. This was typical, he argued, of the sharp hostility of the city to all things Ukrainian in the years from 1917 to 1919. Nor was this hostility confined to party members from Russia. The mass of the proletariat was opposed to anything Ukrainian. Like Petrovsky, Zaytonsky maintained that it was this flawed Bolshevik policy and primal anti-Ukrainian hostility that caused the village to rise up against the foreigners, that is against us. 6. The cruel lesson of 1919 was perhaps the most important of the many factors that pushed the central leadership, Lenin in particular, toward the policy of Korenizatsiya. As we have seen, already in March 1919, Lenin had rebuked Pyatakov, then leader of the Ukrainian Party, for maintaining that the national question was irrelevant under socialism. By the end of 1919, Lenin was no longer in a mood to argue and instead forced the Ukrainian Party to adopt a decree in support of Ukrainization. 7. A single decree, of course, could hardly change the psychology of the entire party. From 1919 to 1923, the majority of Ukrainian party members remained either hostile to or bewildered by the policy of Ukrainization. 8. High-ranking party members continued to oppose Ukrainization, often making arguments far more overtly chauvinist than Pyatakov's principled internationalism. A typical example would be the 1921 statement by Christian Rakovsky, then the top-ranking Bolshevik in Ukraine, that the triumph of the Ukrainian language would mean the rule of the Ukrainian petty bourgeois intelligentsia and the Ukrainian kulaks. 9. These notions were formalized in 1923 by Dmitry Lebed, the second-ranking Bolshevik in Ukraine, under the slogan of the Battle of Two Cultures. 10. In an aggressive polemic leading up to the April 1923 All-Union Party Congress, Lebed argued that Ukrainization was objectively reactionary since nationalization, that is, the artificial introduction of the Ukrainian language into the party and working class given the current political, economic, and cultural relations between city and village, means to stand on the side of the lower culture of the village, instead of the higher culture of the city. We know theoretically that a battle of two cultures is inevitable. In Ukraine, due to historical conditions, the culture of the city is Russian culture and the culture of the village is Ukrainian. Based on this analysis, Lebed argued that Ukrainian should be used only for cultural enlightenment in the village to prepare the peasantry for an eventual transition to the higher Russian culture. Under no circumstances should the Ukrainian language or culture be promoted in urban environments. 11. No repressive measures would be needed, official state neutrality would ensure the triumph of the superior Russian culture. Lebed's polemic marked the last gasp of open resistance to Ukrainization, indeed to Korenizatsiya as a whole, from within the party. Still, the fact that the number 2 party figure in Ukraine could openly defend attitudes essentially identical to those blamed for the cruel lesson of 1919, namely, that a higher Russian, proletariat culture stood in opposition to an inferior Ukrainian, peasant culture meant that progress on Ukrainization was impossible. Indeed, Mykola Skrypnyk, a strong partisan of Ukrainization, called the December 1919 decree a lost manifesto. 12. The same was true of a February 1920 All-Ukrainian Central Executive Committee decree that gave Ukrainian equal status alongside Russian as an official state language in Ukraine. 13. The only substantive success occurred in primary school education, where by 1923 76% of schools taught in Ukrainian. This was possible since the prevailing ideology maintained that primary schools can be in Ukrainian, but as for higher education, here one must retain the Russian language. 14. Even this limited progress made Lebed nervous. The work of our education organs in the Ukrainian village has often produced negative results. The work of the Commissariat of Education has been used by Petliurite agronomists and nationalist teachers and other groups. There have been a series of incidents of forced Ukrainization. 15. Ukrainization, 1923 to 1925. Lebed's defiant resistance presaged the difficulties Ukrainization would encounter after the decisive central resolutions in support of Korenizatsiya at the April 1923 Party Congress and June 1923 Nationalities Conference forced a second and more decisive turn toward Ukrainization. These events marked the defeat of Lebed's theory. On the eve of the April 1923 Ukrainian Party Conference, an authoritative article by Nikolai Popov, then head of the All-Union Agitprop department, denounced Lebed's theory as mindless Russian chauvinism, adding that it is shameful to have to write about such elementary truths 6 years after the revolution. 16. At the conference itself, Lebed was further attacked by Frunze and Rakowski, as well as by Lebed's long-standing rivals, Zaytonskaya and Skrypnyk. The Ukrainian conference officially declared Lebed's theory to be chauvinist and the inevitable development of Luxemburgist views. 17 This resolution marked a decisive rejection of Lebed's advocacy of state and party neutrality on the nationalities question. The period from April 1923 to April 1925 was subsequently known as the era of Ukrainization by decree, a pejorative reference to the flood of decrees issued and then largely ignored. 18 The first such decree, a July 27, 1923 resolution on the Ukrainization of education and culture, aimed to extend the Ukrainian language beyond rural primary schools. 19 5 days later, a landmark VUTSIK decree was issued, on measures for guaranteeing the equality of languages and for aiding the development of the Ukrainian language. This decree declared that the previously existing recognition of the formal equality of the two most widespread languages in Ukraine, Ukrainian and Russian, insufficient the factual domination of the Russian language. Although the decree recognized both Ukrainian and Russian as official languages of Ukraine, it demanded a variety of practical measures to establish Ukrainian as the sole language of government in all central state organs, as well as all local organs in regions where ethnic Ukrainians formed a plurality. 20. The August 1 decree marked a decisive break with the policy of linguistic neutrality. To drive home this point, Ukrainian First Party Secretary Emanuel Kvyring wrote a lead editorial, in which he reiterated the decree's assertion that we cannot confine ourselves to recognizing the formal equality of nations, for this formal equality will lead to factual inequality. 21 Instead, the new task was positive work on behalf of the development of national culture. 22 The Ukrainian language and culture were now to be placed in a privileged position. 23 The affirmative action nation building policy endorsed by the Center in 1923 had now finally been authoritatively articulated in Ukraine. The justification given, as always, was the cruel lesson of 1919 when the Ukrainian village rose up against the alien Russian city. Ukrainization, it was argued, would overcome this urban/rural split and help form a link between the Russian city and Ukrainian village. 24 Instead of the Ukrainian village learning Russian to be enlightened by the Russian city, as in Lebed's model, the city would learn Ukrainian in order to instruct the village. The August 1 decree was followed by a series of decrees on Ukrainization in the party, army, and trade unions. 25 Nor was Ukrainization confined to support of the Ukrainian language. Ethnic Ukrainians were also given preferential access to government jobs and entrance into the party. 26 A broad agenda of Ukrainization had now been proposed. In practice, however, almost all attention focused on the implementation of the crucial August 1, 1923 VUTSIK decree, which had ambitiously called for the complete linguistic Ukrainization of the entire government bureaucracy at all levels in the course of 1 year. 27 In some regions, those bureaucratic institutions most closely linked to the countryside were required to shift to Ukrainian in only 6 months. 28 This absurdly short time frame was typical of the utopianism of the early Korenizatsiya decrees across the Soviet Union. To achieve this goal, the Education Commissariat set up 3-month and 9-month courses of language study for all civil servants who could not demonstrate an adequate command of the Ukrainian language. 29 The sanctions for failing to learn Ukrainian were theoretically quite stiff. Beginning on August 1, 1923, no one could be hired by a state institution who did not know both Ukrainian and Russian. Those who already held a government job would be fired if they had not learned Ukrainian by August 1, 1924.30. This program immediately encountered the bane of all future Ukrainization programs, stubborn passive resistance. From specialists, who were considered both a bourgeois and highly Russified element, such resistance was expected, and it was zealously denounced in the press. 31 However, to the great embarrassment of the party, the worst resistance to Ukrainization came from within the party itself and, above all, from those in leadership positions. 32 This would be typical of future Ukrainization efforts as well. One study found that among government employees, 43.7% of non-party members had a good knowledge of Ukrainian, whereas only 18.1% of party members did. 33 Managerial indifference was blamed for widespread poor attendance at Ukrainization courses, which frequently led to their complete collapse. 34 The Ukrainian TISC concluded that managers viewed Ukrainization as not a serious policy and adopted a mocking attitude that undermined it. 35 Even when people knew Ukrainian well, they preferred to speak Russian. A Ukrainization inspector reported that when he showed up to inspect an institution, everyone would speak in Russian until they realized he was an inspector, and then they quickly switched to fluent Ukrainian. 36 The party leadership responded with resolutions at both the March 1924 TISC plenum and the May 1924 party conference demanding that all party members learn Ukrainian, but with no noticeable impact. 37 Such resistance is hardly a surprise. As we have noted, Korenizatsiya was unpopular with the party rank and file in general, and this was even more so in Ukraine due to its bitter civil war experience. Moreover, while most of the key Ukrainian commissariats were now staffed by strong supporters of Ukrainization, the party's leadership was not. First Secretary Emanuel Kvyring came from the Ukrainian party's Katerinoslav faction, which was strongly opposed to Ukrainization and in 1918 had even supported the secession of the Donbass and Krivoy Rog regions of Ukraine. 38 Kvyring's support of Ukrainization was ambivalent even after 1923, as evidenced by his stated concern that communist Ukrainization might degenerate into Petlurian Ukrainization. 39 Ukraine's second secretary, Dmitry Ilobed, was a principled opponent of Ukrainization, who, after his defeat in 1923, was not required to recant his previous views and even published a more moderate version of them. 40 Lebed continued to try to slow down Ukrainization. It seems to me that now is not the time to advocate the complete Ukrainization of our central organs. Local party organs should first do preparatory work. 41. The ambivalence of the higher party leadership led to a largely unsupervised process. Narkompros was required to set up courses and to administer examinations, but, as frustrated proponents of Ukrainization noted, no one was assigned the task of enforcing attendance or monitoring Ukrainization at the workplace. 42 As a result, reliable data on the results of Ukrainization were few. 43 Indeed, the Ukrainian Central Archives hold virtually no data on Ukrainization prior to April 1925. Employees quickly realized they could free themselves from an unpleasant and onerous task. 44 University students could refuse to listen to Ukrainian lectures. 45 Government bureaucracies could freely hire whomever they wished even if they did not speak Ukrainian. 46 The threat to fire Ukrainization Cherkasy was not executed. Instead, the deadline for complete Ukrainization was twice deferred, first from August 1, 1924 to August 1, 1925, and then again to January 1, 1926. 47 All this reinforced the popular party opinion that Ukrainization was not a serious Bolshevik policy, but a propagandistic soft-line initiative that could safely be ignored. Given the lack of reliable data, it is difficult to judge the effectiveness of this first two-year experiment in linguistic Ukrainization. By the standards of the August 1, 1923 decree, it was an abysmal failure. However, clearly some modest progress was made. One study found that only 11 to 15% of those enrolled in Ukrainization courses completed them. Nevertheless, with some justice, the study concluded, at least the courses did exist. True, only superficially and partially, but at least some progress was made on Ukrainization. 48 The number of Ukrainians in government and party work rose somewhat. 49 The Ukrainization of the press and primary schools continued. 50 By April 1925, approximately 20% of government work was being conducted in Ukrainian. 51 However, this success was spread unevenly across Ukraine. The further one descended down the Soviet hierarchy, the greater the degree of Ukrainization. Only 10 to 15% of central Ukrainian government paperwork was conducted in Ukrainian. 52 Village Soviets, on the other hand, were almost 100% Ukrainized. 53 Likewise, as one traveled eastward, the government organs became less and less Ukrainian. In the predominantly agricultural Kiev and Vinnytsia regions, a majority of government paperwork was being carried out in Ukrainian by April 1925.54. In the Donbass, the level of Ukrainization hovered just above 0.55. Thus, as one proponent of Ukrainization lamented, the divide between the Ukrainian village and the Russian city continued to grow. 56. The reversal of this trend was one of the major tasks facing Lazar Kaganovich when he arrived in Ukraine in April 1925 to take over the leadership of the Ukrainian Communist Party from Emanuel Kvyring. Kaganovich's Ukrainization, April 1925 to June 1926. The All-Union Politburo appointed Kaganovich first party secretary of Ukraine on March 26, 1925.57. Kaganovich later confessed that he was extremely nervous at the prospect of taking over such a fractious and powerful organization, and how difficult he found his tenure in Ukraine. 58. It was a mark of Stalin's confidence in Kaganovich that he gave him this assignment, since Ukraine's loyalty was and would continue to be crucial in Stalin's struggle with Trotsky and the left opposition. Kaganovich arrived in Ukraine with a clear mandate to implement Ukrainization. Only a few days after his appointment, on April 4, a Ukrainian Tisk plenum heard Oleksandra Shumskaya's devastating critique of the progress that had been made thus far on Ukrainization. The plenum's resolutions echoed Shumskaya's condemnation and called for a renewed and broadened effort at Ukrainization. 59. The press, after several months of silence, was suddenly filled with articles on the urgent task of Ukrainization. 60. On April 30, VUTSIK passed a new decree on the linguistic Ukrainization of all government work, which superseded the unfulfilled August 1, 1923 decree. 61. Kaganovich's arrival in Ukraine, then, marked the third turn toward Ukrainization. This new and more decisive phase was marked by three major changes in policy, each of them a direct response to the failures of 1923 to 1925. First, the party now assumed direct leadership over Ukrainization, instead of ceding that role to the state bureaucracy, and as part of that new leadership role, insisted on its own Ukrainization. This was a new development. A Ukrainian Tisk study had argued that the 1923 to 1925 Ukrainization campaign had been fatally compromised by passive resistance from within the party. 62. As a result, the April 1925 plenum called for the comprehensive Ukrainization of the party. All major party publications, including the Tisk newspaper Communist, were to be shifted to Ukrainian. The Tisk apparat as well as all lower party apparats were to carry out all paperwork in Ukrainian. Meetings were also to be conducted in Ukrainian. Party schools were to be shifted to Ukrainian. Finally, individual party members, including ordinary workers, were ordered to study Ukrainian. All these requirements were applied to the Komsomol as well. 63. Kaganovich himself set a personal example. He had grown up in a Ukrainian village until age 12 and, in his words, spoke Ukrainian with an added mixture of Belarusian words. 64. Despite his weak command of Ukrainian when he arrived in 1925, Kaganovich immediately met with representatives of the Ukrainian intelligentsia and spoke with them in Ukrainian. He also promised to study Ukrainian so that he could address the next party congress in Ukrainian, a promise he failed to fulfill in 1925 but did at the next Congress in 1927. More importantly, in April 1925 he formed a Politburo Committee on Ukrainization to supervise all aspects of that policy. Every major Ukrainian leader was included in the committee, and Kaganovich was made chairman. Unlike many previous Ukrainization committees, this one met frequently, with Kaganovich himself participating actively. 65. Second, Kaganovich recognized the importance of establishing control over the implementation of Ukrainization. To service the Politburo Committee, the Tisk Information Department was ordered to solicit regular reports from local party Ukrainization committees, which were now set up in every Ukrainian oblast and city. 66. More importantly, the Ukrainian Control Commission, with its enormous staff, was given official control over the implementation of Ukrainization, and it undertook several massive investigations. 67 Sovnarkom also formed a Ukrainization committee that supervised and collected information from the massive network of Ukrainization committees set up in all the commissariats, economic institutions, local Soviets, and factories. 68 This committee was supplied with information from the extensive staff of the Education Commissariat's Department for the Liquidation of Ukrainian Illiteracy. 69 Thus, a massive cross-cutting network of informational sources was established to monitor the implementation of Ukrainization. The formation of this network alone testified to the seriousness of the new Ukrainization drive. Third, again in response to widespread resistance to Ukrainization, the party now emphasized the need to use force. The April 1925 resolution noted that there had thus far been only a natural, routine Ukrainization of the Soviet apparat most closely tied to the village and of the primary schools. 70 Further progress, the decree argued, would require the use of pressure. 71 In a letter to Stalin, the Ukrainian Politburo would later boast of Kaganovish's hard fine on Ukrainization. Not one of the former political secretaries in Ukraine used so much pressure in the implementation of Ukrainization. 72 This was certainly true. Pressure, in this case, meant primarily the threat of being fired, not arrested. A TISK report called for the use of exemplary firings for sabotage to overcome inertia and passive resistance. 73 This threat was immediately publicized after the April 4 plenum. 74 Public statements against Ukrainization were no longer tolerated. As Zaytonskaya noted a year later, our most important accomplishment is that in Ukraine, it is no longer considered acceptable for a party member to openly speak out against Ukrainization. 75 These three policy changes were part of Kaganovish's attempt to send an unambiguous signal that Ukrainization was now considered a legitimate hardline Bolshevik policy. To that end, the attitude and action of the Ukrainian Party's Central Committee were crucial. As noted earlier, in the Soviet Union's bureaucratic division of labor, the party was paradigmatically associated with the hard line and the Soviet bureaucracy headed by TSIK with the soft line. Economic, security, and military commissariats tended to be grouped with the party, whereas cultural, agricultural, and social welfare commissariats were aligned with TSIK. Women, peasants, religion, and nationalities were all examples of soft-line policy sectors and so were primarily dealt with by TSIK. Central supervision of nationalities policy was formally entrusted to TSIK Soviet of Nationalities and VTSIK's Nationalities Department. This same Soviet/party division was replicated at the Republican level. With only a few exceptions, first party secretaries were not titular nationals, whereas the heads of the Republican TSIK and Sovnarkom invariably were. This was the case in Ukraine from 1923 to 1937. Likewise, prior to Kaganovish's arrival, Vesti Vu TSIK was a Ukrainian-language newspaper, and the TISK paper Communist was published in Russian. This same division manifested itself in the 1923 to 1925 attempt at Ukrainization. The primary focus was the government organs, in particular those dealing with backward peasants, but not the party organs dealing with progressive urban workers. Thus, Lebed's distinction between a higher Russian culture associated with the Bolsheviks and a lesser Ukrainian culture associated with the soft-line Soviet bureaucracy survived the formal condemnation of Lebed's theory in 1923. It did so because it reflected the a priori assumptions of most Bolsheviks that nationalities policy was simply not a core Bolshevik concern. Kaganovich, with the zealous support of Ukrainian Bolsheviks such as Skrypynyk and Zaytonskaya, set out to overcome this distinction. One part of this attempt was the conscious cultivation of a hardline rhetoric of Nazism. Likewise, Ukrainization was now called a revolutionary task, a great endeavor, and an arduous task requiring concentrated willpower. 76 In other words, it was not a concession or a tactic, but a core Bolshevik project. These were Kaganovish's tactics for achieving Ukrainization. It was still necessary, however, to specify more exactly the final goal. The August 1923 decree was vague. It spoke of the equality of Ukrainian and Russian, but also of special privileges for the Ukrainian language. In April 1925, this ambiguity was replaced with the ambitious goal of establishing Ukrainian linguistic hegemony. 77 Russian would remain Ukraine's link language with the center and therefore would continue to be a mandatory subject in all Ukrainian schools. Otherwise, Ukrainian was to be the exclusive language of the public sphere. This goal in turn also served as a tactic, as Ukraine's leaders promoted the creation of a total Ukrainian linguistic environment. A critic from the all-Union org Bureau, B. Archibaldov, described this strategy as follows: 78. There is a theory that one should create a certain environment, that affairs should be objectively organized so that urban residents, against their will be forced to learn Ukrainian, for instance, by shifting the telephonist to Ukrainian, the conductors and so forth. This was a fair description of the policy. All public announcements, all signs, all official stamps and blanks were to be exclusively in Ukrainian. The same was true of movie subtitles. Newspapers and books were to be rapidly made predominantly Ukrainian. 79. This strategy was justified, once again, by the need to overcome the dangerous chasm between the Ukrainian village and the Russian city and thereby, in Kaganovish's words, preserve the hegemony and leadership of the proletariat over the village. 80. This strategy was frequently contested at central gatherings. At an April 1926 TSIK session, the Bolshevik gadfly Yuri Ilerin, to boisterous applause, compared it to Petliura's policies and claimed Russian national rights were being trampled. 81. Petrovsky responded angrily that until now peasants would come to Kharkov and Odessa, see exclusively Russian signs, and wonder, where is Ukraine? We are making every effort so that every peasant will be able to read signs from TSIK down to the lowest commissariat in his native language, so that he will understand that this is his government. 82. Petrovsky's comments followed precisely Lenin's and Stalin's psychological interpretation of Korenizatsiya, that peasants should feel the government was theirs. Kaganovich responded likewise to criticisms made at an Orgbero session on Odessa. Odessa is of course primarily a non-Ukrainian city, there are very few Ukrainians, but the village is totally Ukrainian, almost totally Ukrainian. The city should lead the village, correct? If the Okrugom conducted its work in Russian, the Ukrainian village would be untouched. This is why the question about Ukrainization is not so simple. 83. The Ukrainian leadership was determined to take active measures to prevent its cities from becoming Russian urban islands. In response to yet another attack made on Ukrainization at the All-Union Orgbero, Zaytonskaya made this clear: take the question of signs and posters, which seems to be a petty anecdotal question. It is really an extremely serious question, as it is tied to the question of whether we will form separate administrative and cultural districts in the cities. You say that Petliura also repainted signs and now we are doing the same thing. That's absolutely right. Like Petliura we are repainting signs, but this doesn't scare us. It used to be that the peasant came to the city and thought he was in a foreign city. We need to create an environment where the peasant gets used to seeing Ukrainian signs, announcements, and posters. 84. The total environment strategy of Ukrainization raised the extremely sensitive issue of assimilation. This strategy seemed quite clearly to have the goal of assimilating urban Russians to a Ukrainian identity. Yet, Soviet policy was unambiguously hostile to both forced and voluntary assimilation. As a result, Ukrainians divided this question into two issues: the status of Russified Ukrainians and of Russians. The re-Ukrainization of the Russified masses was an explicit goal of Ukrainization. 85. So long as this process was the gradual outcome of creating a comprehensive linguistic Ukrainian environment and not forced assimilation, it could be justified as a decolonizing measure to overcome the unjust assimilatory impact of the artificial hegemonic Russian urban environment introduced by Tsarist colonialism. Zaytonskaya often noted with satisfaction that some individuals are defining themselves as Ukrainians since, as the dominant nationality, this is advantageous in all respects. 86. A highly symbolic case was Grigory Petrovsky, who was born in a Ukrainian village but lived for decades in the Russified Ukrainian cities of Kharkov and Ekaterinoslav and could speak Ukrainian only with great difficulty. Petrovsky initially identified himself on the ubiquitous Bolshevik forms as a Russian, but with the period of rapid Ukrainization recategorized himself as Ukrainian. 87 With regard to ethnic Russians, policy was intentionally vague. In 1926, Russian national village Soviets and districts were formed. However, Russian urban national districts were prohibited. Although it was not emphasized, even Kaganovich expressed the hope that in the long run, a Ukrainian environment would lead to the eventual Ukrainization of even the ethnic Russian proletariat. 88. Finally, it should be noted that Kaganovich's New Nationalities program was not confined to this aggressive promotion of linguistic Ukrainization, but also involved the promotion of Ukrainian culture. This was a controversial policy. V. Vaganian, a member of the left opposition, wrote a scorching polemic in 1927, filled with examples from Ukraine, arguing that Bolshevik nationalities policy should involve no more than the promotion of international culture in national languages, since national culture was a purely bourgeois phenomenon. 89 Stalin, of course, had declared in a famous 1925 speech, which Vaganian critiqued, that the Soviet nationalities policy would promote cultures proletarian in content, national in form. 90. Already in 1920, Stalin had justified Korenizatsiya by the need to promote people who know the customs, habits, and language of the local population. 91 In Ukraine, as in other republics, the policy of promoting Ukrainian culture had led to the appointment of former Ukrainian nationalists to important positions in the republic's academic establishment. By April 1925, this in turn had led to a widespread fear that these intellectuals were assuming a decisive influence over the Ukrainian youth and peasantry. 92 Therefore, as the April 1925 decree stated, the party must now devote its energy to the mastery and leadership of all cultural and social processes. 93. This meant that party members not only had to learn the Ukrainian language, but Ukrainian culture as well. It involved obligatory Ukrainian studies classes for all government workers and party members. 94 These courses involved an ambitious program of study, the history of the Ukrainian language, the development of the Ukrainian economy, pre- and post-revolutionary Ukrainian literature, the Ukrainian revolutionary movement, Ukrainian geography and natural resources, the Ukrainian diaspora, and much more. 95 Theoretically, failing an exam on these subjects could lead to the loss of employment. Anecdotes abounded, such as the cleaning lady being asked to write an essay on the reflection of the 1905 revolution in Ukrainian literature. 96 The promotion of Ukrainian culture also meant considerable attention and money devoted to the development of Ukrainian opera, theater, film, literature, and so forth. Finally, it meant laying claim to classic Ukrainian culture, which above all meant Shevchenko. In the 1920s, a veritable Shevchenko cult was propagated in Ukraine. When an old Bolshevik on an investigation of Ukraine's nationalities policy expressed alarm at this cult, he was sternly informed that the battle for Shevchenko was crucial. We fought for a revolutionary Shevchenko, to use Shevchenko for the revolutionary education of the masses. 97 Ukrainization involved not only stealing Petlier's nationalities policy, but also his national hero. Ukrainian culture also meant, paradoxically, affirmative action. In Vaganian's model, anyone who spoke Ukrainian could govern the construction of international culture in Ukraine. In Stalin's model, where a distinct Ukrainian national culture existed and the party was required to master it, ethnic Ukrainians who knew that culture were required. Therefore, the April 1925 decrees called for a massive campaign to promote Ukrainians into the party and into government service. All unemployed Ukrainians were to be identified and given work. 98 The Ukrainian government petitioned Moscow to assign all Ukrainians finishing higher education in the RSFSR to work in Ukraine. Ukrainian professors were recruited from abroad. In the case of firings, Ukrainians had priority over non-Ukrainians. 99. The April 1925 decrees, then, launched a new unprecedentedly ambitious phase of Ukrainization. How successful was this campaign? Thanks to Kaganovic's insistence on frequent inspections and reports, considerable data exists to answer that question. The affirmative action programs proved particularly easy to implement, since Ukrainians were not substantially less educated than Russians. From January 1925 to January 1926, party membership increased from 37% Ukrainian to 43%, Komsomol membership from 50.9% to 63%, task nomenclatura posts from 15.4% to 34.4%, Okruzkom membership from 38.8% to 42.4%, Raycom membership from 38% to 50%. 100 similar successes were registered in Soviet organs. Ukrainians formed the majority in VUTSIK, Okrug executive committees, district executive committees, and village Soviets. 101 Ukrainian representation in the local party troika increased from 31.3% to 37.3%. 102 The percentage of Ukrainians in higher education also improved substantially, in institutes from 36.3% to 43.9% and in technicums from 55.5% to 58.6%. 103 By the end of 1926, there was already a sense that the problem of promoting Ukrainians into positions of power was well on its way to being solved. Rapid progress was also made on the Ukrainization of the public sphere. Signs and public announcements were shifted to Ukrainian. As Table 6 shows, the Ukrainization of the print media was being carried out gradually and systematically. There were certain difficulties. The April 1925 decrees called for the Ukrainization of the task newspaper Communist, but resistance within the party delayed this action until June 1926. 104 Also, even with the vast expansion of Ukrainian language publishing within Ukraine, due to imports from the RSFSR, Russian books still represented 70 to 75% of the Ukrainian book market. 105 The schools were also gradually being Ukrainized. By 1927, 80.7% of primary education was being carried out in Ukrainian, 61.8% for elementary school, and 48.7% for professional schools. 106 Higher education remained a weak point. Only in mid-1925 was a 5-year plan for the linguistic Ukrainization of higher education put forward. 107 As with the August 1923 decree, the April 1925 decrees continued to stress the linguistic Ukrainization of the government bureaucracy. The Ukrainian leadership was most proud of its success in this realm. After 2 years of effort, in April 1925, only 20% of central government paperwork was conducted in Ukrainian. 8 months later, that figure had increased to 65%. 108 Unsurprisingly, the success was uneven. The Donbass and South Ukraine performed much worse. In fact, their Ukrainization was considered completely superficial, the product of hiring translators or using impossibly bad Ukrainian. 109 Within the central government, the soft fine institutions performed much better than the hard-line institutions. 110 The economic trusts, in particular all union ones, performed still worse. In fact, most all union trusts boycotted Ukrainization completely until the party put pressure on them in late 1925. 111 The Ukrainization campaign was not confined, however, to Ukrainian paperwork. A further goal was that all Ukrainian government employees should have a good command of the oral Ukrainian language and to use it regularly in their daily work. To achieve this goal, a grandiose network of Ukrainian studies courses was set up that reached into each government institution in the center and in the regions. I was unable to determine exactly how many individuals took these courses, but it was certainly in the hundreds of thousands. For instance, through June 1926 the railways alone had put 45,096 employees through Ukrainian studies courses. The Odessa Okruzkom reported in 1926 that 15,000 employees had formally studied Ukrainian. 112 Table 7 reports the results of this massive campaign as reported by a January-February 1926 TSKKRKI study. 113 All tested employees were assigned to one of three categories: first category good command of Ukrainian, second category weak command, third category negligible or no knowledge. Those in the third category were subject to firing. As before, managers performed slightly worse. Only 11.3% were assigned to the first category and 21.8% to the second category. This was only slightly better than the class enemy specialists. 114 Despite the new hardline pressure, party members were still reported to be performing worse than non-party members. 115 Still more disturbing, the Komsomol were performing worst of all. 116 Oral work remained almost exclusively in Russian. 117 This began at the top. As Petrovsky joked at a TSIK session, "We'll start a meeting in Ukrainian and end in Russian." 118 The shifting of oral work to Ukrainian remained a task for the future. Thus, despite Zaytonskya's boast that party pressure had silenced open opposition to Ukrainization, passive resistance remained a major problem. If tens of thousands of employees fluent in Russian failed to acquire even a weak command of Ukrainian, it could hardly be due to the difficulty of the task. Shumsky noted he learned Polish in 6 months after being sent there as Ukraine's representative, and if they send me to China, I'd learn Chinese in 2 years. 119 Tisk reports continued to speak of a contemptuous attitude toward the Ukrainian language. The head of an Okrug education department bluntly told a language inspector, "I don't know Ukrainian, I don't want to learn Ukrainian, but I can sing Ukrainian songs." 120 As mentioned earlier, all union institutions refused to submit even formally to Ukrainization until the last moment and continued to hire those who did not speak Ukrainian. 121 Specialists realized their value and threatened to leave for the RSFSR if forced to study Ukrainian. The party responded by ordering the GPU to establish surveillance over specialist attitudes to Ukrainization, but ultimately backed down and extended the deadline for specialists by 6 months. 122 Even the Ukrainization of the Task newspaper, Communist, encountered resistance. A month after it switched languages, its circulation had plummeted from 70,000 to 37,000. 123 This ongoing passive resistance created a dilemma for the party leadership. Strict enforcement of their hardline rhetoric was literally impossible. It would have meant firing tens of thousands, approximately 40% of all Ukraine's white-collar workers. Already in July 1925 a confidential Rabkrin report to Kaganovich stated that the January 1 deadline could not be met, but it likewise reported a widespread belief that the deadline will be extended again and so there's no reason to hurry. Therefore we must officially consider the Ukrainization of the government apparat finished by January 1, 1926. 124 Kaganovich agreed, and at the 9th Party Congress in December 1925, he announced that the January 1 deadline would stand but only malicious saboteurs, those who don't want to study, who ignore Ukrainization, will be fired. 125 Thus, Ukrainization was triumphantly declared finished on January 1. 126 3 months later, 63 malicious saboteurs were fired. The rest were given 3 more months, until June 1, 1926, to learn Ukrainian. 127 This deadline likewise passed unfulfilled, and selective exemplary sackings continued. By 1927, 263 central Ukrainian government employees had been fired. 128 There were also regional firings, though I have no exact figures on their numbers. The total number fired throughout Ukraine certainly exceeded 500 and may have been as high as 1,000. If the exemplary firing of malicious saboteurs effectively silenced publicly expressed opposition to Ukrainization, it also had a cost: widespread Russian resentment. This resentment found an outlet in letters of complaint. Yuri Ilarin relied on letters to Pravda for his attacks on Ukrainization. 129 Stalin also reported receiving letters of complaint, such as the following: 130. You have a duty to smash the chauvinistic soul of the infected Ukrainian chauvinists. We students read the decree of the Ukrainian Republic that only those knowing the Ukrainian language will be allowed into university. We are many and fervid defenders of communism. We allow the need to support the national needs of the Yakuts, but not the Ukrainians, who speak Russian excellently, and Chubar and Petrovsky will open a session in Ukrainian and end in Russian. Some of us have been eyewitnesses to such scenes. We are all unhappy. Let the dominant slogan be all proletarians unite, let everyone approach the light and knowledge and enter the house of science without regard to national dialects. Do not kill the proletarian offspring. Down with the chauvinists. The Ukrainian Tisk was aware of this sentiment and took it seriously. The following note was passed up to a member of the Politburo Ukrainization Committee, Kaliznyi, during a speech in Odessa 131. For you more than anyone it should be clear that the majority population of Odessa is Russian and Jewish. Why do you childishly behave as if it isn't? The comprehensive Ukrainization of a majority non-Ukrainian population is a violent action, typical of bourgeois colonial policy. You want to force all non-Ukrainians, against their will, into an alien Ukrainian culture and language. This current line will lead to the artificial assimilation of the Russian and Jewish population with the privileged Ukrainian nation. How does this relate to the party's nationalities policy? It doesn't. You should at last open your eyes and stop stifling the freedom of language in Ukraine. How long will the Ukrainian Tisk undertake forced Ukrainization, and what will this lead to? Kravchuk, October 1, 26. Kaliznyi distributed this note to the next Politburo Ukrainization session as a particularly vehement example of the many anti-Ukrainization notes that he received. In early 1926, then, there was considerable uncertainty about the future course of Ukrainization. Officially, the January 1, 1926 deadline had been met and the Ukrainization of the government bureaucracy completed. Unofficially, everyone understood that this was not at all the case and that much work remained to be done. However, should a renewed campaign of forced Ukrainization be undertaken or a more measured long-term effort? Growing Russian resentment in Ukraine and Moscow suggested the need for a more gradual approach. The depth of resistance to Ukrainization, on the other hand, seemed to necessitate an intensified hard-fine Ukrainization. This question about the pace of Ukrainization did in fact lead to a major controversy within the Ukrainian Politburo in the first half of 1926. After a brief hiatus from Ukrainization, the Ukrainian Politburo gathered in mid-March to hear a report from Zaytonskaya on the results of the past year's Ukrainization campaign. 132 On this occasion and at a subsequent Politburo meeting in late March, a simmering personal feud between Kaganovich and the Commissar of Education, Oleksandra Shumskaya, exploded into public confrontation. Their fight in turn triggered a political scandal that lasted 2 whole years, involved Stalin's personal intervention, triggered a Comintern crisis, and finally led to the denunciation of a native Ukrainian communist deviation, Shumskyism. Here, it will be sufficient to note that the Shumskaya affair originated in a dispute over the Ukrainization of the proletariat. In March 1926, Kaganovich proposed the slogan that the party would not promote the forced Ukrainization of the proletariat. Shumskaya objected vehemently. Stalin sided with Kaganovich, and Shumskaya's deviation was anathematized. It was no surprise that a political controversy would center on the Ukrainization of the proletariat. This was the one Russian urban island, to use Zaytonskaya's phrase, exempted from the April 1925 Ukrainization decrees. Moreover, this exemption was due to Stalin's personal intervention. The initial draft of the April 1925 Ukrainization decree included union representatives as those who must learn Ukrainian under the threat of being fired. The All-Union Trade Council immediately protested to Stalin, who in turn forwarded their complaint to the Ukrainian Task Secretary, Kvyring, for action. 133 Kvyring then wrote Stalin and informed him that the law would be amended to exempt union officials from the threat of firing. 134 Thus, the proletariat and its representatives were excluded from the hardline Ukrainization campaign initiated by the April 1925 decrees. Not only was the proletariat exempted from linguistic Ukrainization, but affirmative action was also not applied to industrial workers. In fact, when layoffs took place in Kryvyi Rog, they were done by seniority, which meant that younger Ukrainian workers suffered disproportionately. 135 The situation contrasted completely with the Soviet Union's Eastern republics, where aggressive affirmative action was practiced in industrial hiring. This difference was partially explained by Stalin's particular concern over ethnic resentment among the crucial Donbass proletariat. In his April 1926 letter to Kaganovich, Stalin worried that forced Ukrainization of the proletariat might provoke in the non-Ukrainian part of the proletariat anti-Ukrainian chauvinism. 136 This caution may have been effective. Ethnic conflict in Ukrainian industry remained a minor concern throughout the 1920s and 1930s, especially in comparison to the frequent and violent ethnic conflict that occurred on industrial sites in the Soviet Union's eastern regions. 137. This background helps explain why Shumsky reacted so vigorously to Kaganovich's formula that there would be no forced Ukrainization of the proletariat. This was, after all, no more than a restatement of existing policy. Still, that policy had previously been implemented in silence. Shumsky therefore interpreted Kaganovich's insertion of this phrase into the new task theses on Ukrainization as a new public signal that the party was not serious about the Ukrainization of Ukraine's industrial regions. Shumsky complained it was a slogan that might undermine the Ukrainization of the proletariat. 138 This was not an unreasonable interpretation. For instance, a large number of Ukrainian leaders reported that criticisms of Ukrainization made by Lenin and Yanukovych at the April 1926 TSIK session, which were in fact the result of unauthorized freelancing, had been interpreted by Ukrainian party activists in exactly this fashion. 139 For this reason, the Ukrainian party leadership placed an enormous premium on stifling all party criticism of Ukrainization. In the short run, Shumsky was a bad prophet. The June 1926 Ukrainian Tisk Plenum, which summarized the progress made in Ukrainization and delineated new goals, placed the trade unions and industrial urban centers at the top of its agenda. 140 More significantly, the plenum announced that Ukrainization was no longer just a way to achieve the rural-urban smikha or to gain control over the construction of Ukrainian culture, but one of the means of building socialism. 141 This formula was an attempt to address the widespread belief that Ukrainization was not a core Bolshevik task, not a hardline policy, since building socialism was the paradigmatic Bolshevik task. Moreover, as in April 1925, this resolution was immediately backed up by deeds, a party conference report by the trade union chairman with a resolution on the Ukrainization of the unions, Politburo resolutions on the Ukrainization of the party, Komsomol, and transport workers, with special emphasis on Ukraine's industrial regions, and renewed work by the Politburo Ukrainization Commission, with Kaganovich as an active chairman. 142 Moreover, these Politburo resolutions specifically recommended the use of exemplary firings to speed up Ukrainization. 143 As mentioned earlier, centrally authorized firings increased from 63 in March 1926 to 263 by late 1927. Despite Shumsky's fears, then, hardline Ukrainization continued. The failure of comprehensive Ukrainization, 1926 to 1932. The new campaign initiated by the June 1926 plenum aimed to complete the original April 1925 plan of comprehensive Ukrainization, that is, the establishment of Ukrainian as the dominant language in the entire public sphere of the Ukrainian SSR. Certain tasks received less emphasis now, as they were felt to have been largely achieved. Affirmative action continued but as a lower priority, since Ukrainians already formed a majority in most important institutions. The party was content with a bare Ukrainian majority and did not require that Ukrainian representation be exactly proportionate to their share of the overall population. The Ukrainization of primary education and the press had been largely accomplished, although, as we shall see, this process was extended still further after June 1926. Finally, considerable progress had been made in the linguistic Ukrainization of Soviet and cultural institutions. Instead, The new campaign focused on three problem areas: the Ukrainization of the industrial proletariat, higher education, and those government organs, particularly all union economic institutions in Ukraine's eastern industrial regions, that had successfully resisted linguistic Ukrainization. As of June 1926, very little had been accomplished in any of these areas. For the next 6 years, the party devoted considerable, though gradually diminishing, efforts to achieving breakthroughs in these three areas. By 1932, despite some solid progress, it was clear that the goal of comprehensive Ukrainization had failed. A bilingual Russian-Ukrainian public sphere was already in the process of formation. Comprehensive Ukrainization, in fact, failed before December 1932, when a Politburo decree formally abandoned that goal. Therefore, the cause of that failure cannot be sought in that decree and the subsequent 1933 terror campaign, but must emerge from an analysis of the last 6-year campaign to achieve comprehensive Ukrainization. The factory. As already noted, the Ukrainian party leadership was extremely concerned about the potential for ethnic conflict within the republic's nationally mixed proletariat. They never considered transferring the practice of forced linguistic Ukrainization, used on their government employees, to the proletariat. In any case, Stalin's April 1926 letter clearly forbade that strategy. There were no mandatory Ukrainian studies courses for workers, only a small number of token courses to demonstrate the workers' voluntary enthusiasm for Ukrainization. 144 Theoretically, party discipline required all party members, even proletarians, to learn Ukrainian. However, few party proletarians actually studied Ukrainian and even fewer were punished for failing to do so. Trade union officials continued to be exempt from the April 1925 decrees. Trade unions with a majority Ukrainian membership were required to shift their bookkeeping to Ukrainian, but even here the government made this a much lower priority than the Ukrainization of the government bureaucracy. Affirmative action was practiced in recruiting trade union officials, as there was a strong desire to have a Ukrainian majority in these positions, even when the relevant union was not majority Ukrainian. 145 As the trade union chairman Radchenko laconically put it, in the apparat of our unions, Ukrainians have a larger place than in the working mass as a whole, and this is, of course, correct. 146 However, affirmative action was never practiced in industrial hiring. To sum up, for government officials, the party used a model of hierarchical discipline: follow orders or be fired. As we shall see, however, they ultimately balked at enforcing the party's model of military discipline: follow orders or be shot. For proletarians, the party instead used a model of exhortation. The decrees on the Ukrainization of the proletariat consistently emphasized the need to explain to the workers the necessity to master the Ukrainian culture and take an active part in Ukrainization as one of the processes of socialist construction. 147 This, of course, required those workers who were of ethnic Ukrainian heritage, first, to accept that they were ethnic Ukrainians and, second, to value that ethnic identification. The different approaches to bureaucrats and workers can be clearly seen in the official response to policy implementation. With government bureaucrats, there was a consistent tendency to emphasize the failures of and resistance to Ukrainization, whereas with workers there was an opposing tendency to exaggerate all successes. In keeping with the exhortative model, major emphasis was placed on cultural work in the Ukrainian language. 148 The strategy involved extending the attempt to create a total Ukrainian urban environment to the last Russian stronghold. Workers were to be surrounded by Ukrainian culture. They were to be provided with Ukrainian newspapers, Ukrainian journals, books, theaters, excursions to Ukrainian museums, Ukrainian banners and slogans in the factory, popular lectures and readings in Ukrainian, and Ukrainian cultural evenings. 149 This strategy was to be fully implemented only in majority Ukrainian workplaces and partially implemented where Ukrainians were in the minority. The project of bringing Ukrainian culture to the proletariat began at a modest pace in 1926, then accelerated dramatically with the onset of the Cultural Revolution in 1928, which led to a shift in emphasis from the creation of a Ukrainian government bureaucracy and high culture to the cultivation of a modernized, industrial Ukrainian culture. The most grandiose cultural revolution event was the 3-month Festival of Ukrainian Culture from June to September 1929.150. It aimed to mobilize the attention and activity of the party, Komsomol, and working masses to the task of national cultural construction, to propagandize the achievements of Ukrainian culture and bring them to the masses. The festival's main propagandist described its methods: cultural processions to the theater, movies, museums, meetings with writers, artists, scientists, evenings of Ukrainian culture. These are the new forms which embrace a great mass of people and unite them with Ukrainian culture. One must bring these new forms of work into the workers' regions and enterprises. 151 famous writers and academicians, including even the disgraced nationalist Mykola Kvilovii, traveled to Ukraine's industrial regions to read their works aloud and lecture on their specialties. A large number of smaller one-month festivals and cultural processions were held across Ukraine in 1929 and 1930, with a particular emphasis on the heavily Russified Donbass. 152. This cultural strategy of proletarian Ukrainization appears to have enjoyed some success in introducing the Ukrainian language to the monolithically Russified Ukrainian factories. It is difficult to evaluate precisely the progress made, since the complete absence of Ukrainization efforts prior to June 1926 meant that studies had not been conducted and statistics not recorded. Still, a February 1927 study of 5 major Kharkov factories gives some sense of the general situation. 153. In 3 of the 5 factories, Ukrainians were a majority, in a 4th they were a plurality, and in a 5th they were a minority. In all 5 factories, oral work was carried out almost exclusively in Russian. The vast majority of newspaper subscriptions were to the Russian language Pravda and Proletariat. Virtually no one subscribed to the Ukrainian language workers' newspaper Proletar or the Komsomol paper Komsomol Ukraini. At one plant, 14.8% of journal subscriptions were Ukrainian language, at another, the number was 1.6%. Factory wall newspapers were almost exclusively in Russian. The factory libraries ranged from a high of 3% Ukrainian books to a low of 0.4%. The only positive finding was the popularity of Ukrainian language drama and choir groups. A more general January 1927 survey estimated that 16.7% of all union-sponsored lectures and conversations were conducted in Ukrainian. In heavy industry unions this figure plummeted to 5.7% for coal workers and 7.9% for chemical industry workers. 154. Given that informal language use was even more Russified, it seems fair to conclude that Ukraine's factories were almost entirely linguistically Russian. As elsewhere in Ukraine, the swiftest and easiest progress was made through affirmative action programs. It was relatively uncomplicated to promote ethnic Ukrainians up the trade union hierarchy. Their numbers grew steadily after 1926. By 1932, ethnic Ukrainians were a majority at almost all levels of the trade union hierarchy. 155. More striking was the success made in introducing the Ukrainian language to the workplace, as this policy met resistance from factory officials, trade unionists, and many workers. Table 8 shows the progress made by June 1932 in 4 categories. These statistics are incomplete but do illustrate a significant penetration of the Ukrainian language into the cultural work of trade unions. Although heavy industry remained less Ukrainized, given the total Russification of these industries, the progress made there was actually most striking. The Ukrainian language was readily accepted in circumstances requiring only a passive knowledge of Ukrainian. Lectures were frequently conducted in Ukrainian. The percentage of Ukrainian language theaters for workers increased from 25% in 1928 to 75% by 1930. 1.156 concerts and exhibitions were held overwhelmingly in Ukrainian. Ukrainian language books and newspapers were made increasingly more accessible. By 1931, 32% of books in trade union libraries were Ukrainian language, although for heavy industry unions the figures varied from 14.5% to 19.3%. 157 by 1933, the number of Ukrainian books in trade union libraries had increased to 38%. This dramatic growth occurred thanks to an April 1932 NER-composed decree that required that 85% of books sent to all libraries be in the Ukrainian language. 158 by the early 1930s, in many factories there were as many subscriptions to Ukrainian language newspapers as to Russian ones. 159 Of course, there is no evidence these books and papers were being read. Of more importance, then, was that the percentage of Ukrainian language factory newspapers also grew, since they were presumably of greater interest to workers. However, activities that required workers to speak, such as social evenings and political discussions, took place primarily in Russian. 160. Of course, this cultural Ukrainization was only one means to achieve the political goal of creating a hegemonic Ukrainian environment in the factories. Cultural activities represented an insignificant portion of the total work experience. The first five-year plan made a larger contribution by greatly accelerating the influx of Ukrainian peasants into Ukraine's industrial cities and factories. The percentage of Ukrainians in the major industrial cities increased rapidly from 1923 to 1926 to 1933, Lugansk, Zaporozhye, Kharkov, Dnepropetrovsk, Stalino. Ethnic Ukrainians increased from 41.7% of the proletariat in industry and construction in 1926 to a solid majority of 56.1% in 1934.161. According to Stalin's frequently repeated paradigm, this process should have guaranteed the eventual Ukrainization of Ukraine's cities, as had happened before in Riga, Prague, and Budapest. However, was this occurring? Were the Ukrainian peasants bringing Ukrainian culture into the factories, or was the first five-year plan only continuing the established pattern of turning Ukrainian peasants into urban Russians? Studies of language use on the work floor conducted by the trade unions, TSKK, and TISK's Agitprop department from 1928 to 1933 suggested that the Russian language remained dominant. Almost all studies found that the language used for workplace communication was Russian. This was also the case for general union meetings and mass political work. 162 Party reports tended to blame the factory management for this situation, since they conducted all their oral work in Russian and so communicated with workers exclusively in Russian. In any case, newly arrived workers quickly adjusted to the prevailing Russian language environment. A TSKK study of 3 Kharkov factories in 1929 concluded that ethnic Ukrainians rapidly Russify here. 163 A major survey of the results of Ukrainization conducted by TISK's Agitprop department in December 1931 found that Ukrainian peasants arriving in Donbass factories frequently spoke in Ukrainian initially but were mocked and then gave up the Ukrainian language. 164 Most strikingly, a 1931 trade union report found that workers were giving up the Ukrainian language even in a majority Ukrainian factory in the Ukrainian cultural capital of Kiev. 165. These reports also noted a second important subjective fact. Both workers and their superiors tended to view Russian and Ukrainian workers as one cultural category, the ethnic majority, and other workers as national minorities. 166 This lack of a strong sense of cultural distance was one reason for the striking lack of ethnic conflict between Ukrainians and Russians in comparison with the rather severe conflict between Russians and titular nationals in other Soviet republics. The comprehensive December 1931 Agitprop report on Ukrainization could only find a few anecdotal cases of ethnic conflict, as when Russian miners harassed a new Ukrainian colleague, "You, cockhole, get out of our mineshaft, only Russians work here." 167 One reason for this lack of ethnic differentiation was the Ukrainian leadership's cautious refusal to force the pace of Ukrainization, to practice affirmative action in industrial hiring, or to divide Ukrainians and Russians into separate sections for union work. Trade union cultural work could be conducted in Russian, Ukrainian, or a mixture of the two, but a decree forbade the formation of separate Russian language groups for Russian workers and Ukrainian language groups for Ukrainian workers. 168. Despite the dominance of the Russian language and the lack of strong ethnic differentiation, it would be inaccurate to claim that Soviet industrial culture merely perpetuated the pre-evolutionary paradigm of turning peasants into Russians. A sense of Ukrainian identity was being assimilated. It would be more accurate to speak of both Ukrainian peasants and Russian workers becoming Russified Ukrainian workers. The majority of Russified Ukrainians did not embrace linguistic Ukrainization, but their resistance was fairly mild, typical of their attitude toward many Bolshevik campaigns: before there was God's law and now there is Ukrainization. According to one report, the majority opinion could be summed up in one phrase: you won't re-educate us. However, even in the Donbass, a minority of workers embraced the new Ukrainian identity. Among certain Ukrainian workers a mood of peculiar national pride is being born. At the factory, October Revolution, when the financial inspector delivered his concluding remarks in Ukrainian, some of the workers insisted he speak in Russian, but some insisted he must speak in Ukrainian. 169 other reports also noted the growth of a certain Ukrainian patriotism even among Russified workers. 170. It is impossible to make definitive conclusions from anecdotal data, but the following sentiments attributed to Lugansk workers in 1929 appear to have been typical. The majority of workers, both Ukrainians and Russians who have lived in Ukraine for a long time, think that it is wrong and unnecessary to Ukrainize adult workers. We need to study more essential and useful subjects. One should Ukrainize the children through the schools. 171. In this model, an evolving urban Ukrainian identity, for both ethnic Russians and Ukrainians, could include both a knowledge of the Ukrainian language, an identification with Ukrainian culture and the Ukrainian SSR, and the daily use of Russian in the workplace. In his memoirs, the famous Soviet defector Viktor Kravchenko, who came of age in the late 1920s and early 1930s, exhibited both a strong Ukrainian identity and patriotism together with an insistence that technical education should take place in Russian. 172. To sum up, despite the massive influx of Ukrainians into the factories of Ukraine's industrial cities and the efforts of the authorities to promote the Ukrainian language in those factories, the factory remained an overwhelmingly Russian language environment. Arriving Ukrainians responded accordingly and adopted Russian as their professional language. Comprehensive linguistic Ukrainization had not been achieved, which of course would have been impossible in a mere 6 years, but neither had meaningful movement in that direction. The project of promoting a Ukrainian ethnic identity and Ukrainian patriotism does appear to have been more successful, not only with newly arrived Ukrainian peasants, but also with Russified Ukrainians and many long-term ethnic Russian residents. The Ukrainization of the proletariat, then, appeared to be moving in the direction of a territorial Ukrainian identity that was bilingual and open to both ethnic Ukrainians and Russians. Higher education. Alongside the factory, the other major institution where individuals assimilated an urban communist identity was the university. It was therefore crucial for the project of comprehensive Ukrainization to transform higher education from another of Ukraine's Russified urban islands into a linguistically Ukrainian environment. This was partly a matter of prestige. Ukrainian was stigmatized as a peasant language. Nothing could better counter that prejudice than establishing Ukrainian as a language of science. More importantly, the universities trained Ukraine's future government officials. It would obviously greatly ease the Ukrainization of the government bureaucracy if new officials arrived already fluent in Ukrainian and accustomed to an urban Ukrainian environment. Despite considerable resistance, much progress was achieved in the Ukrainization of higher education. One reason for this success was bureaucratic. Nerkompros concentrated the most avid proponents of Ukrainization within its apparat. It possessed, therefore, both the means and desire to enforce Ukrainization. It also possessed, from February 1927 to February 1933, a Commissar of Education, Mykola Skrypnyk, who was the most passionate and influential of the higher leadership's proponents of Ukrainization. Skrypnyk wanted to establish Ukraine as a model for the Bolshevik solution of the nationalities problem. To that end, higher education and scholarship were important to him. In May 1926, he convinced the Ukrainian Politburo to form a separate faculty for the study of the nationalities policy in the Ukrainian Institute of Marxism-Leninism, with Skrypnyk himself as chairman of the faculty. 173 This was the first body of its kind in the Soviet Union. The All-Union Communist Academy only formed a commission on nationalities policy in 1928. 174 In a keynote address, significantly entitled The Nationalities Question as a Separate Scientific Discipline, Skrypnyk argued that Leninist theory rested on three pillars: the relationship between the party and the proletariat, between the proletariat and the peasantry, and between the proletariat of the advanced nations and the revolutionary movement of the colonial and half-colonial peoples. The first two relationships had been studied scientifically, but the latter, he argued, had been neglected and now needed particular attention, above all in Ukraine. 175 Skrypnyk's faculty helped produce Ukraine's superabundance of nationalities policy specialists. It also trained the necessary teachers to staff another of Skrypnyk's innovations, a mandatory course on nationalities policy included in the curriculum of all Ukraine's institutes of higher education. 176 Ukrainian students not only had to study the Ukrainian language but also to understand why they were being forced to study it. Skrypnyk proved ingenious in pioneering theoretical breakthroughs that furthered the cause of Ukrainization. One such theory removed a major obstacle blocking an expanded Ukrainization of primary and secondary school education. By June 1926, the network of Ukrainian language primary and secondary schools already embraced almost all native Ukrainian speakers. This seemed to mean there could be no further growth of these schools, since Soviet educational policy firmly stated that all children must attend native language schools. Skrypnyk firmly supported this principle, because it meant Ukrainian parents could not send their children to Russian language schools even if this was their desire. 177 For some ethnic Ukrainians, however, there was a loophole. A large number of ethnic Ukrainians spoke Russian as their native language. Skrypnyk frequently noted that in the 1926 census 1.3 million individuals claimed Ukrainian nationality but Russian as their native language, whereas 200,000 claimed the opposite. As he put it, the 1.3 million Russified Ukrainians represented the coefficient of the old Tsarist Russificatory policy, and the other 200,000 represented formerly Russified Ukrainians, who are now de-Russifying. This represents the coefficient of our nationalities policy through 1926. 178 Skrypnyk clearly wanted to raise that coefficient by de-Russifying the other 1.3 million Russified Ukrainians, but he faced the obstacle of the native language education principle. His solution was to argue that these Russified Ukrainians really spoke a mixed and broken language, which contained elements of Russian and Ukrainian, but the base of this mixed speech was nevertheless usually Ukrainian and therefore most of these children could be safely assigned to Ukrainian schools. 179 Skrypnyk was pleased with this solution to his dilemma and repeated the argument on numerous occasions. 180. This argument allowed the network of Ukrainian language schools to expand accordingly. By the 1929-1930 school year, Skrypnyk could report that 97.4% of all Ukrainian children attended Ukrainian language schools, whereas only 81.7% of Russian children did. 181 Since many of the children who were considered ethnic Ukrainians had Russian as their mother tongue, it is clear that the primary and secondary educational system had gone beyond linguistic equality and was now actually biased in favor of the Ukrainian language. For instance, in Dnepropetrovsk, only 69% of Russian children studied in native language schools. 182 Likewise, a 1932-1933 study found that in the Donbass region only 74.8% of ethnically Russian children, and 62.7% of native Russian speakers attended Russian language schools. 183 Thus, even in the most Russified regions of Ukraine, the primary and secondary school systems had become slightly biased in favor of the Ukrainian language. As noted earlier, many parents accepted these Ukrainian schools, although Skrypnyk did admit that his educational policy encountered the greatest resistance from Russified Ukrainians. 184. Primary and secondary school education, then, represented one of the greatest successes of the policy of comprehensive Ukrainization. The only other area of comparable success was in publishing. The growth of Ukrainian language newspapers provides the best illustration. In keeping with the policy of establishing a Ukrainian urban environment, in 1929 to 1930 the party launched a campaign to Ukrainize the newspapers of almost all of Ukraine's major industrial cities. 185 At the 11th Ukrainian Party Congress in June 1930, Kozhier boasted that the newspapers in Kryvyi Rog, Zinoviev, Kremenkug, Odessa, and Kharkov had all been recently Ukrainized. 186 By the end of 1930, Stalino remained the only major Ukrainian city with a Russian language daily, and its Komsomol paper had already been Ukrainized. 187 Table 9 illustrates the massive growth in Ukrainian language newspapers through 1932 and the near extinction of the Russian language press in Ukraine. Similar Ukrainian language hegemony was achieved in the publication of books and journals. By 1930, 84.7% of journals were being published in Ukrainian, and a TISK decree had called for the gradual Ukrainization of even technical and scientific journals. Likewise, 80% of all books were being published in Ukrainian. 188 However, this publishing hegemony did not guarantee a hegemony of readership, due to the massive impact of central publications. We have already seen that most workers subscribed to all union newspapers despite the efforts of Ukrainian authorities to discourage this. Likewise, in 1929 Skrypnyk complained bitterly that only 15% of the literature being sold in Ukraine was Ukrainian language, whereas the other 85% was Russian language literature imported from the RSFSR. 189 The accelerated centralization that accompanied the implementation of the first five-year plan intensified this Russian central influence and became a major factor in the failure of comprehensive Ukrainization. Increased centralization was one of the factors that slowed the Ukrainization of higher education. According to the original 1924 Narkompros plans, all VUZY not servicing national minorities were to shift their first-year classes to Ukrainian by the 1927 to 1928 school year and complete Ukrainization by 1930 to 1931.190. With the arrival of Kaganovich and the acceleration of Ukrainization, more ambitious plans were put forward. As with the Ukrainization of the government bureaucracy, these plans encountered considerable resistance. One Odessa professor even demonstratively answered all questions in Turkish that were addressed to him in Ukrainian. 191 Most professors simply attempted to defer Ukrainization with various excuses, such as the Dnepropetrovsk professor who was still claiming his research left him no time to learn Ukrainian as late as April 1931. 192 However, the Narkompros inspectors insisted on compliance with unusual vigor and backed up their demands with a credible threat of firing. 193 Judging from their repeated circulars, the inspectors also had considerable difficulty enforcing the rule that all students must pass a Ukrainian language competency test both to enter any VUZ in Ukraine, whether it had been Ukrainized or not, and to graduate. 194. It is nevertheless quite clear that by the early 1930s most university students in Ukraine would have been forced to develop a working knowledge of Ukrainian. Table 10 shows the solid progress made in Ukrainization through the 1928 to 1929 school year. By 1931, the Ukrainian TISK was claiming, perhaps optimistically, that 90% of instruction in institutes was conducted in the Ukrainian language as was 80% of instruction in technicums. 195 The industrial universities continued to be most resistant to Ukrainization and were the focus of the vast majority of Narkompros energies. Nevertheless, a 1931 study could report that a narrow majority of instruction in Ukraine's industrial VUZY took place in Ukrainian. 196. This impressive record of accomplishment was, however, threatened by the increased centralization associated with the first five-year plan. In 1929, a TISC decree transferred all VUZY from the exclusive control of Nerkompros to their respective commissariats. This meant that industrial VUZY were assigned to the Supreme Economic Council, an all-union authority, which immediately put in question whether they would or should remain Ukrainian language. A number of Ukraine's industrial VUZY, without waiting for instructions, immediately announced the end of Ukrainization or simply quietly switched back to Russian language instruction. 197 SKRYPNYK reacted vigorously to this threat of de-Ukrainization, which brought him into conflict with central authorities. His noisiest confrontation occurred during a TSKK investigation of nationalities policy implementation in early 1929. The head of the investigating team, Azishin, asked SKRYPNYK why the Dnepropetrovsk Mining Institute was not being allowed to conduct courses in Russian as it was now under VSNKH's authority. 198 To Azishin's surprise, SKRYPNYK became enraged and accused Azishin of Smenovikhovstvo, since his question implied that all union institutions ought naturally to be Russian language. 199 SKRYPNYK noted that he had received assurances from the all-union Politburo that the transfer of the mining institute would not lead to its Russification. 200 Still angry about Azishin's question, SKRYPNYK complained further about the identification of central institutions and Russian cultural interests. I can point out to you a whole series of strange affairs. All union scientific and cultural institutions declare Russian institutions all union, and in this way Russian culture in different realms develops by two paths: on the budget of the RSFSR and on the budget of the entire union. Due to this, the cultural scissors between Russian culture and the culture of other nationalities is not reduced but grows even greater. 201 SKRYPNYK was coming dangerously close here to the battle of two cultures theory that he himself had denounced when put forward by Lebed and Mykolik Vylovii. Azishin in turn was enraged that SKRYPNYK was treating him as a mindless Russian chauvinist, and accused SKRYPNYK of nationalism in his final TSKK report. 202 The Ukrainian Politburo backed SKRYPNYK, however, and so the charge had no immediate consequences. 203 Still, in March 1931, Nerkompros was still vainly ordering the Mining Institute to complete Ukrainization by the 1931-1932 academic year. 204 The resistance of all union organs was one of the major factors preventing the complete Ukrainization of Ukraine's industrial VUZY. In addition to professorial and all-union resistance, Ukrainian party leaders were disappointed to find that youth in general and students in particular were unenthusiastic about Ukrainization. The Komsomol had rapidly expanded from 50.9% Ukrainian in January 1924 to 66.1% Ukrainian in October 1928.205. Nevertheless, the Komsomol was criticized as being even more backward than the party in embracing Ukrainization and was particularly criticized for its failure to understand the political importance. 206 At a May 1928 speech to the 7th Ukrainian Komsomol Conference, Kaganovich began his speech with criticism of the Komsomol's attitude toward Ukrainization. They ought to serve as the advance guard of youth, but instead had fallen far behind. The light-minded attitude of many Komsomol and party members to a most significant historical process, the realization of the Leninist nationalities policy. 207. The Ukrainian leadership was likewise disappointed in its students. Table 11 illustrates how, as with the Komsomol, ethnic Ukrainians had quickly become a majority in Ukraine's VUZY. By 1930 to 1931, even Ukraine's industrial technicums had a small Ukrainian majority. 208 As with the urban proletariat, a Ukrainian majority had been achieved without the use of formal affirmative action programs. Also, as with Ukraine's factories, there was little evidence of ethnic conflict in the universities, again in vivid contrast to the Eastern republics. There was however also a corresponding lack of enthusiasm for Ukrainization. A minority of Ukrainian students, particularly those in the humanities, enthusiastically supported Ukrainization and passionately embraced Vylovii's calls to build a modern Ukrainian national identity. However, Nerkompros complained that most students were passive and sometimes even openly hostile to Ukrainization. At the Odessa Naval Technicum, for instance, students heckled a professor until he switched back to lecturing in Russian. 209 As noted above, despite his Ukrainian patriotism, Viktor Kravchenko recalled that both he and his fellow ethnic Ukrainian students at the Airplane Construction Institute in Kharkov opposed Ukrainization and privately mocked it as opera bouffe. Nationalism 210. A 1931 TSKK report found the same attitude in Odessa's VUZY. One notes a light-hearted, petit bourgeois attitude to Ukrainization, ironical and mocking, sometimes even openly hostile. 211 SKRYPNYK was angry that when an Odessa professor called Ukrainization an act of violence and labeled colleagues who switched to teaching in Ukrainian renegades, no students spoke out against him. Even the students' communist cell was silent. 212 With the onset of the socialist offensive, a widespread sentiment even emerged within the student body that the forced construction of socialism had rendered Ukrainization obsolete. Postishev described their attitude as the position of either industrializatsiya or Ukrainizatsiya. 213 In other words, after all SKRYPNYK's propaganda, they still considered the Ukrainian and the modern as in fundamental opposition. To sum up, then, the Ukrainization of higher education represented the most successful effort to Ukrainize a recalcitrant Russian urban island. This success was explained by two factors. First, unlike with the proletariat, coercion could be employed. Second, there was the tenacious leadership of SKRYPNYK and his Nerkompros colleagues. Because of all union resistance, however, the fate of the industrial VUZY still remained undecided by 1933. Moreover, despite their exposure to the Ukrainian language and propaganda in favor of a Ukrainian cultural identities, the universities did not produce the shock troops of Ukrainization that SKRYPNYK had hoped for. Instead, somewhat like the urban proletariat, Ukrainian students were attracted to a Ukrainian identity that did not exclude a professional use of the Russian language or a strong all-Union Soviet identity. All-Union institutions and the government bureaucracy. By the end of the first round of hardline Ukrainization in June 1926, little progress had been made in Ukraine's factories and in higher education, a situation that was substantially improved in the following 6 years. The opposite was the case with the government bureaucracy, which had been the primary focus of the 1925 forced Ukrainization campaign. By June 1926, 65% of government business was already being conducted in Ukrainian and a final deadline of January 1, 1927 had been declared. 214 However, further progress proved extremely difficult, and by 1932, a limited de-Ukrainization was already taking place. The primary reason was resistance from central all-Union institutions. Their ultimately successful resistance in turn made it easier for local Ukrainian bureaucracies, particularly in the eastern industrial regions, to thwart Ukrainization. The April 1925 Ukrainization targeted all state institutions on Ukrainian soil, whether they were filials of larger all-Union institutions or exclusively Ukrainian. All-Union institutions immediately insisted that these decrees were illegal. The referees in this dispute TSIK, Sovnarkom, and the All-Union Politburo proved extremely reluctant to issue an unambiguous decision. As a result, this dispute continued for over 7 years, and a final, authoritative decision had still not been made when the attack on Ukrainization in 1933 rendered the issue obsolete. This issue represented yet another example of Ukraine's exceptional position in the nationalities question, as they were the only republic to insist, and insist vigorously, on their legal right to force all Union institutions to use the local non-Russian language. This dispute can be divided into 3 questions. First, did filials of all Union institutions in Ukraine have to correspond with Ukrainian institutions in Ukrainian? Second, did all Union filials in Ukraine have to conduct their internal paperwork in Ukrainian? Third, did Ukrainian institutions, including all Union filials in Ukraine, have the right to correspond with all Union institutions in Moscow in Ukrainian? In practice, the second and third issues were the focus of the controversy. The dispute began a month after the April 1925 Ukrainization decrees, when on May 5, 1925, VSNKH sent a protest to THIRD Presidium arguing that the April 1925 decrees exceeded Republican rights and would be wastefully expensive. 215 The issue lingered until October 1925, when the Soviet of Nationalities, which served primarily as a lobbyist for non-Russian interests, surprisingly rejected Ukraine's opinion and sided unambiguously with VSNKH, one of the all-union bureaucracies most hostile to Korenizatsiya. Their decree denied the right of any republic to dictate the internal working language of all union institutions. Their decision was forwarded to THIRD Presidium for confirmation. Ukraine immediately protested vigorously that this was a violation of the Soviet nationalities policy. 216 At the same time, VTSIK resolved that all papers sent to it from the RSFSR's autonomous republics must be written in Russian. 217 This proved significant because Stalin intervened on behalf of the non-Russian republics and sent a letter to Kalinin on November 18, instructing VTSIK to reverse its decree. 218 The members of the Politburo instructed me to inform you that your decree contradicts the party line in the nationalities policy. It should be reviewed by the Presidium and changed in the following spirit so that, first, any papers may be sent to VTSIK by any nationality in any language without any restriction, and, second, a special corpus of translators competent in all the languages of the RSFSR should be organized within VTSIK. Presumably this intervention quickly became known to TSIK, since it immediately reversed the Soviet of Nationalities' decision and asked Sovnarkom to pass a decree supporting Ukraine's position. 219 Stalin's letter, although it addressed only the third issue and not the second, nevertheless had an immediate practical effect. As noted earlier, from November to December 1925, all Union filials in Ukraine finally grudgingly began to implement Ukrainization. Stalin's intervention, then, would seem to have resolved the issue. However, the proposed legislation supporting Ukraine's position stalled in Sovnarkom. When in July 1926, the Commissariat of Trade asked whether their Ukrainian filials were in fact legally required to shift to Ukrainian, THIRD Presidium could not give a definitive answer. They could only appeal to Sovnarkom to produce a formal law. Sovnarkom, however, would only definitively state that the Soviet Army had an exceptional status and could conduct its paperwork in Russian throughout the Soviet Union. 220 This issue was again taken up in the center in March 1928, when the newspaper Izvestia complained to TSIK that the Ukrainian government was threatening to take legal action against their Kiev office if the newspaper's workers did not take Ukrainian language examinations. THIRD Presidium appealed to the Ukrainians to grant Izvestia an exemption, but the Ukrainian government, which resented the way in which all Union newspapers frustrated their strategy of creating a complete Ukrainian linguistic environment, stubbornly refused. THIRD Presidium then told Izvestia they could do nothing until the issue had been formally resolved by higher authorities. 221 3 years passed and the second issue, whether all Union filials could be required to work in the local language, still remained unresolved. The question of what language Ukrainian institutions should use in correspondence with all Union institutions in Moscow also remained open. An April 1924 TSIK decree had asked, though not demanded, that in correspondence with all Union institutions, Republican organs along with the text in the national language include a Russian translation. 222 Stalin's November 1925 letter directly contradicted this resolution, but the law had never been formally repealed. Therefore, throughout 1926, agencies such as the Commissariat of Trade, the Supreme Court, and the OGPU complained to TSIK that they received untranslated materials from Union republics. A TSIK nationalities specialist advised the TSIK Presidium that since the Soviet Constitution recognized the languages of all Union republics as equal, it would be unconstitutional to force the issue and best to deal with it informally. Therefore, TSIK Secretary Abel Inukij sent a comradely letter to the secretaries of each republic, in which he admitted that it was constitutionally valid to correspond with the center in Republican languages, but requested that they include a Russian translation. All of the republics, except Georgia, and of course Ukraine, reported that they already conducted all correspondence in Russian and would continue to do so. Georgia responded, perhaps disingenuously, that they lacked enough officials fluent in Russian and that, not only due to constitutional reasons, but also due to these concerns, they could not send Russian translations. 223 Ukraine reported that they already did correspond in Russian, but that they gave great political significance to the right of each Union Republic to use the language of their own territory, and so asked TSIK to hire translators. 224. Since the friendly approach had failed, the Commissariat of Trade, citing the April 1924 TSIK decree, began to return Ukrainian language correspondence with notes like the following: "This cannot be used by us as it is written in Ukrainian, and so requests that you send copies of this material in Russian as all other labor organs do. Also we ask that in the future you send all materials in the all-Union language." This infuriated the Ukrainians, who complained to TSIK that according to the USSR Constitution, there was no all-Union language. 225 This was an important issue to the Ukrainians because their entire project of comprehensive Ukrainization was threatened by the Smenovikhovstvo principle that all-Union and Russian should be treated as equivalent terms. The ever-vigilant SKRYPNYK addressed this point in a separate memo. 226. The official language in the Ukrainian SSR is Ukrainian, and Russian is the language of a national minority, despite its numerical significance, despite the fact it has behind it all of Russian culture, the language in which Lenin wrote and in which the basic communist work of Task VKP/B/ is undertaken. Bilingualism was our policy until we adopted the line of the Ukrainization of the government apparat. Was rejected after we adopted the policy of Ukrainization. The Russian language is recognized as the language of a very significant national minority. TSIK once again requested that the Ukrainians voluntarily send materials in Russian, and they were once again rebuffed by Ukraine. 227 Thus, language policy in this realm also remained ambiguous. This prolonged ambiguity finally culminated in the formation of an authoritative Politburo commission consisting of 2 representatives of Ukraine, Kaganovich and Chubar, and 1 all-Union representative, Orjanikij, who himself was the Politburo's unofficial Georgian specialist. From February to May 1928, the issue was placed on the Politburo agenda 6 times and then officially deferred due to ongoing disagreements. 228 Finally, on May 17, 1928, the following resolution was issued. 229. 1. Declare correct the decision of the Ukrainian government requiring the officials of all Union state and economic organs to study the Ukrainian language and to use the Ukrainian language in its correspondence with all Ukrainian organs and with the Ukrainian population. 2. Due to difficulties in finding qualified managerial cadres in the near future that know Ukrainian, the Politburo declares that the period required to introduce Ukrainian paperwork into all Union enterprises be lengthened. 3. Declare incorrect any interpretation of the law on studying the Ukrainian language that would forbid hiring those who do not know Ukrainian. 4. Declare that for the Red Army the current practice remains in effect. Once again the Ukrainians won a victory in principle but with considerable ambiguities in practice. First, 2.5 years had already passed since the original Ukrainization deadline, and they were now asked to again extend the deadline indefinitely. Second, the established, though frequently flouted, rule that non-Ukrainian speakers could not be hired was now lost. Nevertheless, official Politburo approval of their position had finally been attained. The timing of this decision proved unfortunate. The 2.5 years of ambiguity had allowed all Union filials in Ukraine to stall on the implementation of Ukrainization. A January-February 1927 investigation found that only 27% of employees in all Union economic trusts spoke Ukrainian well and 8.9% fell into the category of absolutely no knowledge. According to the formal Ukrainian law, they should all have been fired. Moreover, 29.2% of these employees avoided even taking the test. On the other hand, 50.3% of employees in Ukrainian commissariats spoke Ukrainian well, and only 2.2% had no knowledge of the language. 230 Still, by mid-1928, with the Politburo decree, all union organizations were no longer denying that Ukrainization applied to them and some progress was being made. The launching of Stalin's industrialization drive in 1928, however, once again stiffened the backs of the all-union filials. As we have seen, the increased centralization accompanying Stalin's revolution from above had hindered the Ukrainization of industrial VUZY. Many party members now felt the socialist offensive had rendered Korenizatsiya and Ukrainization obsolete. This changing attitude had repercussions even in Georgia, where the status of the Georgian language had been so secure that it was rarely discussed during NEP. However, at the July 1929 Georgian Tisk Party Congress, a maverick Georgian communist, Zhenti, launched a passionate attack on the growing influence of the Russian language. 231 He noted that the Georgian Tisk increasingly worked in Russian and only then translated the final resolution into Georgian. Russian was also being used to send out circulars to the regions, where it was often poorly understood. At the recent Tiflis Party Congress, the Presidium had received a note, "Why are you speaking in Georgian? Isn't this a right deviation?" 232 Zhenti and his allies blamed the growing influence of the Transcaucasus Kraykom for this development. In this instance, Tisk sided with the Georgians. 233 During a rare appearance of Stalin at an Orgburo meeting on October 19, 1931, he censured the Kraykom for excessive centralization and declared that they had violated the Soviet nationalities policy. After Stalin's intervention, the issue again disappeared. 234 In Ukraine, where the status of the national language was much more precarious, the socialist offensive had an enormous impact. In 1928 to 1929, all union institutions again began to flout Ukrainization. 235 For instance, the Commissariat of Trade brazenly informed the Ukrainian Tisk that their bread inspectors were shifting back to Russian forms because they had little connection with Ukraine. 236 In response to the new political atmosphere, THIRD Presidium also changed its position. On November 3, 1929, they issued a decree that all union filials should correspond with their central superiors in Russian and with Republican authorities in the Republican language. Internal paperwork could be in Russian unless it was closely tied to relations with the Republican authorities. The TSIK decree did specify that it did not free employees from any obligations to study Republican languages. The Ukrainian Politburo naturally immediately protested this decree. 237 A stalemate once again ensued. The decree was not repealed but, in an amusing form of compromise, it was also not published. Thus, when in 1931 the all-union factory inspection asked TSIK in what language their inspectors should work, they were sent the unpublished November 1929 decree, but when they asked permission to distribute the decree to their inspectors, TSIK refused authorization because the decree was secret. This remained the formal legal situation through the end of 1932.238. This stalemate, however, did not maintain the status quo. Ukrainization inspectors reported that in practice, some employees understood as freeing them from all obligations to study the Ukrainian language. Moreover, this decree led all union institutions to begin to eliminate all Ukrainization from their internal paperwork and employees ceased studying the language. The number of employees studying, especially in Kharkov, began to diminish. 239 In July 1930, the Southwest Railway Administration sent out a circular calling for the 1929 TSIK resolution to be implemented, including the specification that the Ukrainian language must be learned. However, according to inspectors, the effect was that among all employees and transport workers reigns the opinion that in the transportation sector, the Ukrainian language is forbidden. 240. This opinion spread throughout all union filials in Ukraine. The December 1931 Agitprop study on the state of Ukrainization described the entire transport industry in Ukraine as conducting a Russificatory policy. Most brazen was the removal of all Ukrainian signs at the railway station in the Ukrainian capital, Kharkov, and their replacement with Russian ones. The All-Union Trust, Steel, shifted its paperwork back to Russian. The Black Sea port authorities in Odessa, Nikolov, and Kherson agreed to correspond in Russian. 241 Similar instances were encountered in other reports from 1931 to 1932. 242 In no case was the switch to Russian sanctioned by the Ukrainian authorities, but by 1932 they felt completely unable to affect the process. A July 1932 investigator reported with resignation that all written work in institutions and enterprises of all Union significance and in transport is being carried out overwhelmingly in Russian. 243 This was a fatal blow to the project of comprehensive Ukrainization, since all Union enterprises represented a massive presence in Ukraine, especially in the industrial East. Moreover, their behavior provided a corrupting example for local Ukrainian institutions. By the end of 1926, the Ukrainian leadership had felt the Ukrainization of written government work was almost completed. By 1932, this was no longer the case. The successful resistance of all Union enterprises helped accelerate the gradual collapse of hardline Ukrainization. As outlined above, hardline Ukrainization consisted of two main aspects. First, the party itself would take charge of the process, along with other hardline organizations like TSKK and Sovnarkom, instead of leaving nationalities policy to its traditional soft-line sponsors, Nerkompros and VUTSIK. This would illustrate to a skeptical Bolshevik rank and file that nationalities policy was a legitimate core Bolshevik concern and not an expendable short-term strategy. It would overcome the stereotype that cultural issues and institutions were national, whereas economic and political institutions and issues were all Union and therefore implicitly Russian. The second aspect was the willingness to use force to back up the policy. Hardline Ukrainization continued through Kaganovish's departure in mid-1928 and gradually eroded thereafter. By the beginning of 1932, it no longer existed. Hardline Ukrainization was guaranteed by the active involvement of TASK, which was both symbolized and substantiated by the Politburo Commission on Ukrainization, with Kaganovish as an active chairman. The commission met regularly through June 1928. Although the commission continued to exist formally until at least January 1931, there is no evidence it did any work after mid-1928. 244 The commission, then, ceased active work at exactly the moment Stanislav Kozhier replaced Kaganovich as Ukraine's first party secretary. The former Borobyist, Ivan Maestrenko, who was involved in Ukrainization throughout this period, noticed this connection. Kozhier did not push as obstinately for Ukrainization as Kaganovich. Kaganovich spoke Ukrainian adequately, whereas Kozhier did not, which impeded the Ukrainization of party cadres. 245 Still, Kozhier did actively support Ukrainization and vigorously defended it from widespread party attack in 1928. Moreover, as we have seen, the socialist offensive had an independent impact, drawing more and more of TISK's attention. As a result, Ukrainization was consigned to the much less influential Agitprop department, which had influence over the press and cultural affairs but not over the government and economic bureaucracy. 246 TSKK's attention to Ukrainization declined likewise. Through 1928, TSKK undertook several comprehensive investigations of Ukrainization. From 1929 to 1932, it undertook gradually fewer investigations, and these were only small-scale and anecdotal. The Politburo Commission formed the summit of a hierarchy of commissions created in 1925, which included a Sovnarkom commission and also commissions in every okrug, city, and major factory designed to monitor policy implementation. The Sovnarkom Commission was active during the initial wave of Ukrainization, but it met for its last time in late 1927. 247 Without any effective leadership, the local commissions also ceased functioning. By 1931, Their existence was purely formal. 248 The situation was formally acknowledged in 1932 when the commissions were replaced with Narkompros Oblast Ukrainization inspectors. 249 This act merely legalized a situation that had already existed for 4 years. From early 1928 to late 1932, Narkompros and its Department for the Liquidation of Ukrainian Illiteracy had supervised the implementation of Ukrainization. As in 1925 to 1926, Lykonep's main two functions were to organize Ukrainian courses for government employees and to periodically test their knowledge. It did this with considerable vigor. Lykonep was busy preparing a new testing campaign, defiantly including all union enterprises, in late 1932 on the eve of its destruction in the 1933 Ukrainian Terror. 250. Lykonep, however, lacked the necessary authority to enforce its agenda. The key to the hard line was the threat to fire those who refused to learn Ukrainian. As noted earlier, through 1927 several hundred had been fired. Lykonep continued to threaten firings through the end of 1932, but after 1927 actual dismissals became increasingly rare. 251 Lykonep also found it impossible to enforce the rule that no institution could hire a new employee who had not passed a Ukrainian language test. In Odessa, a 1931 investigation found that those with a knowledge of Ukrainian were actually more likely to be fired. 252 Lykonep continued to enroll tens of thousands in Ukrainian studies courses, but the courses typically collapsed due to lack of attendance. In 1931 to 1932 in Kharkov, 170 courses were organized for 10,000 employees, but only 35 of the courses actually functioned. 253 Lykonep also continued to conduct periodic tests. From 1927 to 1930, comprehensive tests were organized for all employees, although increasingly large numbers simply failed to show up for the tests and did so with impunity. 254 Despite repeated attempts, Lykonep failed to organize a comprehensive test in either 1931 or 1932. 255 In short, Ukrainization did continue from 1928 to 1932. Every year tens of thousands attended courses and were tested. However, unlike the period from 1925 to 1927, tens of thousands also refused to attend courses or be tested and did so with no fear of punishment. Moreover, Lykonep became increasingly concerned that no progress was being made due to recidivism, as those who had acquired a superficial knowledge of Ukrainian lost it due to lack of use at work. 256 Table 12 illustrates why Lykonep was concerned. It shows a growth in the knowledge of Ukrainian through 1928 and then a slight decline through 1930. Beginning in 1929, employees in menial positions, such as janitors and couriers, were exempted from testing. A disproportionately large number of these would have been in the third category. In the Donbass, the major focus of Ukrainization in this period, employee knowledge of Ukrainian rose from 5.7% in 1927 to 16.9% in 1928, but by 1930 it had fallen again to 8.5%. More significantly, the number that failed to show up for the test at all rose from 21.5% in 1927 to 56.7% in 1930. 257 By 1930 there was a sense, in the words of a Visti article, that the level of Ukrainization of employees has worsened considerably. 258 Regional tests carried out in 1931 to 1932, which now judged only whether the employees did or did not know Ukrainian, confirmed these fears. In Kiev, 58% of those tested did not know Ukrainian, in Odessa, 50%, in Kharkov, 60%. This led Lykonep to send out an August 1932 circular with the message that the current state of Ukrainization was completely unacceptable. 259. An approximate description of government employee knowledge of Ukrainian, then, would be that it grew steadily from 1925 to 1928, then leveled off and began to decline from 1930 to 1932. In 1932, most Republican-level institutions still conducted the majority of their paperwork in Ukrainian, although some economic organizations were still using Russian. 260 of much greater importance was the fact, reiterated in numerous investigations, that Russian remained the spoken language of almost all institutions. The only exceptions were such soft-line institutions as the Education and Justice Commissariats, VUTSIK, and the Union of Artists. 261 Moreover, Ukrainization inspectors reported a strong hostility to the use of Ukrainian. One inspector reported that at a Kharkov factory, in response to my insistent questions in Ukrainian, they insistently answered in Russian. 262 Another inspector reported his experience in VSNKH, when you address a comrade in Ukrainian, he stares at you for about 3 seconds, then understands what you want, gathers himself, and with great effort answers you in Ukrainian. 263 The hegemony of the spoken Russian language in the workplace began to seep into the official urban space as well. For instance, in 1931 all public announcements in the Mariupol town square were in Russian, something that would have been unthinkable during the early forced Ukrainization campaign. 264. Conclusion. By 1932, the project of comprehensive linguistic Ukrainization had failed. The goal of this project had been to create a total linguistic urban environment that would compel both Ukrainians and Russians to adopt Ukrainian as the language of public life in Ukraine. However, the two most important arenas where Ukrainian residents assimilated an urban identity, the factory and the office, remained dominated by the Russian language. By 1932, the dominance of Russian was growing in the office and only marginally diminishing in the factory. In the university, the Ukrainian language had gained a stronger foothold, although its position was under threat in the important industrial and technical VUZY. In short, a Ukrainian peasant arriving in a major Ukrainian city in 1932 would most likely be compelled to adopt Russian as his workplace language. My analysis, therefore, contradicts the conclusions of the two scholars who have analyzed Ukrainization from a sociological perspective, Bogdan Krochenko and George Liber. 265 Both Krochenko and Liber argue that by 1932 the process of urban migration and state-sponsored Ukrainization was producing a hegemonic Ukrainian identity in Ukraine's cities. They explain the Ukrainian terror of 1933, then, as primarily an alarmed response to this new social phenomenon. In Liber's metaphor, it was a scorching of the urban harvest of Ukrainization. However, a hegemonic Ukrainian urban environment was not coming into being in 1932. On the contrary, a bilingual atmosphere was emerging with a pronounced cultural/economic split. In this emerging environment, Russian would be the dominant language in the economic, industrial, and hardline political spheres, whereas Ukrainian would predominate in the cultural, rural, and soft-line political spheres. This, of course, was exactly the situation that Ukrainization had been meant to overcome. There were signs that a territorial Ukrainian identity was emerging, but this was bilingual and open to adoption by ethnic Russians. It is true that for this new equilibrium to emerge fully, the dominance of Ukrainian in the press, education, and government paperwork would have had to be loosened. However, this would have occurred without the massive 1933 terror. The terror was a response to the political and not the social consequences of Ukrainization. Why then did comprehensive Ukrainization fail? First, as we have seen, Ukrainization encountered considerable passive resistance and non-cooperation from the Russian and Russified Ukrainian urban population. It did not turn out to be, as the Bolsheviks had initially assumed, a relatively easy policy to implement. Still, the party under Kaganovish's leadership was more than willing to use force against ordinary Russian bureaucrats. However, it was not ordinary bureaucrats but party members and higher management who, at least partially because of the greater security of their positions, most demonstratively failed to comply with the demands of Ukrainization. The center did consistently support Ukrainization, but its support was soft. Stalin authorized hardline Ukrainization in April 1925 and sent Kaganovich to implement it. However, when confronted with a long process that was causing considerable unhappiness in the party and among the working class, the center counseled a more cautious approach. It did so in Stalin's April 1926 letter, in the resolutions of the Orgbaro Committee on Korenizatsiya of 1926 to 1927, in the TSKK investigations of 1927 and 1929, and in TSIK and the Politburo's ambiguous support for the complete linguistic Ukrainization of all Union filials. The party was not responding to Russian public opinion, but rather to Russian party opinion. The combination of ongoing passive non-cooperation by party members and managers combined with the center's soft support gradually undermined the hard line on Ukrainization. And if the policy was struggling with hard-line support, it was doomed without it. The socialist offensive brought increased centralization and therefore a greater penetration of the Russian language as well as a new wave of ideological hostility to Ukrainization. This further undermined the hard line. Finally, for reasons to be discussed in Chapter 5, the wave of terror that accompanied the socialist offensive targeted Ukrainian nationalists but not Great Russian chauvinists. No all-Union factory director was ever prosecuted in a show trial and shot for failing to promote the Ukrainian language, whereas many intellectuals were shot or imprisoned for too actively supporting Ukrainization. Terror served as a marker of a hard-line policy, such as collectivization or industrialization, that must be implemented at all costs. Ukrainian officials drew the appropriate conclusions. They interpreted Ukrainization as what they always thought it should be, a soft-line cultural policy to be promoted conditionally and cynically for propaganda purposes. It was not a core Bolshevik policy and therefore could be ignored by serious economic, industrial, and hard-fine political organs. As one investigator lamented, "They are waiting for us to force them to Ukrainize 266 but the force never came." 4. Affirmative action in the Soviet East, 1923 to 1932. Today, when Edward Said has turned Orientalism into a universally recognized term and the inspiration for a burgeoning scholarly industry, nothing seems to us more characteristic of colonialism than the division of humankind into the arbitrary, essentialized, and hierarchical categories of East and West. It therefore seems odd that the Soviet Union, whose nationalities policy was explicitly formulated as a decolonizing measure, would not reject those categories and instead affirm the unity of mankind. In one sense, they did. The Bolsheviks' Marxist sociology led them to repudiate East and West as racial categories and to deny any long-term differences in the economic, social, or political capacities of all nationalities. However, the East/West dichotomy was nevertheless preserved as a cultural distinction. This was not, in fact, surprising. Indeed, nothing better illustrates the way in which the affirmative action empire preserved imperial categories, while reversing their policy implications, than the maintenance and systematization of colonialism's East/West dichotomy. Since this division did in fact influence policy implementation, my analysis of Korenizatsiya has likewise preserved this old dichotomy. In Chapter 3, I undertook a case study of linguistic Korenizatsiya in Ukraine, which was the most important policy in the Soviet West. In this chapter, I analyze the most important policy in the Soviet East, affirmative action, the practice of granting preferences to non-Russians in admissions, hiring, and promotion in education, industry, and government. Point 1. East and West. Before that analysis is undertaken, however, a closer look at the basis of the Soviet East/West dichotomy is warranted. The Soviet affirmative action empire provided two important rhetorical resources that non-Russians could mobilize in pursuit of their national interests. The first and most fundamental was, to use an unlovely English word, the rhetoric of indigenousness. This rhetoric was available to all Soviet nationalities except the Russians. As we have seen in Chapter 1, Korenizatsiya was a prophylactic policy designed to defuse and prevent the development of nationalism among the formerly oppressed non-Russian colonial peoples through the provision of national territories, languages, elites, and cultures. Part of the decolonizing rhetoric of indigenousness was a rhetoric of abuse that could be hurled at any Russian who was felt to be behaving in a colonial manner, namely, the potent Leninist charges of great power chauvinism and mindless Russian chauvinism. All non-Russians, then, could make individual or collective claims on the center by referring to their special status as indigenous peoples. The second rhetoric of cultural backwardness was not available to all non-Russians. The category of cultural backwardness was, like indigenousness, related to the Bolshevik decolonization project, since Tsarist colonial oppression was said to have greatly exacerbated cultural backwardness. Point 2. However, unlike indigenousness, cultural backwardness was even more closely linked to the Bolshevik ideology of developmentalism. Like the modernization theorists of the 1950s, the Bolsheviks believed there was one path to progress and that various nations were located at different points along that path. The Bolsheviks aimed to dramatically accelerate the modernization of the former Russian Empire, which for them meant industrialization, urbanization, secularization, education, universal literacy, and territorial nationhood. It was clear to the Bolsheviks that, using any of these indicators, many of their nationalities were backward. By this logic, the modernization of the Soviet Union required special measures, which were promised in the 1923 Nationalities resolutions, to overcome the real economic and cultural inequality between the advanced and backward Soviet nationalities. Point 3. Who was culturally backward? This was initially unclear, and, as we shall see, it was hotly contested, since the rhetoric of cultural backwardness promised to be useful in making financial claims on the center. Culturally backward with respect to whom? This was obvious, the Russians. Not that the Russians were considered the most culturally advanced nationality in the Soviet Union. That status, as we have seen, was reserved for the Western national minorities. Russians were generally grouped in the next category with the developmentally similar Belarusians, Ukrainians, Jews, Georgians, and Armenians. The remainder were generally categorized as culturally backward, a dividing line that perfectly matched the official 1926 literacy rates as reported in Table 13.4. Within the culturally backward category, the nomadic peoples formed a still less developed category, and the least developed of all were the small peoples of the north. The important division, however, was between advanced and culturally backward. An official boundary between the two categories was not provided until 1932 when, due to controversy over who was eligible to fill all Union University admissions quotas for culturally backward nationalities, the Commissariat of Education finally produced an official list of 97 culturally backward Soviet nationalities. 5. The division between Eastern and Western nationalities, then, was a shorthand for the Bolshevik categories of advanced and culturally backward nationalities. There were two important consequences of the East/West divide for Korenizatsiya. The first was a practical outgrowth of the real developmental differences between Eastern and Western republics as reflected in the literacy rates of Table 13. This difference was already noted by Inukij at a 1927 Org-Barrow discussion of Korenizatsiya. We have one system in the European national republics and another in the Asiatic ones. The reason for this was, he argued, that whereas in Ukraine it was easy to train and promote Ukrainian cadres, low literacy rates in the East made this exceptionally difficult. The task consists of beginning from below. Over a course of years, through the establishment of special courses, we will create a satisfactory cadre. 6. Inukij was correct. Although the Eastern republics initially attempted to follow Ukraine's example, they ultimately had to focus almost exclusively on affirmative action, while Ukraine and Belarusia focused overwhelmingly on linguistic Korenizatsiya. To this end, as we have just seen, Ukraine mobilized the rhetoric of indigenousness in an ultimately unsuccessful attempt to limit the interference of all Union institutions who were sabotaging Ukrainization. In the Soviet East, the exact opposite situation prevailed. Since the training of native cadres and the general education of the population were expensive, and since the Eastern national territories had few independent resources, they actively solicited all Union interference in the form of desperately needed financial assistance. To this end, they naturally relied on the rhetoric of cultural backwardness and the center's promise to help them catch up to the advanced Soviet nationalities. This meant that it was in the Soviet East where two crucial unresolved questions about the Soviet nationalities policy were settled during NEP. The first question was whether the Eastern republics could reverse the effects of Tsarist colonialism by expelling Slavic settlers and granting categorical preferences to natives in land distribution. After a fierce fight in Kazakhstan, as we saw in Chapter 2, this right was denied to the non-Russian republics. The second question was whether the center's general commitment to financial and economic aid for the non-Russian republics could be transformed into a formal right to preferential assistance as manifested in a separate budget fine for helping the culturally backward republics. This fight would be waged over the creation and institutionalization of a special cultural fund to help the non-Russian republics implement Korenizatsiya. I begin my analysis of affirmative action in the Soviet East with the failed attempt to establish a permanent cultural fund. I then turn to the early attempts to implement Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East and demonstrate how the attempt to follow the Ukrainian model of Korenizatsiya created financial, political, and social problems that forced the Eastern republics to scale back their ambitions and focus on a more modest policy of affirmative action that they called functional Korenizatsiya. I then undertake 2 case studies of affirmative action among the industrial workforce and in higher education, which show how the severe rural ethnic conflict in the Soviet East during NEP, noted in Chapter 2, migrated to the urban environment. Finally, I look at the impact of the socialist offensive and cultural revolution on Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East and show how the developmentalist ideology accompanying them meant that the same policies that undermined linguistic Korenizatsiya in Ukraine and Belarus considerably strengthened Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. The Cultural Fund. The battle over the Cultural Fund, which took place from 1924 to 1926 in the newly formed Soviet of Nationalities, exposed the radically different priorities of the Soviet Union's Eastern and Western nationalities. In short, Western republics focused on sovereignty, Eastern republics on funding. During the debates over the formation of the Soviet Union, Ukraine even attempted to confine representation in the new Soviet of Nationalities to Union republics, which would have left Azerbaijan as the only Eastern Republic. 7 Stalin instead successfully imposed a plan that gave each Union and Autonomous Republic 5 representatives and each Autonomous Oblast 1 representative. This gave the Eastern Republics a majority of the delegates. Still, Ukraine used its superior influence and dominant personalities to direct the work of the Soviet of Nationalities toward Ukrainian priorities. The most influential member of the Soviet of Nationalities was its first chairman, Mykola Skrypynyk, who was also Ukraine's Commissar of Justice. 8 Skrypynyk devoted his considerable energies exclusively to defending the Union Republic's constitutional rights from central intrusions. At the October 1924 session alone, he questioned the center's rights in the supervision of sanitation, resorts, the collection of taxes, and the amendment of the criminal and civil legal codes. He even questioned the constitutionality of the All-Union Supreme Court. 9 At a later session of TSIK, Skrypynyk's frequent adversary, Yuri Ilarin, gave an ironic description of his performances. 10. I know how at sessions of TSIK people regard Comrade Skrypynyk's frequent addresses somewhat skeptically. When he mounts the podium, pulls out our legal code and begins to speak, this is unconstitutional and that is unconstitutional. There is a violation of the rights of the Union republics, and look, here a problem has not been considered. And so on, such that one frequently blurts out, isn't it all the same whether we put the comma here or there? Larin's sketch drew appreciative applause. The Eastern delegates often admired Skrypynyk's bravura performances, but their own interests lay elsewhere. Specifically, they were concerned to extract as much funding from the center as possible. Already during the debates over the Soviet Constitution in 1923, the future First Party Secretary of Kazakhstan, K.S. Kojanov, noted that while a constitution was fine for Ukraine, the Eastern Republic's major concern was the reduction in central funding that accompanied the introduction of NEP. The 1923 decrees had promised the transfer of factories from central regions to the backward Eastern republics, but financial pressures quickly aborted this policy. 11 By October 1924, the Eastern representatives were in a sour mood. During THIRD debate on the new budget, which required all cultural programs to be funded locally, Dagestan's bold representative, Tak Hogodi, angrily invoked the promise of the 1923 decrees to create real equality among nationalities and pointed out that this required money. In Dagestan, he noted, there were currently 130 Soviet schools with 3,000 students and 2,000 Islamic schools with 40,000 students. We are not able to wage battle on this front with local funding. Anger was, above all, directed at Ukraine and Skrypnyk, who had, according to Kazakh's representative, Dosov, used his loud voice to steal 20 million rubles from the Kazakh budget. 12 The Yakut Old Bolshevik, Amasov, stated the issue of funding in particularly stark terms: if we do not offer real support now, then in 10 or 25 years we will be able to say that such and such nationalities have been wiped from the face of the earth. 13. The Eastern representatives demanded that a special cultural fund be established by the Commissariat of Finance exclusively for the exceptional cultural needs of the backward Eastern republics. This was in fact a call for renewing the exceptional outlay of 1,200,000 rubles that the Politburo had authorized for the 1923-1924 budget year alone as a cultural fund for the emergency needs of backward national regions. 14 After considerable lobbying, a 5 million ruble cultural fund was allocated for the 1924-1925 budget year, specifically in order to fulfill the needs of the culturally backward autonomous republics and oblasts. 15 Later, culturally backward union republics were also included. However, the fund was yet again presented as an experiment for one budget year. 16. The Eastern republics, then, had successfully deployed the rhetoric of backwardness to secure special financial help. However, it still remained to decide which republics were eligible as culturally backward. The Volga Germans' representative argued, to considerable scorn, that the Volga Germans should be included since in general all national minorities lag behind the Russian proletariat in their cultural level. 17 His petition was rejected. The Belarusians likewise attempted, with equal success, to argue that they too were culturally backward. 18 The acknowledged Eastern republics vied to assert their greater cultural backwardness and therefore their greater need. Azerbaijan declared itself a comparatively backward republic, lacking solid cultural traditions. 19 The Ingush petitioned for money from the Cultural Fund as the most culturally and economically backward people of the North Caucasus, although local pride forced them to add, except Chechnya. A Chavash petition spoke of the poverty of the Chavash people, reduced to misery, darkness, and ignorance. 20 A member of the Soviet of Nationalities Presidium, Ilyeva, finally suggested the calculation of a coefficient of backwardness. 21 While the reification of cultural backwardness did not lead to a scientific coefficient, a special commission headed by A. Andreev did somehow find some criteria by which to divide the 5 million rubles among 28 Eastern republics and autonomous oblasts. 22. Although the 5 million rubles were extremely welcome, the cultural fund itself was not the ultimate object of the Eastern republics. Rather, it was to establish the principle that the Soviet Union's Eastern nationalities, due to their cultural backwardness, had a right to preferential financial investment, and that right should be embodied in the concrete form of a separate budget line. The ultimate goal would be to acquire a comparable fund for economic investment. This was not to be. The fund was again abolished in the 1925-1926 proposed budget and again resurrected at the same level for another year. 23 The next year it was abolished for good. Its passing was much regretted by the Eastern republics, both because of the lost funding but more so because of its enormous political significance. 24. The Cultural Fund represented the last time a separate program existed to direct financial investment exclusively to culturally backward national regions. The attempt of the Eastern nationalities to make preferential economic investment a core part of the affirmative action empire failed, just as the attempt to make control over the possession of agricultural land and migration had failed at the same time. In 1926, in a symbolically important action, VSNKH abolished its largely moribund nationalities department. 25 The Soviet of Nationalities increasingly found it difficult to even get a VSNKH representative to deliver a report on economic development in the national regions. 26 In general, both Eastern and Western nationalities felt the economic organs were fundamentally hostile to Korenizatsiya. This did not mean that nationality played no role in securing economic investment. It could be a factor in individual cases, but it was not the categorical right as implied in the 1923 nationalities policy decrees. The Kazakh government, for instance, successfully deployed both the rhetoric of indigenousness and backwardness in lobbying the center to construct the Turkcib Railway. 27 Moreover, with the first five-year plan, the center revived its rhetorical commitment to the construction of new industrial enterprises in culturally backward regions, particularly Kazakhstan and Central Asia. However, economic historians agree that while industry did grow more rapidly in these regions, the pattern of central investment was overwhelmingly driven by all Union economic interests, with nationality playing little, if any, role. 28. The center's reluctance to commit extensive financial resources for the implementation of its nationalities policy had an important impact on Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. 15% of the cultural fund had been earmarked directly for the implementation of Korenizatsiya, and another 45% was set aside for the educational systems that would train future national cadres. 29 The Eastern republics repeatedly complained that the center was not providing financial assistance for Korenizatsiya. 30 A major cost-cutting reduction in the size of the government bureaucracies of the Soviet Union's autonomous republics and oblasts in the mid-1920s also inhibited Korenizatsiya. As we shall see, the lack of funding to train qualified native cadres and to expand their bureaucracies led the Eastern governments to give up on linguistic Korenizatsiya and to engage in a crude form of affirmative action that often involved directly replacing Russians with titular nationals, a policy that exacerbated inter-ethnic hostility. Mechanical Korenizatsiya, 1923–1926. The early history of Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East resembled the situation in Ukraine. There were a few token decrees, the first being passed by the always aggressive Tatar government in June 1921, but serious work began only after the April and June 1923 nationalities policy decrees. 31 In the immediate aftermath of the 12th Party Congress, virtually every republic and autonomous oblast passed Korenizatsiya decrees, creating such exotic movements as Zhirayanizatsiya and Yakutizatsiya. 32 In February 1924, VTSIK, which at that time had jurisdiction over all the Soviet Union's Eastern republics outside the Transcaucasus, formed a special committee to supervise Korenizatsiya. The committee's work resulted in an April 1924 decree and subsequent circular that provided central sanction and guidance for the implementation of Korenizatsiya. 33. This launched the period that subsequently became known pejoratively as the period of mechanical Korenizatsiya, a reference to the crude affirmative action programs that involved firing Russians to make room for natives and the use of highly arbitrary quotas. The initial decrees, however, followed the Ukrainian pattern in highlighting the goal of linguistic Korenizatsiya. This was true of Tatarstan's decrees, the stated goal of which was the realization of the Tatar language, as well as of the general April 1924 VTSIK decree entitled, On Measures Towards the Shifting of Paperwork of Government Organs in National Oblasts and Republics to Local Languages. 34 Like the July 1923 Ukrainian decree, but unlike the April 1925 one, the Eastern Republics' decrees did not assert the supremacy of the local language, only its equality with Russian. As noted in Chapter 2, in Tatarstan, where Tatars formed a narrow plurality, all regions with a Tatar plurality were to use the Tatar language. Central organs were to correspond with these regions in Tatar but otherwise use Russian in their daily work. Most other Eastern republics followed the Tatar lead. 35 Only in republics with a small Russian minority, such as in Central Asia, Azerbaijan, Yakutia, and the Komi Oblast, was the Tatar plan seen as only a short-term step toward the eventual long-term goal of comprehensive linguistic Korenizatsiya. 36. Just as in Ukraine, the difficulty of achieving linguistic Korenizatsiya was almost comically underestimated and the proposed time frames for shifting to local languages utopian in the extreme. A November 1923 Kazakh decree called for completing the introduction of parallel paperwork in Kazakh in all central government organs in 13 months. A December 1924 Uzbek decree called for the same shift at the oblast and central level to be undertaken immediately. By the end of the 1920s, neither republic could claim even 10% of paperwork being conducted in the local language. 37 Most Eastern republics also followed Ukraine in creating courses for Russians to study the national language. Yakutia even passed a law, again modeled on that in Ukraine, which threatened to fire all government employees who did not learn the Yakut language. 38 However, these courses failed to have any impact anywhere, except for sowing a momentary panic among local Russians. 39 It is difficult to present a reliable picture of the success of these early programs of linguistic Korenizatsiya because statistics are mostly absent or highly suspect. However, a large number of anecdotal reports suggest that by the end of the 1920s, no Eastern republic could boast more than the most minimal use of the national language at either the republican or the regional level. In the more successful Eastern republics Tatarstan, Chuvashia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, the national language was being used in the majority of government organs at the district and village Soviet level. 40 Tatarstan undertook by far the most systematic and energetic Korenizatsiya and for that reason also kept the most reliable statistics. In 1924, the Tatar language was being used in 82% of majority Tatar rural Soviets and in 45.9% of majority Tatar districts. By 1927, these statistics had been improved to 90% and 76.9%, respectively. 41 Since Tatarstan had the most literate population and by far the most resolute government policy, it is unlikely that any other Eastern republic achieved better results. The pro-Korenizatsiya forces within the Eastern republics quickly realized that the only way to introduce the native language into central republican institutions was through the mass promotion of titular nationals into the central apparat. Therefore, throughout the 1920s and 1930s, affirmative action became the overwhelming priority of Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. It is important here to note that this focus was the result of the Eastern Republic's own experience and their judgment that this was the best way to proceed. The center did not force a different policy on the Eastern Republics. Quite the contrary, the April 1924 VTSIK decree was quite utopian in recommending the Ukrainian model for the Soviet East. The search for the best strategy to implement affirmative action also resulted in a furious bout of experimentation. The first method, which relied on the center's brief period of financial largesse from 1924 to 1926, was a program of national praktikanstvo. In this program, unqualified titular nationals were paid a full government salary while they served as apprentices for white-collar government jobs. The April 1924 VTSIK circular generously authorized national republics to increase their number of employees by up to 10% to accommodate these national praktikanti. 42 As a result, in 1924, 126 of Turkestan's 1,288 central government employees were national praktikanti. This made an immediate and massive contribution to Korenizatsiya. In Turkestan, they represented 46.7% of all titular nationals in the Turkestan government. In addition, there were thousands of praktikanti at the regional and local levels. 43. Praktikanti were extremely unpopular with all union commissariats and economic enterprises since their salaries came out of these institutions' own budgets. According to Turkestan authorities, these enterprises initially categorically refused to accept praktikanti. After they were ordered to do so, they continued to sabotage the program by making work conditions intolerable and treating the praktikanti as a temporary phenomenon, alien, to be eliminated without question in the near future. 44 Russians apprenticing the praktikanti naturally resented them as an imminent threat to their jobs. Due primarily to its cost in 1927, the program cost over 1 million rubles in Tatarstan. Praktikanstvo began to be abolished in 1926, The same time the Cultural Fund was eliminated. 45 By late 1927, it had disappeared entirely. The period of Praktikanstvo represented the last time that the center was willing to finance an expansion of the government bureaucracy exclusively to further korenizatsiya. Since the government bureaucracy in most Eastern republics either did not grow or was curtailed during NEP, korenizatsiya involved a direct competition for jobs between Russians and titular nationals. In this competition, the latter were given legal priority. The April 1924 VTSIK decree stated that in hiring for government employment, when all other conditions are equivalent, preference should be given to persons knowing the local languages. 46 At the Republican level, VT6 measured favoritism based on language was transformed into a categorical priority based on ethnicity rather than language. In a report on korenizatsiya, Kazakhstan boasted that almost all commissariats, krai, and gubernia institutions have established a rule that for every new opening in the apparat, a Kazakh should first be invited, and only when that position cannot be filled by a Kazakh should it be given to a Russian. 47 The North Caucasus Mountaineer Obkom gave a directive to all its institutions ordering them not to accept non-mountaineers for employment or to hire them only in extreme cases, when there is no qualified mountaineer. 48 The same rule applied in the case of dismissals. The Turkestan TSIK decreed that during layoffs, natives should be given priority in retaining their jobs. 49 It was one thing to give preference to local nationalities, but it was another to find even minimally qualified candidates. In the majority of eastern regions, the literacy rate in 1926 was in the single digits, and this figure included many Islamic religious leaders. In 1927, there were reportedly only 960 literate Kyrgyz in the entire republic. 50 This desperate situation led Stalin in 1923 to recommend that all members of the national intelligentsia, up to and including Octobrists, be recruited into the Soviet organs of the Eastern republics. 51 In 1927, Zelensky stated this principle bluntly: "Our chief task is to attract all cultural forces in, regardless of their class position, as long as they are loyal to Soviet power." 52 This was done. Already in 1927, Galashchikin reported that he had recruited into the party, Soviet Union and economic apparat all the literate and half-literate Kazakhs that we have. 53 The task of placing titular nationals in the government apparat and the industrial workforce often devolved onto a special korenizatsiya commission. Tatarstan again provided the model with its 1922 Commission on the Realization of the Tatar Language. 54 These commissions were always attached to the Republican TSIK and had filials in executive commissions down to the district level. 55 None of the Eastern republics formed a party organ to supervise korenizatsiya along the Ukrainian model, so korenizatsiya remained anchored in soft fine institutions. Theoretically, the korenizatsiya commissions were to supervise linguistic korenizatsiya, but in practice they confined themselves to two tasks. First, they established yearly korenizatsiya plans, which consisted of the number of nationals each government organ must employ by year's end. This was referred to as the reservation system or the method of percentage norms. 56. Second, the commissions also helped to fulfill those plans by locating all available titular nationals and sending them to the appropriate job openings. One Uzbek official described their korenizatsiya commission as in reality a labor market. Every day 20 to 25 comrades show up and ask for work. 57 A Tatar described the work of a local korenizatsiya commission as follows: "In our region, we have a representative of the commission who goes around to enterprises and says, 'I have a typist. If you need one, take her. She's a Tatar.'" 58 This crude affirmative action made the commissions very unpopular. Zelensky brutally criticized Central Asia's korenizatsiya commissions. "One must say, comrades, that there are no more irresponsible institutions than these commissions. It seems there isn't a person who hasn't cursed these commissions for working poorly, for preventing others from working, for a nationalist deviation. Instead of working out ways to introduce local languages into government, when you ask any commission what they have done, they all answer that they sent 117 people. 59. Zelensky cursed the commissions for sending those 117 people, not only because many were unqualified, but because there frequently were no jobs open for those people. This practice, along with unrealistically high Korenizatsiya quotas in a tight labor market, put pressure on institutions to replace Russians directly with titular nationals. Andreev's Orgbaro Commission found that such direct replacement of Russians with titular nationals, which it called mechanical nationalizatsiya by quota, was common in the Soviet East from 1923 to 1926.60. The Kazakh Korenizatsiya Commission likewise reported in 1924 that the method of direct replacement of Russian employees with Kazakhs was widely used. In late 1923, Turkestan published a law authorizing the replacement of Russians with qualified natives, stipulating only that the Russians receive the same benefits as those released due to reductions in government size. Buryat Mongolia kept an identical law through June 1927, and other republics informally engaged in the same practice. 61. Russians were naturally unhappy with affirmative action in general, but it was the direct replacement of Russians with natives that particularly poisoned ethnic relations. At an Azerbaijan party congress, one delegate reported that Russians were saying, "Why did they fire me and replace me with an Azeri? What makes him better than me?" 62. In Kazakhstan, it was reported that Russians were being given a certificate that they were fired as a result of Korenizatsiya spread their understandable discontent among other employees. 63. Quite frequently Russians became upset because of the complete lack of tact used in implementing Korenizatsiya. The OGPU reported that Russians were upset about Tatarization because the head of the Tatar department of the State Bank refused their applications with the answer that we need Tatars first of all and can do without Russians. 64. In Uzbekistan, the OGPU opened letters of Russians writing to their relatives in the RSFSR in order to monitor popular mood. Letters intercepted in February, March 1928 expressed resentment toward Korenizatsiya and hatred toward Uzbeks. 65. I am poor and unemployed and it is difficult to find work. And when there is work, then it goes mostly to the indigenous population, that is the Uzbeks, and our brother, the European, although dying of hunger, gets paid no attention. It's difficult to live here. All jobs are taken by the Uzbeks and it is difficult for Russians to find work. In Central Asia now, it is hard for Russians to get work and in 2 to 3 years it will be impossible. They are implementing complete nationalizatsiya. They just passed a law on the firm implementation of Uzbekizatsiya, that is the replacement of Russian employees with native Uzbeks. I am living and working among Uzbeks for the first time and it is in general difficult. National hatred exists in a sharp form. At the exact same time, in March 1928, a group of workers wrote a letter to the Central Asian Bureau, which was discussed at a meeting of its Korenizatsiya Commission. 66. In every republic their letters and their language are being introduced. So the question arises, where will the Russians go? Where will Russians work? With the implementation of Uzbekization in our institutions, there is no question that all Russians will be replaced with Uzbeks. That is a fact. One often hears discontent among employees and workers who have been fired in large numbers in connection with Korenizatsiya. There is no question that our government considers that all Russians, whether they want to or not, will have to go to Russia. In connection with Korenizatsiya and Uzbekization, Russians will be forced to flee to Russia. Already from Uzbeks one often hears that this is our country, not yours. The letter concluded by asking what measures the government was going to take and where all the Russians would go once Uzbekization was completed. It is very instructive to compare these extreme sentiments with an investigation carried out by Rabkrin in 1929 on the implementation of Uzbekization. This investigation concluded that serious work on Uzbekization had not begun until late 1928 and that the series of decrees passed from 1923 to 1928 had largely a declarative character. 67. As Table 14 illustrates, The investigation also found that from August 1925 to April 1928 the number of major local nationalities in the Central Uzbek government and economic organs dropped precipitously both in absolute terms and especially as a percentage of the total workforce. Given these statistics, how does one explain the widespread Russian anger and even panic over Uzbekization? One could cite at least 5 factors that appear to have contributed to the situation, and all are valid for other Eastern republics as well. First, the Soviet government constantly promised much more than it could possibly deliver in its declarative Korenizatsiya decrees. This helped sow panic. Second, a small number of tactless incidents involving the direct replacement of Russians with titular nationals helped poison ethnic relations. Third, affirmative action often causes a disproportionate degree of ethnic resentment. When one unqualified Uzbek received a job, hundreds of Russians felt themselves cheated although only one would have actually gotten the job. Fourth, many Eastern nationalities did view Korenizatsiya literally as decolonization and, as the intercepted letters indicated, began to treat Russians as a temporary and unwanted presence. As the former dominant nationality, Russians strongly resented their loss in status. Fifth, in most cases the local Russian population supported the Bolsheviks during the Civil War, whereas the native population was at best neutral. Therefore, Russians felt they had been cheated when the fruits of the revolution went to the local population. When we Russians fought and made our support known, the Buryats did nothing. Now they are given all the advantages. 68. Table 14. Major local nationalities employed in Central Uzbek government and economic organs, 1925 to 1928. Garf 374/27S/1707, 108 to 109. Functional Korenizatsiya, 1926 to 1928. The period from 1923 to 1926 marked an experimental period as the Eastern republics shifted from linguistic Korenizatsiya to Praktikanstvo, then to the quota system, and even the direct replacement of Russians by titular nationals. The year 1926 marked the beginning of a re-evaluation of these Korenizatsiya strategies, both in the center and in the Eastern republics. Central support did not waver. It was reiterated by the soft-line Soviet organs, such as TSIX Soviet of Nationalities and VTSIX Nationalities Department, as well as by major hardline party organs, such as TSIX Kadrs Department and the Orgburo. From 1924 to 1929, the Orgburo repeatedly heard reports from the first party secretaries of various national regions, during which Korenizatsiya was discussed. The resulting TISK resolutions consistently called for more rapid implementation of Korenizatsiya. 69 I have already mentioned the 1926 to 1927 Orgburo Korenizatsiya Commission, which also unreservedly backed the policy and endorsed measures for its further implementation. 70 Moreover, both Kaganovich and Molotov, who along with Kozier chaired Orgburo sessions from 1924 to 1930, personally endorsed Korenizatsiya during these sessions. 71. Although the center consistently supported Korenizatsiya, it was vague in its instructions on how to implement it. What level of local representation in government organs was sufficient? Should it be their percentage of the republic's total population? A simple majority? A significant visible presence? To what extent should national languages be utilized in government? Should the goal be comprehensive linguistic Korenizatsiya, as in Ukraine, or only the use of native languages to service the local population, as in Tatarstan? In practice, aggressive republics such as Ukraine, Tatarstan, and Kazakhstan initiated programs to implement Korenizatsiya, and the center contested these actions when their results displeased it. Although a certain degree of Russian resentment was accepted as necessary, this was the outcome that in general most displeased central authorities. Thus, while the center did not contest absolute preferences for nationals in hiring, it consistently rejected the firing of Russians in order to replace them with titular nationals. The Orgburo categorically denounced a Buryat law authorizing this practice. The Andreev Commission likewise censured this practice, labeling it mechanical Korenizatsiya. 72. Russian resentment was a major concern of the 1926 re-evaluation, but it was not the only one. In the Soviet Union, titular nationals did not encounter a glass ceiling that prevented them from reaching leadership positions. Instead, as Table 15 shows, the problem was a hole in the middle. This pattern disturbed both the Andreev Commission and the leadership of the Eastern republics, since titular nationals were most poorly represented in exactly those positions that processed government paperwork, which meant that linguistic Korenizatsiya remained a distant goal. Also, many of the trained professionals who had the most contact with the national masses, agronomists, surveyors, veterinarians, doctors, were overwhelmingly Russian. 73. This contradicted the principle that Korenizatsiya should make the non-Russian masses feel that the Soviet government was their own. This situation was partially blamed on the system of setting quotas for the percentage of titular nationals that must be employed in each institution, but not specifying what jobs they should hold. Both Kazakh and Tatar officials maintained that institutions were fulfilling their quotas by hiring cleaning women, doormen, guards, and coachmen. 74. This led to the popular anecdote in Tatarstan that the government was not carrying out Korenizatsiya but Kocherizatsiya. 75. Alongside the appointment of nationals to menial jobs, there was a corresponding tendency to place them in high-visibility leadership positions, especially electoral posts, as Table 16 demonstrates. Affirmative action programs for elected positions were the easiest to fulfill because the job required no particular qualifications. Many republics set specific ethnic quotas for all their elections. 76. The tendency to place titular nationals in leadership positions, where they supervised a largely Russian technical apparat, caused concern in the center for at least three reasons. 77. First, because many of the newly promoted nationals had little expertise, it would be easy for non-party specialists to control them. This was a particular concern in Uzbekistan, where, according to one report, in the Kokand Oblast Agricultural Department both the head and deputy head were newly promoted Uzbeks. However, it turned out that neither the head nor his deputy managed work. Neither of them even had a desk or chair where they could sit. In reality, the boss of the State Land Fund was a non-party specialist who directed all work. 78. Similarly, in an intercepted letter, a Russian author wrote, "Here the chairman and other managers are all Sarts, but the specialists and all the technical workers are Russians, who understand more. So hide behind the Russians' backs and earn a good salary." 79. On the one hand, this was a national version of the traditional red/expert problem. On the other hand, it also echoes a phenomenon found in other countries practicing affirmative action. For example, in Malaysia, where Malay-owned businesses receive preferential treatment, there are businesses known as Alibaba enterprises in which a Malay is paid to front as the formal owner, but a Chinese in reality owns and runs the enterprise. 80. Table 16. Representation of titular nationals in elected Soviet organs, 1927. Nationalny Sostav Vybornik Organov Vlasti RSFSRV 1927 g. 56-66. Another concern was the tendency of titular nationals to assert their positive right to leadership positions rather than accepting them in a spirit of proper gratitude and humility. Russians repeatedly complained that every national wanted to be a people's commissar. As soon as he gets a little education, now he considers he's ready to be a narcom and you can't assign him to bureaucratic work. 81. Local Georgians spoke the same way about the Ajars. All Ajars want to become a narcom. 82. Comments such as these represented a popular prejudice that the Eastern nationalities were lazy and spoiled and that they were exploiting Korenizatsiya strategically rather than embracing it. Sincerely, they know that they are Uzbeks, that they got their jobs through Korenizatsiya, and therefore I can make more mistakes and do less work than others. A number of employees have this sense of irresponsibility. If challenged, they could respond like one Tatar who, when Russians threatened not to elect him, said, "Elect or else you are a great power chauvinist." 83. These were only the most cynical manifestations of the general phenomenon of strategic ethnicity. Non-Russians, many of whom lacked an education and were not literate in Russian, were mobilizing one of their only sources of social capital. Bolshevik authorities, however, tended to view this behavior as selfish or nationalist, even though it was their own policy that had provided the social capital. It was a rare and perceptive Bolshevik, such as the first party secretary of the Central Asian Bureau, Zelensky, who in January 1927 could describe this process calmly and accurately. 84. Our local intelligent is less educated, has fewer cultural skills and is less well prepared for work in the government apparat. He wants to get ahead. If he is a communist, he has an advantage, and this explains to a large degree the movement of the intelligentsia into our party. But if he is not a communist, how can he get ahead up the ladder of government service? Either he must work like a European, or he can bring up some other issue which will give him an advantage over the European. Therefore he puts forward the indigenous nationalities issue. This source of nationalism is only beginning to appear, and the more we have an intelligentsia, the stronger this source will begin to pressure us. However, while accurately understanding the phenomenon, even Zelensky interpreted this strategic use of ethnicity as a form of nationalism. As we shall see in Chapter 6, Kaganovich came to a similar conclusion at the same time in Ukraine. This growing interpretation of Korenizatsiya as strengthening both nationalism and inter-ethnic conflict would gradually undermine support for the policy. Finally, in addition to this vague concern about the growth of nationalism, the center was also worried about the use of Korenizatsiya in local factional struggles within the Communist Party. Factionalism was much worse in the national republics than in the Russian regions, and worst of all in the Eastern national republics. The party in non-Russian regions frequently divided along ethnic lines. Usually a Russian faction, allied with a minority national faction, was pitted against a majority national faction. In this situation, Korenizatsiya could be used to place political allies and dependents in positions of power. Kazakhization is sometimes used in support of factional considerations. 85. Along with Crimea and Tatarstan, Kazakhstan was one of the republics most plagued by factionalism. 86. In 1925, the same year Kaganovich was sent to Ukraine, Stalin removed the Kazakh national communist Kojanov and sent the old Bolshevik Philip Galashchikhin to Kazakhstan. Like Kaganovich, Galashchikin's job was to manage Korenizatsiya so that it would not be a source of political discord. Galashchikin immediately set out to replace the discredited strategy of mechanical Korenizatsiya with a new policy, which he introduced in May 1926 under the slogan of functional Korenizatsiya. 87. Following Kaganovich, Galashchikin also informed the recipients that henceforth the party must consider the implementation of Korenizatsiya their own business. Functional Korenizatsiya involved 4 changes in policy. First, general quotas would be replaced with a list of specific jobs to be fulfilled. These jobs would theoretically be those most necessary for supporting linguistic Kazakhization and to servicing the Kazakh masses. Second, the criteria for holding these jobs would not be ethnicity, whether one is Kazakh, but mastery of the Kazakh language. Third, Praktikanstvo would be abolished and replaced with specialized short-term courses. Fourth, the Kazakh Korenizatsiya Commission would be abolished and supervision for Korenizatsiya, again following Ukraine's example, would be transferred to Rabkrin. 88. Galashchikin made perfectly clear that the reason for the switch to functional Korenizatsiya was Russian resentment. In his letter, he wrote, "The mechanical replacement of Europeans with Kazakhs provokes a sharpening of inter-ethnic conflict. Fired Russians carry their understandable discontent to other employees, who are not guaranteed from a similar fate. Moreover, the employees' mood influences the mood of the union masses. Korenizatsiya equals privileges for Kazakhs, Kazakhstan is for the Kazakhs, we need to move away from here." 89. Since ethnic conflict was both ubiquitous and severe in the factories of Kazakhstan and Central Asia, this latter point was a major concern. Functional Korenizatsiya addressed Russian resentment in 2 ways. First, it limited the number of jobs where Korenizatsiya applied, in particular the leadership positions held by influential Russian communists. Second, Russians in a nomenklatura position could keep their jobs as long as they learned the Kazakh language. Of course, Golozhkhin did not really expect more than a handful of Russians to learn Kazakh. 90 However, it was psychologically helpful to replace crude ethnic preferences with preferences based on a real skill, mastery of the indigenous language. Functional Korenizatsiya also addressed the perceived failure up to then in preparing technical workers, since most of the nomenklatura jobs fell into that category. In Kazakhstan, the Republican-level nomenklatura consisted of 1,036 jobs, only 158 of which were occupied with Kazakh speakers. In all of Kazakhstan, there were 13,000 nomenklatura positions, with 2,300 held by Kazakhs. 91 The functional Korenizatsiya plan called for a variety of courses, ranging from 6 months to 2 years, to train Kazakh speakers to fill these 10,700 open nomenklatura positions. A TSIK investigation soon reported that there were courses everywhere and in all places. 92 The functional system also had the advantage of recognizing, as Zelensky put it, that we do not have limitless resources. 93 Comprehensive Korenizatsiya as practiced in Ukraine and Belarus simply was not feasible anywhere in the East. Golozhkhin's new policy met with initial resistance. He wrote a detailed letter to Stalin outlining 5 new policies he had adopted, one being functional Korenizatsiya. He received a terse answer: Comrade Golozhkhin, I think the policy outlined in this letter is in general the only correct policy. I Stalin. 94 With approval from Stalin and later official endorsement by the Andreev Commission, functional Korenizatsiya spread rapidly to the other major Eastern republics in the period from 1926 to 1927. 95 It is difficult to judge the success of functional Korenizatsiya since the years from 1926 to 1928 were particularly difficult ones for republican governments. A massive reduction in the size of the government bureaucracies in the Soviet Union's autonomous republics and oblasts was undertaken in 1927.96 In the summer of 1927, the number of individuals employed by the Soviet Union's 23 autonomous republics and oblasts was reduced by 26.5%, from 15,398 to 11,249. Kazakhstan lost 390 jobs and Tatarstan 782.97. Theoretically, titular nationals were favored during these reductions. However, Tatarstan and Bashkiria reported reduced tempos of Korenizatsiya. 98 Uzbekistan likewise saw the percentage of Uzbeks in the central government apparat drop from 18% to 16.8% and in the central economic apparat from 22.8% to 12.9%. 99 Functional Korenizatsiya, then, was more important as evidence of Soviet concern about Russian resentment than for its dramatic effect on the implementation of Korenizatsiya. The success of Korenizatsiya was much more closely linked to patterns in overall government hiring. As Table 17 nicely indicates, the number of Tatars in Tatarstan's government apparat grew steadily from 1921 to 1925 when the government apparat was expanding, leveled off from 1925 to 1927 when it was contracting, and surged again during the expansion of the socialist offensive. The second major factor constraining Korenizatsiya was the availability of trained cadres and professionals. The Bolsheviks preferred to recruit government employees from two sources, the proletariat and institutions of higher education. In the Eastern republics in the early 1920s, there was virtually no native proletariat and an extremely small native presence in higher education. The Bolsheviks set out to correct this situation through aggressive affirmative action in industrial hiring and in higher education. In the following sections, I analyze these programs and their social impact, considering as well the enormous impact of the Cultural Revolution on affirmative action in the Soviet East. Affirmative action and ethnic conflict in the industrial workplace. The 1923 Nationalities Policy Decrees placed great emphasis on the creation of a national proletariat in the Soviet East. 100 If there had been a gaping divide between the Russian proletariat and Ukrainian peasantry that led to the cruel lesson of 1919 in Ukraine, an even more severe divide existed in Central Asia and Kazakhstan, where the Bolsheviks had relied almost exclusively on Russian settlers and railway workers. 101 The anti-national, often overtly racist, policies of the first Bolshevik governments in Turkestan greatly exacerbated the Central Asian Basmachi rebellion. 102 As noted in Chapter 2, the center took decisive measures in 1921 with the radical land reform that transferred land from Russian settlers to the local peasantry. The national peasantry could be placated, but a national proletariat had to be created. As late as December 1926, there were still only 81 Tajik factory workers, 139 Kyrgyz, 306 Turkmen, 2,215 Kazakh, 7,684 Uzbeks, and a grand total of 7 Yakut proletarians. 103 The 1921 and 1923 nationalities policy decrees promised to transfer factories from the Central Russian regions to Central Asia, but, as we have seen, under the constraints of NEP this program was quietly abandoned. Only with the first 5-year plan would there be a substantial expansion of industry in the Soviet Union's eastern national regions. This meant that local authorities had to rely on aggressive use of affirmative action hiring in a tight labor market. The use of affirmative action in the proletarian sphere was one of the most controversial aspects of the Soviet nationalities policy for both practical and ideological reasons. In Ukraine, affirmative action was not used for proletarian hiring due to Stalin's concern that it would provoke ethnic strife within Ukraine's politically valuable proletariat. Transcaucasian Bolsheviks, because of the horrendous ethnic violence of the revolutionary years, were extremely reluctant to use affirmative action in industry. 104 Ordzhonikidze went so far as to state that among workers there can be no differences in nationality. 105 Many Bolsheviks agreed with Ordzhonikidze that Korenizatsiya might be fine for bureaucrats, but the proletariat was a purely international group and so affirmative action in industry was inadmissible on ideological grounds alone. Most learned to hold their tongues, but not Mikhail Kalinin, who, to the distress of his colleagues, did not firmly grasp the new Soviet nationalities policy and frequently expressed his heterodox views publicly. At the first Uzbekistan Party Congress, Kalinin said that the national question is purely a peasant question. The best way to eliminate nationality is a massive factory with thousands of workers, which like a millstone grinds up all nationalities and forges a new nationality. This nationality is the universal proletariat. 106. Despite these ideological and pragmatic concerns, affirmative action was practiced in industrial hiring throughout the Soviet East. Kazakhstan instituted a system of preferences for Kazakh workers in all hiring and firing decisions. 107 In Central Asia, local nationalities were legally given advantages in registration at labor markets, in hiring and in dismissals. 108 Such preferential treatment in hiring was known to and accepted by the All-Union Task and TSKK. 109 Nor was affirmative action confined to national republics. In 1928, the North Caucasus region initiated a 5-year plan to recruit 1,000 mountaineers a year into factories in Rostov and other major North Caucasus cities. 110 Such programs existed in other Russian regions as well, such as Moscow, which had a plan to recruit 5,000 gypsies into the city's factories. 111 Affirmative action quotas emerged shortly after 1923 and continued openly through 1933. As with the Korenizatsiya of the government bureaucracy, affirmative action in industrial hiring also frequently involved the direct replacement of Russians with titular nationals. Kazakhstan noted the widespread method of the mechanical introduction of Kazakhs into industry by firing other nationalities and replacing them with Kazakhs. 112 In Uzbekistan, the Korenizatsiya Commission sent 70 Uzbeks to a factory with the recommendation to hire them, and if there weren't enough places, to lay off Europeans. 113 Buryat Mongolia legally sanctioned such replacements. 114 The OGPU reported that Russian workers were enraged at the unions for permitting this and quoted a Russian worker, "If they fire me and hire a Buryat in my place, I'll kill that Buryat first of all, and then they can do with me as they please." 115 A TISK investigation found such direct replacements were common and that as a result, Russian workers have become embittered against Soviet power and against the unions. 116 The Andreev Commission condemned the replacement of Russians but did not call for abandoning the quota system since functional Korenizatsiya made no sense for the hiring of unskilled industrial workers. 117 Unsurprisingly, such crude affirmative action greatly exacerbated ethnic conflict in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. It was, of course, not the sole or even primary cause. The ethnic mixing of previously segregated populations typically brings an upsurge in ethnic conflict. 118 Moreover, as we have seen, in the early and mid-1920s violent rural ethnic conflict in Central Asia and Kazakhstan, as well as in regions of Buryat Mongolia and Bashkiria, was ubiquitous and severe. As peasants entered the labor force, much of this ethnic conflict would naturally migrate to the cities. Through 1926, OGPU political reports on ethnic conflict highlighted rural ethnic conflict. 119 In 1927, rural ethnic conflict began to decline and the Central Asian OGPU reports began to emphasize growing inter-ethnic hostility based on the battle for work. 120 From 1927 onward, the factory became the predominant site for ethnic conflict in the Soviet Union. The Tashkent labor market provides an excellent case study of the relationship between ethnic conflict and Korenizatsiya. The deputy head of the Tashkent labor market, Valikojeev, was an uncompromising and untactful Korenizatsiya militant. For instance, in March 1927, in the presence of 200 unemployed on the floor of the labor market, Valikojeev objected to Russians being sent to a job site and screamed, "Send Uzbeks, the indigenous population, if you won't send Uzbeks, I'll complain to the obkom." On another day, a sign was hung on the door to the labor market, "Uzbek workers needed." On still another occasion, in February 1928, when the labor market had given a paper to a Russian woman for a position as a cleaning lady at the Commissariat of Trade, Valikojeev took it and gave it to an Uzbek woman and said, "I'm sending her as part of Korenizatsiya and that's it." 121 On several occasions, such behavior led to incidents, including ethnic brawls, on the floor of the labor market. For instance, in April 1927, a representative of the Tashkent Oblast Korenizatsiya Commission arrived at the market and publicly announced that he needed only members of the indigenous nationality for a new job. The unemployed Europeans started to yell, "What are the Russians supposed to do, or do they not want to eat? Russians fought and won freedom for you devils, and now you say Uzbeks are the masters in Uzbekistan. There will come a time and we'll show you. We'll beat the hell out of all of you." The Uzbeks replied, "Just wait, it won't be long until we'll ask all you Europeans to go back to your homeland and find work there." The GPU agent reported that the mood was tense and the outnumbered Uzbeks fled. 122 On another occasion, in February 1928, the unemployed Russians and Uzbeks did come to blows. 123 On the floor of the market a fight broke out between the Uzbeks and Russians due to national hostility. The Uzbeks declared they would soon drive the Russians out of Uzbekistan since they would soon have their own specialists and because the Russians always try to drive the Uzbeks out of their jobs. The Russians said that during the revolution the Uzbeks were basmachi and now they are sneaking into power. Due to this a fight broke out which was liquidated by the militia. Fights broke out at the labor market on many other occasions as well. 124 Valikojeev's provocative behavior was partially explained by the bitter resistance he encountered in attempting to implement Korenizatsiya. Russian enterprise directors frequently returned the Uzbeks he sent them. The director of a bottle factory returned 9 Uzbek women on the grounds that Uzbek women don't know how to wash bottles. 125 Moreover, the GPU took seriously threats by unemployed Russians to beat mercilessly for implementing Korenizatsiya. 126 In mid-1927, the GPU was also concerned about threats of the unemployed to raise the black flag and attack the labor market. 127 This was not implausible. In 1928, in the town of Serjopol in Kazakhstan, unemployed Russians and Russian workers from the Turksib railway construction site went on a rampage, beating Kazakhs and sacking the town's GPU headquarters in order to free comrades who had been arrested during previous ethnic brawls. Although the rioters were brutally punished, such pressure from unemployed Russians seeking work in Kazakhstan was a major reason the Turks of Construction Administration failed to fill its Kazakh quota. 128 The same situation prevailed in Central Asia. A 1926 Uzbek report noted that on the labor market, unemployed Europeans arriving from the RSFSR gather, and under their pressure, the labor market fails to hold to a correct political line on the nationalities policy. 129 Russian threats and actual acts of violence were often spontaneous outbursts in the face of what they perceived to be the gross injustice of Korenizatsiya, but violence could also be a calculated form of resistance. At a mill in Kazakhstan, the GPU reported the following comment: "They will probably fire some of the Russian workers and replace them with Kazakhs. If this happens, we'll give the Kazakhs a good whipping, and that way we'll put a fright into them and others." 130. The ubiquitous politics surrounding Korenizatsiya had the effect of turning every hiring and firing decision into a political event. At a butter factory in Turkmenistan, 2 Turkmen workers got in a fight and both were fired. The remaining Turkmen asserted this was an excuse to replace them with Russians. 131 After the dismissal of an Uzbek at a wine factory, Uzbek workers began a strike with the demand of real Uzbekization. 132 Ethnic conflict, then, was not confined to the unemployed. Fights were common in the factories as well. Much of this conflict was also related to fear of losing jobs. In particular, attempts to apprentice Central Asians to Russians proved futile. As Zelensky noted, the Russian view was that I'm here today and tomorrow you'll drive me away, so the hell with you. You can spend as much time with me as you please and I won't teach you more than how to shovel coal. 133. However, it would be a gross exaggeration to attribute ethnic conflict to affirmative action and employment concerns alone. In fact, ethnic conflict increased after 1929 when the first 5-year plan had eliminated unemployment and created a labor shortage. Ethnic conflict usually involves not only competition over employment and other benefits, but also a symbolic battle over status and priority in a given territory. 134 We have already noted this phenomenon in rural ethnic conflict in Central Asia and much of the Soviet East. Russians interpreted Korenizatsiya as a deep and undeserved status insult. During ethnic incidents, Russians again and again appealed to their revolutionary service: "We fought, shed blood, and now they consider us guests. Are we not people, just like the Uzbeks?" When Russians saw a sign on the labor market asking for Uzbeks only, they lamented, "Where were they with these announcements when we shed blood and died like flies in the Central Asian deserts? If a war breaks out, we'll go to the front, but to fight against an administration like this." On another occasion, when Uzbeks received jobs over Russians, a Russian complained, "Russians fought to achieve the revolution, we died like flies, and as a result, everything goes to the animals, who are now proud and declare, 'You fought the war. Thank you. Now we will work.'" 135 Two themes predominated in Russian complaints: first, that Russians had made enormous sacrifices on behalf of the revolution and been unjustly denied their deserved rewards, and second, that Korenizatsiya made them outsiders, guests in what they had considered to be their homeland. Russians particularly resented the fact that Korenizatsiya implied that Uzbekistan belonged to the Uzbeks, that we conquered Turkestan and now the Uzbeks are the masters. 136. Most Uzbeks appear to have understood Korenizatsiya in the same fashion. They took the Soviet rhetoric of decolonization seriously and interpreted Korenizatsiya as giving them an unqualified priority in all aspects of life in Uzbekistan, not the selected priority in certain spheres related to national culture that the Soviet leadership meant by Korenizatsiya. During fights at the labor market, Uzbeks would tell Russians, "We are the masters of Uzbekistan and therefore they should give us jobs first." 137 Although the phrasing was hardly Soviet, in this case the policy implication was acceptable. In another instance, however, Uzbeks were being paid more for the same work at a factory. One Uzbek worker explained this simply: "Power belongs to us and therefore we receive more." 138 The sense that Uzbekistan belonged to them led Uzbeks to refer to Russians as guests and, during ethnic fights, to tell them to get the hell out of Uzbekistan and return to your homeland. 139. The tendency of the non-Russians to essentialize what the Soviets conceived of as an instrumental policy was an ongoing problem in the reception of Korenizatsiya. Nor was this interpretation confined to non-Russians. Despite the fact that Russians remained dominant throughout the 1920s in both the government apparat and in the industrial workplace, Russians again and again expressed the fear that they were being driven out of Central Asia. 140. This disproportionate fear must be taken seriously, as it was not only expressed during public conflicts, but in intercepted letters as well. I tried to get work at a factory, but they are hiring only Uzbeks. Soon all Russians will probably have to leave here for Russia. The time will soon come when they politely ask all Russians to leave for the European part of Russia. 141. This existential conflict was responsible for at least three characteristic aspects of ethnic relations in the industrial workplace in the Soviet East: pervasive ethnic segregation, the sudden and spontaneous nature of ethnic conflict, and a tendency for that conflict to take certain symbolic forms. Outside observers were almost always shocked by the pervasiveness of ethnic segregation. A report on working conditions at a Turkmen oil field noted that the first thing that strikes the observer is that the workers are divided by nationality into three different barracks. 142. The same was true of mountaineers in Rostov, where an appalled observer found that even within a mixed dormitory, workers were distributed by room by national identity, or, to be more accurate, into national cells. 143. In another instance where only one barrack was available for Kazakhs and Russians, a wooden barrier was erected in the middle to divide the two nationalities. 144. The Andreev Commission found this division a common practice in the Soviet Union's eastern regions. 145. The segregation penetrated daily life. There were separate clubs and cafeterias. Zelensky was particularly appalled by the custom of forming separate lines for water. 146. This de facto practice of segregation bothered Soviet authorities, not only because it violated their internationalist principles, but also because it pointed to a disturbing quality of their own nationality's policy. Most Bolsheviks were outraged by the practice of segregation within the putatively internationalist proletariat. 147. And Soviet nationalities policy did indeed oppose extraterritorial nationality on these grounds and insisted that all nationalities in a given territory be served equally. However, it also insisted on the need to service all nationalities in their own languages. As we have seen, this led to the formation of village-sized national territories, a form of territorial segregation. In practice, it was not clear why this principle should not be applied to large factories as well. The Urals region, for instance, celebrated its formation of 337 national work brigades as an example of enlightened nationalities policy. 148. A hostile observer might call it segregation. After a serious ethnic riot, the Magnitogorsk authorities did not respond with a renewed push for integration, but rather with an expanded system of national work brigades. 149. This was the path of least resistance. Attempts to integrate work brigades or dormitories frequently met violent resistance. 150. When a Central Asian bureau inspector asked local authorities why they set up segregated barracks, they received a simple answer: there are less brawls that way. 151. The authorities, then, accepted a segregated workplace, despite their discomfort with it, both because it was convenient and because their nationalities policy gave it a certain superficial sanction. The Bolsheviks inherited a segregated society in Central Asia. They abolished legal segregation but preserved much of it in practice and even in thought. It is striking how Central Asian Bolsheviks, including Zelensky himself, quickly adopted the pre-evolutionary categories of Europeans and Asians. 152. A 1929 TSKK investigator was astounded by the ubiquitous use of these terms, which he considered incompatible with notions of brotherhood and the unity and equality of the laborers of all nations. This division was not purely racial, because the term European applied to all newcomers, including the Turkic Azerbaijanis and Volga Tatars, and Asian signified the local population. 153. Tatars were in fact treated as Europeans, living in European barracks and standing in European lines. 154 It is striking that Korenizatsiya had less impact on breaking down the European term than it did in transforming the local undifferentiated Asians into Uzbeks, Tajiks, Turkmen, and Kyrgyz. The segregated workplace, combined with the status conflicts associated with Korenizatsiya, created an exceedingly tense workplace environment where minor incidents could and did erupt into ethnic violence. The GPU noted that national relations are so strained that the smallest everyday incident provokes misunderstandings and gives the Uzbeks cause to speak about European repression. 155 In typical fights, a conflict would break out between a Russian and a Central Asian, and then their co-ethnics would join in to create an ethnic brawl. 156 Large fights tended to flare up in tense situations in which large numbers of ethnic groups congregated outside of work. The most common sites for such fights were the long lines at factory stores. Lines are the breeding ground of great power Russian chauvinism and local nationalism. In fines you can hear the Europeans call the nationals asses, morons, and so forth, and the nationals call the Russians dogs. 157. One of the largest ethnic riots in Central Asia emerged out of exactly this type of situation. In April 1931, a group of 300 Uzbeks sacked the silk weaving factory where they worked in Margala, under the slogans of Russian oppression, and beat the Russians. During the fight, one worker was killed and 2 Russians and 4 Uzbeks severely wounded. The incident began with insults being traded between a Russian worker, Koliknov, and an Uzbek, Karamov. A fight broke out and Koliknov beat Karamov until the latter was unconscious. The militia escorted Koliknov into their offices to protect him from a group of 250 to 300 Uzbeks who gathered outside the factory and cried out, "For a murdered Uzbek, beat the Russians. We should destroy the factory and the Russians. Then we'll go to the Basmachi. They'll support us and help us destroy the factory and drive out the Russians." 158 Finally, the Uzbeks sacked the militia office, while the militia fled with Koliknov into the city of Margala. Many smaller ethnic riots broke out in similar circumstances. 159. Most conflict, of course, was not violent. More frequent were acts of symbolic violence. Given the conflict over who had the right to consider the Central Asian republics their own, symbolic issues took on a particular importance. Russians, for instance, were outraged that they were told to celebrate Christmas on January 2 in 1929. "They force us to celebrate Uzbek holidays, and our holidays they order celebrated not on the proper day. The Muslim Sarts are laughing at us, that the Russian fools celebrate their holidays on the wrong day." 160 Another fight broke out over whether Mohammed or Christ was superior. 161 By far the most frequently reported act of symbolic violence, however, was Russians rubbing pork fat on the ups of Muslims or forcing them to eat pork. 162 This was clearly intended to humiliate the Islamic peoples in the most profound way and thereby display Russian dominance on the factory floor. Russian dominance of the industrial workplace in the Soviet East was, in fact, never challenged. The Soviet response to this dominance and its manifestation in chronic ethnic conflict was conditioned by the dramatic changes that accompanied the launching of the socialist offensive in 1928. Cultural Revolution and Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. The socialist offensive had a dramatic impact on the implementation of the Soviet nationalities policy. We have already seen that the centralization and statism embodied in the new policy fatally undermined linguistic Korenizatsiya in Ukraine. The effect on Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East was quite different because of the influence of the Cultural Revolution. For our purposes, Cultural Revolution can be divided into 2 processes. First, there was the destructive process associated with the intensification of class warfare, which involved the mobilization of militant proletarian Bolsheviks against various formerly tolerated bourgeois elements and institutions, academics and universities, priests and religion, fellow traveling writers and their journals. This process was accompanied by a state-led terror campaign, initiated by the Shukti trial in 1928, that signaled which population categories were now stigmatized and therefore vulnerable. In the national regions, The principal target of the Cultural Revolutionary Terror was the Smenovikhovci, the nationalist intellectuals who had accepted the Bolshevik offer to work on behalf of Korenizatsiya. The nationalities trials also served to compromise Korenizatsiya by signaling that its most avid supporters were in fact counter-revolutionaries. The destructive aspect of cultural revolution in the Soviet East was also distinctive, in that it involved a mass campaign against feudal practices that began already in 1927 with the campaign to stop the practice of female veiling. 163. The second constructive aspect of cultural revolution involved a wave of utopian projects and experiments that aimed at the creation of a new socialist way of life to replace the bourgeois institutions then under attack. 164. This process also involved the unleashing of utopian energies temporarily constrained by the pragmatism of NEP. In the sphere of nationality, the initial assumption of most Bolsheviks was that the abolition of NEP and the attack on the nationalists Smenovikhovci meant that the unloved compromise with national identity was at an end. The utopian project they favored was the creation of a purely internationalist Soviet non-national identity. This widespread interpretation was squelched by Stalin in a series of private comments in 1929 and then a decisive public declaration at the June 1930 Party Congress. There he provided an alternative utopian project. The period of the construction of socialism is the period of the flowering of national culture, socialist in content and national in form. The development of national culture should unfold with new strength. 165. Stalin's intervention channeled the utopian strain of cultural revolution in the direction of the rapid acceleration of nation building rather than the creation of a non-national Soviet identity. Only in the Soviet East, as a result of its cultural backwardness, could accelerated nation building take on a sufficiently utopian character to satisfy cultural revolutionary utopianism. The creation of national territories, languages, and cultural institutions for the small peoples of the North, for instance, was celebrated in 1931 as the creation of new nationalities out of tribes which had earlier never dreamed of national existence. Their transition in just 6 years through all the stages of development, which for other peoples required thousands of years. 166. This was classic cultural revolutionary utopianism. It helps explain the differing fates of Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East and West during the Cultural Revolution. If the pragmatism of NEP favored projects based on the rhetoric of indigenousness and was hostile to those based on cultural backwardness, the utopianism of the Cultural Revolution supported only those indigenization projects involved in the developmentalist project of overcoming cultural backwardness. I will now turn to an analysis of 3 cultural revolutionary campaigns that affected the development of Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East: the campaign against great power chauvinism, the establishment of affirmative action programs in higher education, and a major push to implement Korenizatsiya in the Eastern National Territories. The campaign against great power chauvinism. In the same June 1930 speech in which Stalin declared that cultural revolution meant the flourishing, not the liquidation, of national cultures, he likewise rebuked those activists who had questioned the established principle that great power chauvinism was a greater danger than local nationalism. 167. Since this principle was a crucial pillar of Korenizatsiya, Stalin's comments greatly relieved its advocates. The past few months had witnessed a series of show trials directed against the non-Russian Smenovikhovci intellectuals on the charge of local nationalism with no comparable attack on any great power chauvinists. As a result, many Bolsheviks believed the old principle had been overturned. However, Stalin did not state which great power chauvinists should be attacked. Lacking central instructions, local authorities focused on their most pressing nationalities problem: ethnic tension, conflict, and prejudice among the proletariat. As the examples cited earlier indicated, and as subsequent Soviet studies confirmed, Russians were typically the aggressors in violent ethnic incidents. 168. Ethnic conflict continued to worsen during the socialist offensive. 169. As a result, a decision was made, reflected in a Central Asian press campaign immediately following Stalin's speech, to attack the mistreatment of non-Russians at the workplace under the slogan of fighting great power chauvinism. 170. Thus, the campaign against local Nationalism that focused on the cultural intelligentsia would be balanced by a campaign against great power chauvinism that focused on the Russian factory administration and Russian workers. The campaign against great Russian chauvinism did not focus on segregation, which would have been the logical target of an internationalist campaign, but rather on the fact that conditions were separate and unequal. National dormitories were almost always inferior to Russian ones. 171 At construction sites, Kazakhs and Uzbeks were often given no housing at all and slept under the open sky. 172 At Karaganda, Kazakh housing was said to be worse than that given to the Dekulakist peasants. 173 Eastern nationals were discriminated against in the distribution of food and consumer goods. 174 They were often paid less for the same work, and sometimes told this was due to their inability to speak Russian. 175 As noted above, they were constantly taunted with ethnic slurs, and Muslims were often forced to eat pork. The authorities feared that this discrimination was sabotaging their attempts to create a national proletariat. Turnover among national workers in the Soviet East was much higher than among Russians. The authorities blamed high turnover for the relatively slow growth of the native proletariat as a percentage of the workforce, despite the favorable conditions brought about by industrial growth and aggressive affirmative action. 176 Just as unemployed Russians used violence to frustrate affirmative action in hiring, a 1931 Justice Commissariat circular accused chauvinists of intentionally using discrimination to drive national minorities out of the workforce. 177 Local authorities agreed. An Uzbek Tisk report on the transport industry, a notoriously anti-Korenizatsiya institution, noted that the voluntary departure of Uzbek workers in the overwhelming majority of cases must be seen as not voluntary but the result of the failure to create satisfactory work conditions. 178 The North Caucasus Kraykom blamed outrageous facts of insults, rude treatment, persecution, and even beatings of some nationals for the fact that 62 of 69 mountaineers sent to work at one Rostov factory left, within months. 179 The campaign against great power chauvinism soon evolved beyond propaganda alone to the use of show trials against great power chauvinists. In November 1930, at the Magnitogorsk construction site, a brawl broke out between a Russian and a Tatar work brigade when the Russians attacked the Tatars, yelling "Beat the Tatars, beat the Tatar dogs." 180 This one brawl led to 4 large trials of 15 offenders and 16 smaller trials in the first half of 1931. When Russians attacked 20 newly arrived Tatars at the Bereznikovsky factory in the Urals and beat up 5 of them, the Russian perpetrators were tried in public and sentenced to a severe term of 5 years of hard labor. 181 Show trials were not reserved only for such large episodes, but were also used periodically for individual fights that previously had resulted in the lesser charge of hooliganism. In May 1931, the GPU reported that during a fight over the distribution of sugar at the store of a Tashkent brick factory, a Russian beat an Uzbek senseless and concluded, "We petitioned the Justice Commissariat to conduct a show trial of Semyonov at the factory." 182 In the North Caucasus, where mistreatment of mountaineer workers in Rostov was rampant, the Kraykom dissolved a factory's party committee and ordered public show trials, not because of an actual fight, but as a result of general mistreatment of mountaineers that had led to their leaving the factory. 183 In the first 2 months of 1932, the North Caucasus procurator processed 62 cases dealing with the crime of great power chauvinism. 184 This campaign was picked up by the RSFSR Commissariat of Justice, which in April 1931 issued a circular calling for greater attention to the battle with great power and local chauvinism. The latter category seems to have been included purely to echo Stalin's formulation, since all of the cases subsequently reported dealt with great power chauvinism. In December 1931, the Commissariat issued another circular calling the campaign extremely unsatisfactory thus far and demanding a more aggressive fight with chauvinism, in particular great power chauvinism. 185 In 1932, a study of 5 oblasts found 87 trials on the charge of chauvinism. In each case the accusation was great power chauvinism. 186 Overall, judging by the fragmentary statistics and reports published by the Commissariat's journal, the campaign against great power chauvinism peaked in 1931 to 1932, continued at a modest level through 1934, and then disappeared. The campaign against great power chauvinism was a unique episode in the implementation of Korenizatsiya, as it was the only time that the judicial organs were mobilized in a systematic and propagandistic fashion against those who impeded the implementation of Korenizatsiya. As we shall see, all other judicial campaigns targeted local nationalists who were too eager in support of Korenizatsiya. Of course, the campaign against great power chauvinism lacked the political message of the nationalities' terror campaigns of 1928 to 1930, 1932 to 1933 and 1937 to 1938, since they involved only criminal charges against individuals, not political charges of counter-revolution against representatives of entire population categories. What were the results of the campaign? There are no data to answer that question, but it is certain that the impact could not have been the same as in the nationalities' terror campaigns. Those had a major impact on Korenizatsiya by signaling to party members and government officials that the charge of local nationalism could end up getting you arrested or executed, whereas the charge of great power chauvinism might at worst get you demoted. Ordinary Russian workers, in particular those most likely to engage in ethnic brawls, were simply not looking for such signals. They wanted to avoid trouble with the state, and the campaign against great power chauvinism was far less threatening than many others. So it is unlikely the campaign had more than local effects in the limited number of factories where show trials took place. Affirmative action in higher education. The Russian proletariat, then, remained numerically, politically, and sociologically dominant in the Soviet Union's eastern regions. However, despite the enormous problems affirmative action encountered, Soviet efforts did produce a native proletariat numbering in the hundreds of thousands. By January 1933, in 9 Eastern Autonomous Republics and 12 Eastern Autonomous Oblasts of the RSFSR, there was a native industrial proletariat numbering 164,459.187 in the Eastern Union republics. The industrial proletariat was larger in both absolute and relative terms: 20.1% in Kazakhstan, 36.7% in Azerbaijan, 29.7% in Uzbekistan, though everywhere it remained a minority. 188 This new Eastern proletariat represented a pool, albeit a shallow one, from which titular nationals could now be recruited into higher education to train them to take over technical positions in government and industry, following the pattern of Russian workers during the Great Vidviginy campaign of 1928 to 1931. 189 However, there were many demands being placed on this slender reed. Both non-Russian and central leaders were in a hurry to fulfill the Cultural Revolution's renewal of the 1923 promise to raise the cultural level of the backward nationalities to the level of the advanced Soviet nationalities. Therefore, the campaign to recruit Eastern nationals into higher education took place simultaneously with the campaigns to create a national proletariat, to accelerate the implementation of Korenizatsiya, and to create a system of universal primary education. All of these goals could not be accomplished, but the utopianism of the Cultural Revolution led to an adamant refusal to admit, or even seriously consider, this fact. Affirmative action programs for higher education existed before the Cultural Revolution. Indeed, as soon as VUZY were formed in the Eastern republics, they established quotas for titulars and often other culturally backward nationalities. 190 This practice was authorized in 1924 by a task commission that stated, in all rabfiks and institutes of higher education of the national republics and oblasts, a sufficient number of places be reserved for the indigenous nationality. 191 A reservation or quota was referred to as a bronia. The bronia, however, was usually better described as a target or an aspiration, since it was usually set so high that it could not possibly be fulfilled. 192 This was especially true during the Cultural Revolution, when the All-Union Commissariats started to reserve 70% of the places in the VUZY they administered in national republics for titular nationals, while the Central Asian Bureau demanded that 75% of places in industrial apprenticeship schools be reserved for local nationals. 193 Filling even half such quotas was utopian. Perhaps the most striking thing about local affirmative action quotas in the period from 1924 to 1932 was their visibility. Not only did all VUZY have quotas, they publicly advertised them. During every admissions season, the Central Asian newspaper Pravda Vostoka printed dozens of advertisements from Central Asian universities, which openly stated their preferences and quotas for local nationalities: 70% titular nationals, 20% national minorities, 10% Europeans. For local indigenous nationalities, exceptions allowed, the majority of admissions must be local nationals. 194 In some cases, the quotas were quite elaborate: local nationalities not less than 85%, women 45%, workers not less than 40%, Batraki 20%, Kolkoshniki and Bedniaki 30%, employees and peasants 10%. Members of party and Komsomol, not less than 90%. 195 Obviously such quotas made titular nationals with the right class and gender profile exceedingly valuable to university admissions officials. What is striking about these blunt advertisements of quotas was the seeming lack of concern shown for the feelings of Russians and other Western nationalities. Unsurprisingly, Russians did resent such preferences. A GPU report recorded a typical remark from a Russian in Uzbekistan: "The Sarts and Kyrgyz are studying in universities on our money, and so there's no place for our Russian brother." 196 Ethnic conflict between Russians and Eastern nationals was common in both Central and Republican universities, though such incidents were less frequent and much less violent than those in the industrial workplace. 197. The more important site for affirmative action was the Central VUZY of Moscow and Leningrad. The Eastern republics had a skeletal structure of VUZY and technicums, most of which were pedagogical and agricultural. Only the Central RSFSR VUZY could provide the education necessary to produce the technical cadres that the national republics needed to implement Korenizatsiya. The RSFSR Education Commissariat did establish a special bronia for national minorities in the mid-1920s. 198 By 1928 to 1929, this bronia amounted to about 1,000 places. 199 If it had been fulfilled, it would have made a substantial impact on the number of Eastern nationals in higher education. However, the bronia was poorly designed. Although motivated by the problem of cultural backwardness, it targeted all national minorities, with the result that Belorussia and Ukraine were also given a quota. 200 More importantly, the bronia was distributed to republics, not to individuals. As a result, the Eastern republics, lacking qualified titular nationals, sent primarily Russians and Jews. 201 In January 1927, Zelensky complained that the Central Asian republics fulfilled 90% of their bronia with Europeans. 202 As a result, the first Central bronia did little to further the interests of the culturally backward Eastern nationalities. The absolute number of Eastern nationalities in higher education was quite respectable considering their literacy rates, but the general downward trend from 1926 to 1927 through 1929 to 1930 in all schools save the Rabfak, which in national regions tended to function as a substitute for the almost complete absence of middle schools. Moreover, these statistics represented enrollments, not graduations, and thus did not reflect the much higher dropout rates of the Eastern nationalities. By November 1, 1928, the number of Eastern nationalities enrolled in VUZY had declined from 6.9% to 4.4%, in Profshkoly from 3.5% to 2.3%, and in technicums from 8.1% to 6.3%. 203 Graduation rates were still lower. Finally, as Table 19 shows, the Eastern nationalities were disproportionately located in less prestigious specialties. The Eastern nationalities, then, were heavily concentrated in pedagogical schools and comparatively weakly represented in the more prestigious industrial, technical, medical, and social economic schools. All of these statistical indicators led nationalities specialists to conclude that the bronia had thus far failed to address the backwardness of the Eastern nationalities. The onset of Cultural Revolution led to a renewed effort to attract Eastern nationalities into higher education. After all, higher education was at the center of the Cultural Revolution. The Shakti Affair in 1928 was staged to signal the need to replace the old disloyal intelligentsia with a new proletarian intelligentsia. To produce these new red specialists, TISC ordered that 65% of all admissions to technical VUZY in the fall of 1928 be workers or children of workers. 204 Initially, this Vidvagini campaign affected primarily ethnic Russians and Russified Western nationalities, since they represented the majority of the proletariat and in particular those with the minimal skills to enter the overwhelmingly Russian-language technical VUZY. The Vidvagini campaign lasted from 1928 to 1931, when the center intervened to rehabilitate the old specialists and to scale back the mass promotion of workers. Cultural revolution in the field of non-Russian education began later, just as the campaign against great power chauvinism lagged behind the terror campaigns against the old Russian and national intelligentsias. The old national minorities Bronia continued in 1928 to 1929 and 1929 to 1930, but no special effort was made to expand it. 205 Also, as with the chauvinism campaign, it was an intervention by Stalin that changed the situation. In an unpublished speech to a Ukrainian writers' delegation in February 1929, Stalin specifically cited the need for universal primary school education in native languages. In what language can we achieve? In Russian? No, only in the native language. If we want to raise the broad masses to a higher level of culture, we must develop the native language of every nationality maximally. This was followed by his call for the flowering of national culture at the 16th Party Congress in June 1930, which resulted in a party resolution to assist in all ways the development of national culture and native languages. 206. In late 1929, the RSFSR Education Commissariat, whose original 5-year plan had disregarded national minority education entirely, met to cobble together a national minority education 5-year plan. 207 As a result of this lag, the period of Cultural Revolution in non-Russian education extended from 1930 to 1934, rather than from 1928 to 1931. The Eastern republics had severely limited cultural resources and a plethora of pressing educational tasks. Among these were the liquidation of adult illiteracy, the achievement of universal primary education, the introduction of native language instruction, the expansion of elementary school education, and the training of technical cadres in central RSFSR universities. Faced with these difficult choices, the Commissariat characteristically refused to choose. The cultural 5-year plan for national minority education should be constructed so that by the end of the first 5-year plan, these culturally backward nationalities will be raised to the median level of the oblasts and regions where they reside. 208 The previous plan calling for universal primary education by 1937 was scrapped in favor of an absurdly optimistic goal of 1931 to 1932.209. Although many Eastern republics had literacy rates under 10%, universal adult literacy for 16 to 40-year-olds was also to be achieved in 2 years. Native language instruction was to be introduced not only in all primary schools, but even up to the level of VUZY. Elementary education was to be maximally expanded. Finally, a new and more ambitious Bronia was to be established for culturally backward nationalities to study technical subjects in Central RSFSR VUZY. 210 This comprehensive plan was a typical species of cultural revolutionary utopianism. It could not possibly be fulfilled. However, the very energetic and sincere attempts made to fulfill it had certain important consequences. First, it dramatically increased the number and percentage of Eastern nationals who studied pedagogy and became teachers. The number of students in the primary schools of the RSFSR's autonomous republics almost doubled from 1,085,097 in 1929 to 1930 to 1,861,038 in 1931 to 1932.211. This required an enormous increase in teachers. Since primary schools were simultaneously being made almost entirely native language, these teachers had to be non-Russians. To this end, the number of national pedagogical technicums in the RSFSR increased from 85 in 1928 to 1929 to 199 in 1932 to 1933. By the latter date, they were training a total of 48,000 students. In addition, non-Russians represented a whopping 30% of all students at General Russian pedagogical technicums. The number of national pedagogical VUZY grew from 3 to 24 in the same period, and the number of students from 2242 to 9667. There were also 37 national pedagogical rabfics in 1932 to 1933 with 10,300 students. Despite this mass of pedagogical students, in 1931 to 1932 these schools only produced 15 to 20% of the teachers required to fulfill the universal education plans and were expected to produce no more than 25% in 1932 to 1933. To fulfill this need, 10,140 nationals were rushed through short-term pedagogical courses in 1931 to 1932 and another 11,500 in 1932 to 1933.212. As a result of these efforts, the percentage of Eastern nationals studying in pedagogical schools increased from an already high 45% in 1928 to 1929 to 63.8% in 1930 to 1931.213. This had important short and long-term consequences. First, it made it difficult, indeed impossible, to fulfill the generous bronia for Eastern nationals in the prestigious technical and industrial Central VUZY during the Cultural Revolution. Thus, at the time that a new proletarian technical intelligentsia was being created, Eastern nationalities were being funneled into teachers' schools. In addition, this was also the period when a massive increase in the number of VUZY and technicums took place. Tisk ordered that in national regions priority be given to the establishment of pedagogical schools. 214 Thus, the academic infrastructure in Eastern national regions was biased toward pedagogy. All of this reinforced the long-term trend toward a bifurcated intelligentsia in the Eastern national regions with a Russian technical intelligentsia and a national humanitarian intelligentsia. The rush to establish universal primary school education in native languages had several other consequences. Since capable Eastern nationals had many other more desirable options than teaching, those who enrolled in pedagogical schools represented, in the words of one Narkompros official, inadequate human material. Many were illiterate in Russian and barely literate in their native language. As a result, instruction in Russian was miserable, which was a further impediment to Eastern nationals in seeking entrance to Central Technical VUZY. 215 In addition, the exclusive focus on enrolling all 8-year-olds in the first grade often overshadowed the task of keeping them in school. As late as 1933, 64% of local nationals in Central Asia attended first grade, 26% second grade, 7% third grade, and only 2% fourth grade. 216 The focus on primary school also led to a relative neglect of elementary school, which barely existed in many Eastern regions by 1934. In addition to this focus on primary school education, there was a renewed effort to attract Eastern nationals into higher education. A new bronia was established for the 1930 to 1931 academic year that differed from the old one in specifically targeting culturally backward nationalities. 217 This was part of the general shift during the Cultural Revolution toward a developmentalist ideology favoring the conquest of cultural backwardness rather than territorial nation building in the stronger Western republics such as Ukraine. The first year was largely a failure, but for the 1931 to 1932 academic year, an ambitious bronia of 7,958 places was proposed in the following Central VUZY technicums and rabfics shown in Table 20. Only 18.7% of places were reserved for pedagogical schools, while 37.6% were reserved for technical VUZY. Narkompros reported a 50% fulfillment rate for the bronia in 1931 to 1932, which greatly disappointed them, but still it represented a massive growth in Eastern representation in higher education. 218 As late as 1929 to 1930, there were only a few hundred Easterners in Central VUZY. Nerkompros continued to complain that national republics were sending cultured nationalities to fulfill their quotas. Some sent Russians. The Transcaucasus sent Armenians and Georgians, both of whom were overrepresented in higher education. 219 This spurred Nerkompros to produce in 1932 an authoritative list of nationalities who were officially labeled culturally backward and so eligible for preferential assistance, and enjoying appropriate awards and privileges. 220 At this point, Nerkompros also singled out 5 official characteristics of culturally backward nationalities. 221 1. An extremely low level of literacy, both the entire population and especially the active adult group. 2. An insignificant percentage of children in school overall, and especially in native language schools. 3. The absence of a written script with a single developed literary language. 4. The presence of everyday social vestiges, the oppression of women, religious fanaticism, nomadism, racial hostility, clanvenience, and so forth. 5. A complete lack or enormous dearth of national cadres in all aspects of Soviet construction. This list followed conventional usage, except that it included Greeks and Bulgarians as culturally backward, and made the interesting distinction that Tatars were only culturally backward outside the Tatar ASSR, a curious tribute to Tatarstan's zealous pursuit of Korenizatsiya. This was undoubtedly an overly harsh judgment. Still, it is worth reflecting on why it proved so difficult to fulfill the Central Bronia. Central authorities blamed 3 actors, the Central VUZY and the commissariats that administered them, the Eastern students, and the Eastern republics. The all-Union commissariats were an easy target because their hostility to Korenizatsiya was well known. They were accused of arbitrarily rejecting Eastern nationals, denying them stipends or room and board, and generally failing to consider the national Bronia of sufficient political importance. 228 Although the commissariats certainly were unenthusiastic about the Bronia, they were often faced with a Bronia candidate sent to a prestigious Moscow technical VUZ, who was completely illiterate in Russian, the school's language of instruction. TSIK repeatedly called on the national republics to improve their teaching of Russian. 229 In fact, the experience of the Bronia was at the root of the 1938 campaign to improve the teaching of Russian in the national republics. When KTVO was attacked for the abysmal failure of the 1933 to 1934 Bronia, they responded, "The evil is not that the doors to higher education are in any way closed to culturally backward nationalities, but that the national republics and oblasts are doing too poor a job of preparing cadres for entrance to VUZY and VTUZY." 230 TSIK was forced to accept this explanation. The problem was that the republics were simply not sending enough candidates. For many central nationalities specialists, this considerably deepened the mystery of the Bronia failure. They expected sinister deeds from the heartless all-Union commissariats, sympathized with the Eastern republics when they complained that the center refused to provide them with the necessary funds to implement Korenizatsiya, and now found that when they had crafted an ambitious program to train in centrally funded VUZY an almost unlimited number of technical cadres, those same Eastern republics consistently failed to send sufficient candidates to fill the reserved places. This seemed to reflect a lack of zeal for Korenizatsiya. However, as Z. Ostrovsky, one of Vitsek's most perceptive nationalities specialists, explained, the reason for this failure was exactly that zeal for swift Korenizatsiya. We should understand that an illiterate in Russian, with the qualifications to enter a VUZ, will not be allowed to go study. Such comrades sit in leadership positions and are not sent to study. 231 Goloshchikin gave the same explanation from the student's perspective: why study, receiving a miserly stipend, when the demand for minimally literate Kazakhs is so great that one can receive a leadership position and a good salary. 232 When republics set up preparatory courses for entrance to VUZY, which consisted primarily of studying Russian, these courses instead prepared the student for immediate entry into the government apparat. 233 It was the desire to achieve as high a level of Korenizatsiya as possible in the short term that led the republics to forego the opportunity to achieve a deeper long-term Korenizatsiya of their technical cadres. Although, as Ostrovsky pointed out, the Republican leadership often refused to allow literate nationals to study. Officials such as Galashchikin also blamed students for their selfishness. Already in 1927, the Andreev Commission worried that educational preferences would spoil the nationals. 234 in the North Caucasus, mountaineers who exploited the heavy demand for them in North Caucasus VUZY by constantly transferring from one school to another were called flyers. One official demanded a boycott of these flyers, who exploited the need for every even slightly literate mountaineers to leave schools for positions paying 2 or 3 times more than their stipends. 235 Razumov complained that a system had evolved whereby Tatars were automatically given stipends 10 to 15% higher than Russians. 236 Again, this strategic manipulation of ethnic capital irritated Bolshevik officials. The competition for relatively high-paying government jobs alone was not sufficient to explain the Republic's reluctance to exploit the Bronia fully. About half of the Eastern nationals who enrolled in Central VUZY in the early 1930s did not arrive through the official Bronia, but simply showed up on their own volition. 237 Some of these might have been refused a place in the Bronia and decided to circumvent local authorities, but the majority undoubtedly could have been recruited. Ostrovsky again proffered an explanation: those finishing VUZY are not returned. This places the localities in such a position that they fulfill their quota completely superficially, just to rid themselves of the task. They will not send a valuable individual. 238 From the very beginning of the Bronia in the mid-1920s through the late 1930s, the republics consistently complained about the failure to return graduates to their home republics. 239 A Cherkess official declared that if we have any engineers and technical workers, then all of them, as a rule, graduated in Moscow and remained there. 240 The center several times issued decrees requiring all Eastern nationals to be returned home after their graduation. 241 However, many students who reached the promised land of Moscow and Leningrad were reluctant to budge eastward. Strategic marriages to facilitate continued residence in the two capitals were not uncommon. 242 To sum up the educational experience of the culturally backward Eastern republics during the Cultural Revolution, the utopian refusal to choose educational priorities led to severe competition for qualified individuals. The crash program to achieve universal native language primary education in only 2 years siphoned off an enormous number of titular nationals into pedagogic schools and then into the classroom. This reinforced the emerging split between a native humanities and Russian technical elite in the Eastern republics, which would continue until the end of the Soviet Union. The focus on primary and pedagogic education at home left the republics reliant on Moscow for the training of technical cadres. The center provided a generous affirmative action program, but the lack of qualified Eastern nationals, hostility from the Central Economic Commissariats, and, above all, the reluctance of the Eastern republics to risk losing an educated titular national all combined to undermine this program. The ultimate goal of both the campaign against great power chauvinism and the Bronia for higher education was to advance Korenizatsiya in the Eastern republics. I will now conclude this chapter with a discussion of the fate of Korenizatsiya during the Cultural Revolution. Utopian Korenizatsiya, 1928 to 1932. The developmentalist utopianism of the Cultural Revolution not only favored the Eastern republics in general, but also the smaller and least developed in particular. In January 1931, a Dagestani delegate to the Soviet of Nationalities gloated at this shift in attention to small national regions and away from Ukraine and Belorussia, the formerly dominant Wales. 243 As we have seen, the period of NEP had marked a retreat in the Soviet East from ambitious plans for comprehensive Korenizatsiya, to the more modest project of limited functional Korenizatsiya. With the onset of Cultural Revolution, the former optimism returned. In March 1929, Yakutia, whose central operat was then only 13% Yakut, abruptly announced a goal of 50% Yakut representation in only 9 months. In late 1929, the Komi government called for complete linguistic Komizatsiya within a few months. 244 Unlike during NEP, when VTSIK restrained its national regions, it now encouraged their ambitions. From June 1929 to November 1931, VTSIK criticized the inadequate implementation of Korenizatsiya in 16 different national regions of the RSFSR. 245. I will focus on the North Caucasus Autonomous Oblasts, since these were considered among the very most backward of all the RSFSR's national regions. Despite this fact, in October 1928, VTSIK ordered these regions to complete comprehensive linguistic Korenizatsiya, at all levels of government, by January 1, 1932.246. Since Ukraine itself had achieved only a 65% rate of linguistic Ukrainization after 3 years of intense efforts, the prospects for North Caucasus success were not auspicious. Still, the project was pursued with vigor. Tens of thousands of mountaineers were put through short-term courses, the all-purpose solution to all difficulties during the Cultural Revolution, to train them for positions as modest as kolkhoz accountant. Virtually nothing was accomplished in the field of linguistic Korenizatsiya. 247. In mid-1931, a North Caucasus decree protested the outrageous fact that the completion dates for Korenizatsiya have been put back 4 or more times. 248. They would be rolled back a few more times until the project was quietly abandoned in late 1933. The North Caucasus example illustrates how the pragmatic strategy of functional Korenizatsiya was quickly abandoned during the Cultural Revolution. Only Tatarstan continued its meticulous and successful efforts to gradually increase the number of Tatars in skilled positions. 249. In the North Caucasus, the old mechanical Korenizatsiya ran rampant. Quotas were set and Russians replaced with no evident concern about their reactions. The Cherkess Autonomous Oblast even set a quota of 100% Cherkess in the oblast's leadership positions. 250. In early 1930, the North Caucasus government ordered the percentage of Chechens in leadership positions in their oblast raised from 27% to 50% in the course of 4 months. 251. To fulfill this measure, Russians would of course have to be replaced. Surprisingly, VTSIK was no less cautious. In a 1931 decree, they demanded that the percentage of titular nationals in the government apparat be raised from their current levels to 70% in less than 6 months. 252. Of course none of these quotas were met, but that does not mean they were only propagandistic. Aggressive affirmative action did lead to a rapid growth of mountaineers in leadership positions. In the Karachay Autonomous Oblast, Karachay increased from 34.4% in leadership positions in 1929 to 61.4% in 1931, but the number of Karachay in the overall government apparat inched forward from 21.5% to 24.6%. 253. Such modest but real progress was typical for the period from 1929 to 1932, with a sharp drop-off in 1933 as cultural revolutionary enthusiasm waned. By mid-1933, as Table 22 shows, despite the massive government efforts to promote titular nationals, the number of mountaineers in government positions had actually declined since late 1928. Table 23 shows that in some RSFSR national regions, modest progress was made in the Korenizatsiya of the government apparat during the Cultural Revolution, whereas others witnessed an overall decline. 254. Overall, Bolshevik leaders found cultural backwardness much more intractable than either the ideology of the Cultural Revolution or NEP had predicted. The situation in the Union Republics of Central Asia was similar, as a discussion of the Uzbek experience will demonstrate. From December 1923 to August 1928, Uzbekistan had passed no less than 12 Korenizatsiya decrees and still seen the percentage of Uzbeks in the central government apparat drop from 19% in April 1925 to 12.1% in April 1928. 255. Therefore, with the onset of Cultural Revolution, the Uzbek government was also ready to throw aside functional Korenizatsiya and adopt strategy of comprehensive Uzbekization. A December 1928 decree called for all paperwork in all state institutions in Uzbekistan, from the village Soviet to the Republican level, to be conducted in Uzbek. The decree followed a slightly more gradual approach than in Ukraine. Institutions were divided into 3 categories. The first category had to switch to Uzbek by January 1, 1930, the second category by January 1, 1931, and the third category, by January 1, 1932, when Uzbekization would be complete. After October 1, 1929, it was forbidden to hire anyone who did not speak Uzbek. 256 All Europeans were required to study Uzbek with the threat of dismissal if they failed to do so. 257 The Central Asian Bureau even authorized a raise of up to 10% for those who learned the Republican language. 258 The attempt to force Europeans to study Uzbek was initially taken quite seriously. A Rabkrin investigation reported that Europeans were studying very energetically. 259 More tellingly, letters intercepted by the GPU in January 1929 warned acquaintances in the RSFSR not to come to Tashkent as one needs to know the Uzbek language, which is now mandatory in all institutions. 260 An Uzbek Tisk report said that initially 60% of Europeans enrolled in Uzbek language courses, but the percentage then dropped rapidly. 261 Uzbekistan lacked the enforcement bureaucracy that Ukraine put in place, so Europeans quickly learned they could avoid the courses with impunity. As a result, the December 1928 decree had virtually no impact on the number of Europeans with a knowledge of Uzbek. 262 Since Uzbeks remained a minority in their own government apparat throughout this period, this fact alone effectively doomed linguistic Uzbekization. With one instructive exception, no Uzbek central organs did more than occasionally include Uzbek translations with the Russian directives they sent out. The exception was the paradigmatically soft-line Education Commissariat, which in August 1931 did indeed shift its working language entirely to Uzbek. 263 Their experience was instructive. Their internal work continued at previous tempos, but their correspondence with other institutions either went unanswered or was returned with a request for a Russian translation. They joked that this was one great benefit: the legislative organs, particularly Sovnarkom, began to accept all our proposals just as we had prepared them. 264 This experiment continued for over a year, but in 1933 they drifted back to work in Russian. This happened to countless village and district Soviet institutions across Uzbekistan, which switched to the native language but received all communication in Russian, and so gradually switched to Russian. 265 Since the Cultural Revolution marked an enormous increase in the center's influence in rural regions, this ironically led to a decline in the level of linguistic Korenizatsiya. 266 As in Ukraine, increased centralization undercut linguistic Korenizatsiya. The prospect for promotion of Uzbeks into government was more promising, since the socialist offensive led to a sudden spurt in the size of the government apparat. This meant Uzbeks could be promoted without displacing Russians. However, the increased class vigilance of the Cultural Revolution worked against Korenizatsiya. The terror campaigns against the Smenovikhovsi national intelligentsia led Eastern governments to remove these former people from government jobs. 267 A Central Rabkrin investigation claimed this process had gone too far. Under the line of our class policy, nationals are being fired. This is a hidden persecution of nationals, an incorrect line. 268 GPU reports noted a pervasive atmosphere of fear among Uzbek Bivsheek. It is impossible to live this way anymore, when your every move is followed by 100 suspicious eyes. God forbid that someone write a bad denunciation on me, or if I quarrel with someone, they'll surely arrest me as I'm the son of a well-known imam. 269 The removal of members of the old national intelligentsias from government positions was particularly damaging for Korenizatsiya, as they tended to be the best educated and most qualified of the Eastern national cadres. In Russia, the purge of the old intelligentsia was accompanied by the mass Vidvigini campaign to train and promote workers to replace those purged. However, as we have seen, there was neither a sizable Eastern proletariat nor sufficient literate titular nationals to fill the university places provided for by the Bronia. Therefore, in the East, Vidvigini took on a different meaning. It referred instead to the direct promotion of workers and peasants from blue-collar or agricultural labor into white-collar managerial positions. This campaign again lagged behind the central Vidvigini initiative. It began in earnest only with the December 1931 Central Asian Bureau decree that was accompanied by a list of 61 local nationals to be promoted immediately into leadership positions in various economic organs. 270 For instance, Sharif Nurmatov, a locomotive driver with 12 years of work experience and 5 years of party membership, was made assistant director of the Central Asian Railway and head of its Cadres department. The decree instructed all lower party organs, at the Republican, regional, and district level, to do likewise. Kyrgyzia responded with a promotion of 125 local nationals to central jobs and 240 to district-level positions. 271 This alone improved their rate of Korenizatsiya from 9.8% in January 1931 to 17% in June 1931. They planned to promote over 1,000 local nationals in the course of 1931 and felt that through decisive and bold promotion they could solve the problem of Korenizatsiya within a few years. The experience of the new Vidvijenca was rarely a happy one. Mistreatment of Vidvijenca, after ethnic conflict in the factory, was the favorite theme of newspaper articles denouncing great power chauvinism. At best, they were treated as an unavoidable evil, ignored and left, in the words of an official report, to stew in their own juices. 272 European hostility cannot be attributed to racial prejudice alone. Many Vidvijenca were not qualified and the Central Asian Bureau required economic enterprises to organize special courses, study groups and individual training for Vidvijenca with time off from work for these activities. 273 Naturally, having a major leadership position occupied by someone in need of basic training was undesirable. Many Vidvijenca, therefore, were systematically mocked, denied apartments and generally given disgusting living and work conditions. Such conditions drove one Vidvijenec, who had worked in the agricultural commissariat for a year and a half, to declare he would return home to his kolkhoz at the first opportunity, where there are better living conditions. A committee studying the extremely high turnover rate of Vidvijenca concluded that they were given instructions and materials exclusively in Russian, which guaranteed they would commit errors, and therefore, fearing the loss of their party cards, they fled work at the first opportunity. 274 This mirrored the high national dropout rates in higher education and the high turnover among the native proletariat. In all three cases, the attempt to force a short-term solution on a long-term problem produced unsatisfactory results. The overall development of Korenizatsiya in Central Asia echoed the North Caucasus experience. Through 1932, there was solid growth in the rates of Korenizatsiya, from 9% in January 1930 to 18.8% in March 1932 in Turkmenistan, from 6.4% in November 1930 to 20.8% in December 1932 in Kyrgyzia. 275 As in the North Caucasus, the growth occurred mostly in leadership positions. The overall rate of Korenizatsiya in Uzbekistan grew, after 6 years of stagnation, from 16.9% in 1931 to 19% in 1932 and 22.5% in 1933. The comparable rates for leadership positions were 47.5%, 49.4%, and 77%, while for specialists they were 5.5%, 8.5%, and 7.7%. 276 With the relaxation of effort that accompanied the end of the Cultural Revolution, again following the North Caucasus pattern, there was then a sudden drop in late 1932 and early 1933, in Turkmenistan from 18.9% to 13.8%, in Tajikistan from 16.3% to 15.1%, and in Kyrgyzia from 20.7% to 13%. 277 As in the entire Soviet East, the massive efforts expended during the Cultural Revolution to complete Korenizatsiya had led to surprisingly meager progress. By 1933 it was clear that if Korenizatsiya was to be accomplished, it would be a long process. Conclusion: Korenizatsiya in East and West. The evolution of Korenizatsiya in the numerous and diverse regions of the Soviet East, through the changing environments of NEP and Cultural Revolution, was an extremely complex process. Nevertheless, this complicated story supports several important generalizations. First, Concerning the unity of Soviet policy, it raises the question of whether there was one or two Soviet nationality policies. The initial answer given in 1923 was unambiguous. There was a single policy of Korenizatsiya that involved the promotion of national territories, elites, languages, and cultures for all Soviet nationalities regardless of their size, their level of development, or the strength of their nationalist movement. After the 1923 decrees had been issued, both Western and Eastern republics attempted to implement comprehensive linguistic Korenizatsiya and affirmative action. It was only in the process of implementation that the policy bifurcated. In the Western republics, the creation of an indigenous elite was relatively uncomplicated, so the major focus became the formidable task of linguistic Korenizatsiya. In the Eastern republics, the achievement of linguistic Korenizatsiya proved utterly impossible, so all energies were devoted to affirmative action programs to create an indigenous elite. It is important here to recognize that these decisions were made at the local level, based on the judgments of the Republican leaderships, and were only subsequently ratified by the center. They were not imposed from above. In both East and West, local conditions were decisive. This of course does not mean that the categories of East and West only emerged as a result of the implementation of Korenizatsiya. If the center proposed a single policy in 1923, it nevertheless offered two justifications for that policy, a primary principle of indigenousness and a secondary principle of cultural backwardness. The latter principle preserved the pre-evolutionary dichotomy between East and West, although, in the characteristic manner of the affirmative action empire, it reversed its political implications by granting preferences to the culturally backward. If the Soviets inherited rather than created the East/West dichotomy, it is fair to say that they increased its systematization. For instance, the general problems of implementing Korenizatsiya in the East were given a single solution, the policy of functional Korenizatsiya, that central authorities applied throughout the Soviet East, as if the region were a single, unified whole. Likewise, the problems in recruitment for higher education led to a shift from an affirmative action bronia based on indigenousness to one based on cultural backwardness for only Eastern nationalities, and then ultimately to a complete systematization of the category of Eastern by a definition of exactly which 97 nationalities were culturally backward. Thus, a developmentalist continuum that ran rather seamlessly from the small peoples of the north to the Latvians and Estonians was divided into a stark dichotomy between East and West, advanced and backward. The changing background of Soviet politics, in particular the abrupt transition from NEP to Cultural Revolution, intersected with the dual principles of indigenousness and cultural backwardness in a way that led to further differences in the course of Korenizatsiya in East and West. Due to financial pragmatism and less aggressive centralization, NEP favored the principle of indigenousness, and so the years 1925 to 1928 represented the zenith of Korenizatsiya in Ukraine and Belorussia. The centralization of the socialist offensive as well as the class warfare aspect of Cultural Revolution undermined linguistic Korenizatsiya in Ukraine, Belorussia, and even Georgia. On the other hand, both centralization and the constructive utopianism of the Cultural Revolution favored the developmentalist project of overcoming cultural backwardness, so that the zenith of Korenizatsiya in the East was the period from 1928 to 1932. Here an important distinction can be made between the effect of the Cultural Revolution on relations between center and periphery and those between Russians and non-Russians. The socialist offensive and Cultural Revolution represented an intensification of the strategy of the affirmative action empire, an intensification of both the project of building a centralized economy and polity, and an intensification of the policy of downplaying and stigmatizing Russian national culture and identity while promoting non-Russian identity. This again favored East over West. Linguistic Korenizatsiya in Ukraine was undermined by a conflict between the Ukrainian Republic and central institutions. The East welcomed centralization as it brought with it both greater financial assistance and support in the conflict between Russians and non-Russians, which it received in the form of the campaign against Great Russian chauvinism. This divergent course of Korenizatsiya during the Cultural Revolution can also be understood in terms of the hard-line and soft-line distinction. The socialist offensive and Cultural Revolution marked a decisive turn toward the implementation of the core Bolshevik projects of rapid industrialization, collectivization, complete political hegemony of the party, and the persecution of the bourgeoisie and other former peoples. These policies undermined the attempt to establish Ukrainization as a hard-line policy. Why didn't this also happen in the Soviet East? To a degree it did. All Union central authorities did obstruct the Bronia in Moscow and Vidvigini in Central Asia, as well as any attempt to achieve linguistic Korenizatsiya. The important difference was that in the Soviet East Korenizatsiya could be furthered successfully as a soft-line policy. As noted earlier, hard-line and soft-line policies typically coexisted, with hard-line policies having a categorical priority and soft-line policies being implemented to the extent they did not contradict the core hard-line policies. In Ukraine, intensified centralization produced such a contradiction. However, in the Soviet East, the developmentalist project of overcoming cultural backwardness through affirmative action complemented perfectly the highly centralized but paternalist and anti-colonial statism of the socialist offensive and Cultural Revolution. A contradiction would emerge only when the centralized state became re-identified with the core Russian people. In addition to these generalizations about Korenizatsiya in the East and West, a second important point that needs to be made concerns the social structure that had emerged in the Soviet East by 1933 and would remain, to a considerable degree, characteristic of the Eastern national regions through to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. This is what I referred to as the hole in the middle, the absent national technical and clerical white-collar workers who would have made possible linguistic Korenizatsiya, as well as complete indigenous control over the Eastern republics. This result was largely conditioned by objective factors, in particular the limited number of well-educated titular nationals. Only through meticulous and well-conceived efforts, such as those made by Tatarstan, could the hole in middle be gradually filled. Instead, the widespread utopian refusal to choose priorities exacerbated the problem. The attempt to create a universal native language primary school system virtually overnight diverted a huge percentage of educated titular nationals into pedagogy and elementary school teaching. The more talented titulars were promoted immediately into positions of leadership. This made it impossible to fulfill the generous Bronia provided for culturally backward nationals in the most prestigious industrial and technical VUZY of Moscow and Leningrad. In this way, the Eastern nationalities missed the great wave of Vidvigini that created the new Soviet technical intelligentsia. The creation of a divided intelligentsia in the Eastern republics, a national creative and Russian technical intelligentsia, dates back to this missed opportunity. This outcome leads to a third and final general observation about the policy of Korenizatsiya. It was, to a striking degree, a policy devoted exclusively to the problem of creating national elites at the Republican level and below. It was largely silent about the promotion of non-Russian elites into central institutions. This is important since theories of nationalism have again and again emphasized the crucial importance of blocked upward mobility of peripheral elites in spawning nationalist movements. 278 Indeed, David Leotin's recent analysis of the Russian-speaking communities of Estonia, Latvia, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan uses exactly this variable to create a typology of three patterns of peripheral incorporation in the Soviet Union, a most favored lords model in which the titular nationals can and do easily move into influential all-union positions, an integralist model in which the titular nationals dominate their own republic but either cannot or do not want to move into all-union positions, and a colonial model in which titular nationals share influence in their republics with Russians and have virtually no prospect of moving into important all-union positions. 279. This typology is useful as it helps clarify both the goals and blind spots of Korenizatsiya. The blind spot was non-Russian representation in the center. The goal was, at the local level, to move each republic from the colonial to the integralist model. By 1932, this goal had been largely achieved in the Western republics. At the very least, there was a critical mass of non-Russians in the party and Soviet bureaucracy to form a network of ethnicized patron-client ties that would gradually produce titular national control of these republics. 280 The transition failed to develop a critical mass in the Soviet East, due to the necessity of relying on Russians for the crucial white-collar positions. Even when ethnicized patron-client networks did gain a dominant position in the Brezhnev period, they still had to rely overwhelmingly on Russian specialists. 281. This still leaves the issue of the incorporation of non-Russians into the central elite. Why was this not a more salient part of Korenizatsiya? Were non-Russians excluded from the central elite? Of course they were not. The affirmative action empire assumed a non-national central state elite, modeled on the historical experience of the Bolshevik Party, which always included a large representation of the Russian Empire's Western nationalities but which nevertheless conceived of itself as a non-national, or supranational, rather than multinational party. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, Georgians, Armenians, Ukrainians, and other Western nationalities rose into dominant positions in the All-Union Party and government, although beginning in the mid-1930s diaspora nationalities began to be removed as potentially disloyal. Eastern nationalities, however, remained confined to the soft-line organs in charge of nationalities policy such as the Soviet of Nationalities and the Nationalities Department. Did this represent an intentional obstacle to Eastern mobility reflecting a conscious or subconscious racism? Perhaps, but the more likely explanation was the same one that explained the failure of the All-Union Bronia. Any sufficiently talented and reliable Eastern nationals were in a major leadership position in their own republic and could not be spared for central assignments. The Easterners who were sent to Moscow were those who had lost out in factional struggles and were being exiled to a distant and insignificant assignment. As with so much of Korenizatsiya in the East, it was a supply rather than a demand problem. 5. The Latinization campaign and the symbolic politics of national identity. The Latinization campaign was about language, but it was more about what language symbolized. And language, not the public use of language, but its vocabulary, grammar, and script symbolized national culture. National culture was the most ambiguous of the four central elements of Korenizatsiya. The formation of national territories, support for the increased use of national languages, and the creation of national elites, the subject of chapters 2 to 4, were clear, if often challenging, goals. But what exactly was national culture? Stalin, of course, famously defined Soviet national cultures as being national in form, socialist in content. But this just begged the question as to what national in form meant, and Stalin purposefully chose not to clarify this concept. The very existence of national culture was controversial. The left oppositionist, Vaganian, spoke for many party members when he asserted that national culture was an inherently bourgeois and nationalist concept and that the Bolsheviks should do no more than build international or socialist culture in national languages. Although he would never have admitted it, this is close to what Stalin had in mind. When he referred to tasks in building national culture, Stalin's first example was typically native language schools. 1 In lists of accomplishments in national cultural construction, authors would add native language literature, theater, and opera. Since the content of the schools and literary works was to be socialist, this all amounted to little more than Vaganian socialist culture in national languages. Did Soviet national culture include any of the features now typically associated with national cultures, such as distinctive patterns of belief and social practices? It did not. In theory, Stalin included a distinctive BYT in his 1913 definition of a nation and reiterated this in his canonical 1925 remarks on national culture. In practice, however, nationalities specialists never established what aspects of national BYT should be preserved and promoted. All of the most significant national beliefs and practices, religion, gender relations, social stratification, economic organization, were either to be abolished or homogenized into what Stalin called both socialist content and universal human culture too. Of course, Stalin did maintain, against Vaganian, that national culture existed in the present, and its vestiges would continue to exist for a long period of time. This was one of the justifications of having local nationals run their own republics. However, this did not mean that such vestiges should be preserved or encouraged. Quite the contrary. This still leaves the positive content of national culture unspecified. As I argued in Chapter 1, the translation that best captures Stalin's nationalnaya kultura is not national culture but national identity, or what the American sociologist Herbert Gans called symbolic ethnicity. 3. Promoting national culture meant aggressively promoting national identity, while undermining distinctive national beliefs and social practices. Both Lenin's and Stalin's justifications of the Soviet nationalities policy were highly psychological. Lenin emphasized the necessity of overcoming the formerly oppressed nationalities' distrust of Russians, Stalin the need to make national governments feel close and comprehensible to the laboring masses, for by encouraging the growth of national identity and resolutely opposing assimilation, the Soviet government showed an ostentatious and unthreatening respect for the national identity of all non-Russians. This was a central aspect of the affirmative action empire's strategy of preventing the growth of nationalist sentiment. Such demonstrative respect was especially necessary because Soviet policy would involve an attack launched from the center on traditional national beliefs and practices, above all, religion. If mistrust was overcome, and the non-Russians felt close to their own government, these attacks would be understood as being non-national, based on the universal class ideology of socialism. They would therefore not be resisted so strongly, and the homogeneous socialist universal human culture would emerge, adorned with symbolic markers of national identity. The symbolic markers of identity favored by Soviet authorities were strikingly similar to those dear to independent nationalists worldwide: national folklore, dress, food, revolutionary heroes, progressive historical events, and classic literary works. As we shall see in Chapter I, national poets became particularly important in the 1930s. A more ambiguous and therefore interesting symbolic marker was the national alphabet. Although it would hardly seem to be a central concern of nationalities policy in a complex state like the Soviet Union, alphabet reform emerged in the 1920s and 1930s as a major practical project in language construction and an even more important symbolic battleground in the politics of national identity. The prominence of alphabet politics not only surprises the outside observer, but it also caused a contemporary publicist to puzzle over the unclear political significance of questions of the development of alphabets, and the incomprehensible penetration of fierce class conflict into this narrow, specialized area, seemingly of interest only to professors. The problem of alphabets. 5. Alphabet politics assumed such significance because the written script proved an extraordinarily multivalent symbol, capable of communicating a variety of different messages about the national constitution of the Soviet Union as a whole, as well as about the cultural and political orientation of its component nations and groups of nations. Among the national orientations that could be signaled by, or inferred from, one's preference in alphabets were pan-Turkism, internationalism, Russophobia, allegiance to Western Europe, allegiance to the Eastern colonial world, treasonous irredentism, loyalist irredentism, and Russian nationalism. Among the political orientations were the cultural revolutionary, great power chauvinist, religious reactionary, and local nationalist. This chapter is devoted to a case study in the symbolic politics of national identity. This might not seem a topic worthy of its own chapter. However, symbolic politics were a crucial component of Soviet politics under Stalin. Because the Bolshevik Party subscribed to a hegemonic and comprehensive ideology, instructions concerning the many aspects of daily administration that conflicted with that ideology could not be communicated directly. Therefore, the state itself often communicated through a process of symbolic politics called signaling. In chapters 3 and 6, I discuss the role of terror campaigns in signaling to local officials which central policies were to be considered hardline core Bolshevik policies and so to be implemented at all costs, and which were secondary soft-line policies that should be implemented only if they did not conflict with the core policies. Terror was, of course, only the most extreme form of central signaling. Most such signals were sent through the press. The center's decision to communicate with its officials and its population in this manner created a form of symbolic politics that could in turn be appropriated by different elites both within and without the government in an attempt to send their own preferred messages. Central symbols could be subtly slanted or new symbols could be advanced. The Bolshevik leadership was well aware of this process of symbolic politics and therefore monitored its publications carefully to control the signals being emitted. The Latinization campaign. The Latinization campaign was a paradigmatic example of this latter type of entrepreneurial symbolic politics initiated from below, in this case by Eastern regional elites, and only gradually embraced by central authorities. Latinization involved either changing the alphabet of a language from a script such as Arabic or Cyrillic to the Latin script or creating a new written language using the Latin script for previously exclusively oral languages. 6 The success of the Latinization movement was made possible by the intersection of an urgent requirement created by the new Soviet nationalities policy and the symbolic agenda of a particular Eastern elite. The urgent requirement was clear. The Soviet nationalities policy demanded that all education and government work be conducted in native languages. Since the written languages of the majority of the Soviet Union's small nationalities were in a very rudimentary state, this created a sudden need for rapid linguistic reform. This alone would not raise the issue of changing alphabets. It was the combination of radical linguistic reform with the decolonizing ideology sweeping the non-Russian peoples, an ideology endorsed by the Bolsheviks' nationalities policy. The Cyrillic alphabet was strongly associated with Orthodox missionary activity and Russian colonialism. Most of the Russian Empire's newly converted Christian peoples, primarily the Finnic peoples of the Middle Volga and far north, had a Cyrillic-based written language provided for them by Orthodox missionaries. The famous Orthodox missionary and educational reformer Nikolai Ilminsky extended this practice to Islamic peoples. In the linguistic chaos following the revolution, before any central policy could be established, some spontaneous Latinization occurred. The Yakut in 1920 and the Ossetenes in 1923 abandoned their Cyrillic scripts for the Latin. 7 Similar movements arose among the Christian nationalities of the Volga, but they instead opted to reform their existing Cyrillic alphabets. 8 The Komi also considered adopting the Latin script, but instead created their own distinctive Cyrillic script. The Kalmyks, who used the ancient Mongolian script, adopted Cyrillic. Their elites argued that since they lived among Russians and had to learn Russian, this choice made sense. 9 Other small peoples in a similar situation also adopted Cyrillic. 10 The choice of alphabet was most controversial among the Islamic peoples, and it was from the Islamic regions that Latinization emerged as a movement. The Arabic script was strongly identified with Islam, which made it attractive to conservative elites and suspect to reforming elites. Reformers also argued that the Arabic script had insuperable technical deficiencies. Its letters were difficult to distinguish and had different meanings according to their place in the word. Most important, the Arabic script lacked vowels, a serious handicap given many Turkic languages' use of vowel harmony. The Cyrillic alphabet was symbolically anathema, especially among the Turkic peoples, since it was associated with Tsarist missionary endeavors and with the putative apostasy of the Turkic Chavash and Kryashin Tatars, both of whose languages used the Cyrillic script. Initially, a compromise emerged in the Turkic regions in favor of a reformed Arabic alphabet. The most comprehensive reforms were attempted in Tatarstan and Kazakhstan. 11 Those Islamic peoples who lacked a written language, however, leaned toward the more neutral Latin script. The Islamic mountain peoples of the North Caucasus all adopted vernacular Latin alphabets between 1923 and 1927.12. This was the environment in which an Azerbaijani elite, consisting of former non-Bolshevik leftists who had joined the party and assumed prominent leadership positions in the new Soviet Azerbaijani government, initiated a campaign for Latinization of the Turkic people's Arabic scripts. The leader of this campaign was Samed Agamalayoglu, an experienced Azerbaijani revolutionary who was a veteran of the 1905 revolution and former member of the Socialist Hamid Party. In 1920, he joined the new Bolshevik government as its Commissar of Agriculture, and from 1922 to 1929 served as head of the Azerbaijani TSIK. Agamayli made Latinization his personal crusade. 13 In 1922, he convinced the Azerbaijani government to support the formation of a committee for the new Turkic alphabet and the establishment of a Latinized Azerbaijani language newspaper, Yeni Joel. As the name New Turkic Alphabet suggests, Agamayli's ambitions extended far beyond Azerbaijan. Success in Azerbaijan came quickly. In October 1923, the Latin script was given equal status with Arabic and in 1924 was made the sole official script throughout Azerbaijan. 14. Agamayli then set out to propagandize Latinization among the Soviet Union's other Turkic peoples. First, however, he made a canny pilgrimage to the sick Lenin's bedside, where, Agamayli later claimed, he received the dying leader's benediction for his movement. Latinization is the great revolution in the East. This would serve as the ubiquitous proof text for Latinization. 15 Armed with a quotation from Lenin, Agamayli toured the Turkic republics in 1924 and 1925 agitating for Latinization, wrote and commissioned a series of brochures, and formed alliances in both the Turkic republics and in Moscow. His efforts bore fruit in February-March 1926 when the first Turkological Congress was held in Baku with representatives from all the Soviet Union's Turkic peoples. The Congress endorsed Azerbaijan's Latinization program. The next year Agamayli got official sanction from the Soviet Central Government to become the chairman of an all-union committee of the new Turkic alphabet, which was given leadership over the Latinization movement throughout the Soviet Union. 16 By mid-1928, all of the Turkic republics had legislatively accepted NTA and begun its practical implementation. 17 This was a brilliant example of the prospects for entrepreneurial symbolic politics in the early Soviet Union. It had not been easy. The Central Soviet government's initial response to the Latinization movement was lukewarm. Until 1926, the Central Party organs did not address Latinization. 18 However, on February 18, 1926, a week before the opening of the First Turkological Congress, the Politburo passed the following resolution: 19. On the Turkological Congress in Baku. 1. Communists at the Congress will take the line, that the Congress will confine itself to deliberating the possibility of shifting to the Latin script, not taking any categorical decision on an immediate shift to this script. 2. The Congress will not leave behind any functioning, elected organ. These instructions contradicted the Azerbaijanis' intention to use the Congress to endorse their own Latinization movement and to initiate a program of Ilinian Latinization. This decision confirmed an Orgbaro resolution made 3 days earlier on the basis of a memorandum by A.K. Abalin, deputy head of the Central Committee's Agitprop department. Abalin had taken a cautious stance. He noted that any script change from Arabic would be viewed with hostility by religious Muslims, but that the Latin script would be less odious than the Russian. He concluded that while all motives for and against Latin are weighty enough, one must conclude a shift to Latin is expedient, the whole question is how. He felt the most important thing was not to give cause to accuse the central authorities of forcibly imposing a new script on the Eastern peoples. The resolutions of the Turkological Congress will be viewed by the Muslim masses as a decree from the highest authority. He therefore suggested not forcing the Latinization movement, and especially not leaving a central Latinization organ, which would inevitably include a large number of non-party Orientalists and professors. 20 Thus, the party was granting the Latinization movement only highly conditional support. Its principal concern at this point, in keeping with the ideology of NEP, was not to antagonize Muslim public opinion unnecessarily. Remarkably, the Azerbaijanis chose to flout the Politburo's authority. The Congress passed a resolution, with only the Tatar delegation opposing, which praised the Azerbaijanis' Latinization program and recommended it as a model to the other Turkic republics. 21 Still more audaciously, a meeting was held the day after the Congress ended, which voted to consider the Azerbaijani Komitet NTA the guiding center for the spread of NTA throughout the entire Soviet Union, and to make Agamayli its chairman. They also passed 14 other resolutions, all designed, in contradiction of Abalin's wishes, to force the issue of Latinization. 22 This unilateral action, however, soon encountered obstacles. First, the Azerbaijani party, which was controlled by another faction and was unimpressed by Ağamalıoğlu's attempt to establish, in his words, Azerbaijani hegemony, demanded central government approval. The Alanya Savnarkom then refused to finance a purely Azerbaijani body. 23. So the issue of Latinization was taken to the central government for a second time. It won the approval of TSIK, whose party fraction on July 30, 1926 voted that due to the important political significance of shifting all the Turkic people's alphabets from Arabic to Latin, to recognize the Komitet NTA as all union and take it into the supervision of TSIK SSSR. 24 TSIK authorized Kulbasharav, who was then chairman of the Soviet of Nationalities and had sponsored this measure, to present it to the Orgbaro. Kulbasharav was a Turkmen and an active supporter of NTA. 25 It is likely that his support and that of the sizable Eastern nationalities contingent in Six Presidium were important. The Orgbaro considered Six petition on August 13, 1926. Abalin voted to reject it, as did Seaman Dimanchetin, who would later become a prominent NTA supporter. The Orgbaro, however, did not reject the petition, but rather called for further study. 26 Further study, as it so often did, dragged on for 6 months, until Ağamalıoğlu again took matters into his own hands. At the February 1927 TSIK session, he gathered the Turkic delegations and they elected an all-union Komitet NTA. 27 For some reason, this second unilateral action provoked immediate Orgbaro action and capitulation. On February 28, 1927, the Orgbaro confirmed the all-union Komitet NTA and voted to grant it funding. 28 TSIK officially formulated this decision on May 11, and shortly thereafter, Ağamalıoğlu's committee got 500,000 rubles funding. 29 This gave Ağamalıoğlu the official state support and funds to ram through Latinization. Why did the central government give in? In the 1920s, it regularly did submit to local intransigence on issues that were not of principal significance. Moreover, Ağamalıoğlu had organized his support well and stood firm. Therefore, a compromise line was adopted. VTSK-NTA would not become a formal government body. This would allow the government to deflect potential Muslim hostility away from the government and onto an independent organization, as it attempted to do with the League of Militant Godless in religious policy. As Dimanchetin put it at VTSK-NTA's first plenum, we are an organization created by the Eastern peoples themselves, which the central power supports, but it does nothing to force. They are neutral in the fight between Arabists and Latinists. 30 While obviously not formally true, this statement nicely summarized the Latinization compromise. VTSK-NTA would use implied government support to force the issue of Latinization, the government would use stated government neutrality to hold VTSK-NTA responsible for any problems that might emerge. As noted above, by mid-1928 NTA had been formally adopted by all the Soviet Union's Turkic republics. How can we explain this remarkably swift triumph, especially given the initially uncertain linguistic situation that prevailed after the revolution and the fact that the center endorsed the program only with great hesitation? What made the movement so attractive to the Turkic elites that forced its adoption? There seem to be two answers: cultural revolution and pan-Turkism. In Chapter 4, we examined cultural revolution from the central Bolshevik point of view and noted its two major aspects: a destructive class warfare movement directed at class enemies, their institutions, and their traditions, and a constructive utopian movement to build a new socialist way of life. We also noted that in the Soviet East, this utopian movement took a developmentalist form, with the goal being to overcome with great rapidity the cultural backwardness of the Eastern peoples. For this reason, cultural revolution furthered the implementation of Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. The Latinization campaign allows us to examine cultural revolution from the perspective of those Eastern national elites who sympathized with and supported the Bolshevik leadership in the period directly following the revolution. For them, cultural revolution was a compelling idea and an even more attractive rhetorical stance. Throughout NEP, when cultural revolution was being downplayed by central authorities, it was absolutely central to the rhetoric of Latinization. It was a rare speech, article, or resolution on Latinization that did not include a paean to cultural revolution. 31 As we have seen, the dying Lenin's putative words to Agame, that Latinization is the great revolution in the East, became the endlessly repeated rallying cry of the movement. The linguist N.F.I. Yakovlev invoked this spirit in his account of the first Latinized Chechen primer, when the first teacher arrived in the mountains with a primer in Chechen, printed in the Latin script. They literally shot at him in the field, and during the shooting wounded and executed that primer. 32 Similarly, Agame loved to relate the anecdote, that in Dagestan, if an Islamic mountaineer finds a crumpled piece of newspaper written in the Arabic script, he will immediately pick it up, carefully preserve it, and carry it home. Why? Because in the letters themselves is a drop of divinity. 33 Latinization was designed to free the superstitious Muslim from the slavish worship of an archaic script that left him dependent on the Arabic literate clergy. The rhetoric of Latinization, then, presented the campaign as in service of the destructive role of cultural revolution, the assault on Islam and feudal ways of thinking. It is not surprising that the largely symbolic campaign of Latinization assumed such a large presence during the early years of NEP and in fact became the first Eastern cultural revolutionary project to earn central sanction. For these were the same years when the coercive cultural revolutionary campaign against Islam and the veiling of women had stalled. In the mid-I-92s, Islam was in a much stronger position than orthodoxy. There had been no time for a campaign against Islam analogous to the one carried out against orthodoxy from 1918 to 1922. Islamic schools, courts, and charitable organizations were all still functioning in the mid-I-920s and were often more influential than the competing Soviet organizations. 34 Likewise, female veiling remained the largely unchallenged norm in many regions of Central Asia and the Caucasus. 35 In this environment, Latinization allowed Eastern reformers to undertake at least a symbolic assault on Islam. Much nearer to the hearts of the Eastern reformers, however, was the constructive project of cultural revolution, the crusade to overcome cultural backwardness. The Arabic script was held solely responsible for Turkic backwardness, for it had cut off the Turkic peoples from the advanced cultures of the West. 36 In the words of one representative to the Turkological Congress, the Arabic script prevented the adaptation of the Turkic Tatar masses to culture and civilization, until now the property only of European peoples. 37 There were few sins not attributed to the Arabic script. Agame even somewhat strangely speculated that the Arabic script greatly blunted the analytic capacities, their ability to operate with abstract categories. 38 It is no surprise, then, that he believed that learning the new Turkic alphabet was the equivalent of crossing the Rubicon. One undergoes an internal revolution. 39 This spiritual notion of internal conversion is rather distant from characteristic militant Bolshevik rhetoric. Indeed, Latinization was an adaptation of the pre-revolutionary modernizing Islamic reform movement, with its central concern of explaining and overcoming Eastern backwardness, to a context of Bolshevik hegemony. 40 An early Latinization skeptic, Stalin's deputy at the Commissariat of Nationalities, G.I. Broido, picked up on this quality and denounced Latinization's non-Bolshevik style, the extremely foul and in particular intelligent far-fetched, utopian and SR-ish approach to matters. 41 As a nationalities specialist, Broido was familiar with this phenomenon. As we have seen, in order to fulfill Korenizatsiya, the Bolsheviks had to recruit, in Stalin's words, all national cadres up to and including Octobrists. 42 This policy of recruiting non-Russian nationalists, known as non-Russian Smenovikhovstvo, was made possible by an intersection of the interests of the non-Russian Smenovikhovsi and Bolshevik nationalities policy. The intersection was cultural revolution, in particular the developmentalist project of overcoming cultural backwardness. Despite this intersection, it is not surprising that the Eastern elites would bring their own concerns and their own psychological attitudes to this project. and Latinization represented an indigenously sponsored project of cultural revolution. This continuity across the revolutionary divide manifested itself most clearly in the Latinization movement's extraordinary concern, indeed obsession, with the history of Latinization. VTSKNTA's theoretical journal was filled with articles on Latinization's pre-revolutionary antecedents, beginning with the Columbus of Latinization, the Azerbaijani dramatist Mirza Fatih Akhundov, who presented a Latinization project to the Turkish Sultan in 1857.43. As critics would later point out, these histories presented a timeless succession of above-class heroes and villains, the Latinists, some of whom were even princes, and the Arabists. 44. The message seemed to be that the October Revolution created a more favorable environment for Latinization, but otherwise the movement remained the same. Latinization as a symbolic expression of cultural revolution in the East was something central authorities could and eventually did support. The second component of the initial Latinization campaign, Pan-Turkism, was considerably riskier. The Bolsheviks were extremely suspicious of both pan-Islamic and pan-Turkic movements and generally inclined to exaggerate their strength and to punish expressions of them with great severity. The arrest and programmatic denunciation of Mir Said Sultan Galiyev, who was accused of pan-Turkic nationalism and an excessive respect for Islam, was the most prominent instance of the danger of this accusation. 45. The genius of Latinization was to advance pan-Turkic sentiments through a purely cultural and symbolic movement that officially served the orthodox Bolshevik goal of overcoming Eastern cultural backwardness. Latinization was formally oriented toward the entire Soviet and non-Soviet East. However, 95% of its energies were directed at Turkic peoples. And its goal was a new Turkic alphabet. In fact, the other nationalities who initially embraced NTA, the North Caucasian mountain peoples and a few small ethnicities of Central Asia and the Transcaucasus, were all seen as belonging to the Turkic sphere of cultural influence. The notion of such a cultural sphere was, of course, itself a rather pan-Turkic idea. The idea of this cultural sphere was well illustrated by the Dayestani government's 1923 decision, later reversed, to make Azerbaijani Turkic its government language. 46. The Latinization movement's major foreign focus was Turkey, home of an analogous modernizing anti-Islamic movement, Kemalism. The Turkish Republic's adoption of the Latin script in 1928 was a major triumph for the pan-Turkic component of the Latinization campaign. Nowhere was this pan-Turkism more vividly on display than at the 1926 Turkological Congress in Baku. Its very occurrence, with invited guests from Turkey and Hungary, was striking. It is difficult to imagine an analogous Pan-Finnic Congress in Karelia, much less a Pan-Slavic one in Minsk. The Congress's speeches were filled with Turkic pride and calls for Turkic unity. An Uzbek objected to being confused with the Iranian Tajiks. In their features, there is absolutely nothing Turkic. And Warat spoke movingly of how he had only recently discovered that I am a Turk. He protested another delegate's claim they were only Turkicized Mongols. I protest against such a definition, because I want to be a member of that nation, which is represented at this Congress. He then asked that the Turkological Congress uncover the history of the Warats. 47. Linguistic unity was a major concern. The official speaker on terminology, the Azerbaijani linguist Kobanzade, argued so forcefully for cleansing the Turkic languages of Arabic and Persian terms and for creating new terms only using Turco-Altaic roots that one speaker accused him of favoring a united Turkic national language. A more moderate delegate apologized for advocating only a federation of Turkic languages. 48. Indeed, the tendency to borrow Turkish words in Azerbaijani was sufficiently strong that the party's first secretary warned of an Ottomanization of the Azerbaijani language. 49. In addition to Pan-Turkism and cultural revolution, the third notable feature of the Latinization movement was its sanctioning of hostility toward Russian culture. There were comprehensible ideological and practical reasons for rejecting the Arabic script. It was much less clear why Latin should be favored over Cyrillic. Before the Latin script was declared uniquely progressive for ideological reasons, most linguists found Latin and Cyrillic quite comparable on technical grounds. 50 Given that Russian was being taught in all non-Russian schools and that it had already established itself as the Soviet Union's lingua franca, a strong pragmatic argument could be made for adopting the Cyrillic script. 51 As we noted earlier, the Kalmyks and several other small peoples living in Russian regions chose Cyrillic for exactly that reason. This and all other arguments, however, were overridden by one consideration, the presumed distrust of the non-Russians toward Russian culture and, therefore, by association, their distrust of the Russian script. The Russian script was felt to be fatally compromised by its connection to the colonial, missionary Russification policies of the Tsarist regime. 52 This attitude was sanctioned by the principle of the greater danger, that great power chauvinism was a greater danger than local nationalism. One of the principal rhetorical advantages of the Latinization movement was its initial ability to label any support of the Cyrillic script as great power chauvinism. The preceding analysis explains both the appeal and the significance of the Latinization movement. The rhetoric of cultural revolution both appealed to Eastern elites and provided an orthodox Bolshevik language in which they could symbolically advance an attitude, cultural pan-Turkism, that would otherwise be quite dangerous. It likewise provided a symbolic way in which to advance the Eastern elite's reformist position against Islam during the relatively tranquil period of NEP. With the center's turn toward cultural revolution in 1928, the symbolic politics of Latinization would move in a direction not anticipated by its founders. This was also not unusual in symbolic politics. Latinization as de-Russification. Since Latinization had been presented from the beginning as a cultural revolutionary campaign, designed to help overcome Eastern backwardness, it is not surprising that the onset of the all-Union Cultural Revolution greatly speeded up the progress of Latinization, just as it had furthered the implementation of Korenizatsiya in the Soviet East. Prior to 1928, the central government had required VTSK-NTA to take a cautious approach to Latinization. As a result, although Latinization had been formally adopted throughout the Soviet Turkic world, most of the relevant decrees passed in 1927 and 1928 had called for a 5-year phase-in period. 53 In VTSK-NTA's first oral report to the Soviet of Nationalities in April 1928, Agamalyoglu was careful to emphasize strongly this gradualism, as did the Soviet of Nationalities in its resolution on his report. 54 As a result of this cautious approach, although by mid-1928 the Turkic republics had formally committed to Latinization, the Arabic script was still dominant in most republics. The Latinization movement had strived from the beginning to get unambiguous central government support for its policies, so that they could be imposed by force. With the onset of the Cultural Revolution, they were granted that support. In October 1928, VTSIK and the RSFSR Sovnarkom issued a decree making NTA obligatory in all Turco-Tatar regions of the RSFSR. 55 2 months later, the third plenum of VTSK-NTA reduced the phase-in period for Latinization to only 2 years, that is, by the end of 1930. Agamalyoglu suggested most could do it even quicker. 56 Finally, in August 1929, the All-Union TSIK and Sovnarkom decreed the Latin script obligatory from that point forward for all Turco-Tatar languages in the Soviet Union. The decree forbade the Arabic script in print, schools, government organs, and so forth. It even forbade the importing of an Arabic typography. 57 The Arabic script did not, of course, disappear the next day, but after this decree it began to disappear rapidly. With its primary mission accomplished, there was now talk of disbanding VTSK-NTA. 58 However, the Latinization movement did not end, but rather expanded suddenly and rapidly to embrace almost all the languages of the Soviet Union. It did so by shifting its symbolic focus from pan-Turkism to internationalism, and by greatly accentuating its Russophobia. Thus far I have presented the Latinization movement as largely monolithic. Of course, it was not. The most important division in the movement was between the politicians and the professors, many of whom were Russians. The politicians, mostly leaders in the Turkic republics, were primarily concerned with driving the Arabic script out of their republics and with advancing a symbolic program of Turkic unity. The professors had a different crusade: unification. Unification, as endorsed at VTSK-NTA's first plenum in 1927, meant that each letter of the new Turkic alphabet should represent the same sound in each of the languages adopting it. 59 In principle, the Turkic politicians supported this pan-Turkic goal. In practice, however, they defended their own Latin alphabets from change. Azerbaijan in particular, led by Agamaylioglu, resisted unification. 60 The professors, mostly specialists on Eastern languages, were after bigger game, not a pan-Turkic alphabet, but an international one. As an early proponent dreamed, will become the nucleus of alphabet unity, first in the entire East, and then, perhaps, in the entire world. 61 This was utopianism on a cultural revolutionary scale. Indeed, it was internationalism that saved Latinization from its pan-Turkic roots. The terror campaigns of the Cultural Revolution in the national republics were directed at the Smenovichovsi national intelligentsia, many of whom were active in the Latinization campaign in the Soviet East. The charge brought against the defendants was invariably nationalism and, in republics such as Tatarstan, Crimea, and Uzbekistan, pan-Turkism. Some of those purged were Latinists, although no one was yet purged as a Latinist. However, they were clearly threatened. An August 1930 Soviet of Nationalities resolution noted as one of the drawbacks of VTSK-NTA's work 62. Certain elements of a pan-Turkic tendency have still not entirely been overcome, despite the correct line taken by VTSK on this line, in opposition to that tendency. This was the first public rebuke VTSK-NTA received for pan-Turkic tendencies. It helped confirm an orientation away from the movement's pan-Turkic origins, toward a new international mission, a shift reflected in the organization's new name. It was reduced to the All-Union Committee for the New Alphabet. The main obstacle to NA's world mission, within the Soviet Union at least, was the Russian alphabet. There had been some talk after the revolution of Latinizing the Russian alphabet, but nothing came of it. 63 In 1929, with the second wave of utopian internationalism rising, the subject was again broached. Lunacharsky wrote several articles in support of Latinizing Russian. 64 Like Agamaylioglu, he claimed he had Lenin's endorsement. Most important, Lunacharsky helped put the educational bureaucracy behind the idea. On October 19, 1929, Uchitelskaya Gazeta published a discussion article on the Latinization of the Russian alphabet. 65 A month later, Izvestila announced plans to reform the Russian orthography. 3 committees had been formed within the scientific department of the Education Commissariat, on orthography, spelling, and the Latinization of the Russian alphabet. 66 At the same time, another committee was formed within the Council on Defense and Labor to deal with the publishing consequences of the proposed reforms. At least one of its members also publicly advocated Latinization. 67 The Communist Academy, an early supporter of Latinization, hosted an exhibition devoted to the new alphabet, which showed how under the Russificatory Tsarist regime the Russian alphabet had expanded outward, and how under the new progressive Soviet regime its domain was continually contracting. 68 This flurry of activity suggested that the Latinization of Russian was being seriously considered. Its most ardent supporter was undoubtedly N.F.I. Yakovlev, a specialist on Caucasian languages and an active Latinist. Yakovlev was involved in Latinization from the beginning. He helped design the North Caucasians' Latin alphabets, gave the keynote address on Latinization at the Turkological Congress, and propagandized tirelessly for the movement. He was chosen to organize and chair the scientific department's Latinization subcommittee, which held 5 meetings in November and December of 1929. At the second meeting, Yakovlev presented a series of theses on the Latinization of Russian that contained a startling indictment of the Russian alphabet. No document conveys the anti-Russian character Latinization had assumed by 1929 better than Yakovlev's Theses 69. 2. The Russian civic alphabet in its history is the alphabet of autocratic oppression, Missionary propaganda, Great Russian national chauvinism. This in particular shows itself in its Russificatory role in relation to the national minorities of the former Russian Empire. At the same time, this alphabet is the weapon of propaganda of Russian imperialism abroad. 3. Continues to remain the alphabet of national bourgeois Great Russian ideology. This especially clearly shows itself in the endeavor of nationalities which use the Russian alphabet to shift to Latin, as an alphabet ideologically more neutral and international. 5. In replacement of our inherited national bourgeois alphabet should come an alphabet of socialist society. We are speaking not simply of the creation of a new national bourgeois cacophony of a Latin alphabet, as we have in modern Western Europe, but of one international Latinized alphabet of socialism. 7. The Russian alphabet is at the current time not only an ideologically alien to socialist construction script, but it also serves as the chief obstacle to Latinization, both of other national alphabets, and of other Cyrillic scripts. It is difficult to imagine a more comprehensive rejection. It should also be noted that Yakovlev's arguments logically ought to apply equally to the Russian language and to Russian culture as a whole. If October had not purified the Russian script, how could it have purified the language and culture that script carried? Yakovlev was a skilled, if excessive, practitioner of the new cultural revolutionary rhetoric. His arguments here against the Russian alphabet would be repeated, in a more moderate form, during the Latinists' new assault on the Cyrillic script in other non-Russian republics. If the Russian script could be linked to Russia's colonizing, missionary past, then any defense of it would be great power chauvinism, a deviation canonized by Stalin as the greatest danger in the nationalities policy. Nor could the Latinists be accused of local chauvinism. That charge was reserved for those who wanted to retain obsolete national alphabets. 70 Only the Latinists were true internationalists. It was this sense of ideological invulnerability that for a few years gave the Latinization movement its cocksure iconoclastic confidence. Nevertheless, the assault on the Russian alphabet failed. The movement was ended with a laconic Politburo resolution of January 25, 193,071. On Latinization. Order Globnauka to cease its work on the question of Latinizing the Russian alphabet. The origins of this decision remain obscure. After the reversal of Latinization, critics claimed Lunacharsky and Yakovlev were acting as loose cannons. However, the substantial publicity surrounding the potential shift belies this notion. Also, at least one document from TISK's Kultprop department mentioned the forthcoming Latinization of Russian. It does seem, however, that VTSKNA did not wholeheartedly support Yakovlev's actions. On only one occasion did its journal publish articles on the Latinization of Russian. 72 Moreover, at VTSKNA's fourth plenum in May 1930, Yakovlev was criticized for not informing VTSKNA about his work at the scientific sub-department. 73 In any case, the important fact was that the Politburo decision was not publicized and neither Latinization of the Russian language nor any of its supporters was denounced. As a result of this lack of publicity, nationalities journals continued to report on the coming Latinization of Russian. 74 The assault on the Russian alphabet therefore continued, but through a flanking maneuver rather than direct assault. By May 1930, 36 languages had adopted NA. 75 In addition to the Turkic and North Caucasian peoples, 3 Mongolian nationalities shifted in 1929 to 1930. These included the Kalmyk, who gave up their Russian script for Latin, the Buryat Mongols, and the Mongols of the Soviet client state of Mongolia. They held their own miniature Pan-Mongol summit in Moscow to unify their alphabets. 76 7 Iranian languages adopted NA, including the Mountain Jews of Dagestan and the Central Asian Bukharan Jews, who both abandoned the Hebrew script. 77 In good cultural revolutionary rhetoric, this was referred to as the Port Arthur of Hebraism. 78 Numerous Soviet Jewish organizations passed resolutions on the Latinization of Yiddish, and this step was considered only a matter of time. 79 The Assyrians also rejected Cyrillic in favor of Latin. A committee was even formed in Baku to Latinize the ancient Armenian script, although nothing came of this move. 80 The only script where one finds absolutely no evidence of any intention to Latinize was, unsurprisingly, Georgian. From 1930 to 1932, VTSKNA focused its Latinization efforts on three further goals: the Latinization of Chinese and Korean, the formation of Latin alphabets for the small peoples of the North, and, most importantly, the Latinization of the Cyrillic alphabets of the Eastern Finns and the Chavash. The Latinization of Chinese and Korean were significant for two reasons. First, it represented an attempt to force the issue of Latinization for peoples where the overwhelming majority lived abroad, and also where there were considerable hopes for a communist revolution. Objections that this policy would make Soviet Chinese and Korean culture inaccessible to their compatriots abroad were brushed aside with characteristic bravado. Not the 20 million strong population of Korea, but the 170,000 strong Korean population of the Soviet Union should become the advance guard of the cultural revolution of the Korean people. 81. Second, these alphabets were hieroglyphic and therefore it was much more complicated to replace them with a phonetic Latin alphabet. Indeed, there was no single Chinese oral language, but rather a series of mutually incomprehensible dialects. Opponents of Latinization argued that only the hieroglyphic alphabet united China. Latinists replied that this argument contradicted Soviet nationalities' policy, which always preferred the dialect over artificial state languages. 82 Indeed it did. Chechen and Ingush were extremely close linguistically, but two separate literary languages were created with the additional consequence that two separate autonomous oblasts emerged. Similarly, attempts to merge the mountain and meadow dialects of Mari into one literary language failed, again leading to successful demands of the mountain Mari to form their own autonomous region. This principle was called National Linguistic Ryanurovani. 83 It was eventually decided to form 5 separate Latin alphabets for 5 major Chinese dialects. 84. Any Chinese who were worried about the consequences of this move for the territorial integrity of a future communist China were reassured that even in the boundaries of bourgeois democratic revolutions, the free development of national languages and cultures and the right of nations to full self-determination, including formation of their own state, is the condition which contributes to the integrity of multinational democratic states. 85 In practice, only a Latin alphabet for the northern Shandunsky dialect was approved and put into use for the Soviet Chinese. 86 Plans for a Latin Korean alphabet were approved but apparently not actualized. The small peoples of the North represented a completely different test case. Throughout the 1920s, they were considered to be too small, too geographically dispersed, and above all too backward to be granted the status of full-fledged nationalities. 87 With the advent of Cultural Revolution, such doubts were cast aside. In a socialist country there are no and can be no unequal peoples, no matter what their level of development. 88 The small peoples of the North would be given their own literary languages, their own native language schools, and their own autonomous national oblasts. The alphabet question here was controversial. In many northern regions, Russians formed the majority. The small peoples had a very high rate of bilingualism. At best, native language schools would go through 4th grade and then switch to Russian. All logic, therefore, indicated a choice of Cyrillic. Even Yakovlev, as late as 1928, had argued that in ethnically heterogeneous territories where a high rate of bilingualism prevailed, one should choose the script of the culturally influencing nationality. 89 However, proponents of Latinization again raised the issue of the Cyrillic script's associations with the Russificatory policies of Tsarist Russia, and so VTSKNA approved in early 1931 12 Latin-based literary languages for the small peoples of the North. 90. The climactic Latinization campaign was the attempt to shift the Eastern Finnic and Chavash languages from Cyrillic to Latin. In 1929, there were 11 Soviet languages using the Cyrillic script. 91 Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian were off-limits after the Politburo decree. Bulgarian, Romani, and Moldavian represented insignificant populations. That left the Eastern Finns and the Christianized Turkic Chavash. These 5 nationalities had all received written languages from Russian missionaries in the 19th century. However, by 1930 they already had in their native languages a substantial literature, growing literacy rates, education to the high school level, and, at least for the Komi, much of their government bureaucracy. Moreover, while these peoples fit one Soviet definition of being Eastern, since they were categorized as backward, the fact that they were Finns gave them a Western face as well. This risked the danger of pan-Finnic accusations, not unlikely given that already in 1924 a Komi Latinist had called for a united Finno-Ugric bloc on questions of general cultural historic character, a bloc which can only be created by the adoption of the Latin script by all Finno-Ugric peoples. 92. The movement for Latinization revived in the Komi press in 1928. The scientific department, which was then pushing to Latinize Russian, responded by arranging a Komi linguistic conference in July 1929. The conference resolved to shift to Latin in tandem with the Russians and other Finns. 93 In early 1930, the Komi Obkom approved the shift to the Latin script and the Oblast Executive Committee formed a Latinization Committee. 94 Latinization arose simultaneously in Udmurtia, where it was debated from 1928 to 1930 in the party and press, with neither side winning a decisive victory. As a result, the Komi and Udmurt governments appealed together to the central authorities. A committee was formed within VTSKNA, which unsurprisingly recommended in January 1931 a shift to Latin. The Soviet of Nationalities endorsed this decision in April, and the Udmurt government confirmed it in June. By early 1932, a united Udmurt Komi alphabet had been worked out. 95 The other Finnic nationalities moved more slowly. By December 1931, the Middle Volga Krai had formed a commission on Latinizing Mordvinian and Chuvash. 96 In 1932, VTSKNA approved Latin alphabets for the 2 main Mordvinian languages and was working on Chuvash and Mari variants. 97 In addition, 3 small Finnic peoples who lacked literary languages, the Veps, Ishor, and Tverkarlians, were given literary languages using the Latin alphabet in 1932. 98. In principle, then, by 1932 all of the Finnic languages were on the verge of being Latinized. In practice, only the Komis made the actual shift. Latinization ground to a halt in Udmurtia. A number of influential party figures opposed the shift. 99 Presumably, they realized Russian was and would remain the dominant language in their oblast. Without openly opposing Latinization, they nevertheless made 2 damaging charges. First, they successfully tarred a number of local Latinists as Pan-Finns. 100 This broke the Latinists' charmed invulnerability to the charge of local chauvinism. This charge was furthered by an internal squabble within the language reform movement. A number of supporters of Aimar, who had his own scheme for a universal alphabet also based largely on a Latin script, attacked VTSKNA as promoting only family unification, that is unifying only families of languages, Turkic, Mongolian, Japhetic, and now Finnic. 101 This nasty dispute, complete with a public disputation, weakened the Latinization movement by undermining its internationalist profile. 102. The second and more dangerous charge was that the Latinists were anti-Russian. The anti-Latinists argued, what does it matter who created our alphabet? So what if it was at some point created by missionaries? At the present time it represents a weapon in the hands of the proletariat and serves the goal of Soviet construction. 103 This argument was deployed alongside the revived assertions that the Russian language was the language of Lenin, the language of the October Revolution. 104 This was a commonplace rhetorical trope of the 1920s, its revival in 1931 to 1932 heralded the end of Cultural Revolution and a drastic change in the fortunes of Latinization. The high water mark for Latinization came in 1932. NFI Yakovlev presented the statistics on the total number of languages that had been Latinized by year to the end of 1932. As late as November 1932, the Soviet of Nationalities gave VTSKNA a largely positive resolution on their biannual report. 105 However, by February 1933, at the first plenum of PSNA's Scientific Council, an entirely new ideological atmosphere had emerged, in which the question was not which languages remained to be Latinized, but whether Latinization would be reversed. The lead address at the plenum, given by Seaman de Manstein, not only attacked Pan-Turkism. A great many delegates had a harmful, purely nationalist, Pan-Turkic orientation, but also sounded a new note on the attitude toward the Russian language. Has the Russian language remained for the non-Russian peoples the same after the revolution as it was before it? No, it has not. First, in that language the non-Russians acquire voluntarily much of great value. The original works of Lenin and Stalin and all the principal documents of the revolution appeared in Russian. Besides that, the Russian language now has a different class content. 106. Such an attitude toward the Russian language and Russian culture presaged a fundamental revision of the affirmative action empire. As noted in Chapter 4, the Cultural Revolution represented an intensification of the principles of the affirmative action empire. This case study of Latinization further demonstrates that point. A fundamental principle of the affirmative action empire was that Russian culture and Russian national interests should be de-emphasized so as not to threaten the mistrustful non-Russians and provoke defensive nationalism. The endeavor to Latinize the Russian alphabet on the grounds of its inherently missionary colonizing character, and the production of maps showing the outward march of the Cyrillic alphabet under the Tsars and its retreat under the Soviets, marked a high point in the hostile attitude of the Soviet state to traditional Russian culture. The affirmative action empire was also premised on the non-national nature of the Soviet Union as a whole, the refusal to create a Soviet nationality. This internationalism was also reflected in the Latinization campaign during the Cultural Revolution, with the attempt not only to form a universal alphabet for the Soviet Union but to export it to the Chinese, Koreans, and eventually the entire world. Finally, the affirmative action empire was based on a principle of ethnic proliferation, in which all ethnic groups, no matter how small, should not be forced to assimilate and should be granted national forms. The multiplication of national languages during the Cultural Revolution exemplified this policy. The remarks of de Manstein in February 1933 marked not only the end of Latinization but also a major change in the Soviet nationalities policy. The origins of the sea change in ideological atmosphere were not tied to Latinization itself, but rather were the consequence of the political crisis of Ukrainization in December 1932. This event will be discussed in Chapter 7. However, the roots of this new attitude to Russian national identity can be seen by turning briefly to a consideration of language politics and language terror in Ukraine and Belorussia. Language and terror in the Soviet West. Latinization was almost entirely confined to the Soviet East. However, just as there was one episode where the Latinization of the Russian language was proposed, there were likewise two occasions when the Latinization of Belarusian and Ukrainian emerged as issues. The symbolic connotations of Latinization in the Soviet West were entirely different. The cultural revolutionary element was entirely absent. Ukrainians and Belarusians were not considered culturally backward and their Latinization was not discussed in context with the utopian scheme to develop a single universal alphabet. The national issue at stake, moreover, was not a broad cultural movement like Pan-Turkism, but cross-border national ties between Soviet Belorussia and Ukraine and the Belarusian and Ukrainian communities of Poland. Cross-border nationalism was not necessarily anti-Soviet. As we have seen, the Piedmont Principle called for using cross-border ethnic ties to undermine neighboring states, above all Poland. There was loyalist irredentism and treasonous irredentism. This section will discuss how the language reform projects in Belorussia and Ukraine were construed as treasonous irredentism. Again, the pattern in the Soviet West differed from the East. In the East, an orientation on Western culture and Russophobia were sanctioned during the Cultural Revolution. In the West, they were treason. In 1926 and 1927, respectively, Belorussia and Ukraine hosted international conferences to discuss reforming their languages. 107 These were the Western equivalents to the 1926 Turkological Congress, save that the Western congresses involved only a single nationality, not a supranational group. The Belarusian conference took place in November 1926 and included Belarusian guests from various European countries. The conference laid the groundwork for an orthography reform and gave the Soviets a chance to propagandize their nationalities policy, but it also provoked a scandal. Immediately after its conclusion, the Bureau of the Belarusian Central Committee met to rebuke the conference organizers. The conference hall had been decorated exclusively in national colors, no Soviet flag was hung, Lenin's portrait had been removed from the hall. The Belarusian nationalist Aleknovich was greeted much too warmly. In his keynote address, the education commissar, Belitsky, had ignored the Communist Party's role in building Belarusian national culture. Letters of explanation and apology were sent to Stalin and the All-Union Tisk. 108. In particular, the Belarusian Party Bureau was furious that a group of delegates, including prominent communists, proposed adopting the Latin script. A major Belarusian national communist leader, Adamovich, had raised the issue. A candidate member of the Belarusian Central Committee, Zilunovich, gave a speech advocating the move, excerpts of which were printed in the local press. 109 When the conference's official organizer, Bureau member Ignatovsky, received this proposal, he authorized it, adding only the qualification that the shift must take place in tandem with the other peoples of the Soviet Union. 110 Although the petition was subsequently rejected, an impression was created that Belarusia had voted to adopt the Latin script, and several foreign Belarusian papers reported this as a fact. 111 In response to the scandal, the Belarusian Party Bureau passed the following resolution: the raising of this question objectively reflects a tendency on part of our intelligentsia toward an orientation on independence and an orientation on the West. 112 Thus, it was deemed to be a nationalist deviation even to discuss in Minsk a policy that 8 months earlier in a similar international conference in Baku had been adopted almost unanimously and heralded as uniquely progressive. The All-Ukrainian Conference on Spelling Reform held in Kharkov in May-June 1927 did not produce similar controversy. Like its Belarusian counterpart, it did not produce final agreement on an orthography reform, but it did lay the groundwork for a subsequent reform approved in September 1928. 113 The issue of Latinization was raised by the writer and literary politician, Serhiy Pilipenko, but without any apparent widespread support. 114 Of more long-term significance, the conference's organizer, Mykola Skrypnyk, proposed introducing 2 Latin letters, S and Z, to represent the sounds DZ and DZH. This reform was not accepted. 115 The 1928 reform did introduce the Galician T to represent the hard G. In general, the spelling reform represented a compromise of East and West Ukrainian practices and therefore had the effect of slightly differentiating literary Ukrainian from Russian. 116. These 2 conferences seem to have had no more impact other than a slightly unpleasant, but short-lived, scandal in Minsk. This all changed with the onset of Cultural Revolution. In 1929 to 1930, language politics became enmeshed with the noisy political purges that took place in Belarusia and Ukraine. In the Union for the Liberation of Ukraine show trial in Ukraine and the Union for the Liberation of Belarusia political purge in Belarusia, both of which targeted the Smenovikhovsky intelligentsia, linguists were prominent among the accused. Indeed, the GPU placed Belarusian linguists literally at the center of the putative SVB conspiracy. The counter-revolutionary organization was said to have been established within the Scientific Terminological Commission of the Education Commissariat. They were said to have organized the 1926 Language Conference. They favored an orientation on Poland and therefore aimed at the flooding of the Belarusian language with Polish words, the introduction of the Latin script, and so on. Their major base was the Belarusian Academy of Sciences, and the chief problem that the National Democrats occupied themselves with was the working out of Belarusian terminology. To the National Democrats this was not only important scientifically, but above all politically. They needed to produce not only ordinary terminology, but terminology which would fence off Belarusian culture from all Union culture. 117 The role of language sabotage, as it was called, grew even larger in the articles written after the purge announcement. 118 This would become a pattern in future national purges. The role of language in the rhetoric of the purge played a greater role than in the politics leading to the purge itself. Language and terror were linked. A similar pattern emerged in the 1929 to 1930 Ukrainian SVU show trial. As in Belorussia, the major controversies leading up to the purge trial had been literary politics and control of the Ukrainian Academy of Science. 119 However, also as in Belorussia, language politics played an important role in the show trial itself, but because of terminological sabotage rather than Latinization. In his report on the trial, Skrypnyk noted that a large number of old linguists are now sitting on the bench of the accused at the trial of SVU, for it has become known that in the area of terminology, they engaged in wrecking 120. A number of articles after the trial reiterated this charge. 121. Thus by 1930, what would become a persistent connection between language and terror had established itself in the Western republics. It would appear to have arisen first in the Soviet West as issues of cultural hegemony were more sensitive there. Ukrainian and Belarusian culture were very close to both Russian and Polish culture. Therefore, any perceived rejection of Russian culture was apprehended as a move toward Polish culture, and given the hostility between the Soviet Union and Poland, the charge quickly became ideological. In the East, hostility to Russian culture was seen as hostility to Tsarist colonialism. In the West, however, it was seen as hostility to central control and an unhealthy orientation on the neighboring West. In a slightly different fashion, this echoed the pattern noted in chapters 3 and 4, where an anti-Russian campaign was sanctioned in the East and anti-central impulses were suppressed in Ukraine. As we shall see, the charge of treasonous irredentism would recur with the political crisis of Ukrainization in December 1932 and in the 1933 Ukrainian and Belarusian terror campaigns, during which language once again played a prominent role in the indictments leveled against Ukrainian and Belarusian nationalists. The origins of these events and their impact on the policy of Korenizatsiya are the subject of the next two chapters. Part 2. The political crisis of the Affirmative Action Empire. 6. The politics of national communism, 1923 to 1930. Having analyzed the implementation of the Affirmative Action Empire in Part 1, I now turn to a consideration of the political crisis of Korenizatsiya. This chapter traces the emergence of a hardline critique of Korenizatsiya during NEP and its subsequent intensification with the launching of Stalin's socialist offensive. Chapter 7 will show how conflict between Ukraine and the RSFSR eventually led to the triumph of this new hard find during the grain requisitions crisis in December 1932, when the Politburo issued two anti-Ukrainization decrees. These decrees would usher in a fundamental revision of the Affirmative Action Empire. In April 1925, Kaganovich had arrived in Ukraine and attempted to establish a consensus that Ukrainization was a core hardline Bolshevik policy. As we have seen, he had considerable success before hardline Ukrainization was ultimately undermined by the increased centralization accompanying the socialist offensive. This failure of hardline Ukrainization should not be exaggerated. Ukrainization was not repudiated. It was not even criticized. Its implementation was simply undermined, because it was now firmly categorized as a secondary, soft fine policy. Before the December 1932 anti-Ukrainization decrees could emerge, much more was required, not just a belief that the implementation of Korenizatsiya was a secondary concern, or that Korenizatsiya sometimes impeded the accomplishment of core Bolshevik projects, but rather a conviction that Korenizatsiya itself was in fundamental opposition to core Bolshevik principles. This belief emerged as the political struggle surrounding Korenizatsiya in the national republics gradually convinced a growing number of influential Bolsheviks that Korenizatsiya was exacerbating rather than preventing the growth of nationalism. A number of factors converged to foster this belief. First, the persistence of national identity politics. Second, growing concern over the influence of the national Smenovikhovsi. Third, growing concern that cross-border ties were being used to the detriment of the Soviet Union rather than to its advantage. Fourth, the persistence of the Russian question, and fifth, the increasing centralization that accompanied the socialist offensive. The Shumskaya affair. We already touched briefly on the Shumskaya affair in Chapter 3. It flared up suddenly in early 1926 during Ukrainian Politburo deliberation on how best to proceed with Ukrainization after the highly successful, but still incomplete, forced Ukrainization campaign of 1925. At a March 19 Politburo meeting, Kaganovich had put forward the slogan that the party should not forcibly Ukrainize the proletariat. This was orthodox party policy, but Shumskaya apparently felt it sent a dangerous signal of weakness. As a result, on March 31, at a second Politburo meeting devoted to the Ukrainization of the Central Task newspaper Communist, Shumskaya launched into a bitter attack on Kaganovich and the rest of the Ukrainian Politburo over the slow pace of Ukrainization. 1. He accused Kaganovich of having said the party would not Ukrainize the proletariat, omitting the key word forcibly. The other Politburo members denied Kaganovich had said this. In a rage, Shumskaya lashed out at the entire Politburo with superb invective too. In the party the Russian communist dominates and conducts himself with suspicion and hostility, to speak mildly, towards the Ukrainian communist. He dominates, and by relying on the contemptible self-seeking type of Little Russian, who in all historical epochs has been equally unprincipled and hypocritical, slavishly two-faced, and traitorously sycophantic. He now prides himself in his false internationalism, boasts his indifferent attitude to things Ukrainian, and is ready to spit on them, if that gives him the chance to serve and get a position. Kaganovich naturally rebuked Shumskaya, and the latter in turn declared he could no longer work in Ukraine. 3. There are two important background facts to this episode. First, Shumskaya was a member of the Ukrainian Socialist Revolutionary Party from 1909 to 1918, and in 1918 he helped found the new Ukrainian Communist Party, Borobistai, which was formed from the left wing of the Ukrainian Socialist Revolutionary Party and entered into a close alliance with the Ukrainian Bolsheviks. 4. In March 1920, under Bolshevik pressure, the Borobistai liquidated their party and its most influential members entered the Ukrainian Communist Party. Lenin personally specified that Shumskaya should be made a member of the Ukrainian Task. Shumskaya was typical of the large number of national communists, who were recruited by the Bolsheviks from nationalist leftist parties. Agamalyoglu, a member of the leftist Azerbaijani Humid Party, was another. These individuals often served as nationalities policy specialists. Shumskaya himself was first a liaison to the Communist Party of Western Ukraine in Poland and then Ukraine's Commissar of Education. He gave the important keynote address at the April 1925 plenum that led to the adoption of hardline Ukrainization. Second, Shumskaya's attack has to be seen in the context of the rampant factionalism within the Communist Party in all the national republics. The Ukrainian National Communist faction had just successfully rid themselves of Emanuel Kvyring and Dmitry Ilobed in a manner that produced a Politburo rebuke. 5. Shumskaya clearly hoped the same could be done with Kaganovich. Already in October 1925, during an audience Stalin held with a KPZU delegation in Moscow, Shumskaya suggested that Kaganovich should be replaced with an ethnic Ukrainian. Stalin reportedly agreed this would be desirable in principle, but argued that politically it was too soon to do so. 6. This certainly did nothing to slow Shumskaya's factional struggle with Kaganovich. Shumskaya's conflict with Kaganovich, then, would have been of little political significance had he not again appealed to Stalin, in a meeting on April 20, to remove Kaganovich. He suggested Kaganovich be replaced by Chubar, and that Chubar's position as head of Sovnarkom might be filled by either Zaytonskaya, Skrypnyk, or Hryhory Hrinko. All were ethnic Ukrainians, and Hrinko was a fellow former Borobist, who would become better known in the 1930s as the All-Union Commissar of Finance, Grigory Grinko. 7. Stalin initially counseled patience. In the meantime, however, Kaganovich had written Stalin a savvy letter summarizing his conflict with Shumskaya. 8. He initially downplayed the affair, asserting that although Shumskaya claimed the conflict was over Ukrainization, it really had no basis in substantive policy whatsoever and instead reflected Shumsky's anger that he had not been elected to the Ukrainian Politburo. With some justice, Kaganovich claimed he could more plausibly be accused of pushing Ukrainization too much rather than too little. After this innocent beginning, Kaganovich cleverly inserted two damaging claims. First, he asserted that Shumsky had called a meeting of former Borobisti, in which he mobilized his forces against Kaganovich. To Stalin this would not at all signify a non-political personal conflict but rather a serious attempt at political opposition by a Ukrainian nationalist non-Bolshevik movement. Second, Kaganovich attached 6 pages of inflammatory excerpts from the recent pamphlets of the flamboyant Ukrainian national communist writer, Mykola Khvylovyi, in which Khvylovyi argued aggressively for orienting Ukrainian culture toward Western Europe rather than Moscow. 9 Kaganovich noted that Shumsky defended Khvylovyi and suggested that their recent activity was evidence of a growth in petit bourgeois chauvinism. Kaganovich then ended his letter by wondering what significance you, Comrade Stalin, will give to writings and by requesting that Stalin write a brief letter with his thoughts about this incident. Stalin took Kaganovich's bait. On April 26, he escalated the affair with a letter addressed to Kaganovich and the Ukrainian Tisk. Stalin noted that Shumsky had several correct ideas, that Ukrainian culture was growing, that the party must master it or lose influence to hostile forces, and therefore that the spirit of irony and skepticism towards Ukrainian culture reigning in the party must be overcome. However, Stalin also noted at least 2 serious errors. 10. First, mixes up the Ukrainization of our party and Soviet apparat with the Ukrainization of the proletariat. We can and should, while observing the proper tempo, Ukrainize our party, state, and other apparats. But we must not Ukrainize the proletariat from above. We must not force Russian workers en masse to give up the Russian language and culture and declare their culture and language to be Ukrainian. This contradicts the principle of the free development of nationalities. This would not be national freedom, but a novel form of national oppression. There is no doubt that the makeup of the Ukrainian proletariat will change as Ukrainian industry develops, as Ukrainian workers enter industry from the surrounding villages. There is no doubt that the proletariat will Ukrainize, just as in Latvia and Hungary, where it was once German, it became Latvian and Hungarian. But this process is a slow and spontaneous one. Replacing this natural process with a forced Ukrainization of the proletariat from above would be a utopian and harmful policy, capable of provoking anti-Ukrainian chauvinism in the non-Ukrainian parts of the proletariat in Ukraine. In both these positive and negative assessments, Stalin endorsed the existing line on Ukrainization. Stalin was particularly outraged by the excerpts of Mykola Khvylovyi's pamphlets that Kaganovich had sent him, and he criticized Shumsky for defending Khvylovyi. 11 Khvylovyi was one of the most popular and admired of a talented group of young Ukrainian Bolshevik authors. In April 1925, Khvylovyi published a provocative, scornful attack on the Ukrainian literary organization PLU, whose goal was to create a mass organization of peasant authors, a kind of rural prolet cult. This article initiated the Ukrainian literary discussion of 1925 to 1928. 12 Khvylovyi sketched an explanation of 2 psychological categories, Europe and Prosvita. 13 Prosvita was a pre-revolutionary organization devoted to the spiritual and material improvement of the Ukrainian peasantry. For Khvylovyi, however, Prosvita was synonymous with traditional Ukrainian backwardness, provincialism, and cultural servility, the saccharine, populist premises which retard national development. A servile psychology. A psychological category of a repressive type. Arkochlandia. Adopting a leftist stance akin to the all-union on-gardists, Khvylovyi denounced PLU as the bearer of a kulak ideology, a red Prosvita. However, in conscious contrast to the on-gardists, he advocated an elitist literary strategy, an orientation on an eternal psychological Europe, for the classic type of the civic person was developed by the West. 14 Khvylovyi's article was a manifesto for a modernist, urban, westernized high Ukrainian culture to replace a despised traditional, Rural Ukrainian folk culture. As the literary discussion continued, Khvylovyi grew bolder and specified the object of traditional Ukrainian servility 15. Since our literature can at last follow its own path of development, we are faced with the following question: by which of the world's literatures should we set our course? On no account by the Russian. This is definite and unconditional. Our political union must not be confused with literature. Ukrainian poetry must flee as quickly as possible from Russian literature and its styles. The point is that Russian literature has weighed down upon us for centuries as master of the situation, as one that has conditioned our psyche to play the slavish imitator. As a committed leftist, Khvylovyi insisted that only a fully Ukrainized proletariat could overcome Russian cultural hegemony. The point is the immediate de-Russification of the proletariat. We demand that the authorities take a serious attitude to the Ukrainization of the proletariat. 16. Finally, in the fateful month of April 1926, Khvylovyi lashed out more generally at traditional Russian messianism in a pamphlet entitled Ukraine or Little Russia, Today the Center of All Union Philistinism is Moscow, in which the proletarian factories, the Comintern, and the All-Union Communist Party figure as an oasis on the world scale. 17. Khvylovyi's intentional provocation succeeded in raising Stalin's ire. 18. Second, Shumsky does not see that given the weakness of native communist cadres in Ukraine, the movement, led completely by the non-communist intelligentsia, may in places take on the character of a battle for the alienation of Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian society from all Union culture and society, the character of a battle against Russian culture and its highest achievement against Leninism. The demands of Khvylovyi for the immediate de-Russification of the proletariat in Ukraine, his belief that from Russian literature, from its style, Ukrainian poetry should flee as quickly as possible, his declaration that the idea of the proletariat is known to us without Moscow's art. At a time when the West European proletariat is full of sympathy towards Moscow as a citadel of the international proletarian movement and Leninism, Khvylovyi has nothing to say in favor of Moscow except to call on Ukrainian actors to flee from Moscow as quickly as possible. Comrade Shumsky does not understand that one can master the new movement in Ukraine for Ukrainian culture only by fighting extremes, such as Khvylovyi, within the communist ranks. Both of Stalin's criticisms, then, focused on the sensitive Russian question, fear of Russian proletarian resentment toward Ukrainians and Ukrainian culture, and fear of Ukrainian intellectuals' growing resentment of Russian culture. The version of Stalin's letter first published in 1934, and quoted from extensively in 1926, contained only criticism of Shumsky. However, the unpublished version also mildly censured Kaganovich. It is possible that Kaganovich has some defects in the sense of being overly administrative. It is possible that organizational pressure is truly practiced by Comrade Kaganovich. 19. The unpublished version also ended with some support for Shumsky and strong support for Ukrainization. 20. 1. Conclusion: we must not persecute former Borobisti because of their past. We must forget that at one time they sinned. We have no one without sins. We must recruit them to party work both at the local and central levels, unconditionally and without fail. We must include Comrade Shumsky in leading party work. We must intensively forge new cadres out of Ukrainians. We must pay special attention to schools, to the Ukrainian youth in schools, recruiting the most capable people. We must seriously work to master the new movement in Ukraine, while battling with the extremes of such comrades like Comrade Khvylovyi. Stalin's letter backed Kaganovich, but not unconditionally. A Ukrainian Politburo meeting was convened to discuss future plans for Ukrainization and the emerging Shumsky affair. Shumsky remained characteristically defiant. He reiterated his criticisms of Kaganovich and Ukrainization and, despite Stalin's intervention, defended Khvylovyi as a talented writer and a major figure of our party. Finally, he defended his Borobist activities from 1917 to 1920 in a statement that particularly outraged the Politburo. I have a tradition from October on, and in all that time I have not retreated from it 1 iota. 21. Hrinko, who had been distancing himself from Shumsky, also infuriated his audience by declaring Kaganovich a temporary figure. Deeply and organically tied to Ukraine, a reference to Kaganovich's Jewish roots and his revolutionary activity outside Ukraine. 22. Kaganovich, on the other hand, was much more deferential to his audience. He presented a firm but modest persona, emphasized collective leadership, and stressed Ukraine's stature. 23. To what degree I am suitable I find it difficult to say. I should declare that it is impossible to work in such a massive organization as Ukraine without errors. Just try and find such a hero Kaganovich or no Kaganovich, let him try to work in such a highly qualified institution as the Politburo, let him try to dominate with such major political figures as Vilas Yakovlevich and Comrade Petrovsky. In the Politburo, we have no hierarchy. Of course there could be concrete errors. Are we mortals? Mortals. Could it happen that I say to Grigory Ivanovich something indelicate? It could. As to political abilities and leadership, I agree that in Ukraine you cannot simply be an organizer. Here politics is needed. This is no simple gubcom, or oblast, like the Urals. He regretted the conflict with Shumsky and insisted he could work with him. Kaganovich's performance was successful. The entire Politburo unanimously praised Kaganovich in a letter to Stalin and called Shumsky's charge that Kaganovich was a despot absolutely without foundation. It produces in us a feeling of indignation. 24. This unanimous support from his colleagues allowed Kaganovich to dictate terms to Shumsky. After almost a year of struggle during which Shumsky was required to confess his errors repeatedly, which he did with great reluctance and little conviction, he was finally exiled to Saratov. He later moved to Leningrad, where he was arrested in 1933 as the head of an imaginary counter-revolutionary Ukrainian nationalist group. 25. Despite Stalin's intervention, the Shumsky affair would have been of limited political significance had it not intersected with Soviet foreign policy ambitions in Poland. The Soviet leadership had authorized the formation of an independent Communist Party of Western Ukraine to exploit the national discontent of Poland's Ukrainian population. This strategy was compromised severely at a February-March 1927 Ukrainian Tisk plenum, convened to put a formal end to the Shumsky affair, when the KPZU's official representative, Karlo Maksimovic, defiantly defended Shumsky. Maksimovic stated his unequivocal support for the KP/B/U line on the nationalities question, but he went on to express incredulity at the severity of Shumsky's denunciation over a seemingly minor difference of opinion. He noted Shumsky's past services to the KPZU and said the plenum's decision would not be well received in western Ukraine. The Ukrainian Tisk immediately drafted a letter to the KPZU demanding a condemnation of Maksimovic's position. This letter and a subsequent KP/B/U resolution denouncing Maksimovic's comments were summarily rejected. For the next 8 months, the Comintern attempted to avoid a total defection of the KPZU leadership, but ultimately failed. 26. In January 1928, the majority of the KPZU leadership passed a resolution condemning the bureaucratic deformation of the process of Ukrainization. The denial of the need to Ukrainize the urban proletariat. The driving away of the best Ukrainian forces on the pretext of national deviation. 27. The Comintern was then forced to dissolve the entire Central Committee of the KPZU and form an entirely new party leadership, an unprecedented embarrassment for the Comintern. An enraged and embarrassed Ukrainian party leadership responded by declaring Shumskyism, and its ideological twin Kylovism, the theoretical formulation of Ukrainian fascism. 28. The Shumsky affair, then, escalated dramatically over the course of 2 years from typical factional struggle in the non-Russian republics to an international scandal and the condemnation of a fascist deviation within the Ukrainian Communist Party. As we have seen, this extended political battle had surprisingly little short-term impact on the implementation of Ukrainization. However, it had an important long-term impact, because it marked the crystallization of a new anti-Koreanizatsiya hard-line stance. This new hard line emerged from a convergence of 4 overlapping issues: concerns with the policy of supporting national culture, the role of Smenovichovstvo, the Piedmont Principle, and, above all, the status of Russians and Russian culture. Since these concerns were not confined to Ukraine but contributed a growing concern over the impact of Korenizatsiya throughout the Soviet Union, I will pause to analyze each of these four issues and their combined impact. As we saw in the discussion of Latinization in Chapter 5, the Soviet policy of supporting national cultures was filled with ambiguity. Indeed, from the center's perspective, it would ideally involve only the support of national identity through a set of symbolic identity markers. National identity would be, in Stalin's formula, empty of national content. However, Soviet policy also called for creating national elites. Indeed, one justification for recruiting these elites was that distinct national cultures did exist in the present, and one needed leaders who understood them. This necessitated recruiting all moderately revolutionary titular nationals into important leadership positions in the non-Russian republics. They in turn naturally brought their own concerns about national culture and identity into the Communist Party. Agamalyoglu and his Azerbaijani cohort from the Hamid Party, for instance, brought their concern for a spiritual renewal of the backward East. Such language made the Bolsheviks nervous. Shumsky and his fellow Borodist party members likewise brought with them a characteristic Ukrainian obsession with Ukrainian national identity. As a result, in mid-1926, the Ukrainian party found itself in the enormously embarrassing position of discussing at Politburo sessions and party plenums the pressing issue, who exactly was a true Ukrainian? Shumsky's attack on the contemptible self-seeking Little Russian both enraged and befuddled Ukrainian party members. It was a dominant theme at the June 1926 plenum. When Zaytonsky started to read statistics on how many Ukrainians there were in the party, one wit yelled out, "And how many Little Russians?" People were convinced they had been insulted but were uncertain as to what the insult meant. A Russian from the Donbass seemed to think it referred to Russians. All communists are Russian Little Russians, harmful elements who surround the TISK, and many comrades are saying, "We'll have to flee." And why? You work, and suddenly you get labeled a Little Russian. An ethnic Ukrainian speaker sarcastically said that someone just asked me what my nationality is and, who knows, am I Ukrainian or Lit Russian? 29 Kaganovich recognized this anger and zeroed in on this issue for a nasty attack on Shumsky 30. We have previously divided the party into Russians, Ukrainians, Jews, and now they say, Little Russians. What political sense is there in such a term? How should we understand it? Really, comrades, is this not moral and political terror against this or that Ukrainian? Does it not mean a planned attempt to terrorize Ukrainian youth and those who might not agree with these incorrect opinions? They are named Little Russians with a few other added epithets. Most party members associated Shumsky's un-Bolshevik terms of abuse to his Borodist past. The ex-Borobisti were universally known in the party as bivshi, the same term used for privileged members of the pre-revolutionary ruling class. There was considerable resentment of the bivshi. For instance, the Ukrainian leadership had to pressure the rank and file to elect Hrinko and Shumsky to the Ukrainian task. 31 The bivshi were valued, however, as Ukrainian cultural specialists. An early Ukrainian party history even argued that the Ukrainian Communist Party had twin roots, Bolsheviks rooted in urban Russian culture and Borobisti rooted in rural Ukrainian culture. This model had already been denounced by late 1925.32. However, the idea that the bivshi were uniquely qualified to implement nationalities policy remained. Zaytonsky, who as an old Bolshevik and ethnic Ukrainian strongly resented this claim, noted that on one hand, the bivshi demand the reservation of certain positions for themselves on the grounds that only they can implement the nationalities policy properly. On the other hand, that they are called bivshi. 33 Most Ukrainian communists assumed that Shumsky identified bivshi as the true Ukrainians and other ethnic Ukrainian Bolsheviks as Little Russians. If even ethnic Ukrainian Bolsheviks were too estranged from Ukrainian culture to be able to implement the Soviet nationalities policy properly, then clearly Russians and Jews were even more incapable. Hrinko's reference to Kaganovich as a temporary figure, not organically connected with Ukraine, made this Bivshii opinion crystal clear to the party's Russian and Jewish majority. This pointed to an important contradiction. Comprehensive Ukrainization aimed at establishing the hegemony of Ukrainian culture, or rather Ukrainian identity, since the culture would be drained of its national content and so available to all territorial Ukrainians. Yet, Soviet affirmative action privileged ethnic Ukrainians. Moreover, for the implementation of nationalities policy, it privileged organic Ukrainians because they knew Ukrainian culture, although the Ukrainian culture they knew was itself to be drained of its national content. Many influential Ukrainians, including Chubar, were uncomfortable with this emphasis on pure-blood Ukrainians. 34 The June 1926 plenum defended Kaganovich by denouncing the view that all party members, in particular non-Ukrainians, lack an organic tie to Ukraine if they worked in Ukraine before and after the revolution, but conducted their communist work outside Ukraine for a certain period after October 35. Many would have liked to go further and abandon any priority for ethnic Ukrainians. Here Stalin stood firmly in the way. In his letter to Kaganovich, Stalin stated that Shumskaya is correct that the party leadership in Ukraine should become Ukrainian. Since the list of eminent Ukrainians he provided did not include Kaganovich, he clearly meant ethnic Ukrainians. 36 Moreover, on the exact same day he wrote to Kaganovich, Stalin also attended an Orgburo session, which he rarely did, devoted to the work of the Bashkir Obkom. Stalin made only one proposal: couldn't we, say, find a Bashkir to serve as second party secretary? Wouldn't that be a good thing? 37 Surprisingly, the Bashkir party leader, Razumov, disagreed and made reference to the republic's large Tatar and Russian populations. Stalin, now somewhat irritated, insisted on his proposal. 38. I ask you, who in Bashkiria is chairman of Sovnarkom? A Bashkir. Who is chairman of TSIK? A Bashkir or a Tatar? A Bashkir. Why not a Tatar? Why on the Soviet side, which interacts with the whole population, which interacts with the party, why on the Soviet side do you accept a Bashkir as chairman of Sovnarkom, chairman of TSIK? The Bashkir language differs from the Tatar less than the language of industrial cadres from professionals. I propose we decide this question. We can promote a Bashkir, the Tatars won't be insulted. The chairman of Sovnarkom and TSIK are Bashkirs, but the Tatars aren't upset, they got used to it. You need a helper with ties to the Bashkir and Tatar party mass who can help you work. Why don't you want this? Stalin's jocular reference to the similarities of the Bashkir and Tatar languages only reinforced the point that Stalin wanted a Bashkir exclusively because he would be an ethnic Bashkir. So Stalin made his position quite clear. On April 26, 1926, he twice advocated ethnic affirmative action for the highest positions in the party leadership of the national republics. I have pointed out several times that Korenizatsiya was a deeply psychological strategy. Stalin clearly believed, and contemporary theories of nationalism would generally support him, that it was crucial to have titular nationals occupy most, but not all, of the high positions in their national territories. Modern nations, however, typically desire not only to be ruled by co-ethnics, but that those rulers also share and love their culture. Indeed, Shumskaya declared that if the commanding staff of the party does not roll up its sleeves with love for this task, then without love nothing will be accomplished. 39 This struck many party members as yet another instance of Shumskaya's fundamental non-Bolshevism. Kaganovich disagreed and rebuked his colleagues. 40. All interpretations, all hints that Ukrainization is just some kind of concession to someone, that we are conducting Ukrainization due to some terrible necessity, under the pressure of hostile forces, all this is absolutely incorrect. The Bolsheviks are insincere, the Bolsheviks lie when they speak about Ukrainization, it's a Bolshevik maneuver, the Bolsheviks are doing it just to trick you, the Bolsheviks conduct Ukrainization not desiring it, not believing in it, not loving it and so on. Korenizatsiya was in fact an instrumental strategy, but to be effective it had to be presented as an essential goal. Korenizatsiya aimed at reducing national culture to national identity, and yet it needed passionate believers in those national cultures to implement it. These tensions pointed to a potentially larger contradiction: might not Korenizatsiya be transformed from an instrumental strategy into an essential goal? Might it not strengthen the exclusivist love of national cultures? And the key question, did Korenizatsiya diffuse nationalism or did it perhaps exacerbate it? Many party members would answer yes, but as of April 26, 1926, Stalin was not one of them. A second closely related concern about Korenizatsiya had to do with the impact of Ukrainian Smenovikhovstvo. As noted earlier, the term Smenovikhovstvo came from the Russian nationalist émigré Smenovik movement, which argued that Russian nationalists should cease their struggle with Bolshevism, and in fact cooperate with it, since Bolshevism was now serving Russian national interests. 41 stated in this way, one can immediately see that, given the Soviet nationalities policy, non-Russian Smenovikhovstvo would be a vastly larger phenomenon, as it in fact was. Dozens of prominent Ukrainian nationalists, attracted by the Bolshevik project of Ukrainization, returned from abroad. 42 The most dramatic return occurred on March 7, 1924, when Mikhailo Hrushevsky, the Dean of Ukrainian Historians and President of the Ukrainian government, the Central Rada, during its conflict with the Bolsheviks in 1917 to 1918, returned to Kiev to assume the chairmanship of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences Historical Section. In 1926, with Bolshevik permission, a festive jubilee was held to commemorate his 60th birthday. 43 Moreover, the All-Union Politburo accepted a Ukrainian proposal, also in the crucial month of April 1926, to have Hrushevsky elected head of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, although in the end this did not occur. 44 One can hardly imagine Pavel Milyukov being granted such honors. Ukrainian Smenovikhovstvo was allowed such scope for three reasons: it provided much-needed Ukrainian cultural specialists, it helped convince Ukrainian intellectuals that the Bolsheviks were serious about Ukrainization, and, as we shall see, it served Bolshevik foreign policy goals. There were clear similarities between the Smenovikhovsi and the Bivshi. Both were attracted to the Bolsheviks by their nationalities policy, and both were attractive to the Bolsheviks due to their value as national cultural specialists. However, they were never confused. Smenovikhovsi were bourgeois and anti-revolutionary. They were sought out as tactical allies. They were not expected, or even encouraged, to convert to Bolshevism. They tended to serve in cultural and academic institutions or in the bureaucratic apparat, although in the Soviet East they could rise to positions of authority within the government, but usually not in the party. The Bivshi, whom I will call national communists because they combined a sincere belief in both nationalism and communism as well as in their compatibility, were recognized by the Bolsheviks as fellow revolutionaries. They were allowed to convert and could occupy very high leadership positions. Kojanov became Kazakhstan's first party secretary. Sedgaliev, Faizola Kodjev, and Panis Lyubchenko served as heads of Sovnarkom in Tatarstan, Uzbekistan, and Ukraine. There was also a third small category of native nationalities specialists. These were titular national old Bolsheviks who developed a passionate commitment to the implementation of the Soviet nationalities policy. Mykola Skrypnyk in Ukraine was the prime example, but there were dozens of others. I also call these individuals national communists, since they shared the belief in the compatibility of nationalism and communism. The interaction of national communism and Smenovikhovstvo would prove crucial. Smenovikhovstvo, then, was encouraged to serve Ukrainization, but it also made the Bolsheviks very nervous. As Kaganovich once commented, in Kharkov and Kiev we have a whole series of governments. For instance, Golubovic walks about and works perfectly freely. These are people who not only have passed through the school of political battle but also served in a series of governments. Take Hrushevsky, who has legalized himself as a Smenovikhovets. 45 On his arrival in Ukraine, Kaganovich met with Hrushevsky and other Zimenovikovцы and, alarmed at their self-confidence, formed a secret Politburo commission on the Ukrainian intelligentsia and ordered the GPU to increase its surveillance efforts. 46. The GPU's reports were not comforting. For instance, a September 1926 internal GPU circular on Ukrainian separatism painted a dark picture of the Zimenovikovstvo intelligentsia. 47. Their hopes to overthrow Soviet power failed. The nationalists were forced to accept Soviet power as an unavoidable fact. Therefore, a new battle tactic was forged. The new weapon of cultural work is to be used against Soviet power. All possibilities are used. Ukrainization is exploited to place supporters of the national idea in all important parts of the state organism. They created the Ukrainian autocephalous church, which is a powerful bulwark of nationalism and a superb agitational weapon. The Ukrainian Academy of Science gathered around itself a compact mass of important figures of the former Ukrainian People's Republic. In general, representatives of Ukrainian nationalism work without rest to embed nationalist feelings in the masses. Nor did they neglect members of the party. Chauvinist circles devote enormous attention to the poet Khvylovyi, despite the fact he is a member of the KP/B/U. The chauvinist foreign press sometimes prints his works from our journals and tries to influence him in a nationalist direction. Internal chauvinist circles are also interested in young authors, including communists. An authoritative representative of the Kharkov right wing said the following: "We can support Khvylovyi. We should exert our influence on Ukrainian communists and conduct our work so that they do not depart from us, but that we together with them fight for Ukrainization, for Ukraine." This last quotation raised a crucial issue: if Ukrainization could be exploited by the Bolsheviks to change the landmarks of Ukrainian nationalists towards Soviet Ukraine, might it not also be exploited by Zimenovikovцы to change the landmarks of Ukrainian communists, such as Khvylovyi and Shumskaya, to Ukrainian nationalism? Might national communists become Smenovikovцы? The GPU was the most consistent propagator of the new anti-Korenizatsiya hard line. In the aftermath of the Shumskaya affair, their arguments appeared more convincing. In his analysis of the Shumskaya affair, Kaganovich accepted the traditional arguments that Ukrainization served to disarm Ukrainian nationalism and instead blamed the rise in Ukrainian chauvinism on the NEP environment, which Stalin had predicted would lead to a growth in both Russian and non-Russian chauvinism. However, Kaganovich also included an argument that contradicted these premises, that the Zimenovikovцы came over to our side calculating that they could reorient us. Rather than disarming them, Ukrainization actually made them grow bolder rapidly. 48. We witness the growth of two parallel processes, the process of our growth, the growth of Soviet culture and society, and the process of the growth of hostile forces, which attempt to master this process. Our Ukrainization naturally gives birth to these hostile forces. One must see this, one must grasp it. Whoever is scared by this does not understand that we should have foreseen it. We know that it is unavoidably tied to the conflict we have now. In Kaganovich's new model, Ukrainization had two effects. On the positive side, it helped the party govern the Ukrainian masses. On the negative side, it strengthened Zimenovikovstvo, both without and within the party. Ukrainization was, then, no longer an unambiguously positive policy, but rather a dangerous one with high payoffs but considerable costs as well. The anti-Korenizatsiya hard line now had a foothold. This concern over the defection of national communists intersected in a potent way with foreign policy concerns tied to the Piedmont Principle. Soviet policy attempted to exploit cross-border ethnic ties to undermine neighboring states. Prior to 1923, this policy focused on the East. In June 1923, however, after the majority Ukrainian region of eastern Galicia was formally granted to Poland, Stalin declared that Ukraine now had the same significance for the West that Turkestan had for the East. 49 In December 1924, the Comintern passed a resolution calling for the eventual transfer of all majority Ukrainian territory from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Romania to Ukraine. Separate communist parties were formed for Poland's Ukrainians and Belarusians. One of the goals of Ukrainization was to make the Ukrainian SSR a center of attraction for the mass of discontented Ukrainians. 50. Ukraine's role in undermining Polish rule in West Ukraine gave it an unusual latitude in foreign affairs. For instance, the Ukrainian wire service, RETA, was the only Republican wire service granted a role in the presentation of foreign news. The Ukrainian Politburo had a standing commission on foreign affairs. Ukraine successfully claimed a role in the granting of Soviet citizenship to Ukrainian émigrés. Most important, Ukraine was allowed to impinge on Comintern authority through its right to supervise the KPZU, which had a formal representative, Karlo Maksimovic, as a candidate member of the Ukrainian Task. 51 Ukraine's major nationalities specialists Shumskaya, Zaytonskaya, and Skrypnyk were all regularly involved in foreign Ukrainian affairs and did not shrink from attacking the communist parties of Czechoslovakia and Poland for neglecting Ukrainian issues. No other republic could come near to rivaling Ukraine's privileged foreign policy status. The defection of the entire KPZU leadership in defense of Shumskaya was a crushing blow to Ukraine's foreign policy aspirations as well as a major embarrassment to the Comintern. Still, this development might not have unduly alarmed Soviet leaders had it not occurred at the height of the 1927 war scare. Marshal Pilsudski's coup d'état in Poland in May 1926 was, after some initial confusion, soon interpreted as the first step in an imminent attack by world imperialism on the Soviet Union. 52 Pilsudski's well-publicized domestic policy initiatives to improve relations with Poland's Ukrainian and Belarusian populations further alarmed the Soviet leadership as they were seen as an attempt to secure his rear in case of a conflict with the USSR, and he is definitely conducting a policy aimed at such a conflict. 53. The defection of the KPZU was naturally assimilated to this war scare scenario. Those West Ukrainian social classes who had previously, due to the policy of Ukrainization, adopted a positive attitude towards Soviet Ukraine were said to have now changed their position and formed a united Ukrainian nationalist front in tactical alliance with Pilsudski. This greatly aided the attempt by international and especially English imperialism and today's Polish fascism to turn West Ukraine into a bridgehead for an attack on Soviet Ukraine. 54. This analysis used the favored Soviet category of Smenovikhovstvo, the shift of the West Ukrainian bourgeoisie, is a decisive break with the tendency towards a Soviet orientation and the forms of solving the national and especially the Ukrainian question undertaken by Soviet power. 55. In March 1928, Kaganovich and Skrypnyk insisted on an identical explanation for the treason of the KPZU leadership. They had not simply been masked scoundrels. They had sincerely adopted Bolshevism. Faced with new class pressures and Pilsudski's Ukrainian initiative, however, they defected to their original nationalist orientation. 56. This failure of cross-border Smenovikhovstvo implied not only a potential failure of the Piedmont Principle, but its potential reversal. Zaytonskaya noted with alarm that due to the clever policy of Pilsudski, West Ukraine was being turned into a Piedmont to attract discontented elements within Ukraine. 57. In other words, the Piedmont Principle was now being turned against the Soviet Union. Kaganovich made this concern crystal clear in his speech at the March 1928 plenum. 58. In today's complicated international circumstances, imperialism is trying to exploit the Ukrainian national question in its battle against us, inasmuch as the Ukrainian national question is now taking on international significance, and the Polish bourgeoisie in the person of Pilsudski is preparing for an attack on the Soviet Union and Soviet Ukraine. That Ukrainization might lead some national communists to defect to a Ukrainian nationalist position was an important but not fatal defect. The fact that it might lead to the defection of a neighboring foreign communist party in an atmosphere of imminent war was a much more serious defect. The final key element in this interpretation of the Shumskaya affair was the highly sensitive Russian question. The Russian question arose in three separate venues in March, April 1926. In the Ukrainian Politburo, Shumskaya opposed Kaganovish's refusal to forcibly Ukrainize the Russian proletariat, which led Stalin to rebuke him for supporting the forced de-Russification of the proletariat. In the Ukrainian press, Khvylovyi called for an orientation of Ukrainian culture away from hidebound Russia and toward the civilized West, which also led to a rebuke by Stalin. Finally, as discussed in Chapter 2, Yuri Lerin, with Yanukovych's backing, raised the Russian question openly at the April 1926 TSIK session with his charge that Ukraine was repressing its Russian minority. Lerin was consciously breaking a nationalities policy taboo. The Soviet nationalities policy was premised on the absence of a Russian question. Ukraine viewed Lerin's criticisms as a dangerous provocation, as almost a call to a pogrom. In Ukraine they're oppressing our people. 59 Stalin was opposed both to a public airing of the Russian question and even more to any policies that provoked Russian discontent. For our purposes, the important aspect of the Russian question was its intersection with the war scare and defection of the KPZU. In this context, Khvylovyi's call for an orientation on the civilized West and away from Russia appeared like a dangerous call for Ukrainian separatism. A Ukrainian plenum echoed Khvylovyi's language in calling the KPZU and Pilsudski's goal a war for European culture for the union of Ukraine with European culture. 60 Seaman Dimanshtin, head of the party's nationalities sub-department and an avid defender of the Soviet nationalities policy, nevertheless expressed considerable concern at a 1927 meeting of the Orgbero Korenizatsiya Commission. 61. My first question is whether in Ukraine a strong alienation from Russia is making itself felt in connection with Ukrainization. Without a doubt this is the case. If now in Ukraine the Russian language has an equal status with Ukrainian, if the village now by and large knows it, we are now moving towards a situation where in the next 10 to 15 years an overwhelming majority of Ukrainians will not know Russian.